When this young man opened his eyes, he found himself in a classroom. Immediately, Atrenkhamus was startled and shouted, "Where?" At that moment, a thread of memory began to stir in his mind. It turned out that the name of this planet was Lam Tine, which was essentially not much different from Earth. However, 100 years ago, Lam Tine experienced a catastrophic disaster that changed everything. Millions of demons began to attack, causing countless casualties among humanity. Fortunately, the people here were born with a unique ability. Through training and switching to different professions, humans could cope with the attacks from demons. It seemed that all of this felt familiar to Tron KMMC. He had somehow crossed over to another world. While he was lost in thought, a hand in the present suddenly slapped him on the back. Lolhon could not help but scold him. "Do you still have time to be dazed?" Then, he suddenly burst into tears, saying he was so stressed. The awakening assessment only had one chance in a lifetime. If he failed, his dad would kill him. Finally, he had to reassure Lolhon. "Don't worry. I will check out the secret realm first, and think of a way later." Soon after, Atron Kim MC arrived at the training ground. At the end of the wall, a spatial gate was opening. In an instant, Trun Kim MC slightly curled the corners of his mouth. He felt quite excited. "Let me see what is interesting in this new world." As soon as he finished this thought, Tryon EMS stepped through the spatial gate. Upon entering, he was met with a blinding white light. But just 2 seconds later, the sun began to shine. The scenery gradually became more vivid with various trees and houses. In Trun Kim MC's mind, he became more certain. Was not this the beginner village in the game? A chime rang out, breaking his train of thought. The system detected that the host was in the process of connecting and switching systems. Connection progress. 50%. 70%. 100%. While he was still confused, another notification popped up. Switch successful. System level transition to level 1. It was possible to reasonably convert 2 active skills into new passive skills. And the power of the passive skills would be fully enhanced by the character's attributes. As Amensi gradually became excited, converting active skills to passive. If it truly resembled the game, then this system was incredibly powerful. In the game, most skills were active, and they had to recharge, which could lead to vulnerabilities in battle and counterattacks. But passive skills existed permanently, required no cooldown, only needed activation condition. With leveling up, the activation rate would also increase. That is why they were so rare. His fists tightened even more. In his previous life, due to those limitations, he could not become a god. This time, having a system that converted skills to passive might help him regain that feeling and fill in the regrets. Then the system prompted him to choose the skills he wanted to convert, listing several options like slip and weapon switch. After a moment of hesitation, Tron Kim MC chose the skill Light V10. The system instantly created a green sword for him and confirmed he had acquired the level 1 skill Leap Bay Trum, allowing him to deliver a powerful downward slash that unleashed a series of damaging waves within a 3-meter radius, knocking enemies upward. The passive conversion was successful, giving each attack a 30% chance to trigger Leap B Trum. When activated, it transformed into a sword, dealing damage while granting invincibility for 0.2 seconds. Tron Kim MC could not help but swing his sword a few times, improving his attack method and increasing damage. It could be considered a golden touch. Just as he was about to celebrate, a strange foot slammed down onto the ground. The bull-headed man was exhaling a heavy, grunting sound, his entire body muscular, wielding a silver axe as he approached menacingly. At a glance, Atron Kim MC understood. Level 3. A formidable monster even in the training area. Then, the gleaming axe blade swung up into the air, and the bull-headed man roared ferociously with each step, startling Tron Kim MC. However, he quickly adjusted his emotions. It was the perfect moment to test his combat skills. Atron Kim MC then swung his sword at it. The surge of spiritual energy instantly sent the bull-headed man flying, its heavy body crashing hard against the stone pillar behind. A loud explosion echoed from far away, but Tron Kim MC was surprised to see it had no injuries at all. Then, its hooves stomped the ground as it leapt up, the axe blade looming above him once again. The massive shadow of the monster fell over him as it swung down. He managed to jump up, creating a cat-and-mouse chase, though he continuously dodged its attacks. Tron Kim began to feel uneasy. I am only level 1. I can possibly fight it in this overwhelming state. As the metallic blade descended, he could only think that this was the end. Reflexively, Atron Kim MC raised his sword to block. His blade shattered under the force of the blow, but just then, the system activated, triggering the passive skill, granting invincibility for 0.2 seconds, leaving MC stunned. Did the activation effect block the attack? The system window also displayed a forced notification releasing Light Bay Trem, increasing damage by 1.5 times. The bull-headed man's axe merely struck the illusion of him, while Amiss quickly crouched down. Following that, a surge of killing intent was released by him, activating the passive Light Bay Trum. Its massive axe was completely knocked away. Anicap unleashed all his damage onto it. The bull-headed man's jaw went slack, its teeth and blood flying everywhere, and all of his strength gradually diminished. Finally, the bull-headed man's body exploded into pieces. Anicap quickly approached to inspect the monster's remains. Now he understood clearly that after transitioning to the passive skill, not only did it solve the cooldown issue, but it also provided a new damage system. The problems from his previous life were no longer a challenge. In this life, I will definitely make up for the regrets of the past. I will climb to the peak and become a god. The exploration story is still ongoing in the newbie area. After a moment of observation, he stabbed the monster beetle in the neck with a very domineering posture. After Trimmm drew his sword, it fell limply backward. The sound of her struggle began to fill the space, as the area was piled high with the corpses of monsters. However, Anicap felt anxious. It had been hours, and he finally found the fighting spirit from his past life. He just needed to know which secret realm the assessment would take place in to help Lo Hone. In the meantime, his system appeared, requesting him to select the second passive skill, standing before the numerous options presented by the system. He pondered. Usually, newbies are killed by monsters due to insufficient power and long cooldowns. If the first skill chosen was an attack, then the second skill should reduce cooldown time. As soon as he pressed the button, the system analyzed that activating the first level weapon switch within 30 seconds would reduce the weapon switch cooldown by 30%. Quickly, spiritual power and strength surged into him. Anicap also noticed another sign indicating a successful passive transformation. The cooldown time for all weapons was reduced by 30% permanently. Then Anicap calculated that there were many basic weapons for newbies in storage, along with the passive weapon switch that allowed for quick changes between types for combat. Currently, Anicap's status panel was quite simple. He was only at level 1. A human, with all his strength stats at 20. But he was not disheartened. The weapon switch cooldown issue was resolved, so the upcoming battles could be considered stable. Now everything was set, just waiting for the assessment day. Finally, the timeline reached the day of the assessment. The training ground was already packed with students and supporters. Over here, the students were reminding each other to bring potions before heading to the assessment. Meanwhile, Lo Hone also ran over. Lom, I listened to you. I had my dad use money to buy the assessment map for today. After hearing that, he fell into a brief silence. Did he really want others to know his dad had pulled strings? He pulled out the map. It was said that Liet Dim Liet Fang was a zone chosen by Professor Olgu. He was very strict, so the difficulty was likely increased. On the contrary, May felt quite intrigued. So this was the map. I remember that the monsters ranged from level 3 to 10. Not considered too difficult. Then, Anicap turned to ask in the secret realm, what level of monsters can you fight alone? He stammered, even at my best, only level 5. That level made Anicap feel a headache. He did not expect the strength to be that lacking. Just then, someone approached from behind. Lo Hone. Does your family have little money, so you have to follow others through back doors? Just give up. Do not embarrass your dad by ranking last. Hearing that, he shot back. Get lost. What nonsense are you talking about? Even though Anicap tried to advise him, Lo Hone remained very upset. Today, he had to go down with him. Ma Feng took the opportunity to tease him. As expected, Anicap knows his place. He knows you are a useless trash that can beat me, so he stopped you. Just as he finished speaking, his foot was swept out from under him. In front of everyone, Ma Feng lost his balance and fell. Anicap gleefully looked at him. Sorry, no need for such a grand gesture. Immediately, he shouted, are you looking to die? This time, Ma Feng wanted to use force for revenge, but his punch was easily caught. Despite straining so hard his hands shook, he could not move. How could this guy be so strong? And over here, Anicap casually said, almost forgot the important thing. Are you daring to bet against me? I bet Lo Hone will perform better than you. The group of thugs trembled with anticipation. Finally, Ma Feng burst out laughing. Did I hear that right? I have no reason to refuse this bet. But I will decide the stakes. The loser has to run naked for 10 laps and call out to the winner 3 times. Sure thing. Anicap responded cheerfully. No problem. The rumor quickly sparked discussions among everyone. What? A bottom-ranking student wants to compete with a top student. The gap is too obvious. It is like giving away a freebie. Lo Hone himself felt anxious. How could I possibly compete with that old man? At that moment, he reassured his friend to trust him. But he did not have the courage to stand firm. What news? I just want to ace the exam to ask my dad for more pocket money. Why are you selling me out like this? Once again, Anicap had to calm him down. Just follow my lead. Then he whispered a few words to him, saying it would go like this. And then like that. Lo Hone's face instantly lit up. Were those words really true? After receiving a nod, he was overjoyed. Everyone was astonished when Lo Hone declared that today, Ma Feng would be running while calling for his dad. About half an hour later, the supervisor cleared his throat. As the head of the academy, Trion Lai began to speak. I declare the official assessment has begun. Please proceed into the central checkpoint one by one. Trion also began to enter. Lalo Hone, leading the way, did not forget to remind him, just wait and see my performance. And then he excitedly stepped into the space portal. The teleportation began to tear open a rift inside. The fiery, intense environment emerged before him, bringing back old memories. This was a vast area with a massive volcano, constantly flowing with molten lava and filled with evil beasts. At the summit was Boss Chlan. A strangely familiar feeling washed over him. It had been a long time since he fought a dungeon for beginners. Just then, a noise behind him startled him. Two gigantic, fierce bodies stepped out. They were low-level green-skinned monsters. Upon seeing a human, their battle mode activated. The green-skinned monsters had long, sharp spikes on their hands. That blow made Tron Kivame stumble. However, due to his combat experience, he quickly retreated. But trouble continued as three more monsters approached from behind. The situation grew increasingly dire as the three monsters closed in on Tron QMMC. He was completely surrounded on both sides. Tron QMMV made a decision. He used to play games with a keyboard and mouse, but now he had to rely on his body to attack. The system quickly supported him, allowing the beginner's sword to be used with no difficulty. This was the basic equipment that a beginner carried. Even with the gear, a Tron QMMC was still in a dangerous position. Unlike the monsters that had weakened in the training area, 1.5 years was a bit overwhelming. Suddenly, the system appeared, detecting that the player had significant experience, now completely transitioning into instinctive action. His expression froze after reading this. The system, on the other hand, jumped to a new notification, stating that the operational experience had turned into instinct. Instantly, a green aura surrounded Tron Kamate's entire skeletal frame, making his body feel strangely foreign. Meanwhile, the green-skinned monsters were poised to jump at him, their swift movements surprisingly caught by his awareness. Tron Ma quickly pushed off, perfectly clinging to the cave's ceiling. Next, he tilted his head slightly to observe them, and in a swift motion, he leapt off the cave ceiling. One of his feet powerfully struck its monstrous face. As Tron MMC landed, the green monster staggered back violently. Everything pleased Trimames. This ability was incredible. He could even control every muscle in his body. Now, his instincts felt just like when he played games in his previous life. The more Trunkivamen fought, the more confident he became. Not impressed. Then come at me together. They were all enraged by his words, their eyes turning red. A whole pack charged at him like a hunting pack. But no matter what they did, Atron Kim Mefsa skillfully dodged and weaved. After toying with them for a while, he decided to lure them into a straight line and deal with them all at once. Then Tronka Kiem Mumsi began weaving through the green-skinned monsters. He crouched low and landed on a patch of ground not far away. They slowly turned their fierce heads back. Seeing the plan completed, Jotrim Mesa prepared to strike. The opportunity was here. The 5 green monsters were sent flying high into the air. He slid beautifully through their ranks. His hand pressed lightly against the ground, creating a perfect stop. The sword was firmly grasped in his hand once more. The passive skill / activated, slicing the 5 massive figures in half. Everything unfolded surprisingly for him. Activating so quickly was unexpected. The passive skill even cancelled the cooldown time after the attack. Once again, the 5 green monsters were simultaneously hit. A tree mummies, filled with confidence, slid beneath them. After several heavy thuds behind him, the notification for monster elimination appeared. Moreover, the main system also appeared because of the special action, earning a 50% increase in experience for defeating monsters, gaining 250 experience points. Congratulations on reaching level 2. Congratulations on leveling up to level 3. Atron Givamef's mood became increasingly excited. When defeating monsters in a special way, additional experience is also earned. Just kill 5 to level up twice. Things were finally going in the right direction, and he quickly moved on. After all, during his movement, Trindern Kiamem Mumsi thought about having so many basic skills and weapons was much more interesting than the celestial games in his previous life. Outside the space, the rankings of the students were changing rapidly. A spectator exclaimed in amazement. There is a name on the board leveling up extremely fast. Artron KMMC is proudly at the top because he has reached level 3. Everyone was not surprised. He was the one who faced Mao Feng, leveling up in just 5 minutes. Turns out our school has a genius. Tronchungalai could not hide his curiosity. Is it Trim Yememseof? Interesting. I wonder what other surprises he will bring. Inside the secret realm, Atron KMMC was still jumping between the rocks. After a while, he seemed to have discovered something. His intuition urged him to land quickly in this spot. After hiding in a secluded corner, Tron KMMC was stunned. Was not this the dark wizard he encountered in his previous life? The system added, these level 2 dark wizards are related to the hounds. Even so, he was not scared at all. It seemed that in the game, they had a wick, if he could utilize it, He would not have to fight each one to level up. One strike would do, talking the talk. He thought leveling up might become easier this way. Then, a Tron-KMX summoned a spike gun, which was also one of the basic weapons. From the barrel, a hook shot out and latched onto the rock face. He used the rope to pull himself higher. Once he had a wider view, he took out the rookie's shuriken. The throwing star spun and descended toward the dark wizard with a thud. They saw their companion hit by the throwing star. Immediately, their setup shifted into combat mode. Keen observation revealed Tron-KMX's position to the wizards. The spells began to glow in the air. Their dark arrows were gradually charging up, and Trim-Hum-Muff had memorized these spells. Dark wizards could only use dark arrows and summon hounds. From the wizard's perspective, a Tron-KMC had vanished. Seeing no threats, they began to return to normal. In the hidden corner, he felt relieved. The effect of staying in observation mode was very good. Here, the dark wizards could not attack him. Sure enough, spells with casting times could not attack from a distance. Step 1 accomplished. Step 2. While they were casting spells, he would kill all the hounds right at that moment. Just like that, each shuriken embedded itself in the hounds' necks. Though he was slightly out of breath, a Tron-KMX still found it enjoyable. The exciting part was about to come. The priority for summoning hunting dogs will be higher, so they will summon the hunting dogs first. Just as you predicted, the hunting dogs gradually appeared from the magic circle. The light of the spell clearly showed his joy. He could really take advantage of this success, since dark mages can't choose their attack targets. Suddenly switching between two skills will confuse the logic. Therefore, they won't stop summoning hunting dogs. This step can create a large number of hunting dogs. In the end, if the mage is destroyed, the hunting dogs will die with him. That way, I can gain a massive amount of experience from hundreds of hunting dogs. Then, Tron-KMX laid back on the ground, ready to take a nap while waiting for them to multiply. 8 hours had passed, but there were still many spectators outside, and the rankings had changed. Now, Tanako is at the top. In 18th place is Ma Feng at level 7. While Lalohon is still at rank 498. It seemed like the outcome was decided. But the viewers noticed something different. Look, La Tin Tin has unexpectedly become the top gun expert. She was in 2nd place earlier, and now she is 1st in the competition map. Hundreds of monsters are being defeated by her. Moreover, the viewers are still discussing the attack. Senior Tinako has become a swordsman. I wonder if he can defeat the boss. The more monsters are defeated, the faster Tingo's class change notification runs. Supervisor Trung Lai quietly commented without making a fuss. The outstanding students are starting to reveal themselves. What about that Tron-KMX? What rank is he at now? Looking at the leaderboard, his name is at rank 659. He was shaken by the small text. Last place. Others almost burst into laughter right after. This name, which was once at the top, must have gotten lucky. I told you. How could a genius only show up now? The supervisor also felt a bit cold-hearted. The secret realm only lasts for 12 hours. Based on his speed, he has not even reached level 6. Let alone awakened his talent. Only 4 hours left until it ends. But just a few minutes later, everyone had to shout. There was a change at the top. Trongoalai jumped up, startled that Tron-KMC is jumping from the last place to 252, then to 121. Such speed made the supervisor very suspicious. How is this possible? Let us go back a minute to find out. At that moment, Trinium had just sat up, feeling refreshed after his nap. When he looked down the cliff, he was completely taken aback. A patch of land full of hunting dogs startled him. There were way too many. Probably over 400. Then, Tron-KMC immediately pulled out a greener shotgun, thinking about the experience points. His eyes lit up to see how many levels he would gain. The sound of gunfire began to ring out. Time to kill some hunting dogs. His gun quickly fired with extreme heat. But the flames started to pass through the wizards and burn them. Tron-KMC was thoroughly enjoying the thrill of exterminating monsters. While the poor dark wizards were struggling to escape, the red flame spread rapidly. Almost dizzying, the system kept pinging with the same information. The dark mage was annihilated beneath a clearing now filled with hot smoke and dust. Tron-KMC stood above, satisfied and relaxed. Then, a voice echoed in his ear. Congratulations. You have leveled up. The steady announcement thrilled him. This was what he wanted. Battling each creature was too exhausting. Next, the main system appeared. The passive skill Light Ba Trom reached level 2 with a 35% activation rate. Gain an additional 16 strength and immortality for 3 seconds. Congratulations on upgrading your weapon to level 2. Transition time reduced by 40%. Tron-KMC scanned the lines of text and said, so skills can level up according to upgrades. This passive development potential is quite strong. I wonder if higher levels can increase the passive appearance to 100%. Back in the present, his name reclaimed the top spot, now at level 13. An audience member stammered. He jumped straight into the top 10 in just a minute. When did our academy have a character like this? Others were also fearful. Truly a monster. I have never encountered something like this in my life. In the teacher's observation section, Tritonov Long began to boast. This is my student. Is not he amazing? But then the figure of the headmaster, Trani Grilai, silenced him. As he approached, a Trongalai shouted, "Are you blind normally? You have such a talented seed, and did not report it sooner." Then he mumbled, "I am getting old." I mistook Trun Hamumsi's talent as the strongest since the Academy's founding. Back inside the secret realm, everything had been cleared out. Just as he was about to move, the system window opened for him again. You have reached level 13. After surpassing level 10, you can choose to change your profession. What is your choice? A Trunghamust was faced with a monumental decision. Looking at the list of names, he felt a sense of nostalgia. In his past life, he stood atop the game, earning all the divine level profession titles. But there was one he had not tried. The Summoner, a special profession that does not change class. Solo players can use any equipment without job restrictions. This diversifies equipment combinations. There are no limitations, allowing for a unique playstyle to create a set of equipment with perfect attributes. However, the weaknesses are significant. Insufficient damage. Many skills but not specialized. Most are basic, satisfying early stages but easily defeated later on. But now I have a strong passive system. All the drawbacks of solo play are resolved. I can fully unleash the power of this profession to its peak. Upon selection, the system warned that since you have never allocated free attributes, it automatically links to a unique hidden profession for independent players. The Master of Magic. Then, the system began to run, calculating success rates of 50%, 80%, and 100%. Instantly, a large amount of green light enveloped him. The sudden situation left him in shock. Is the hidden profession a magic controller? From outside, everyone is also feeling confused. Is the elder's brain fried? If you do not need a talent, then why pick this garbage profession? Zhang Lei questioned angrily. A good seed like this. How could you train him like this? Isn't he this a joke? Zhou Long stuttered. I am wrong. His will had always been to be a warrior, and everything was giving the instructor a headache. Choosing this useless profession is like ruining his future. Chen Qianmo was really something. In the stands, those young people were a bit puzzled. How could a side character be this weak? Perhaps the elder had his own way of thinking, and his friend brushed it off. What do you understand? The side character has the biggest advantage as they can use all the gear and skills from various professions. At first, they can attack continuously, with a very high degree of freedom. However, he quickly added that the time in between and after cannot change professions. All skills are at the beginner level, and the damage is not enough, making them easy prey for others. By this point, they must have imagined a very miserable Chen Qianmo. Then, he said in frustration, what started as a good match has turned into a muddy mess. What is there to say about a profession with no future? Meanwhile, it is completely silent in the hidden realm. Chen Qianmo was enjoying himself alone. The side character suited him perfectly. He had a passive system that compensated for the lack of damage. Plus his experience from his previous life could be fully utilized to reach new heights. But there was one thing he was curious about. What was this binding? Chen Qianmo had to click to verify. In an instant, his mind seemed to freeze. The system information was as follows. Cannot actively learn skills from other academies. Can only learn skills dropped by bosses. And all side quests will be the hardest. Instinctively, he hesitated, unable to actively learn. He could only rely on the side quests. This was indeed perfect. I know the situation of all the side quests. This is an advantage no one else has. The binding is truly not bad. Now the most important thing is to enhance the passive damage. Starting with attack speed. A few seconds later, several green-skinned monsters heard rustling from above. Then, a swift gust of air swept past the monsters. Chen Qianmo suddenly appeared, having already swung his sword, and he could not help but marvel. The attribute points increased not only changed the score, but also enhanced his physical capabilities. It was just too interesting. Meanwhile, a special item called the Dark Mission Book flew by. As soon as the book landed, it piqued his interest. It seemed to be an item to unlock a hidden quest. Almost forgot about this quest. So there is no need to rush to fight the boss. Gather all the items to unlock the hidden quest first. Outside, there are only 60 minutes left. In fact, all the students were gradually reaching the boss area. So facing them would be the final challenge this time. The boss Jew was vicious. Only by defeating it and touching the awakening stone behind it would they pass the test. The object emitting a dazzling glow was indeed the awakening stone. A player was kicking a stone forward. He cautiously scanned the surroundings. Is this really Jialan? If I can just defeat it, I can awaken successfully. His will drove him to shout and charge forward. But over here, the blood curse is spreading, causing continuous damage to the enemy while randomly weakening them, reducing the attacker's base attributes. If released by Jialan, failure is certain, but I am confident in my speed. Those were the only two thoughts he could muster. But perhaps the reality is not as people predict. A powerful counterforce quickly slammed into his chest. Then, his body collapsed to the ground. The blow left the boy trembling in pain. Despair had also crushed his initial will. It is over here. Jialan's sharp iron fangs seemed to be mocking him. A giant green-skinned demon has been sent out. Once again, he could only silently despair. Basic attributes weakened. There is no escaping now. Many students have already been injured outside the exam hall, like many others. He was also thrown back. Everyone was in shock. How could someone in the top 50 be out already? This year's Secret Realm requires at least a 5-person team to win. It is just too unlucky, with 2 beastmen bodyguards beside the boss. How are we supposed to win? This Secret Realm is so difficult that it has not been used in 10 years. Why did Wind Master Lu open it like this? Back at Boss Galen's location in the Secret Realm. The challenger this time is Trung Kum MSC. Even so, his state is quite precarious. Collecting hidden missions has already taken an hour. Luckily no one has defeated Jialan yet. Then he locked eyes with his opponent, who was also subtly releasing pressure in response. Then, Jialan recited a series of strange incantations. The 2 beastmen bodyguards were activated and charged forward. One of them swung down an axe, earning his praise. He looked big, but his movements were quick. At the same time, another beastman bodyguard attacked as well. A Trung Kum FC remained arrogantly assertive. But unfortunately, he was not faster than me. Then, Trung Kum MC crouched low to the ground. The 2 beastman bodyguards only turned back upon hearing the friction. But Tron Kivam and Sai had already jumped high at some point from the blind spot of the 2 bodyguards. He began to strike with 2 blades. The space froze for a moment, leaving only 2 explosions behind him. He then leaped to another position. As long as there are no green-skinned beastmen protecting him, Jialan can't move while chanting spells. On Jialan's side, even with many spells writhing around, he was truly motionless. When he was about 1 meter away from his opponent, he thought to himself that he could succeed. In the high sky, everyone clearly saw Boss Jialan suddenly soar upwards. It turned out that Tragaki Evers had kicked him into the air. My living target. Time is running out. Let us end this quickly. Just seconds later, the massive figure was about to fall again. Below, a Trung Kum MC had also started pulling out his gun and firing. The hot bullets were piercing deep into the enemy, making him scream. But then Trung Kum MC ran out of ammo. All 10 shots hit their mark. It seems he did not lose his previous generation's mobile aiming skills. At that moment, his enemy suddenly dove headfirst into the ground. When he sprang up again, his frenzied state was activated. So Trung Kum MC had to fight against a more aggressive Jialan. But as an expert, he showed no fear, only calmly transmitting his weapon. Leveling up this skill was indeed convenient. With no openings left exposed, the demon lord Jialan was charging at him, wanting to crush him. Yet the sharp spear kept spinning, forcing him to halt. The sounds of cracking bones echoed. The demon's bones were no longer intact, and a victorious smile spread across his face. Regular sweeping attacks only caused short-lived effects. But unfortunately, my kick hit the small calf bone, breaking it directly. The challenge of this sub-boss was the cooperation of the 3 monsters. Gan's combat strength was not strong, but he was protected by the other 2. Once it reached the point where Jialan used his sacrifice, victory would be impossible. Currently, Jialan had collapsed, and Brother Lu was heading towards him with the spear. Trung Kum MC glanced down at the defeated one. Now without protection. You are just a weak brain, unable to withstand even one direction. A thrust drove straight down, causing the demon's body to completely fall. Returning to the training ground, where more people were knocked away, La Tin Tin stepped out confidently. Tanako. It seems this time the first place is in my hands. Tanako humbly replied. Congratulations. In this assessment, I still lost. It is not unjust, but when he checked it, he was shocked. The name at the top of the list is not you. How can that be? Clearly, only those who reach level 10 can change their profession. La Tin Tin was so infuriated her voice shook. She had lost to the eternal bottom dweller. La Lo Hone. Meanwhile, the other classmates comforted her, urging her not to rush. The first place must surely be hers. A useless level 7 could not possibly defeat 3 monsters. Lo Hone must have cheated. Teacher Trong had taken him to the faculty room. Tunako quickly added, Sister Tintin, those useless guys in the regular class can do anything. In the faculty room, the atmosphere was tense. La Lo Hone, did you cheat or not? He was so scared he stuttered. I just performed better than usual. Lo Yin Den raised his voice even more, refusing to admit the truth. Earlier, when asked about the boss's appearance skills, you did not even know and claimed you passed the assessment by yourself. Do you want to be the first student to get expelled? The person who helped you cheat. The academy will investigate thoroughly. Sweat was already beading on his face. In the end, Lilhone knelt down. It was my classmate Trincom Umso who helped me. It is all my fault. Do not punish him. So that was how it happened. Near the end of this area, turn right at the intersection to bypass all the monsters and head directly to the final boss. Tremium analyzed seriously. Since their vision was obstructed, they did not attack him. So he had to quickly touch the awakening stone. Long En Denan pondered after hearing this. Is it possible that our academy has such a genius? Trani Gri Lai. How are the students' results this time? He respectfully reported that this student just made history by reaching level 13, but has not come out of the secret realm yet. Here is the entire video recording of his assessment process. After just a few seconds, Login Dan was almost in disbelief. He could not help but exclaim, "This truly is limitless potential." Transitioning. The situation at the training ground was still quite exciting. Some others were already praising Lefafei Tin and Tun and Ka for getting out, as expected from the rocket class. People in the stands were already discussing Tron Kiem MC. That level 13 guy still has not come out. The assessment ends in 15 minutes. And no matter how high the level, failure is inevitable. But they had no idea the awakening stone was within his reach. He looked at it. But his thoughts were elsewhere. Touching this will awaken him and bring him out. So he just needs to touch it to complete the hidden task. In a short time, he gathered everything from the records to the firestone. Dry wood, crystal clear water, and a broken sword. Remembering something, Tron Kim MC also checked. With the skull of the Hellhound and these 6 items, he could summon in one step. Before he could finish speaking, chains of dark iron pierced up from the ground. The ominous atmosphere began to resonate with sound. Who dares disturb my slumber? A Tron Kim MC immediately became more alert. Indeed, it was a hidden boss. A strong figure clad in demonic armor appeared. The system quietly displayed information. A starving creature. A tower man boosting him to level 12. He then gritted his teeth and said, "You." The tower man's sword was plunged into the ground with a declaration of merciless killing. In an instant, the ground was split apart by the blade. Dongchan was about to invade Tron Kaimenminsi space. The lava below was aggressively pushing the stone surface up. The searing heat was quickly unleashed. All around was dust, and the ground had been churned into a large pit. But Tron Kaimenminsi remained calm, noting that this boss was indeed powerful, stronger than Jialan. The tower man's advantage was his immense strength, but he lacked agility. As long as he could execute a skill control combo, he could take him down. So he began to provoke. "With your clumsiness, you should go back and train some more." Immediately, Menquok raised, and each step he took created a terrifying rumble. Next, the tower man unleashed a killing aura. Kill. As he jumped up, the ground beneath him cracked, his imposing figure aiming to charge at Tron Kiemeps. At that moment, he casually searched for something in his bag, lightly waving his hand forward. The basic combat skill activated. And instantly, the tower man was blinded. This move was quite simple. Throwing sand at the opponent would reduce their accuracy and vision range for 3 seconds if they were hit. Trinky Mac had calculated very carefully. Although this move did not deal damage, it could restrain his actions. Then, the tower suddenly roared loudly, activating its passive skill. Breaking free from the restricted state for a second, Trinky Mac was a bit surprised, but quickly regained his composure. Impressive, but is my turn now. I will use the self-destruct robot gear first and slide in close to my opponent. The tower was too heavy to kick him into the air, so the next move would be to use the hook skill. As soon as he thought of it, he threw a punch right into his chain. After that, a Trinky Mac fell back into a stunned state. Very good. He did not stop, but instead grabbed the horn of the tower. He pulled out a dagger for the next purpose, stabbing from behind, followed by a basic skill kick. His head leaned toward the self-destruct robot. Trinky Mac felt a sense of satisfaction. It was about to explode. In the blink of an eye, firepower engulfed the entire space. The demonic body of the tower squirmed a few times. Trinky Mac quickly realized his intentions. Don't even think about getting up. His hands shot directly toward 2 blades. The tower was still dazed, focusing only on getting up. But then he screamed in pain as the sharp blade pierced his thigh. Trinky Mac lightly said to him that no matter how strong he was, being controlled throughout the process would not deal any damage. He mischievously said to the demon, "Bye-bye." The ranking of the trial immediately changed. Trinky Mac took the lead at level 14. His level up caused controversy. He had not awakened yet, so there must be cheating involved. He was stalling and refusing to come out, surely feeling guilty. Anyway, once the trial ended, the secret realm would force everyone out, and then we would expose his deception. Luang Yandan scolded sharply. Those ignorant ones did not understand that there are always greater mountains. Trong Loi stood behind, thinking that he had not seen him this excited in a while, seemingly believing this was Trinky Mac's true strength. At that moment, the countdown timer had less than 1 minute left, and in the secret realm, the system was jubilantly announcing the successful defeat of all bosses, activating a 50% bonus reward. Since the tower was controlled throughout, the experience doubled, earning over 30,000 experience points. After it announced he had reached level 14, a Trinky Mac gently wiped the sweat off, feeling his hard work on the hidden mission was worth it. But had he really transitioned to a magic controller? Did this awakening still have an effect? Whatever he thought, Trinky Mac placed his hand on it to check. Not long after contact, countless runes appeared on the surface of the stone. The mechanical voice of the system rang out. Congratulations. You have successfully passed the trial of your awakened talent. Trinky Mac was very nervous waiting for the answer. Then, The characters suddenly entered his core. The system mechanically announced again. The system has upgraded to level 2. The magic controller can add passive conversion. The reward for passing the trial is a pair of space boots. The hidden boss reward is a primary critical damage book. Mux quickly went to check, and after 2 more transformations, there was no need to be polite. Mefsi then received a notification, successfully switching to the G-line machine. When using any weapon, there is a 25% chance to fire 10 bullets. Guaranteed to hit the target. The more he looked, the happier he felt. In future battles, he could simplify his actions and might even defeat higher-level monsters. When facing higher-level monsters, all attributes would be suppressed. Usually, he would be killed before he could win. But with this skill, as long as he stayed alive, he could slowly take down high-level bosses. Next, Trimhium MV calculate again. Needing to choose the most effective skill to maximize his power, he reached for one option in the lower row. So this would be the choice. The system confirmed the successful switch, granting a 10% chance to unleash a sweeping force in a 2-meter radius when attacking. Trimhium was very pleased, brushing off the dust on himself. Compared to skills that required a lot of strength to kick opponents away, this sweeping attack only needed a small amount of power, making it more suitable. The system displayed his status bar. Mux's information now included many new skills, especially possessing 4 extremely powerful passive skills. After finishing the upgrades, he whispered, "My combat power is about to exceed 10,000. When the apocalypse comes, I will be able to fight outside." Then he gently raised his hand to let the black mist rise. Outside, the instructor was announcing the end of the secret realm assessment. Everyone suddenly found it dazzling. What is this light? A hand lightly touched the edge of the spatial door. Mepsis stepped out with a calm demeanor. He had successfully awakened. Lovenunganu was also very excited, not expecting the success to be real. This kid truly has limitless potential. Meanwhile, a wave of strong boycotting arose from the stands. He is a cheater. Get him and Lul Hone out of the academy. This guy's results are suspicious. We asked the professor to revoke his achievements. With the weight of public opinion, the old man's mood darkened. Logan Ningen Don directly released the pressure of a senior figure. His voice echoed with authority. Silence. Those who had just been discussing suddenly shut their mouths in unison. Then he walked over to TriVMS. "Did you really pass that?" MC coldly replied with a few words. "Yep. I did." The old man did not blame him for being rude but praised. "Well done. You truly are a genius. First place is well deserved. A bright future awaits." At that moment, Tuanko and La Tintine rushed over. Mess's results are problematic. How can someone rank last pass and still come in first? We need an explanation. The crowd gained more courage. Bring out the evidence. Expose the cheating. Logan Ninganen had to shout. A bunch of frogs sitting at the bottom of the well. Clueless. Trindrim Kiem Mufsi defeated more level 12 hidden bosses than his classmates within the time limit. If he does not take first place, then who will? The 2 top students were stunned for a long time, while the crowd grew more suspicious. Having never heard how Tron Kaimosi knew there was a hidden boss up in the stands, the instructor secretly judged the situation. A poor student ended up taking first place. Isn't this a slap in the face for the missile class? What is this hidden boss? It is definitely cheating. She immediately jumped down to the training field with the most determined attitude. She said, "Then I invite classmate Tritron MC to share how you discovered the hidden boss. If you can't explain, then it is cheating and you do not deserve to be in the academy." A Trimhome Mufsa bluntly questioned. "Why should I tell you?" Tek Sehem shouted in an instant. "What?" The other boys shivered at her scream. This is the youngest instructor of the missile class. Trimia M dared to insult her. He is done for. She won't let him off easily. The atmosphere on the training field grew heavier than ever. Atonenko was the first to break the silence. Glaring. "Who do you think you are to be disrespectful to our instructor?" Finally, he summoned a sword. "I want to fight you." The crowd began to murmur. "Senior. Teach him a lesson and see if he dares to pretend anymore." Then everyone heard his deep voice. "Challenging. Are you enjoying this?" Upon hearing Tronkomomsi's question, he clenched his jaw tightly. The rage in the stands intensified. A man invites you out of respect, yet you only know how to show off and speak arrogantly. La Tin Tin suddenly tapped Tunko on the shoulder. "Then can I join forces to fight him?" Tremhium MC just shot her a glance. "Who are you?" She blushed, not knowing how to respond. "You do not know me. I am the beauty of Jiangthun Academy." Atoniko immediately shouted. "When you are being unreasonable, you do not take our missile class seriously. Today, I must teach you a lesson. I want to challenge you to a duel. No holds barred." Texiam was very sharp about that. A duel is a mandatory challenge among awakened individuals. If you refuse, it counts as a loss. And if you accept, even if Trema Kiamumsi got first place through Gan Lun, he would not be Tuniko's match. He coldly replied, "If you are looking for death, I will follow you to the end." Long Yin Den found this very interesting. This kid was even fiercer than he was back in the day. And this was a good opportunity to test his strength. So he performed a summoning. If both sides agreed, He would build a stage for the two of them. With just one forceful movement, a stage taller than a person sprang up before stepping in. Lo Nindan reminded him, hoping he could control himself so he would not regret it. Tonko was not afraid at all. He wanted to see what skills he had. Tramhiam Hua coldly replied, "Stop wasting words. Do not waste my time." Then, he jumped onto the stage before him. From above, he commanded, "Let us start." Tunanko would not back down anymore. That arrogant kid better not regret it. He swiftly climbed up, at maximum speed, and a level talent that could increase movement and attack speed by 50%. The boys on the other side cheered for him. This is a signature skill of a swordsman. I did not expect my senior's talent to be so perfect. While running around, he did not forget to provoke. "I see you are only good at trash talk." As he reached my blind spot, he quickly drew his sword with all his might. Tunko shouted the word die and lunged forward. But his powerful strike was dodged in a single leap. Patron Kim MC could not help but tease him. "Is that all you have got?" The audience was also filled with doubt. How could he dodge that attack? Did you see that clearly? Isn't he just an ranked talent? Tunko quickly assessed. It was just a coincidence. Dodging that one strike does not mean he can escape my strongest combo. In an instant, his eyes scanned his opponent's moves. Then, Tunko unleashed a sweeping skill with his sword. Ilash. Atron Kayamufsu was pushed back by the strong wind. Seeing the opportunity, he executed a sudden strike. Tronkaviemamis quickly raised his sword to deflect his attack. Tunko used a counterattack to throw his opponent off balance as their swords clashed. In midair, Atronkamex surprisingly maintained his balance. For a moment, he seemed to witness something unexpected. Antonko below suddenly faded as he used a shadow substitution technique. No one noticed he had leaped to a higher position than him. I will attack from above. Startled, Tramiyememis hesitated slightly. Then, all actions in the air were obscured by a blast. Cheers erupted everywhere. He truly is a master, delivering a flawless combo with devastating damage. Soon after, Tuniko landed safely on the stage. No one could escape his speed. Just as he was about to speak, his face was met with a kick. Atriumummis, surprisingly unscathed, directly kicked 10 famous seniors of the academy. Headmaster Techsiram was completely astonished, while Oningan was extremely excited. He did not misjudge this kid. On the battlefield, Atronkiam MC had met conditions to activate his passive skill. In an instant, everyone saw him move at lightning speed. Trokiam must blended into the air, preparing for a lethal strike. Finally, all that remained was the sound of Tunko's body hitting the ground. Atronkiam MC did not look at him. He just checked his sword. Your maximum speed is even slower than my agility. But the opponent was already in so much pain that he could not retaliate. Public opinion is shifting. Did it end before I even got a chance to look? Tonanko, after all, was a top-tier genius, taken down in less than 30 seconds. At that moment, Atronkim MC remembered. Did she still want to fight? He stood on the high platform, looking down at La Tintin like a small creature. The arrogance on her face had completely vanished. Finally, La Tintin timidly replied, I truly am not worthy to face you in a fair fight. The cheers from the stands echoed up to Trunagam Metz. Big guy. I just wronged you earlier. From now on, you are my god. A person who has transitioned to a new path always prioritizes strength. Someone as strong as you deserves to be the #1 genius. Suddenly, La Tintin's heart was filled with a pink hue. She did not expect it to be this strong. Why do I feel so strange? And yet, I want to have some kind of relationship with him. From a professional standpoint, Lo Yin Dan was amazed. His reaction speed was incredibly fast, executing skills perfectly, far beyond what I could do before. Perhaps he could become the legendary 5-turn divine being. This is true genius. A good seed like this must be kept within our Jiang city. Then he solemnly announced, on behalf of the academy, I declare that student Tron Kim MC has outstanding achievements. The school has decided to award him 1 million blue star coins along with the special title of Qiangqiao student. The crowd seemed to hear an explosion in their heads, while the trio of supervisors stood momentarily stunned by the new title of Qiangqiao student. In contrast, Trahunhum Musi remained quite calm, their expressions showing that they found this title impressive. Unsure if it could be exchanged for money, Zhongli then explained, our Jiang city has not had a Qiangqiao student in over 20 years. The only one we had is now a level 4 transcender. Normally, a transcender's whole life only reaches level 3. And there are only a few like Teacher I Lu who are level 3 in the entire city. So this title for Trine Kim MC implies that, at the very least, he will be a level 4 transcender in the future. With a student of such caliber, I must recruit him to the rocket class. If I can become the supervisor for the future level 4, I could achieve great success. So she began to sweetly call out to him. Classmate Tron, would you be interested in being the class leader of the rocket class? I can be your personal tutor before every exam. The young men over there could not help but feel jealous. She titched Shi&M as my goddess. Having her as a personal tutor would be worth any price to me. Unexpectedly, Tron Kivamufsi decisively pulled his hand away from her. You can't teach me, not just you. None of the teachers in this academy can teach me. You all are solo players. Right. Before clarifying the next developments, let us take a look at his attributes. The most notable is his SSS level transformation with a combat power of 9,972. And he also possesses level 18 teleportation shoes that can double his speed for 5 seconds. Back to the story. Tich CM angrily shouted. You are only level 14. On what basis do you say I can't teach you? But Lodring Ningen interrupted her. No one has the qualifications to teach him. After transformation, we will abandon our initial skills. He has no experience with combos or solo techniques. Looking around the country, you won't find anyone who can teach him. Tronka Mex's future defaults to facing everything alone. Classmate Tron, the path of a solo player has many challenges. I hope you do not regret it later. He was firm in his choice. If I have chosen, of course, I want to regret it, especially with the support of a passive system. He then immediately announced. Then I will approve your self-study. I hope you can shine in the national exam a month from now. It is a nationally organized exam to find the best. And everyone will receive rewards based on their rankings. However, like the other male and female students, they were still too shocked, as no one ever had the privilege of self-study before. Tremhium MC is truly exceptional. Later, he politely spoke up. I have one more question. Teacher, when can we claim the cash prize of 1 million? The matter ended there. But the press was buzzing about him. Truong Lo was busy with reporters, asking which university Cheng Climac planned to attend. May ask why you chose to go solo. But no matter what they asked, he replied that he was not in school. Meanwhile, at the Tiankai Management Association, Cheng Climac was standing by the door, commenting on the fairly complete login process. The advanced machinery confirmed that Cheng Climac from Ixia country, level 14, was playing solo. Then, a mechanical voice began narrating. 100 years ago, a monstrous beast appeared and descended upon Lam Tine. After slaughtering humanity, they retreated on their own. The screen quickly displayed short clips of the monsters. The story continued. To combat the great disaster, humanity discovered the Tiankai world left behind by the beasts and sought ways to enter and exit. This opened the era of training, with all citizens entering the Qingkai continent, which gradually became a battlefield for various professions from different nations. Special warning messages appeared prominently, stating that only those with powerful innate abilities could hold a position here. And Cheng Climac could not help but sigh. Compared to the dream area in school, the Tiankai continent had so much more to offer. Most importantly, he needed to reach level 20 quickly to pass the general exam. A few minutes later, the Shattered Archipelago opened up, reserved for players between levels 13 to 18. The surrounding layout and architecture felt familiar. Just like in his past life, it truly evoked nostalgia. He remembered clearly that upon entering the main continent, everyone sought ways to hunt monsters to level up, but since he already had memories from his past, he naturally had to start with a special hidden mission. After moving for a while, he stopped in a secluded spot. Then, Cheng Climac entered a desolate, dilapidated village to search for clues. He was overjoyed to find a piece of white paper among the wreckage. The paper contained a request to prove the existence of a dangerous shadow for fishers. The system chimed in. You have accepted a hidden mission. The shadow has disappeared. It was a special task with a difficulty level of 3.5 stars, requiring the defeat of a mysterious monster. Cheng Climac was immensely pleased as he tightly grasped the piece of paper. This location was one that no one else could find. This mission not only offered a lot of experience but also promised a very useful divine weapon at the end. On the beach, many players were dealing with mutated sea turtles. Other players were fiercely battling small monsters on the shore. They utilized everything from swords to spells to maximize their experience gain. In the meantime, someone attacked with a lava fireball. That strike dealt damage to players who could not defend in time. One guy, furious, shouted that there were rules against fighting. Not only did you steal the monster, but you also hurt others. Ding Huang shamelessly retorted. I only attack the monsters. Spells of no eyes. All the monsters in the sea belong to us. Get lost already. He was furious and took action. This is a public space, not just for your demon academy. Just then, a sharp swipe cut across his face. Li Hong bluntly challenged him. If you are not convinced, come here. I guarantee I won't kill any more monsters. The friend beside him advised. We can't take it back. Do not waste any more time. The students of the Demon Spirit Academy are not people we can mess with, he retorted angrily. But they come every day to steal the monsters, leaving us stuck at level 3. Meanwhile, Tri Duanai shouted. Senior, there is a player fighting a monster. They looked down on him. Another blind fool, trying to play solo. He suddenly charged in. Today I will teach you a lesson. You won't even touch a single monster. The old tactic. I will lure the monster. And you two use Blizzard to take them all out, leaving none for that guy. Over here, Atron Kim MC realized they wanted to use area damage to claim all the monsters. Right, but in Thin Gang, there is a ownership setup. Only the first person to deal a certain amount of damage to the monster gains ownership. If another player kills the monster under ownership, they won't receive any rewards. This method might not be for ordinary players. But unfortunately for you, you ran into me. Then, his entire body was enveloped by a skill. The Flash Gathering. Trondheim KMMC calculated that he just needed to deal 3 times the damage they did, and the ownership would shift to him. He also had to keep the target unchanged, lower its health, and claim the monster, because if I change targets, I will be wiped out immediately. As a melee class, I can't withstand the projectiles of flying monsters. It requires skill control from a mage. While he was acting, the other players began to discuss. There was a solo player rushing into the monster group. Does he want to steal the monster from the mage? Lee Hone heard this and scoffed in disgust. Show off. Does he really think the damage from a solo player can claim ownership? He might as well use area attacks to kill people. Just then, the runes in the sky began to swirl. This was the blizzard skill accompanied by freezing. At that moment, a red warning appeared. In the world of Thin Kai, if a player dies, they lose a level, and if they die too many times, they can't respawn. Lee Hone and his group felt very satisfied. Don't blame us. This is the consequence of daring to oppose the Demon Spirit Academy. Those weaker could only whisper. Indeed, relying on player damage not only fails to claim ownership, but also puts themselves at risk. Then, Lee Hone's group panicked, realizing something. Blizzard could not kill him. The players were also shocked. How did he survive? That combo was strong enough to instantly wipe out players of the same level. Over here, Lee Hone urged his teammates to use Blizzard again quickly, to kill the monsters first. Inside the formation, he decided to switch to another ultimate technique. Earlier, the attack speed had activated the triple slash, now using freezing to slow down the blizzard, plus a machine gun to increase damage output. The chance of the machine gun's passive activation is 25%, and just a second later, the surrounding conditions also help trigger the machine gun skill. Inside the hazy smoke, Trondheim MC frantically attacked the monster turtles. The team that was bullied earlier looked quite pleased. All the monsters had been taken. Was the damage really that high? The cooldown time for the gun is 8 seconds, but he was using it continuously. The impression of this solo player is really different. Lee Hone's side was also shocked. Their ownership had been stolen by the solo player. In the next second, their blizzard skill was also completed. Trondheim FC felt the timing was just right. Their blizzard skill quickly unleashed a cold wave onto the monster turtles, aiding Trondheim MC as he jumped off the battlefield. The turtle monsters were flipped onto their backs, so he did not forget to express his gratitude. Oh, remember this help. Lee Hone was left fuming, not expecting to have all his monsters stolen. I am going to make you pay. Those other players were thrilled with the revenge. These 3 guys were caught off guard, daring to act recklessly in the rising continent. They really stepped into it. Seeing Lee Hone wanting to charge in, Triduan had to hold onto his sleeve. Class leader, do not get agitated. His damage is even higher than the 3 of us combined. After hearing this, he shamefully turned away. I remember your name. Atrium Ummis. But unexpectedly, Trini Me spoke in a deep voice. Did I say you could leave? The 3 of them froze in their tracks. Lee Hong stammered. You have already stolen our monsters, and we have given way. What more do you want? Trondheim MC domineeringly waved his hand. I will give you 1 minute to return everything you just took, or go back and level up again. Atun Daikwan from their side charged out. You are bullying us too much. So what if your damage is high? Even if it is a life or death situation today, do not expect to take anything from me. Then his wooden staff began to emit an energy ball. Those familiar with this technique immediately recognized that the newly learned fireball technique had this ability. Although Trondheim MC was extraordinary, he would not surpass this attack. Tunheim Daikwan was still putting all his strength into maintaining the fireball. The status bar was more than half full, so they were very worried for him. Why has not the boss made a move yet? Once he finishes reading the incantation, it will be a big problem. He thought the guy was scared, feeling quite pleased, thinking he could not move because he was scared. I thought you were good. Turns out you are just an empty barrel making a lot of noise. Then he aimed the staff straight ahead. The further the flame shot, the more fiercely it burned. At that moment, Trondheim Mux quickly switched his weapon to boxing gloves, then used the fighter's skill to cover himself. He leaned to one side to match the stance of the powerful punch. Just like that, his punch pierced through the fireball and slammed into him. Before he could land, Trondheim Mi shifted behind Tun Dai Quan. A flying kick from him was enough to keep his body suspended for a few seconds. Trondheim Misai did not hold back at all with this strike. In the end, Tun Dai Quan plunged deep into the ground like a comet. The other players were terrified. Is my vision going blurry? If I am not mistaken, did the solo player just use 3 skills in an instant? Can a level 14 skill do that? Team Chenkimak has arrived at Ding Hong. I take back what I just said. Now, I want not only the materials in your hands, but all the celestial coins on you. Just 20 seconds left. Your terrifying momentum has had an effect. I will hand everything over to you. Triutayatni respectfully offered the small bag, and kneeling on the ground like a lowly slave. Behind them, Tundai Quan was still daring to curse and insult me. You and I are not done yet. Ding Hong shouted at him, "You idiot. Are you still complaining about feeling embarrassed?" Then, he directly took the bag from his teammate, and Cheng K-mak was treated with all respect. "Student Cheng, we were reckless. Please accept these items for now." Inside, he was already feeling elated. 120 taels. Thanks to these fools for saving him hours. And he decided to let them off. Watching this scene, the other players were in awe. Is this really a solo player? And he managed to take down a student from Malin University. Then, they started to argue again. "Master, team up with us." Another yelled. "Team up with what? The master is gathering materials. Get out of the way." At that moment, Cheng Ki-mak secretly thought. Just like in his previous life in this continent, strength is the most important. But it is nice that no one is bothering him on his mission. The system board was updating, needing 400 turtle tails and a high-quality purple fishing rod. Cheng Ki-mak decided to add 239 more tails. It looks like he has to stay up all night. These turtle monsters probably have no idea what awaits them. By the second day, another turtle shell flew up. On the ground lay all the defeated monsters. Cheng Ki-mak tiredly sat down, sighing. That is 400. No wonder it is a hidden quest. I am about to level up. Now Cheng Ki-mak has reached level 15. But he needed just 1,000 more experience to level up again. Moreover, he felt quite satisfied after allocating 6 points into agility. His agility stat was now 1,000, with a combat power of 10,000. Perhaps most new students find it hard to achieve this. If everything is ready, then it is time to complete the hidden quest and get the beginner's divine weapon at Malin University. There was growing suspicion. Do we really need to go to such lengths to deal with a solo player? Ding Hong angrily rebutted. That guy may be a first-year male student like us, but he is incredibly mysterious. We must not let our guard down. How far have you all gotten with the task? When he asked, no one knew that Cheng Ki-mak was actually just a high school student. Over here, Tri Yen-I excitedly reported. I found him. Cheng Ki-mak definitely won T-escape. Tan Dai-Quan added. I have contacted the top 30 first-year students. They are all willing to help. Ding Hong could not help but praise. So now we just need one last person. Zhou Yen-I anxiously asked. Are you talking about the top student of the province? He smugly confirmed. Yep. People say he not only possesses an S-level talent for magic, but also rose to level 21 in just 1 year, becoming the strongest new student. Tan Dai-Quan hesitantly asked him. But he heard that he is very arrogant. Did you really manage to invite him? Ding Hong answered without hesitation. Who does not like money in this world? If he is not interested, it just means he needs more money. They had just stepped out the door when they encountered something extraordinary. A column of fire that inexplicably exploded. And only Ding Hong could withstand its force. He then politely remarked, the most talented student of the Magic Academy really lives up to the title, creating such a powerful fireball. A figure was standing at the top of the institute. Hearing him, Gu Feiqian was slightly surprised. The martial arts hall had been abandoned for months. He wondered what the richest young master of the Ding family was doing here. Ding Hong immediately acted friendly. If you know me, I will be straightforward. I want to invite you to join the operation. Before he could even finish his sentence, a rejection cut him off, showing no interest. Seeing him about to leave, Ding Hong quickly said, please hear me out. I won't waste your time. Aren't you about to level up? I will give you all the materials for your class change. Gu Feiqian once again turned him down. Not needed. Seeing this, he hurriedly chased after him. Don't go. Actually, this time I want you to help teach someone a lesson. Zhou Yen-I also shouted. He bullied us way too much yesterday. Seeing him stop, Ding Hong quickly seized the moment. That person was just a level 14 student, but quite powerful. The three of us together were defeated. No matter what was said, Gu Feiqian quietly continued on. Finally, Ding Hong pointed out a special detail. That name was just a solo player. His loud shout seemed to have been effective. Then, he turned around. A solo player. Interesting. He thought all the classmates were useless. And finally met someone who intrigued him. The new setting for this story is at the Chu Fishing Gear store. Cheng Qianmo entered and immediately asked, Owner, bring out all the best stuff in the shop for me. He recalled that gathering the tails was just the first step. The next step was to prepare the fishing rod. Thankfully, with the 100 gold coins from those three fools, he did not have to exchange 1 million blue coins for regular money. Old Chu then saw him. All the items in my shop are listed on the price board. If you see something you like, I will get it for you. He looked down on him, thinking he was just a rich fool who did not understand that the most important fishing gear had to match. Chen Quanmo looked at the price board and said to him, everything you sell is not of very high quality. I can only pick up a few items. Then I will take the exquisite bamboo fishing rod and some top-grade earthworms. Old Chu jumped up from his chair after hearing this, having already picked out a matching pair from the store. And he noticed that the tone of the boy seemed to suggest he had experience with higher quality fishing gear. Could he be a master in the fishing community? But even if you start fishing from your mother's womb, you can't gain such rich knowledge. As soon as he met me, he cheerfully introduced himself. I see you have some expertise. Could it be that your family specializes in fishing? Atran Mepsi quickly made an excuse about his personal interests. In fact, he had already guessed his intentions. It seems the boss misunderstood. In my previous life, this equipment was the best for beginners. Almost everyone had it. Old Chu straightforwardly proposed to him.
Good.
I feel a connection with you. The item you want. I will give it to you for just 10 gold coins. He had a clear scheme. This guy was not ordinary. If there is a chance to build a relationship, why not take it, he added, in the future. If you catch something good, you can sell it to me. I promise you won't lose out. The deal was done, and he moved on to another place. Atran Mumsi was not like other beginners. He did not catch low-level fish. Gazing out at the distant sea, he thought he already had the turtle tail and fishing gear. Just one last item was missing. I remember in my previous life, on the opposite island, a rare boss would spawn every 72 hours. Although it was not far from the newbie village, no one could defeat that boss. So few people went there. All I wanted was the loot dropped by that boss. Items that could be permanently equipped. A crucial piece to ensure the success of the shadow mission. A splash and the sound of something falling startled the other players. Why was someone jumping into the sea? You have to know that on the Changkwai continent. Normally you can only stay underwater for 2 minutes. Exceeding that will drain your health. And after 10 seconds you will fall asleep. Plus, underwater you have to face wild beasts. And the penalty for dying here is very harsh. So no one goes into the water. Thinking about that, everyone shivered. This guy is incredible. It is much more complicated underwater than on land. I have never seen a newbie swim down to the sea all by themselves. Doesn't he fear encountering unknown monsters? In a bush nearby, 2 masked young men were discussing. They said going into the sea was very dangerous. Should they follow? The other one quickly replied. If you want to invest, you have to take risks. The amount promised by Trigu and I is enough to live well for a few years. Plus, I have heard that there have not been any dangerous monsters lately. Let us find a secluded spot and dive in. A few hours later, somewhere on the shattered archipelago, the leader whispered to his companions. This island is very small. Even circling it takes about 10 minutes. Tridu and I actually gave us so much money. We should not underestimate that person's power. The companion obediently agreed.
Yep.
Big bro, we will hide behind this coral. As long as he wants to come back, he definitely won't escape my sight. Near a cliff on the island, a strange symbol suddenly appeared, and the underground water created a strange, murky air. Atran was not scared and moved closer. This was the place. Then, he kicked hard at a nearby water vein. A full, black mass suddenly jumped up, thick slime splattering everywhere. Atran lightly summoned his weapon. It seemed his luck was not bad. After a while, it coalesced into a gigantic monster. The system is also showing its information. Contaminated radioactive dust. Level 18 creature. Triam Ki M Mox approached to this staff and greeted. Long time no see. Flames shot from the tip of the staff and hit it. As the heat touched, part of the slime began to dissolve. Then, the slimy mass on its body shook, and the contaminated radioactive dust flung out countless blobs of green slime. They immediately flew away with the force. Seeing a hole blasted open, Atran was quite intrigued. The corrosive mud was already using its ultimate move right off the bat. His brain began to recall that when attacked by corrosive dust, speed would drop by 30%, and it would also cause 50 damage reduction. With his current attack power, just one hit would take more than half of his output. This is not something I can withstand. As he got closer, he crouched down and switched to a longsword. His lightning slash struck swiftly, cutting deeply into the monster's arm. Conditions were met, so the system activated the passive of lightning slash. With each cut that landed, the blood of the contaminated radioactive dust decreased. After a while, Trimhemmc extended his sword. Its muddy face gradually distorted like melting sludge. Then, a large amount of green gas was released, all the toxins greedily escaping from beneath its feet. Trimhemmc understood this technique very well. The radioactive cloud would continuously cause blood loss if contaminated. Although this boss excelled at AO skills, it could attack at close range. Conversely, it would move very slowly. This was also a critical weakness. The system quickly updated as he moved, activated the passive of the water breath gun. Bullets stretched like lasers and ignited its surface. While it was still dazed, a rock wall appeared above its head. Then, the rumbling of the rock pressed down heavily on the radioactive dust. Tran landed perfectly not far away. From where the contaminated radioactive dust had been, an item was rising, and the system displayed information about the water breath staff. A perfect quality item that allowed the user to breathe comfortably underwater. Atran was very satisfied as he tested it. The effect identical to his previous life. Now that everything was ready, it was time to go after that disappearing shadow. Next would be a fierce battle. After all, it was the strongest boss in the beginner village. Everything I do is to enhance the success of this mission. Just as he was contemplating, he keenly noticed a sound. But Tran merely smiled slightly. I have been aware of those two sneaking around since yesterday. If you have such patience, Then keep waiting. He no longer cared about them and jumped into the sea with a splash. The system activated his underwater breathing skill, triggering the effect of the water breath staff. At this moment, the two stalkers panicked. I can't take it anymore. I have been underwater for 4 hours. The older guy gritted his teeth in response. Impossible. Over there is the vast sea. If he wants to return to land, he has to go through us. Then, the younger guy suggested, let us go check it out. Could it be that there are monsters up there? And he got taken down. In the end, the island was only echoing their curses. And why was there still no heartbeat around? Feeling helpless, the commander called, Miss, that guy Tron Kivam Sa has mysteriously escaped. The underling trembled and said, did we offend some god? This plan is a total failure. Back to where he was, now a fishing spot in the ruined archipelago. Tron Kivam has carried his gear while muttering to himself, everything is ready. The next plan depends on catching fish to activate the next mission. I remember that the spot where the shadow fish disappeared is probably here. Oh no, someone's already taken the place. Glancing over, the system displayed no information. An invisible fear rose within Tron Kaim Siege. Why can I see his attributes? Unless there is a huge gap. A lower level should not be able to see a higher one. Before he could do anything, the man called out, are you here to fish? Come here. I will give you my spot, young man. Being cautious is good, but right now, it would be easy as pie for me to kill you. If you want to fish, just sit down. Though worried, a Tron Kivam approached, deciding to fish for a while and wait for him to leave before proceeding with his mission. He then ignored the other and cast his line. Old 10 began assessing him, showing no fear while right in front of him. It seems this kid has some guts. Just 2 minutes later, joy came to Tron Kivam. The power system switched to fishing mode. Congratulations. You have caught a 4 kilograms herbivorous fish. Joy surged through Trivakamam as he murmured, not bad luck at all. He felt proud of himself. In his previous life, his fishing skills were always top-notch. Next, Emma joined in for some fishing together. Another minute passed, and the system cheerfully announced, congratulations. You have caught a 4.75 kg pink fish. Old Tan looked at the plump fish in awe, but it did not stop there. Another announcement came. Congratulations. You have caught a 4.1 kg herbivorous fish. At this point, he was losing his patience. I sat here for ages and did not catch anything. How is he doing it? More shocking. The system relentlessly displayed notifications. From pinkfish to Pyra. He caught them all. After a while, Old 10 had to strike up a conversation with him. I have roamed the fishing world for many years, but have encountered a talent like you here. Can you share some tips with me? Tron Kimmux quickly suppressed his sarcastic thoughts. His level is not even on par with a beginner, and he dares to call himself experienced. On the surface, he was very respectful to him. You flatter me, Senior. I would like to humbly suggest some bait coordination tips. After a brief explanation, the man burst into laughter. You are truly a rare talent at your age, having so much fishing experience. I am impressed. But from my observation, you are not just great at fishing. It seems he has decided to test and explore your abilities. His suggestive gaze made Tron Kai Metsi shiver. Next, Old 10's pupils turned red, and he reached out to grab him. After that, he directly exposed why he wanted to take the solo player's path. Sensing danger, Tron Hemfsa stepped back and summoned his machine. Next, Brother I Tung Hong stood up, slinging his gun over his shoulder. A Tron Hemfsa did not forget to ask back, why can't I take the solo player's path? Surprisingly, Old Tien suggested possessing such talent. Even if he chose solo, it would be fine. One day, he would reach the pinnacle. Would he be willing to take me as a master? Maintaining his stance, a Tron Hemfsa seriously declined him. Thank you for your kind offer, Senior, but I want to continue on my own. Old 10 did not push him. If that is the case, I won't force you. If you suddenly change your mind, I will always welcome you. Keep this ring. If you need anything, contact me or come to the Management Association to find me. Tron Mems looked at the gold ring on his hand, feeling heavy-hearted. What error is it to still give tokens? The scene shifts to the group chat surrounding Tranquillium MCer. After reporting his position, the followers were quickly redirected to gather at the Tian High Management Association. Then, Akeem Troyan returned to the Management Association of Malin University. The sound of chatter echoed from both sides of the hallway. Why is there a group of top students from the university today? Leading the way is the young Master Vine Hone. But the best one is Tikazen Fuithen at the end of the line. As Lin Hone walked amidst admiration, he grew even more arrogant. Today is the day Trimamumsi dies. He did not forget to remind. I will need your help later. But he has his own plans. Let them go first. If that guy is really skilled, I will give him a good fight. Then the group began to enter the spatial gate nearby. Tiu Trang made a call. Just now, Lin Hone entered the Teen Kai Kai continent with 20 people. Is anything going to happen? On the other end, Ing Trung Lai hurriedly ordered him to follow quickly. If something happens, report to me immediately. After hanging up, Exhaustion was all over his face. He could only sigh. That little brat from the Lion family causes trouble every day. Please let nothing happen today. Meanwhile, Tron Ki Mumsi was fishing when the system notified him that there were 39 tails remaining. Immediately, Tron Makes felt a bit discouraged. Catching 400 tails of dark shadows was the largest count he had recorded in his previous life. Would someone as lucky as him become unlucky this time? Suddenly, Lin Hon appeared beside him. Atri Mummies. I bet you won't catch anything today, he responded casually. Isn't this just a group of weaklings? If they can't fight, why call for help? I did not expect Manhwa University to have such a unique learning style. Among the crowd, Stu Thin observed him quietly. He was an interesting solo player. Li Hon was now starting to get louder, good at talking back. You think you can easily escape today? I will take you back to level 1. Just when things were tense, luck smiled upon him. As an unidentified object bit the bait, Trimhemmc exclaimed joyfully. Finally, it is, beneath the water. A gigantic figure was causing chaos in the wide sea. The dark shadow emitting 2 red beams that sent down the spines of the Manhwa University crowd. They could not move at all from fear. What kind of monster is this? Could it be the hidden boss? Then, the entire appearance of the hidden boss was revealed. The system confirmed the information. Prince Naga. Level 22 leader of the Naga tribe, P6000. After reading the stats, Ko-Fi Thien was stunned. Even he found it hard to face alone. Could it be related to that solo player? Meanwhile, Ton Daikwan had an idea. This was a rare boss. Today, we have a lot of people. If we kill it, we will get the treasure. Jinking Mak responded, saying that if it drops the treasure, that is true. But you all have to stay alive to get it. Then, the bait tails were completely cleared for them. The sea was being whipped into waves by its tail. The crowd knew that Prince Naga was charging towards them. The boss's fierce growl echoed every time it knocked someone down. Ko-Fi Thien remained calm and cast ice binding technique. Then, its sharp teeth got stuck. He reinforced the ice and ordered, attack now. Then, its EP began to drop. Ding Hong seized the moment to send a message. Only you can hold the boss. That bastard dared to ambush us. I will take some people to kill him and come back to help you. The students rushed past Prince Naga towards him. Chen Ki Mak could not help but sneer. 3 magic swordsmen are here to block me. And 3 mages backing them up. This guy has some brains. But all strategies will be useless. Summon spear. Then, he swung his arm, creating a skill to sweep away the enemies. After that, Chen Ki Mak chose to switch weapons to a throwing knife. The basic skill of the assassin shuriken. His 3 throwing knives accurately took down the 3 mages in the backline. Not stopping there, he switched weapons to the crescent moon sword. Now the enemy sees him as formidable. How can he switch weapons so quickly? Even a solo player can be that smooth. I have also encountered solo players, and they switch half as much as Chen Ki Mak. Meanwhile, the roar of Prince Naga echoed. Hated humans. The system also notified the players. The boss, due to low health, entered a frenzy phase. As his spear pointed, countless torrents of water surged. He directly cursed them, sinking them into endless bindings. The columns of waves shattered the land and tossed people around at the boss's command. Then, Prince Naga submerged the space. Ding Hong's side was submerged in deep water. Chen Ki Mak fell too but felt very excited. They finally entered Phase 2. Underwater is my playground. The system then displayed the next message. Prince Naga entered Phase 2. Invincible. Unable to move. Remaining time 30 seconds. Even underwater, they all tried to communicate. What do we do now? The terrain is not suitable for mages. Everyone has to surface to breathe every 2 minutes. Should we just leave it to let the hidden boss handle him? He could not help but feel furious inside. It was not easy to gather so many people, and to run into a perverted boss like this. Is the universe trying to help Trimhemmc? Unexpectedly, his chance had come. You all, I need to meet that solo guy. So Lin Hon signaled once again. If we are uncomfortable, he is. If we ignore attacking the boss to focus on Trimhemmc, as long as he dies, I will double the rewards for everyone. Wealth always drives them to risk everything. Then the swordsmen and mages formed their ranks again. The frontline swordsmen began swimming up, as ordered by Zin Hon. Trimhemmc looked at them with disdain. Standing in my home and still wanting to kill me. Next, the mages behind started casting spells towards him. However, he managed to dodge all the attacks while swimming. With 30 seconds left, he could not linger with them. Otherwise, he would get trapped too. Then he began leading their attacks deeper. Li Hon ground his teeth in hatred. Was he seeking death? He could only hold his breath for 2 minutes and dared to swim this deep. Meanwhile, a system notification popped up. The prince's oxygen supply had been depleted. He could not move anymore. He belatedly realized that the scariest thing was not Tron Ki Mns, but that before he could think it through, the whirlpool at the ocean floor began to ensnare his companions. In an instant, screams and choking filled the air. Everyone was panicking. Relaying messages. I can't control my body anymore. If I am pulled down to the ocean floor, I can't swim back up. Someone save me. I do not want to die. Over by the hidden boss. A sudden fiery attack caused him to lose nearly 300 health. However, this left Tu Fuithin stunned. How could his full power attack not even deal half the damage? Seeing this, Li Hon informed his companions that fire attacks would be weakened underwater. And they quickly grew desperate. We can't counter him. Let us get out of here. Then Hon suggested that Tronkogai Mumsi must die in the water. They needed to retreat first. He nodded in agreement. The group of students started to swim upstream with all their might, but Prince Neptjiuch continued to chase fiercely. You angered me and still want to run away. Suddenly, a blinding light enveloped them. From his mouth, a freezing stream began to expand. Some students had already been frozen solid. Li Hon trembled violently as he realized the danger approaching him. Finally, the system announced, "Your oxygen is running out. Countdown to death in 10 seconds. He could only curse. When I respond, I will tear you to pieces. Atria mummies. In those final seconds, his vision was remarkably clear. Finally, the ice giant let out a scream. How are you still alive? Even as he fell deeper, Li Hon continued to curse him. You won't die peacefully. This time, it was Viginin Faptijia Kaiki who noticed the commotion. Atron Kim Memso also directly communicated with him, saying, "This is our stage now." He took the initiative to attack, unleashing a torrent of icy energy. Atron Kim Memso also summoned his martial arts skills, activating a protective force to withstand the attack. The boss twisted its monstrous body to adjust the angle of its breath attack. Tron Kim Memsi's golden energy was ready to protect its master. Then he checked his equipment again. The next step was to close the distance to the boss. Tron Kim Memsi chose to wear the expedition boots to double his speed. He could not help but admire that the previous reward was just in time for use. The equipment effect allowed him to swim as fast as a water rocket. While moving, he remembered that even at level 15, wearing the boots felt like being at level 17. Added to the attribute effects of the spell controller, I was enough to reach level 25. Vingdi Neptijak had devastating enhanced damage. And just as he thought this, he plunged his sword into the middle of the boss's head. Atron Kim Memsi then pulled out his sword, enraging the boss even more. Damn humans. I will destroy you. Seeing his sword shatter, Atron Kim Memsi switched to the Gling Lin submachine gun underwater. But the gun's firepower was also incredibly powerful. Combined with its passive skills, each bullet inflicted pain on the boss. In an instant, Vingti Neptijayak's health was nearly depleted. Atron Kim Memsi seized this rare opportunity. He only had 100 health left. It is time to finish this. But suddenly, the boss opened his mouth wide like a black hole. Don't you dream of getting anything from me? I will take you down with me. In front of that black hole mouth, he remained calm. Let us see if you can survive long enough to face me. As the boss became distracted, a shuriken embedded itself under his eyelid, causing blood to burst forth like fireworks. Upon completing the mission, the system immediately flashed a notification. Congratulations on completing the hidden mission. The shadow has vanished. You gained 97,588 experience and reached level 17. Seeing the shimmering gold chest floating over, Atron Kim Memsi cheered with delight. It was finally in his grasp. He then returned to land. Opening the chest became Trim Promemis's top priority. Inside, the system reported it was a level execution accessory. This item is called the Hushi Triu Taint, which can emit shockwaves that stun the target for 4 seconds. But this system notes that items do not require a level to equip, but rather a value assessing the quality of the gear. For equipment without level notes, there are no restrictions on wearing it, and a wild thought suddenly arises in his mind. With this, I have another trump card to eliminate enemies. This skill can bypass level restrictions, monsters, and much more. This means that when facing masters, I won't be defeated, and I can even confront those 10 levels higher. The scene shifts to the city education office in Jianqing, where a heated argument is taking place. I do not agree with letting Trang Kai Mumisi pass directly this year, Lothin asked angrily. He broke the record by reaching level 14. If not, then who? The old man argued. I admit he is a genius, but he has not transitioned his career. He chose the path of a solo player. We only have one direct admission slot. How can we give it to someone with no future like him? Ving Thin Fong. I disagree. Lothian slammed the table and shouted. Who does not know you have a grudge against Jiao Els? Must you take personal revenge here? Meanwhile, a third person in the room clapped and sinisterly spoke up, saying it was actually very simple. They had decided to give the direct admission slot to Leo Mungus before discussing the results. This student not only reached level 12 during the assessment, but also awakened a violence-level spellcasting talent, with the profession of a spellcaster. Such coordination is considered the best for a first career transition. But after Tromba Kiamumsi appeared, everyone became tense. It would be best to let them fight it out. Whoever wins gets the direct admission. But they had no idea that Tron Kaimarzi was anything but ordinary. He had a combat power of over 23,000. Next, he acquired 2 permanent items and 1 accessory. Returning to the fishing gear shop, the shop owner stepped out. A trine. You have been waiting a long time. Just now. My worker tallied the fish you caught, totaling 637 kilograms. Could you be the legendary fishing master? How about this? I will increase the purchase price by 30%. You can count the money. Mus was a bit surprised. He ended up selling for 48 gold coins. This continent is truly a treasure. Just then, the TV was broadcasting a news report. Good morning. We are currently live from Jiangqing Academy. Seeing Trimemesi's interest. La Chu explained. Recently, it has always been on the front page. It is said that Jiangqing Academy and Fengho are organizing a match to compete for a direct admission slot. Trimemesi felt it was strange and complained. Why did not anyone inform me about such an important event? No wonder I did not receive any notifications. It is because the results of the previous assessment made me block all calls to avoid disturbances. Let us see what exactly is going on then. The broadcaster seriously guided this time, consisting of 2 parts. A group match for 10 points and a saloon battle for 20 points. The team with the higher total score wins. A group battle of 5 decides the outcome in one go in the Lun Chine. Each side sends out 20 players, taking turns until one side runs out. Now, let us give a warm round of applause to welcome the contestants. The camera shifts to the Jiangthen Academy. On the right are fighters and mages, with 3 others as battle mages, priests, and berserkers, all at level 10. On the Fengho side, there are swordsmen and knights, a spellcaster in the middle, assassins below, and finally a brawler. Cheers erupt from above. Sizzlocks. Everyone. Watch out for Lu Zioi from the opposing team. He is at level 12 now. Another voice pipes up. Even if he is strong, he can't compare to our Trankiamasu. Speaking of which, where is he? Ving Thin Feng quickly joins in. Is he too scared to come out? Lungindan replies succinctly. He will definitely show up. Luyo Mechid on the ground looks quite arrogant. Where's that so-called genius? You think a bunch of nobodies like you can take me on? La Tin Tin see this but can only hold back. Where's Tron Guillaume SS? This is about you. How can you just stand by? Lazioen just starts giving orders, explaining that the mages behind should protect the priests and not let them get ambushed. Their team lacks healing, so the first one to get attacked will definitely be our priest. La Tin Tin also instructs. In a bit, I will provide fire support. The fighters and berserkers should attack Lo Zioen next. Do not let him cast spells. Then, Lo Thin adjusts the microphone and announces, as the supervisor of the tournament, I declare the match begins. La Tin Tin immediately shouts. Her fighters and berserkers rush forward. In that moment, the 2 opponents cast a spell and block with a sword. Murmurs from the audience arise, noting that Sizzlux, relying purely on her talent to control the firepower, has suppressed the enemy, giving the fighter a chance to strike Lhio now. Just as discussed, the fighter throws a punch right behind him. But unexpectedly, he gets knocked up by the knight support. That was thanks to the shield guards maneuvering to protect his teammate. Next, Techcatch on his side directly uses stealth. La Tuntine is reporting to her teammates about the formation when she suddenly gets warned about an attack from behind. Before they can react, the assassin stabs her in the back. His action is so swift that there is no time to dodge. Despite the pain, La Tine manages to turn around. She quickly kicks to send the assassin flying. However, she herself is confused. Why is I the target at that moment? Leo next suddenly appears. You have misunderstood. In your formation, the battle mage is the key point. La Tine's hardcore fans are furious. Does not that spell take 5 seconds? If he can chant that fast, what can others even do? Conversely, Ving Thin Feng nonchalantly speaks up. Let me explain. Your classmate Lei Down Gok awakened a level's innate talent that can reduce spell casting time by 30%. In the arena, lightning cannon fired directly from the staff like a comet. Its target was clearly to take down La Tin Tin. Immediately, her teammates rushed in, chanting a shield spell, and the system explained that it created a magical barrier, helping teammates to teleport a short distance. But soon, the purple light of the magic was chasing after her. La Tin Tin heard her opponent taunting. Don't run. My lightning bullet can lock onto you. Next, she felt the light in front of her constricting her, every cell in her body going numb. And then La Tin Tin found herself unable to move, lying on the ground. Titchcam immediately felt a pang in her heart, rushing over to stop it. Don't hit her anymore. If she does not get treated, the girl will die. We concede. Lai Daongok laughed heartily. The commander has fallen, and Cheng Qi Mok still has not shown up. Today, Changjiang City will be trampled under our feet. Following that, the announcement appeared. The final group match ended in defeat due to La Tin Tin's fall. Next, the score of the endless battle of Jiang Chengbi of Fenghu 18. The students felt very anxious. We have already lost 18 rounds. If we lose 2 more, it is a total defeat. It is all because Lei Daongok is too strong, winning 8 matches in a row before leaving the arena. Seems Cheng Qi Mok's presence would not change anything. In the observation area, Wang Xianfeng scoffed. La Lu, if you had surrendered earlier, you could have saved some face. Lying in Zhen replied in a deep voice. No rush. Wang Shanfeng took the chance to mock. I never thought you would have to concede one day. Let us just keep enjoying the performance of Feng Hua. Meanwhile, Zhang Loi was very anxious. Why could not he reach Cheng Qiamak? Is the school in danger? And he does not want to show up. Down below, Wang Deloi aggressively threw another female student off the stage. She was weak and being knocked away. But suddenly someone wrapped their arms around her waist on the Jiangcheng Academy side. Everyone was stunned. Did they recognize that classmate? Then, Cheng Qiamak coldly spoke. Leave the next part to me. The noise from the audience resumed. It is Senior Cheng Qiamak. He finally returned. We still have hope. In contrast, Wang Deloi still had no idea that he was the solo player praised to the skies. Today I will stomp you underfoot. Then he heard his opponent roar aggressively. The guy gripped his large knife and rushed towards him. Cheng Qiamak, however, exuded dominance, directly summoning his weapon. The expression on the guy's face quickly froze. A series of bullets were now grazing his abdomen. And then his muscular body crashed to the ground. Cheng Qiamak coldly asked, Who's next? A young man watching the fight looked very confused. Is it over? Even though he was 4 levels above his opponent, he went down in one hit. Everyone, look at the information on Tram.com.s. A brief system board appeared. Solo player at level 17. Everyone immediately began to murmur. Has it really increased this fast in just 3 days? Has it really increased this fast in just 3 days? It seems there really is hope for a comeback. The entire arena then erupted in cheers. Senior Trenka MC is amazing. Ving Heng Thin Feng was so excited that he shouted. What? How can you level up so fast just by playing solo? LOLs. Is everything really according to your plan? He smiled deeply as if to provoke. But his thoughts were different. I did receive notice that he would return in time, but I did not expect him to reach level 17. Lo Thin beside him had to praise him. He knows how to be patient. Holding the trump card while leisurely watching his opponent get eliminated, as the audience chanted his name. Someone jumped onto the stage. Chulis EK was trembling inside. It is not fair. Why did my teammates face easy opponents while I have to fight the monster Tron Kummm? He coldly ordered. Hurry up. Then Chu Luffy K decided. Now he could only hope for some tricks. He immediately used stealth. Thanks to that, his figure became blurry in the eyes of others. In response, Trim Misi used the warrior's skill. Eagle Strike. The backlash from that made him fall back, forcing him to reveal himself. A spectator commented, amazed that he could use an AO skill to catch someone in stealth. Why did not our teacher teach us this? I need to ask for guidance more often from now on. Chutrong Lai also felt this was quite right. It is why the academy nurtured him wholeheartedly, to create an idol that could inspire others. Just then, a male student rushed over to report. Is something wrong? Lily Owenge asked lazily. What is going on? Can you see I am resting? He hurriedly delivered the news. Tron Kivam MC has shown up, and he caught up to the record of 8 consecutive wins in just a few minutes. Our students are really down now. After hearing this, he was taken aback. This can be true. Outside, everyone was joyfully discussing. This is the first time I have seen such an incredible feat of 1 against 15. Now, Feng Ho is under pressure. If Tron Kivam MC takes out the last person, he will turn the tables. On the battlefield, Lao Jiameth was both scared and angry. Why did it have to be him as the last one? That guy will soon step on him to win. Why does he have to bear this? At that moment, Lilio and Getch appeared. What is the point of bullying someone at level 10 when you are level 17? Are you brave enough to have a proper fight with me? Immediately, the referee shouted. The rules are set. Once you leave the field, you can't return. He ignored him and looked at him. I am only level 12. Are you scared? Do you dare to fight me in the final match? Atron Kim Messi could not help but evaluate. This is quite interesting. I noticed something off. Those guys from Feng Ho are not right. So I took this chance to test my thoughts. Then, Atron Kim Muxus spoke up. Alright then. Let the two of you fight me. His fellow students mocked. You guys are so pathetic. Senior. Be careful. Lilio and Deck's talent made Lin Tra Tin Tin suffer. At the same time, Lal Thin inquired. I think you will surely agree. Right. So Lone Nengen Dong called out for everyone to hear his approval. Immediately, Trongal Lai announced that both sides had agreed. So the final match would be Olgi Imadites and Leo Wang against Tren Khan Haim MMC. After the signal, he jumped onto the stage. Just attack directly, and I will handle the rest. Tradrangalai shouted from below. The final match begins. And Lotio Menchis is chanting something behind. Up top, Logiaimavi aggressively threw a punch. No matter how fast the punch was, Matron Kivamemsi had already switched weapons faster. Next, he used his gloves to punch Logiai Musset up into the air. That was the ultimate hook punch in his field. Not stopping there, Tron Kiviemix leapt up to chase the enemy's falling speed. He decisively delivered a powerful dragon punch. Kim Long immediately followed his hand through the enemy's body. Lojai Mufsi crashed down to the arena floor like a massive stone. The performance was met with cheers, taking down the opponent instantly. True to his name, only Tron Kiam Masai could maximize the advantage of a solo player. Meanwhile, Luyo Nyeche had completed the casting step of his lightning spell. Tron Kiam Mufsi noticed it in just a second. Indeed, something was off. Yet the enemy thought he was intimidated too late to react now. Next, Luyo Menki shot the spell, and the lightning bolt flew towards him. Tron Kiam Mufsi was deep in thought. He recalled that the chant took 5 seconds. Plus his talent would make it at least 3.5 seconds. But it had only been 3 seconds so far, so he was 0.5 seconds faster. Then a thick cloud of black smoke appeared in front of him. Tron Kiam Mufsi concealed himself in it and said, "Even if you awakened your talent, you still can reduce the chant time to 3 seconds. You can fool others, but not me. If that were the case, you must have violated the acceptance of the second tier of the baptismal secret realm. Am I wrong?" Tron Kiam Mufsi made him feel very flustered, targeting his technique without any issues. Then he shouted, "You spit blood at me." At that moment, an audience member who did not understand the conversation got an explanation. The so-called baptismal secret realm is a special tier from the Academy's secret realm. Just like the fierce attack mode of our Academy, it is divided into 2 modes. Levels 1 to 10 can transition and awaken after passing. Levels 10 to 20 can receive blessings and achieve special tiers. Based on that group's level, they clearly can't pass the average difficulty. So they must have sought help from a master. This behavior is strictly prohibited by the academies. A wave of criticism quickly arose. I wondered why they were so strong. Turns out it was cheating. I propose the Fengua Academy restore fairness to the Jiangxing Academy and investigate Fengua Academy. Lothian asked, "Did you notice anything earlier?" Long Nengen had to admit that without Tren KMMC's reminders, it would have been hard to detect. But thinking back, the chant speed was indeed suspicious. Should we head to the Management Association to check the data? Right. Old man. Ving Thinfong panicked and shouted, "If you can win, are you going to throw dirt at us?" Tron Kim Mex said all Leo Etic was problematic. If we did not notice, how could he? Some students agreed with him. And the seniors had seen nothing unusual. How could Trigon Kiem MC know? A student like him seemed off. Thinking back, his strength surpassed the 3rd year, which did not make sense. Tron Kim Miss could not help but feel irritated. Indeed, those who are guilty often accuse others first. Ving Thivian Fong gradually regained his confidence. A 3rd-year student reaching level 17 so quickly must not be clean either. Unexpectedly, Chatriam Hombo calmly replied, "Because I am too familiar with the level 1 transition skills. Such a big problem. I realized it immediately. Even though he is far away, he is still shouting nonsense. How can a kid who has not graduated boast like that? He really does not know how high the sky is or how deep the earth is. Doubts have been cast upon him. They think that even if he is skilled, he only knows a few common professions. There are too many professions in the world to remember them all." He uses public opinion to throw in more words. "If you say that, I will test you. If you are wrong, do not blame me for being harsh. Let us see what specific thoughts Lam Quine the Saint has." Everyone was confused after hearing this. They all knew he was one of the top 3 elite masters. Hard to grasp without training. He was also sure of one thing. That brat is just boosting. If I had not met someone skilled when I was young, I would not have anything to say about you. But then his warm voice rang out. That was the basic skill of Lam Quine the Saint, capable of burying opponents into the ground. The enemy within the range stiffened for about 0.8 seconds, increasing his own movement speed by 20%, attack speed by 10%, and jump power by half, lasting for 10 seconds. The smug face of V Thine Feng immediately froze. Even he knows this. Everyone gradually felt excited, just by looking at the expression of the teacher. It is clear he answered correctly. His talent is indeed enviable. Then, Lilio and Gif growled, "He just got lucky. You just said you understand the characteristics of the curse wizard profession. Right. So what hidden traits does the basic skill of the curse wizard have? Can you say?" The audience immediately rebutted him, saying that asking for hidden traits made it difficult for others. How can outsiders know about such issues in the profession? Still calm, Atron Quim Mosi replied, "Isn't the trait that after learning, you can add magic to your curse? Curses are divided into metal, water, wood, fire, and earth, each with significant natural properties. And different curses can enhance different effects. Your lightning bullet is so strong because it merges with the metal curse. And even after becoming a 2nd-level curse spirit, it can absorb the life force. What is so difficult about it?" Lizzie Owen just slowly stepped back. "No way. I do not believe it." In the end, he fell off the stage himself. In the observation area, Lothin also said, "The talent is not bad, but he chose the dark path. Today's farce can come to an end." "What does Viding Jiao think?" he replied gloomily. "I accept. I just hope the Feng Ho Academy can have a reduced sentence. It is all because I was blinded by hatred." Then, everyone heard the announcement. "On behalf of the Ministry of Education, I annul the results of Feng Ho Academy. Strict measures will be taken after investigation. In this friendly match between the two schools, Jingthun emerged victorious. Atronka Mumsa blended into the lights and cheers. We are the champions now. Trimheum MC is the champion. Then, Loveningandan also moved to his side. Jingthun Academy announced a scholarship to be awarded to Trian Keviem MRC. Then it was his turn to speak to him. Besides this, I want to know, what hidden realms do the top 10 universities of Kuf currently hold? After that, he was invited to the principal's office. The more he searched, the more discouraged he felt. Why are the high-level dungeons I want not available in the schools? Wait a minute. What school is this? Shendo University. Then Trom Givim aside looked up and asked, Shendo University has quite a number of secret realms. Right. Why is not it in the top 10 schools? Lothian responded with some emotion. It is a long story. 50 years ago, Shendo had many secret realms, and the students' talents were very strong, ranking first in the country. But over time, many other schools developed secret realms with higher difficulty. Their students got to experience and become stronger. However, the secret realms at Shendo University are harder compared to other schools. Their students find it very difficult to surpass them, and over time, many give up, causing their strength to decline. Trindram Kiem Mumsi thought to himself that the dungeons this school possesses are exactly what he needs. Even if they face difficulties, it does not matter. Finally, he decided. Then let us return this scholarship to the school. I want to take the graduation exam and choose the school I like. The guy reminded him. Think carefully. There is only one opportunity. If you miss it, you will regret it. On the other hand, Long Yin Dan spoke up. You must have your reasons. The school respects your decision. And of course, they want to let you suffer. If you have any requests, just say it. Then Trunka MC immediately asked, can the school provide these materials? The old man agreed. But when he saw the entire list, Lonungan Dan looked like he was crushed. Are you ordering from me? The scene shifted to Tu Trodong recounting. We downloaded data from the area near the beginner's beach. It might contain information about Trondheim MMC. Ing Trung Lai scrolled through his device, curious about which university produced such a talent. Jiangqing Academy. A third-year student. How is that possible? And his power rating exceeds 12,000 points. And Tu Trungan could not help but exclaim. No wonder he defeated a level 22 boss at level 15. He is truly a prodigy. Yun Trung Lai was even more intrigued, thinking this child would definitely reach great heights in the future. With the current circumstances, such a seedling must not be wasted. He then continued to read, noting that an unidentified power had once appeared here. Could it be a supreme expert? Why is there a connection between the Great Elder and Tron Kiem MS? Just then, Tatuatong received a phone call. The Malin Academy is at the door. As soon as he opened the living room, a group of people was already waiting, and several women began to clamor. Commissioner Ing, you finally arrived. Today we need you to seek justice for us. Our child was once at the top, but now has dropped 4 ranks for no clear reason. That villain Tramakia Mumsi has been too ruthless. Please give us his information. Then, Trung Hung Sen also appeared. Having not been seen for a long time, I believe you all heard the requests. This is the voice of the people. Please hand over Trung Kaim As's information to us. Inku Trung Lai firmly replied to the old man. I think we need to discuss this further. As far as I know, Trung Kim Musa has done nothing wrong. The cause of this is that your school started first. I cannot provide someone else's personal information to you. Immediately, Trung Hung Sen asserted his authority. He gritted his teeth and asked, what if Malign University is determined to pursue this? He had made up his mind. The potential of Trimasamamasi was immense, possibly the hope of Arhif Quaf. He could not let the kid fall into their hands. Finally, in the room filled with the smell of gunpowder, he suddenly burst out laughing, knowing that the stubborn kid had his back covered. Before you arrived, I borrowed the name of my line university to consult the general department. I guess it is almost time to receive their directive. Ing Trung Lai immediately felt his head heat up. This guy actually went to the general department to demand someone. Atrium Mummies. I can only help you this far. Now, you have to fend for yourself. Just a second later, a notice appeared that left the crowd in awe. No wonder he was the vice principal. Even the general department had to show respect. Now that he has taken action, this must succeed. But just a moment later, everyone looked at the red screen in confusion. How could this be rejected? He felt shocked too. Such a request was denied. And there must be support behind this guy. In Trung Lai quickly speculated. Could it be related to the information about that powerful figure? Could this expert be a bigwig within our management association? That brat has quite the background. It was a waste of my effort to help him like this. Those parents were also starting to waver. I respect the decision from above. This is also my kid's fault. I am leaving now. Then it was Trung Hung Sun's turn to speak. It really is a misunderstanding today. I am just being loyal to my job. I have a small token of appreciation. Please send my regards to classmate Trim Nakumum Ses. Finally, he quickly withdrew before any more trouble arose. What Trung Hung Sun left behind was a golden card and a black card. He picked it up, feeling somewhat ironic. So generous. The black card from the Tian Kai auction house even came with a set of supreme armor. That brat. Your starting point has already surpassed 90% of the population. You absolutely must not disappoint those who value you. The scene shifted back to Principal Jiang Then's office. Logan Ninganden began to speak. The amount of information you want, even if we mobilize all resources, we can only gather 1 per 3. Lo Thin also had to remind him, you are asking for too much. To gather a complete list, we need all the academies in the city to work together. Atron Guimus unconsciously repeated his words. All academies. Director Eltram. Thanks for the reminder. I just remembered something important. I will head out first. He hesitated to ask, wait a minute. Why do I feel like you suddenly have a dangerous idea? On the contrary. Long En Dan casually said. Go ahead. As long as it does not involve lives. Our academy will arrange it for you. But can you tell me why you need so many materials? He did not hide it and revealed. I am preparing to forge a weapon that transcends the times. The scene shifted to Feng Ho's classroom, which felt very stifling. The announcement from the Ministry of Education just arrived. Let me read it. The ministry has decided that within 3 years, the academy will have its resources reduced and all honors assessments cancelled. Students caught cheating will be expelled and barred from taking university entrance exams for 5 years. Any teachers directly involved will be fired and never hired again. As for Vong Thien Fong, he has been compelled by the discipline committee to undergo an investigation. The others immediately fell into despair. They believe the Feng Ho Academy has been severely damaged. And moreover, they received news that students are continuously transferring out. Kang Duong coldly spoke up. Prepare for tough times ahead. Without 7 stars, our academy will struggle to return to normal. Just then, someone broke through the door. This is bad. Trinky Mac has come to the door. The other teachers immediately slammed their hands on the table. Are you talking about that name from the Jiang Cheng Academy? Haven't we suffered enough for him to come here? Then someone suggested. Let us go see him. I want to know why he is here. Outside. Whispers were hushed behind him. He is the solo monster who defeated our academy, and he is quite handsome too, strong and good-looking. I want to transfer to Jiang Cheng Academy. A few minutes later, Kang Duong led the group towards him. I am the principal here. You are Trine Ki Mac. Right, here to see the joke today. Trine Ki Mac replied directly. I am not that free. I am here to propose a battle for the secret realm. Everyone was taken aback. A student wants to propose something like that. Then someone explained for those who did not understand. That was to vie for ownership of the secret realm. For example, all secret realms managed by the school belong solely to the school. Outsiders who breach them without permission won't receive rewards unless they set new records to claim ownership. The teachers once again sternly shouted. A level 17 wants to compete for a secret realm. If you know what is good for you, get lost. Trine Ki Mac calmly replied. Not welcoming me. Are you afraid? Want to bet? Just then, someone rebutted. And Kang Duong stepped up. What do you want to bet? I will take it all. So Trine Ki Mac handed over a piece of paper. This contains 20 materials. If I acquire the secret realm, you must give me at least 5 materials. He could not help but have a few questions in mind. Materials that valuable. Could he be a talent in forging? But then he questioned. What if you fail? Trine Ki Mac smiled brightly and said. If I agree to any conditions. Kang Duong immediately accepted. I accept the bet. He then gestured. Please follow me. Soon after, they arrived at the entrance of the secret realm. The arena of Feng Ho is even larger than Jiang Cheng. Next, Kang Duong introduced. Our academy controls 4 secret realms. As long as you surpass any one of them and set a record within 3 attempts, you will win this bet. The first secret realm displayed is the Death Mines, with the fastest record being over 2 hours, followed by the Howling Caves, with the highest record nearly 3 hours. The third is the Shadow Fortress, with the fastest record just under 3:21. The final secret realm is called the Abyss of Darkness, and even the best take nearly 4 hours to get through. The other teachers mock that Tron Kaimem in C will choose the easiest realm, but they all think he won't be able to clear it anyway. But then, Atron Kim Mumsi directly chose the Abyss of Darkness, leaving them stunned. Why choose the hardest one? Kang Dung kindly spoke up. Don't say our academy is bullying you. The terrain of the Abyss of Darkness is incredibly complex. You still can set a record. Tranayim Embassy emphasized once more. I will choose this one. I am sure I can succeed. He also seriously ordered. All classrooms, turn on the screens. I will show Chok Him Mai's images. The other students praised him again. They thought he was using this to boost the academy's morale and diminish Trinyem Msis' reputation. Just a few minutes later, Atron Kim Mumsi was summoned into the Abyss of Darkness. The sky above was pitch black, but Tron Kim Mumsi walked fearlessly. However, he could not help but search through his memories. This was a maze-like underground lake, an uncommon dungeon, with mermaid monsters primarily. Nearby, a few level 16 elegant mermaids were communicating with each other. Upon seeing him, they immediately shrieked out loud. Atron Kim Mumsi directly summoned his weapon, and it appeared instantly. He then struck hard with his staff at a mermaid. In an instant, A series of attack messages appeared, overwhelming them. Over here. Tremium MC continuously swung his staff, his steps swift and decisive. Each swing only required a little strength. Yet that was enough to take down the small monsters. The other students were in shock. They were astonished because he made them scream in panic. Inside the secret realm, his path was cleared, but ahead was blocked by a pond. Tremium MC found it very familiar. This was the first challenge. Swimming in water would be difficult. Fortunately, now as a solo player, it should be easy to get through. Next, the system confirmed the common skill actions of all professions. The monsters below felt the surface of the lake ripple, followed by bubbles stirring in the water. Just like that, Tremium crossed by walking on the lake, landing smoothly. That performance was enough to make viewers suspicious. Who is this guy? He is using a common skill like it is lightness technique. I once struggled with those fish for half a day. In the meeting room, Kang Dung quickly asked, "How long has it been?" Teacher Luck Dung took 25 minutes. But the response was shocking. 12 minutes, immediately. The famous Principal ZMDRT showed a look of alarm and returned to the secret realm where he challenged. At this moment, a sleeping monster appeared before Tremium, but it woke up sharply at the sound he made. Its information appeared. Three-horned shrimp monster with EP 3000. Tremium looked down on it. This boss was weaker than radioactive dust. Basically not scary at all. After that, Tremium unleashed a burst of firepower, reducing its 8x632. The giant crab raised its pincers in anger to intimidate. Its behavior is quite unique. It only attacks when someone approaches or threatens it. The other teachers found this very amusing, thinking that if attacked, it would be the end. And they judged that his real combat experience was lacking, not observing or analyzing the situation properly. They even brought up past failures. Teacher Luxdong discovered the secret of this level after hundreds of battles. You have to swim across a river full of carnivorous fish to reach the shore. Although it takes time and effort, it is an effective method. If you kill the giant crab, its blood will drive the piranhas into a frenzy. He can hardly avoid them. They were happily laughing and joking. Let us witness the sight of it being torn apart. Back inside, the two crab pincers have been flailing everywhere. Tremium ran towards it fearlessly. He skillfully used a sliding technique to speed up his movement. Then came the familiar flying kick. This time, even while lying down, Tremium's kick had enough power. The giant crab was immediately knocked into the water. Before it could react, Tremium mugs to lunge towards it. Its sinister sound echoed out. Underwater is our territory. If I dive down, what can you use to fight me? Tremium replied without hesitation. We will see if you dare to dive. He pierced through it with one hand. A fresh blood from the lobster sprayed out, the delicious smell activating the frenzy of the fish. They would tear apart any target. He felt delighted. Great. If the piranhas are crazy, they won't pay attention to the boss. Immediately, the giant crab was being bitten and torn apart painfully, while its tail thrashed about. Tremium took action. He pulled out some meat and said, "Don't even think about getting to the shore." Seeing itself being torn apart, the giant crab felt even more hatred. "I must perish with you." It then thrashed around, trying to swim away. Tremium quickly switched his weapon to a harpoon gun. Below him, the giant crab had crashed into the rocks, each impact sending pieces flying. Tremium played with it comfortably. With your ick, you are still lacking. Finally, he continued on, leaving behind a pool of shattered lobster bits. The teachers outside were very surprised, and even the principal could not help but exclaim, watching the seemingly unbelievable moves. But in reality, it was the result of battlefield judgment, combined with flexible thinking. Could this really be a high school student? They only hoped the maze would consume his time. This kid's path seemed flawless. The other teachers were also skeptical. How could this be? Years ago, Teacher Luxding tried over 20 times to memorize the route. Another teacher spoke up. Seems his route is even better than that teacher's. Could it be he has been here before? Following that, they heard Kang Dunga's furious voice. Stop deceiving yourself and others. This secret realm has always been under my control. Is it really unclear whether it is his first time here or not? Is it that hard to admit you are inferior? It seems our school has been defeated by a high school student. In the classroom, the other students watched with great interest. They anxiously guessed that he could really break the record, and it would be hard to surpass later. Back inside, Tremium was gripping the door handle. This was the final challenge. If he remembered correctly, once he lit one charcoal pot, 4 level 18 black snakes would appear. After lighting all 4 pots and defeating the black snakes, the final boss would show up. With his current strength, lighting all 4 at once would not be a problem. Tremium then took hold of his staff. He told himself, just finish this quickly. With his magic, all 4 charcoal pots ignited simultaneously. The students of Feng Ho were horrified by his simultaneous action. They were determined that if he succeeded, they would transfer schools the next day. Leffy Dang then spoke up. This guy is too cocky. Another teacher thought differently. If he had an accident here, Our school would be saved. Only Kang Dung was deep in thought, wondering if this kid was a genius or a fool. In the secret realm, strange sounds from reptiles echoed. Over a dozen black snakes surrounded where he stood. Then, Trinan Kiam Mumsy demonstrated a skill that reduced the target's resistance to abnormal states and magical defense for half a minute. A second later, the black snakes crawled towards him in unison. His skills emitted pressure that slowed them down. After 16 of them plunged into the center of the formation, a Treem Hum Mef leisurely flew out. He casually tossed a few Molotov cocktails at them. As soon as he threw them, 2 bombs exploded. A teacher who was about to mock him was interrupted. This guy had a grand scheme. This skill could reduce resistance and magical defense. While the Molotovs could ignite, the teacher hesitated and pointed at the screen. Could it be that he wanted to? In the secret realm, Atron Kim Mupsi began muttering some ancient incantations. Instantly, the summoning stone created a boulder that crushed several snakes. Then, dust and smoke began to swirl wildly. In front of him, everything exploded violently. A perfect combination of 3 skills left the teachers amazed. It seemed that the solo player class was not entirely useless. Kang Dung had to admit it. Truly a genius, combining unique techniques with incredible combat ability. Our school could not complain about losing. The lights inside the hall had also ignited, followed by the Akomach heir appearing. Who dares to challenge me? Its information panel also appeared below. Family head level 20p 4800. And Treem Hum Musa boldly challenged it. Long time no see. Show me your strength. Akomach roared. I will make you pay. Then, it unleashed a corrosive skill. Poison surrounded it, but he still moved gracefully wherever it shot. Atron Kim Mepsi had a way to dodge it. After that, he destroyed its left head. Akando Mech had a regeneration mechanism to avoid activation, so he just needed to cut off the subordinate head first. Then, Atron Kim Mufsa switched to his dagger, initiating an attack from behind. When the weapon pierced into its jaw, the right side of its head was destroyed. But he did not stop and shot a hook at it. That was his goal, pulling the target closer while simultaneously releasing accumulated energy. The system continuously adapted to him, transforming into a sword weapon, activating the decisive skill of the 8-path soul sword slash, unleashing a crescent-shaped strike. Accumulation time, 1.5 seconds. During that time, the Akomachna curled up in pain. Its heads were severed one by one. Finally, the notification arrived. Successfully killed the boss Akomachdin. Congratulations to Tron Kaim MC for successfully setting the highest completion record at 1:56.32. Following that, the system also congratulated him on reaching level 18. Trihon Kiam Mikasa status window added a few pieces of equipment with a combat power of 13.28. After receiving the notification of acquiring primary material, he ordered it to be opened. Inside were 3 items: Fangs of the 9-headed serpent, Sea turtle shell, and void tentacle. Tron Kim MC was quite satisfied after looking at them. They were all things he needed. This time, he was getting closer to an extraordinary weapon. In the classroom, the students of the academy jumped up, cheering because his success set a record double that of teacher Leffy Dung, and it would be hard for anyone to break it in the next few decades. The teleportation door of the secret realm also displayed the word completed. The teachers were all very saddened by the loss of a secret realm. In contrast, Kang Dung felt emotional, as the achievement from years ago was unexpectedly broken. The years of ease have now come at a high price. Atron Mefso also quickly appeared. He did not forget to remind that the Dark Abyss had been taken by him. It was time for him to fulfill the promise. He replied seriously, assuring him that within a week, he would deliver everything. Trimiki Memi suddenly proposed. How about 3 more secret realms? Dare to bet again? The other teachers shouted in panic. Principal, we can't bet anymore. Otherwise, our academy will have nothing left, he angrily retorted. Do you think if you do not bet, he will stop? According to the rules, no one can refuse to challenge a secret realm. He then turned to him and said, of course we bet. If you can obtain the remaining 3 secret realms, those things will double. However, I still want to add one more condition. Feng Ho requested to merge with Jiang Thun. The news that day surprised the readers. Kang Dung was cunning. Now that Feng Ho had lost all secret realms, it was the perfect time to use the merger to ensure survival. Just then, someone opened the door. The guy trained at Kiam Mumsi has arrived at our school. Atron Sung Di remained indifferent. What is the fuss about such a small matter? He contemptuously turned away, based on his performance. I admit he has some skill. Setting a record at our school should not be a problem. Even though it is said that one cannot refuse a challenge. It also depends on whether he can step into the secret realm's main hall. Transitioning to the school gate of the Thin He Academy, Atron Kim Mumsi was surprised to see someone waiting. Trenhan Geshi bluntly asked, are you trainee MMS? I am Trengyach Kai, a level 22 Kai master, and I want to duel you. Atron Kim Mumsi glanced at him and exposed him. Do you really think you can stop me with this? From a distance, those familiar with the situation clearly knew that a teacher fighting a student was against the rules. The person next to him replied, that teacher claims to be level 22. As long as there is a difference in standards, that student is really in trouble. What has he done to deserve this punishment? In the classroom, Churtran Sung-di shouted. Everyone, watch closely to find his weakness. Churtran Ungagekshi on this side coldly remarked, don't blame me for being cruel. If you want to blame someone, blame him for undermining the academy's foundation. Meanwhile, Patrim Hum-mis had summoned his gloves. He had already set up several traps behind him. As the thunderbolt approached, he gently braced himself with his hand. When he was knocked away, he realized this was perfect defense, activated in no more than 0.1 seconds. A skill mastered only after his third transformation. Then, a Trunkim Mibsi directly jumped over him. Churtran Ungepsi received a powerful kick, his body racked with pain, causing him to spit blood on the spot. As he landed on a step, he collided with the same spot. Blood was streaming from the teacher's nose, and he was completely unconscious. Following that, another person appeared inside. The other students heard the sounds of fighting. They were surprised to see him easily defeat someone 4 levels above, but even more intrigued when someone approached. Taekwonalai descended the steps like a supermodel. The more Trunkivam inside looked, the more he felt disgusted. Are you all lining up to die just to stop me? Aren't you ashamed? He confidently declared. Don't think you are invincible. Today each of us will make you regret it. I do not believe you can still challenge the secret realm after fighting for more than 10 rounds. Trunkiam MV coldly ordered. Then let us finish this quickly. Just a second later, he saw him strangely activate the charm effect. The equipment effect could stun the soul for 4 seconds. And Taekwonalai was trembling all over but could not move anymore. At this moment, a Trunkim Mex summoned a machine gun. The sound of bullets rang out then faded as they hit his body. In the conference room, the atmosphere was filled with fear. Why is he just standing there? Has he been forced into a coma? Meanwhile, Tran Emis messaged them. Next person. Hurry up. Do not waste my time. After the message, the projection screen was severely damaged. The other teachers urged in unison. Hurry down. We have a whole group and we are scared of a kid. Outside, a Trangkam Musi was waiting for them, and he struck the most domineering pose he could as the group of teachers appeared. Their aura exploded. However, Trahim Hum Muff had a stronger presence. If you are here, line up. Then one person jumped up aggressively. I am a warrior at level 27. I will fight you. Following that was a rather large, oddly shaped sword, but as soon as his feet touched the ground, he felt completely powerless, ultimately lying flat like the colleague from earlier. A Chen Kamo coldly commanded, and then Tan Hongzhu and Huang Hulo, with levels over 30, stepped forward, along with the 38-level academy leader. In an instant, the challenge had stretched until dusk. Chen Kamo stood tall and imposing, aside from the fallen teachers. Only 3 people remained in front of him. Zheng Rongyu felt a wave of despair. There were no more teachers below level 38. According to the rules, they could not do anything more. But how could they accept letting him take the secret realm? The old man thought for a moment. Should he just kill this kid? What? I am completely locked down. This kid has a master protecting him from behind. If I force my hand today, it would surely lead to death. I can't stop anymore. If not, I might lose the principal's position. Zhang Songyu reluctantly changed his expression. The capabilities of his classmate had the teachers welcoming him enthusiastically. Classmate Chen Kamo, please come with me. Chen Kamo did not cause any more trouble and followed along. After a few days, the news outlets had reported widely. In summary, he had seized 60 secret realms from all 20 academies. All the academies had to merge with Jiang City. Immediately, a meeting was held. In recent days, everyone has felt the growth of our school. It all stemmed from Chen Kamo's performance over the past half-month. They likely all understood how he swept through the academies. Then, Liang Yan spoke up again. Today, I need to discuss an issue. The school intends to award the principal title to Chen Qiamo. Does anyone have any objections? As soon as he finished speaking, the room fell silent. Then, Zhang Lianzhen spoke again. If not, we will wait for Chen Qiamo's return to hold a commendation ceremony. However, no one dared to ask where Chen Kamo had gone. After causing such a stir, he did not show his face. The scene shifts to the Tainki continent, on the Atlantic coast, where a pile of seafood is being tossed into the air by sword energy. Chen Qiamo received another reward. You have reached level 20. The system upgrade raises you to level 3, and all passives are upgraded to level 3. The Gling Link machine gun now has a 30% chance of firing bullets. The passive sweep chance has increased to 15%. His Li Bi De Zhan has a 35% chance to turn into 7 sword attacks. Furthermore, Chen Kaimo's weapon switch time has been cut in half, and the critical hit rate for bursts has increased to 22%. Chen Kaimo was very pleased to read that the G-line machine gun's passive increased damage by 50%. The immortal time of Li Biarjan lasts 0.4 seconds, making subsequent actions much more feasible. After a comprehensive upgrade, the damage has significantly improved. The next positions for switching should be considered carefully. It is just the right time to gather enough materials to craft weapons. He quickly moved to the newbie village. Entering the forge, Chen Qiamo quietly asked. Can I learn to forge and craft equipment here? The opponent bluntly replied. Tuition is 50 gold coins. Processing fee is 100. If you do not have the money, get lost. Hearing this, he was taken aback. This was way too illegal. Normally it only costs 20 gold coins for training. He felt something strange. This old man did not seem greedy. Could it be that all the money was used to upgrade forging experience? Tifeng Vulung retorted angrily. It has always been that price. Think about it. Have you been diligent in saving money all these years? Atron Musi was just about to turn away. Well then, it is a pity I am poor. I do not even know when my great design will come to fruition. Tifeng Vinelin keenly noticed this drawing was not simple. As soon as he was called back, he felt quite pleased to have taken the bait. The old man anxiously asked, Where did this drawing come from? Show it to me. Tron Mc casually said, I can show it, but as for the fee. Immediately, Tifeng Vu Ling turned hostile. No need for fees. The textbooks are on the right side of the bookshelf. Go check them out yourself. As Tron Mc read a few lines, the system announced he had successfully learned the basic forging skill. His maximum forging quality was now excellent. Needing another 10,000 experience to level up, at that moment, Tifeng Ven and collapsed. The inventor of this drawing was truly a genius. He had been forging iron for over 30 years but still could not understand it. Trying Mc clearly understood that this was based on the digital masterpiece from his previous life, improved into a weapon that could flexibly change forms. Of course, not everyone could grasp it, but he proceeded to take it back. Then I will go ask another blacksmith. The old man hurriedly clasped his hands, pleading with him, even if I do not fully understand the principles inside. Please let me participate in the crafting process. I will provide the processing fees and raw materials for free. Atrem Mex felt a bit worried, but I only have some of the main materials prepared. If I will have to gather everything from scratch. How about this? I have 4 designs for the parts. You can forge them for free and let me see your skills. 2 hours later, Tina Hung Vuhlin brought the items over. I forged them with all my might, using a lot of my precious materials. As Trunka Muxi put on the wolf gloves, he saw the quality stats were perfect at level 25. Next, the perfect quality silver armor was tested. The Brotherhood helmet was even more refined, suitable for an assassin. Finally, a large assassin shield was made, suitable for Drit. Trine Ki Mumsy heard the system announce the successful wearing of 4 pieces of equipment, and he secretly thought he truly was not mistaken. The old man's skills were extraordinary, and the excellent designs were forged flawlessly. Thanks to that, Atron Mex's stats for strength, agility, spirit, and physique all increased. Moreover, Tremi then noticed an extra stat, an increase of 3,000 battle power. Perhaps no student had ever had battle power exceeding 16,000 points. Then the old man hurriedly asked, prompting him to praise. The quality is good. It passes. I have gathered all the materials you need. The old man excitedly asked, Can I help you forge weapons today? Just then, a young man named Hong Then walked in, noticing the silence around him and asked, Did the old man go out? Though arrogant, he is truly a master craftsman. Many would gladly pay him to forge equipment. I had to leverage my family connections several times just to get a reluctant compromise. Hearing a noise from behind the door, he guessed someone was discussing forging techniques. As he entered, the old man was scolded again by him, not even knowing about mold forging or free forging. Then, Tramiam Mies continued his lecture. When the molten metal is poured in, the limit for vinos must exceed 250,000. He muttered to himself, What is vinos anyway? Hong Thin was stunned after just a glance. A young man dared to reprimand an elder like that. Then he tried to speak up. Little Hong is here. The lecture had to be interrupted. Atron Mux looked over and seemed very excited. That gaze sent shivers down his spine. I remember the last time an old man who liked me had the same look. In fact, Tertron Mosu was feeling very emotional, not expecting to meet a comrade from a past life here. Hong Thin is a top-tier spirit sword master. Level 98. He is very calm and skilled at adjusting the combat situation. Known worldwide. In the past life, he and I were close enough to hang out in real life. Then, Tifeng Vine Hling spoke coldly. Are you the one who wants me to forge a weapon? Today is different. Immediately, Atron Kim MC interrupted. Before that, I just wanted to check your forging skills. I have not inspected the weapon you forged, so let us use yours as the topic. He immediately felt a sense of injustice, not expecting to be used himself one day. The young man's skills surpassed that of a master. He had no way out, could not miss the chance to learn. So he agreed to help him, and the elder, Tifeng Vinlal Ing, vented his frustrations into a few hammer strikes. In the following 2 hours, Hong Thiven received a sword. Indeed, he was an old master, even forging an elite level 24 weapon, the Cruel Island. He replied angrily. Of course. There are not many who can surpass me in this entire lower kingdom. Then, the boy swung the sword around like a child, dealing over 100 damage per second, with a speed of only 2.1. However, this person was helping me like this. clearly valuing my looks. I need to be cautious in the future. At this moment, Trim Key MMC announced that the test was through weapon forging. Happily responding, "Just leave it to me." They kept the forge bright until 2 am that night. The light was actually from the first stage of the Eldu Kwang Karing. Tifeng Vina La looked at the finished product, moved as he had never seen a weapon that shone brightly, while it was still in its initial phase. The umbrella was even covered by a scorching heat. It possessed quite impressive stats. Special quality: never corroding, and could switch between 4 weapon forms. The umbrella finally dimmed its light intensity. Trimiyamov was secretly impressed. The damage was 25% higher than in the past life. Perhaps no one thought a student could have a base damage of 150. Then, he tried to command, switching to a machine gun. The fan handle disappeared, revealing the gun barrel. Tifeng Vina could not hold back and exclaimed, "Is this what we helped create? It is truly a masterpiece." Hong Thin was also very pleased. "Is this the legendary weapon?" Traniniam Mies continued to experiment, transforming the shape of the spear. As he lowered his wrist, it became a long handle, the spearhead thin and exquisitely crafted. The system then appeared, completing the connection of the soul with the weapon. When he dies, the weapon will not drop. The weapon is inactive, so its attributes are halved. To activate it, it must be soaked in the fresh blood of a boss above level 25. This scene transition is in the secret realm of the Swamp Blade. Among the crowd, a few players began to circle around looking for teammates. A Trimhum mech stood in a corner, smirking. With just 10 minutes left before the appointment ends, he was still like in his previous life, preparing before the battle, just setting up the last 2 teleportation positions. First, he transformed a void sphere of the elemental mage. The system immediately provided basic information. Shooting at enemies would create a black sphere, dealing continuous damage. The casting time is 3 seconds, with high attack and piercing power, but a slow flight speed. Just a second later, another notification came in, congratulating him on a successful transformation. When used, there is a 15% chance to fire a black sphere. Tron Kim FC tested it by firing a small sphere to observe. There was indeed a significant enhancement. Using magic to activate passives, its cooldown time can allow for 2 to 3 passives to be triggered. Next, he wanted to see if the system would allow him to use status skills. This item is the Dark Attribute Illusion. After 30 seconds of hitting the enemy, it can create an illusion, which can increase his physical crit, creating up to 7 illusions. Following that was a notification confirming the successful transformation. Hitting the enemy can create an illusion lasting for 2 minutes. It increases physical crit and boosts magical damage to enemies by 10%, creating up to 9 illusions. In fact, he had calculated very carefully. He chose it because it has the potential to greatly increase damage and can coordinate with the Void Sphere. But unexpectedly, after transforming into a passive, the duration was cancelled, and there was no need to activate a specific skill. If in the future he turns all illusions into passives, would attacking with the spear create all 5 illusions? That is amazing. Just then, Trindrim Kivamem Mus noticed someone mocking him for being a low-level player and choosing to go solo. They were not afraid he would hear and spoke even louder. In the meantime, someone shouted, "Hong Thin is here." Cheers immediately surrounded Hong Thin. He is in the top 10 at the Lamfeng Academy, and at such a young age. He is already level 28. Is he here to set a new record today? Amidst the chatter about him, he quietly walked by. When he reached Trinkium Mess, Hong Thin spoke. "Big shot." He politely reminded him to call old MC next time. Thus, the crowd had a chance to discuss. They wondered about his background upon hearing Hong Thin refer to him as Big Shot. Then, information about the Swamp Blade appeared. Located in the thorny forest area to the northwest, these secret realms need to be accessed from the outskirts, and the difficulty is higher than usual. Next to the Swamp Blade is a high blade area. Legend has it that this formation is linked to an ancient demigod named Nikoam. It was an immortal wild boar. Vines surrounded him in the battle between the gods, with Nikamem on the side of righteousness. The battle between it and the Lord of the Disaster Realm, Nefitia, spanned the entire continent of Thingkai. Although ultimately defeated, its blood nourished the thorny forest, fostering creatures and minerals. A group of wild boars from then on gained intelligence and became followers of Nikem. They hoped that one day Nikem would be reborn, so future generations continued to remain, creating a secret realm. After a while, both had set foot inside. Hong Thin reminded, "Deep in the fork, there are small bosses on both sides of the road. Follow me closely and remember to stay safe." Unexpectedly, Tranina M. Mex suggested we compete, each choosing a path to see who can defeat the boss and return here first. You hesitated to ask him. A level 20 solo player wanting to race against a level 28 sword spirit. Aren't you afraid of getting hurt by monsters? To that question, he simply challenged. Are you too scared to fight? Hong Thin rubbed his forehead and replied, "If you die later, do not come crying to me." He then decided that since there were more monsters on the left, he would go left, but before Hong Thin could speak, he was left behind. He could only shout. "Why are you blocking my way? I can't tell if you are brave or just clueless," he said. In the forest, a chilling breeze blew through. Hong then stood before a group of wild boars. Yet he felt quite confident. 4 at once was manageable, that said. A single strike from the Thung Long Kite sent them flying. His momentum was completely different from his words. Next, Hong Thivin grabbed them, slashing in mid-air. His beautiful cuts formed a star shape. The more he fought monsters, the more fierce he became. He could not help but wonder. In less than 10 minutes, I have covered part of the path already. Can he really catch up, or is it that he can't even keep his life intact? But Hong Then did not know that he had already covered nearly 2/3 of the journey, and the path ahead was jam-packed with monsters, which seemed to line up to ambush him. Tron Kim MC's eyes gleamed with fierce killing intent. He cheerfully declared, "Let you taste my new weapon." After that, he switched to a machine gun. The Giat-line automatic machine gun had an enhanced performance. Hitting every shot, the wild boars seemed to be unable to escape their fate. The massacre took place in an instant. Tron Kim Musi now resumed his normal demeanor. Before him lay a series of wild boar corpses. Thanks to that, he confirmed that he had fired over 50 bullets, dealing about 170 damage. The crafting was worth it as this damage was nearly cheat level. On this side, Hong Then was also decapitating a Lelo Ku with his sword skills. Its heavy body could do nothing but stand still and take the hit. Losing its head, its whole body fell down. Everything made Hong Then feel quite relaxed. 27 minutes, setting a new record. Switching to the brutal scythe, his strength had increased significantly. I guess at this time, Lu MC is still fighting monsters. Maybe he has already returned to the motherland. After that, you went back to the meeting point. But seeing him was the most surprising thing for you. Why did you come back? From the shadows, a slight smirk appeared on his lips. Hong then understood and comforted. It is, if you can't fight at your current level, running away is no shame. Just sit there. I will handle the rest of the path. After walking a bit, Hong then found it strange. Why is there not a single monster around? What is going on? Why are the bodies of the wild boar piled on top of each other? This is the 7th pile of corpses I have encountered. How could old Mesa handle so many high-level monsters at once? This does not make sense. Is this solo player even stronger than me? Shouldn't there be level 27 wild boars here? If they died, where are the bodies? At that moment, a Tron KMFC caught up with you. Look up instinctively. Hong then followed the vines that were tightly gripping something. Seeing that the opponent had understood, he asked, "Are you ready to surrender?" You immediately felt terrified. Did Oldham really kill a level 27 wild boar alone? Then you replied, "I give up. You are too strong. Please tell me how you did it." Atron Kwimosi replied, "Actually, it is not difficult. Just timing your skills right." After a moment, he asked again, "Do you get the key point now?" You sincerely responded, "I understand." At this moment, he was quite excited. The plan to nurture the #1 sword sect officially began. Then, the boars that had stopped encountered them. One of them took the chance to sneak up behind Hong then, but in an instant, it lost its ability to fight. The sudden noise startled Hong then, and he turned around. In the distance, Atron Messi had just lowered his gun. He did not forget to remind you that your attack just now was 0.2 seconds too slow, and then more monsters came to attack. Even without a break, your strike was still quite powerful. Now Hong then had changed. Seeing old MC in person made him realize he was inferior. And what shocked him more was that old MC knew all his fighting habits. While he was lost in thought, a shadow suddenly charged at him. He barely sensed an intense pressure. Hong Thithian knew one thing. The delay after his skill was not over yet. Next, a kick of sand sent him flying. In the meantime, Kantrim Hum Mes had created a shield. He looked at you with sarcasm. "Is this the potential of a sword soul? Are you trying to make me laugh to death?" You retorted angrily. "Your request was too extravagant. Earlier you taught me so many things just so I could kill the Lord of the Fourth Tower and his little brother without a scratch. That is too perverse." On the contrary, he coldly asked, "Do you know why even the basic attack of the Fourth Tower can be avoided? As a warrior class, he often subconsciously ignored minor damage, blindly chasing the target for a quick attack. This disrupted the rhythm of the attack. The real timing of an attack lies in accuracy, not speed. Often starting late can be just as effective as acting early. If you understand that, you will be able to apply what I taught you." A serious lesson truly moved Hong then. He then mumbled the key points he just heard. Seeing this, and Trim Hong must lowered his voice. He is somewhat clever. Just like the Hong then I know. He then asked directly, "Do you want to become the #1 soul sword of the Thin Kai continent? With my training, you can definitely achieve that title." Everything seemed to create an opportunity for Hodong then. He immediately grabbed his hand. "I believe in you. I can definitely become the #1 sword soul of the Thin Kai continent. How could I accept defeat over something so trivial?" On this side, the wild boar boss had been waiting for a long time. He swung his axe at Hong Thin's sword. Seeing the enemy crouch, Hong Then quickly noticed an opening. The little monster was in a waiting state before attacking. If I change positions now, their attack will change as well. I need to wait until that time is up. Only when the enemy is in the attacking state can I dodge their blow. Hong then held back for 0.2 seconds. Then, he gently rotated his body. The wild boars missed their strike and hit the ground. Hong Then knew at that moment that the golden light from the sword's blade quickly swept across the enemy. Hong Then had completely mastered time. And he was thrilled to realize that this was the thrill of doing something dangerous. Could action that required thought be this exhilarating? From a distance, Atranka Muxi watched him with emotion. The strongest sword soul was finally awakening. Moments later, all the monsters were defeated. You are amazing. With your teaching skills, you could at least be the head of the first year at Lam then. Atranka Muxi was only concerned about their matters. If you can grasp half of the skills today, it won't be in vain for me. Next is today's final lesson. Kanarjia had been waiting for them early on. He briefly explained that this was the Grand Wizard of the Wild Boars, who has 4 skills. The Pure Spirit technique grants immortality for 2 seconds. And the Recovery technique is the second skill. The third is the Color of Magical Power. The final content of today's session is to try to break his non-damaging skills. Leave all the damage to me. You focus on breaking them. The fight won't last long, so do not feel pressured. Next, Kanjia was torched by fire magic. Before he could stabilize, Triangiamexa summoned his spear to confront him. The wild boar growled as if warning its enemy. In contrast, he boldly declared, "Today, I will draw your blood to sharpen my weapon." His memories of the enemy were very clear. He had extremely strong recovery abilities, so I could not just attack from a distance. Then, Kanajia was continuously stabbed in the belly by him. Atranka MC jabbed while jumping, and at the same time, the wounds helped activate the illusion technique, which made him quite proud. The spear form is indeed the most optimal right now, not only for small punishing attacks but also for stacking shadow attributes. The beast roared, "You pathetic humans. I represent the will of destruction upon you." Then, the recovery spell status activated, and sensing the unstable situation, he signaled that old royal guy to take his turn. A dazzling golden blade flew towards him. Tranka Mefsa saw his teammate move swiftly before his eyes, and the system announced a successful block of the recovery spell, causing him to clasp his hands tighter. The beast began chanting the recovery spell for 1,500 YP. He shouted angrily, "How can you still read it?" He whispered a reminder, focusing, not to miss the opportunity. Then, Tron Kim Meb Sik Sung Fong executed his previous move again, his spear continuously digging into the beast's flesh. Hong then understood and started to act quickly. Seeing him wanting to stop the recovery spell, he also stepped back. Then, Hong then delivered a decisive strike. The status board reappeared, and the recovery spell was successfully blocked. However, once again the beast stubbornly chanted the spell, making him furious. Sure enough, he was reading it again, but his own decisive strike had not reset yet, so all he could do was use that move. Next, Hong then slashed 2 diagonal cuts in front of the beast. His move ended in a perfect kneeling posture. The system recorded a successful block, and information about the care slash appeared. A fast cutting skill that combined with a spinning skill, sending the small monster flying and the larger one stiffening for half a second. Atranka Mexa saw this and praised him. Finally he was on the right track. Next, I will perform a blood sacrifice spell. The magical seals of Hein Ven began to extend. The magic overflowed, causing continuous damage to the system. Finally, the dust stirred up to the height of a person's head. The beast roared in anger. I still have to wait for my master to descend. However, a Trunghum mist did not stop the magic. A dark orb quietly flew out from behind the beast. When it exploded, the beast was knocked down. 1071 critical hits caused 80% shadow damage, increasing the critical hit rate by 12%. Hong Thin was excited after seeing it. A single hit over 1000 damage. So impressive. Because of your rise, solo players will increase more and more. Tranka Muxi looked gently at his opponent, just like in his previous life. After he performed his moves, the old royal praised him enthusiastically. If in the future I can gather my old comrades again, everyone will once more reign across the continent of Thean Kai on the highest throne. A little while later, Trankiv MC was pointed out by Hong Thin to a spot, looking at the tent with the path below. That was the final checkpoint, totaling 100 elite wild boars. As long as they rescued the fairy in the tent and brought her to the end of the path, it would be a success. So far, it has only taken me 2 hours and 3 minutes. Just need to search carefully to set a new record. Just then, a Tramkhum Mefsa suggested something. How about a little excitement? He kicked him down. Extremely exciting. Poor Hong then could only cry out in distress. Inside the tent, the wild boar guard is sound asleep. And that tent just happens to be where Hong then is about to strike. The wild boar has already been crushed by him once without putting up a fight. Seeing someone, the goblin squealed. Kind human, you are here to rescue me, right? I have a grand message for you. Wait a second. Hong Viven the Rough grabbed it and pulled it along, not forgetting to snap. Cut the chatter. Lomax. Your little trick is too stimulating. Are you trying to put me in a death trap? Fortunately, an ice wall suddenly sprouted to separate the two sides. Then, Trinamiemimus left a message to protect the goblin. As for luring these monsters and dealing with them, leave that to me. You down there are shouting. You are crazy, making such a racket. You think you can take on 100 pigs alone? In the end, Hong then finally decided. Today, I will throw myself into this. His steps quickened a bit more. On this side, 100 wild boars had gathered, their numbers completely opposite to Tron Ki Ms. He smirked slightly. It is, now gather all the pigmen in one place. Then, he switched weapons to a downward machine. A Tron Ki MC even specifically ordered the cannon. In an instant, a wave of violent energy shot through, the impact also affecting him. It turned out to be one of his skills, using the recoil to move through the air. Thanks to that move, a Tron Ki MC got into a favorable position behind. Hong Thin ran over in confusion, and the goblin squeaked. Aren't you going to save me with so many wild boars? How can we get out? Trahim he smugly replied. Watch this. I am going to perform a wild boar blackball trick. The machine gun in his hand was switched to a staff. A Tron Kim Mefsa skillfully condensed a void ball. As the void ball swept through, dozens of damage notifications rang out. Hong then could only secretly guess if this was Lao Messi's trump card. Although the damage was strong, it only lasted 4 seconds. Once it was gone, the wild boars would definitely scatter. Meanwhile, Tron Kim Memsi had long since condensed a new spell bullet. He coldly tossed out several bullets for the wild boars to enjoy, making Hong Viven urge. Bring out all your tricks. As the passive was activated, he gently reassured. Don't rush. Even magic bullets have their own usefulness. The ground was suddenly struck by the void balls, and with each ball flying off a little, there was another damage notification. Seeing this scene made him pale with fear. A miracle. Where did those 2 balls come from? He felt quite excited himself. The void ball skill has a long cooldown and consumes a lot of mana. A normal person can only use it once, and after using it, the passive mana will be depleted and cannot be used again, perfectly compensating for its weakness. The area behind him was cleared up. Follow me, and you will create many miracles like this. Then, the system also announced, congratulations to Tron Kim MC and Hong Thin for breaking the record. Completion time 14. The announcement also appeared outside. The ranking stone has engraved their names at the top. The crowd, upon seeing this, praised Hong Thiven's talent. Meanwhile, Trinan Kim Mupsi received new information that Elu Kwang Vin successfully revealed a 100% attribute enhancement. Since you broke the record of the secret realm, the reward has been elevated a level. And due to possessing the hidden class of magic controller, the reward is further boosted. Then, there was another announcement. This time the level of the challenge was rated SS. And the treasure chest reward was a diamond chest 11. You have opened the treasure chest. Congratulations on receiving the perfect equipment in cloak. Its information is quite complex. Perfect quality. Level 65. Can actively unleash skills. Ghost form. Maintaining for 2 minutes without detection. Just then, Hong Thin smiled and said, I just got a perfect level 35 armor item. What did you get? And it is a 2nd tier equipment. Plus it has the ghost state. Its application far exceeds the ranking. It could fetch 50 million blue coins at auction. You are hitting the jackpot. After that, they heard a voice say, thank you for saving me from those pesky pigs. Earlier, by accident, I discovered their secret concerning the calamity of the undead. I recorded all the details buried at coordinates 38226922. I hope you can complete the mission for me. Thank you. I have to go home to recover, he said. Hong Thin immediately speculated. Is that the legendary hidden mission? I have never heard of it. Atron Missy explained. Because this mission activates when escorting the elite to the exit within 10 minutes. Normally, it would not be available. This mission is only aimed at high-tier swords. My level is not enough yet. I will come when I awaken for the 2nd time. He readily agreed. I will level up quickly. Suddenly, he stopped him. Don't rush to this place yet. In an instant, they delved deeper. The rocky cliffs here looked quite steep. Below, there was a violent rumbling. The cause was actually Hong Thin just attacking. After carving out a cave, he paused and curiously asked, there really is something strange here. How did you know? Before he could get an answer, the light from within overwhelmed him. Is this an altar? I have only seen it in books. They say it helps learn a skill from another class. I did not expect it to appear in a level 26 secret realm. Tramhiam found an excuse. I received a hidden mission, and it led me here. In fact, he had concealed the truth. I have known this location for a long time. Hong Thin was currently lost in fiery love. Such a precious piece of information you gave me. I love you so much. He pushed him away in disgust. Quick, activate the altar. Following the instructions, Hong Thin raised both hands to the altar. Streams of mana slowly entered his body. and the learning ritual was immediately activated. After a while, the system announced that he learned the skill Fury Burst, and his whole body was quickly struck by a surge of red electricity. Hong Thin proudly bragged, "I learned the Fury Burst of the Berserker. This skill truly makes me feel like a tiger with wings." "Luo Max, you should give it a try. I can't wait to see what you will learn." Atron Musi was actually quite suspicious. A level 26 alter could only learn first-level skills. So what else could he learn? Anyway, he decided to take a chance. The mana line began to probe him. The next second, his mind felt like it had awakened. So that is how it is. The system is warning him that he has learned all the skills. You can choose one of the skills from the second-tier transition. The skills available are Death Tum, Ice Mountain Slaughter, Black Hole Burial. He could not help but ponder a bit, deciding to choose a long-range skill based on the radiant form of the skill. He selected the Quantum Bomber from the Berserker, and Tron Ki M Muff 6 successfully activated the first-level quantum bomb he had learned. Throwing a bomb at the enemy causes light attribute damage within a 10 m radius, with a certain chance of stunning the enemy. Atron Ki M Muff 6 gradually collected the leftover electric currents. He felt more invigorated. He had finally perfected the flaws in his long-range attack. His power had no blind spots. This time, he transitioned back to the forge. Tifeng Van Lin looked at him in surprise. "What are you doing here? I did not expect you two to be so strong. And you have set a new record." Atron Kim FC was only concerned about his needs. "Can I borrow your iron shield and forge for a few days? I want to level up my forging skill to intermediate before the entrance exam." He stammered in response. "You are just a 12th grader. Right? No way. The exam is only 4 days away. Are not you going to prepare for battle? You have a talent for cultivation. Do not let forging slow you down for the exam. Moreover, the intermediate forging skill requires 10,000 experience, and even in 40 days, it might not be enough," he firmly asserted. "I know my limit." Tifeng Van Log looked at the pile of items on the table and exclaimed, "This is Neek's bloodstone. At least 50 pieces in total. You would not get that many even after 100 runs of that secret realm." Atreem Musa smiled slyly. "Although the drop rate is low, after reaching 100 in linked skills, it is bound to drop. That is why I used the Void Orb for the final attack." Next, he became excited. This could triple the forging experience. With this many, you might just create a miracle. That day turned into a night of intense training. Tifeng Ven Liu could not help but shiver. "Are you the reincarnation of the Iron Hammer? You managed to surpass the excellent level with your first piece of equipment. But why did you use so few materials? What is the principle behind it? Can you teach me?" Time quickly passed, and 3 more days went by. Tranulum Mess had been recognized. "You have learned the intermediate forging skill. You can now forge at least perfect equipment. To advanced, you need 100,000 experience and recognition from the Forging Association." Tifeng Vina Laji glared at him. "You really are a monster." In just 3 days, he achieved 10,000 points and even used 50 bloodstones to forge 46 finished products. The number of equipment had piled up into a mountain. He was stunned to say that a newcomer had a success rate of 92%. While he might be at the top, he really did not compare to you. Atron Kim Mex simply instructed not to sell for too low. As for pricing, just sell what you see. I trust your judgment. Wait for me to pass the entrance exam. Then I will come find you." Tifeng Vin Logling sat quietly packing his things, glancing at his back. Transitioning, Atron Kim Mess had arrived at the exam venue. Luzon Yin Dan angrily scolded. "Do you even know how to get home? I thought you were not participating in the entrance exam." Then he curiously asked, "What is the purpose of such a big competition?" The old man hinted that he knew, but first had to talk about the exam. The exam location was at the Hanwoo City Gymnasium, where over 400,000 candidates would gather. He curiously asked, "Why go to a different location?" The old man explained, "Jiang City is just a small city, unqualified to host an exam. This secret realm is called Nensi Masasei Tien, level 21, with a total of 4 bosses. You must defeat at least 2 to pass. The Kathi secret realm was enhanced by scientific experts. Even if you die, there is no punishment, but each person only has 1 chance in their lifetime. This attempt will directly determine the highest limit." That said, Jiang City has grown to be what it is today, and you can be considered a key figure, so I plan to give you a surprise. Then he opened the door for him to see, and the crowd inside shouted, "It is Senior Tron Kiames. You are our pride. Next year, we will also have to play solo. We are all working hard to keep up with you." Long En Gandan waited a moment before saying, "Today is the day all the 12th grade students of the academy participate in the entrance exam. But I must announce something. After high-level discussions, the academy decided to award the honorary principal title to Trim MMMC." Tronim asked in confusion. "Honorary principal? I am just a 12th grader. How could the organization decide that?" Immediately, someone explained, "You deserve this. You will go far in the future. Do not mind these old folks. Jiang City will always be your home. We will do our best to support you. This is the Academy's promise." With that trust, Tron Kim MC sighed, and then declared with confidence. Alright. As long as the academy does not let me down. I will never let the academy down. Logan Ningen then added. You have already given up on the direct admission. The academy has handed it over to La Tintin, she shyly asked. Which of the top 10 schools do you want to apply to? He could not help but be surprised by her attitude. Just then, Lo Hon appeared again. La Tintin let him translate. Actually, I just wanted to be in the same school as you. He angrily pinched her ear. She finally became a knight. Did you read the notebook I left you before? Lo Hon replied, suppressing the pain. I have read it thoroughly. Back over here. The crowd had begun to cheer. They looked so perfect. The rich did not spill out. Just love each other. Just then, he received a phone call. Hello, who's this? A voice on the other end replied. I am a standing committee member of the Tianhai City Management Association in Trungong. Let us meet. After that, he went to Hanwu City for the entrance exam. Sitting in the car, Lo Hon was amused. Teasing. Why won't you accept the outstanding La Tintin right now? I can only think of one thing. I can't believe the Lion Hon case led to Vice Principal Trung Hung Sun. The one who protected me Unghu Trung all I must be talking about that mysterious old man. Without him, I might have died without a grave. Just then, there was an argument in the parking lot. Where did your academy get all these cars from? The current situation is rumored to be that the driver from Jiang Thun School has lost the prime parking spot to Hanwu. Then someone stepped forward. Your academy did not report the number of vehicles and is taking up parking spaces. Move outside for me. Do you think parking spots and other services are allocated based on school strength? A known phone quickly chimed in. A rural school dares to be so arrogant. Kai Yingung hesitated, saying, the Lu instructor. Right when he was about to speak, Ingu Trunglai showed up, looking quite spirited early in the morning. Quechlin quickly sweet-talked. Why have you come here? We will arrange for the entire leadership team to welcome you right away. He waved it off. No need. I am here for personal matters. You are Lu instructor. Correct. May I ask who is Trenimames? They all could not help but feel puzzled about everything. Quechlin whispered. Let our parking space be given to them. Then, Trunglai came over to him. Excitedly praising. A true hero emerges from youth. Very good. This is a reward from the Maline Academy for you. Take it. Everyone could not help but speculate. What has Trigon Kinimamamsi done that the Maline Academy wants to compensate him? Tramhiam calmly accepted. Please thank the vice principal for me. Trunglai laughed back, receiving gifts while being sarcastic. You are quite something. I will convey your message. Behind them, Ludden Dan silently judged. Even the member Nyuk was familiar with. Today the academy has received your favor again. How many surprises do you still have for me? Transitioning scenes. This is the exam monitoring center. Other teachers were discussing the joint school, and Wuhan getting slapped in the face, when someone reported. Quick. Look at the top 1,000 potential rankings. The data table stretched out with the names of Thin Chai's proud sons. He is quite self-satisfied. The top 300 are all ours. But what good does having so many do? Every student is useless. Then, Mthu was noted in the top rankings. Quechlin felt a deep unease in his heart. Who is at the top? The unexpected name for the first position was Tron Yem Mcir. He stood up in fury. This absolutely cannot be. The other teachers were also buzzing. How did he achieve an S potential rating? I remember there has never been a student from the northern part of Hetri Nam before. What is terrifying is that he played solo without confirming his talent yet. Quechlin then mocked. No wonder he was calm earlier. A talent like that? It seems Hanwu's championship goal is slightly threatened. The exam rules are being announced over there. All candidates. Please pay attention to this exam's content as follows. The Secret Realm exam requires Metasthete Chin to defeat 2 out of 4 bosses to enroll in universities. Then, the announcement blared over the speakers, and the exam began. In the teleportation, Atronkam Moxit observed everything. This exam would determine a high threshold for the future. Holding nothing back, I will show them my true power. Only then can I achieve a prosperous status in the future. I hope the incident at Malign Academy does not happen again. If I do not get help, I fear I would have been doomed long ago. I must become even stronger. Now is the time to unlock the primary training secret realm. Afterwards, information appeared in Lam Tang. Although I could achieve the training reward through record-setting projections, the primary training still retains a type of reward despite isolating many memories. Tron Kim Makosi was very pleased looking at the system. Fortunately, I set new records for all the rewards in Jiang Thun, offering many choices. Then, Tron Kim Mexi declared, I choose to enhance the basic attributes. The system then transmitted that this buff could permanently enhance 5 points for all attributes, and also increase speed by 5%. Your personal information has been updated. He has now reached level 20 with a combat power rating of 20,254, marking the primary enhancement. Everyone gasped in amazement. The Trondheim Messe had concealed this before. He was the first student with SSS level potential, according to records. Misaetonja C. Thaishan was once a wondrous city crystallizing cutting-edge technology. Now, It is polluted with radiation, leaving only monsters and uncontrollable machinery. Then, the monster-level dungeon appeared, and the system announced that the candidates had been transported to the entrance of the underground castle. The exam began, and Tron Hmxi sighed. At the end of the spiral staircase was the first boss, with mutated rats on the steps. Normally, I should clear each step from top to bottom. However, I do not need to waste time activating hidden equipment now. In an instant, no one could see where Trigaha Mahai was. He had reached the bottom of the abyss. From there, a gloppy mass slithered towards him. Patron Mex felt a surge of excitement. Here we meet again, my old friend covered in radiation dust. I particularly noticed one thing. It is stronger than the outside one. Not only has it leveled up twice, but its health has also increased by 500 GP. But now it is different. Based on my current attribute level, I have a 50% damage bonus against you. He immediately unleashed full firepower, and the notification of health dropping rang out. Tron Metz was very confident. Dealing with you once is enough. In the monitoring room, a teacher complained that assessing potential was just a reference. Actual performance in the secret realm would determine the results. By this point, the spiral should be cleared by 1 per 4. But the next second, he shouted, I can't be seeing this wrong. Can I? Atron Kim Mepsa had wiped out all the radiation dust. People began discussing. It has only been 2 minutes. Too bad we can't see it. We must closely follow the second round. Next, the robots appeared on the screen. Atron Kim Mex stood alone facing them. Everyone finds it ironic. They think those robots attack indiscriminately, and he won't last 2 hits if he goes alone. Hanak Fong was also in high spirits, mocking him. It seems the potential SSS student is just a reckless fool. Inside the secret realm, a few students were blasted past him. In contrast, Atron Kim Mak remained calm, leaping over the gunfire below. The teachers were once again astonished. How could he avoid the bombs in such a narrow space? His judgment is truly unbelievable. Just then, someone realized that the boss at the end of this path was number 2. Long Yin Dan could only hide his anxiety. Trying Kimak, how do you plan to deal with this? Back inside, he had approached the purple rose very closely. Inside, he was caught in old spider webs, and a mechanical spider sprayed more webs. In fact, it is called the Electric Shock Device 6000, with a life value of 4,500. Facing it, he maintained his cold demeanor. In an instant, he used lightness skill to leap high like the spider. Finally, he landed right on its power button, delivering an electric shock and overloading it. Starting to charge, the robots below sensed the danger and began to throw bombs. Atron Kim Mak had to switch to his staff, ready for a mass kill. Here we go. Hearing that, he used his teleportation skill. The robot behind him was a bit foolish and could not analyze the sudden situation. It was knocked away by his solid attack. The robots thirsting for action were sent flying, and their bombs were pushed closer to the spider. In a moment, all collisions were drowned out. The explosion was so loud that he had to flinch slightly to withstand it. After the battle, only a few scraps of metal were left on the ground. After observing, a teacher praised him. Who would have thought that just using 2 small skills could take down the boss and over 100 minor monsters? I have never seen a student with such talent. At this moment, Quach Lian suggested switching the main screen to try and Kiam Mac's perspective. To his surprise, the request was accepted. The reason was that some people wanted to study his actions. Hanak Fong could only swallow his frustration. Today, Trang Hung Hai was supposed to be the main character. Yet an unknown student stole all the attention. Now he was under the watchful eyes of hundreds, and a single mistake could lead to criticism. I want to see how you avoid making mistakes. Currently, Trang Kim Mak had stepped into another space. In front of him was the Mass Attacker 996, with a life value of 5,000. Trang Kim Mak could not help but be cautious. This is the top killing machine of Mak Nuuk They Can. According to past years, defeating it would surely secure a spot in the top 10 universities. It is called the gatekeeper of the top 10 universities because of its powerful skills. The old light of the stone. Every second it increases damage by 5% within 50 meters. Challenging it for a minute would result in 60% damage, greatly increasing the chance of sudden death. But for me, Atron Kim Mak sneered. It is all just small tricks. Then, he leaped forward past the boss, his spear repeatedly thrusting forward. Next, Tron Kim Mak seized the opportunity to make a slide. He moved parallel to its mechanical body. After firmly hugging the robot's back, his invincibility screen activated. The display clearly recorded every detail of his actions. Whispers filled the room. Why use a backward fall against a heavy unit? It seems he does not fully grasp the basics. And Ti Feng laughed out loud. But someone quickly interrupted. Look at his state. He is not affected by the aging light at all. The others gasped in shock. Who is normally vulnerable? Not affected. He felt a chill. Could this kid really overcome the 0.1 second champion moment of the backward fall? What does invincibility mean? Some skills can trigger it. The invincibility time is so brief that very few can take advantage of it. However, Just being in that moment makes one immune to any damage or abnormal status, one of the spectators exclaimed. Every awakened profession has at least a few skills like this. Is this why he chose to play solo? Inside the combat area, Tron KVMC used the Chaos Blade to continue attacking the aging light, dealing massive damage to all enemies within a 3-meter radius and pushing them back. Then, he combined it with his energy to increase the damage. The aging light was hit directly and could not resist. Tron Hong Kim M. Moffs pulled out another dazzling spear and struck at it. The spear pierced the center of the aging light 4 or 5 times, each attack crushing with over 260 force. He suddenly paused a bit, activating his enhancement mechanism. Just then, the system announced that the aging light's cooldown was ready in less than 5 seconds. Tron Kim Mumsil also transformed his weapon into a longsword. Outside, Ton of Veen Detting shouted, "This is a specialized silver-grade weapon. He is only level 20. How could he possess such a divine weapon?" The person next to him was also stunned. Does he have a direct connection to the higher-ups? On the screen, Tron EM was still unfazed, smashing the aging light. The crowd outside clutched their heads in horror. Wait, why is he not affected by the aging light? I get it now. He utilized the invincibility moment from Leet Bei Trum. Even the older professors sighed in admiration. With such predictive ability combined with excellent skills, I fear I could never achieve that in my lifetime. No wonder they assess his potential. Inside the combat room, Traving Make still excitedly exclaimed, "The preparations are complete. It is time to finish this." Illusions shot out from the purple orbs behind him, heading straight for the aging light. Each wave of attack struck different parts of its body. Amidst the swirling smoke, Tron Hom Kim M. Mumsi confidently observed the inevitable outcome for the aging light. The crowd buzzed with excitement over the victory just 24 minutes in, breaking the previous record by over 2 hours. Some felt regret, believing he could have reached level 4 as a battle mage, while others argued he had to be an ultimate martial saint. And there were those who thought everyone was being too narrow-minded. At this moment, In Trung Lai crossed his arms and seriously assessed, "In my opinion, a Trung Kim MC has a strong chance of forging an entirely new path. In the near future, his solo player profession might surpass all others. The reason the mechanized Mizi Kelsiaitsinu Kilwan and CC Act could become the final boss of Mafi Nensi Thethation was not just due to its level 24, 6,000 health, and incredible physical defense, but also because, once the battle began, all kinds of monsters from the entire dungeon would continuously appear in the 6 pathways surrounding the boss's hall. To defeat it, players must face both the boss and countless minions from all sides. A moment's carelessness could drown them in a tide of monsters, making it a challenge no one has ever surpassed. Seeing Dai Lo Kwang-Hon in repair mode, Tertrim Hum Mies faced it confidently. Others might falter, but he had a way to deal with it. Just 2 minutes would be enough. Summon Spirit, Flame Demon, Lightning Coil, Ice Barrier, Summon Contract, Summon Spirit, Provoke Doll, Self-Destructing, as 8 Corona, G1 Poison Snake Cannon, X-Trap Hunter X60. A swarm of spirits and mages appeared around Trundam MMC as his weapon transformed into a mystical staff. Spells spilling from his lips. Soul Blade Song, Mighty Shadow, Frosty Bones, Dawn's Blessing, Nature's Voice, Revenge of the Holy Light. From outside, someone shouted, "I get it now. He plans to use a massive army of pets to block the minions' path, then unleash everything on the boss." A colleague added, "He just said it would take 2 minutes to finish the fight. But summoning those minions and buffing has already taken 2 minutes. Does that mean?" The Tron Kim Mepsi's weapon instantly transformed into a Gatling gun. He smiled and stepped forward. "All right, we can start now." In the distance, Dai Lo Kwang-Hon was no longer enveloped in green light, but it had awakened after the previous attack. It raised both hands, unleashing a barrage of bullets towards Tron Kim Metz. His eyes flickered with a pale purple hue. And then the Gatling gun aimed straight at the oncoming Dai Lo Kwang-Hon. A turquoise magic gathered before the gun's muzzle, each stream of magic dealing 1,000 damage. On the big screen, Dai Lo Kwang-Hon fell flat, and behind him stood the impressive figure of Tren Chiem Mec, shouldering the Gatling gun. The crowd gasped in fear. Did he kill it? At the same time, the Hanwu Mathi ranking system announced, ranking him second. Mathi wiped sweat and panted. Today felt great. He defeated the second boss in just 30 minutes. At this moment, most people were still stuck fighting the boss. It seems this year's provincial champion is mine. But just as he was feeling smug, the system announced, "Congratulations to Tron Kyarm Umec from Jiangthan Academy for successfully passing the college entrance exam and becoming the provincial champion of Northern Hebeda BC this year. The time to complete this challenge was 30 minutes. The evaluation was a level SS. This is the best record in history and will be preserved forever." Matthew held his head in disbelief. What? How can a result that makes people despair be achieved by a human? The linked school Hen Vi Latayo Goid A ranked 6th in potential. Lolo Shrognet was running frantically, looking at the announcement board with his mouth agape. Are you kidding me? The Manhwa Link School was actually defeated. Just then, two balloons appeared above his head, heading straight for him. Shortly after, the sound of steel echoed in the battle area. La Tintin was also fighting fiercely, shooting at the control panels of each robot. Looking at the announcement board, she narrowed her eyes with determination. Classmate, I will try to keep up with you. Lalahone just smiled, showing it was within expectations. No wonder it is Lumes, creating another miracle. The morale of our school's students will definitely be boosted. In the auditorium, female students screamed as if they saw their future husband. Tranki MMC is just too strong. I really like him. I do not know if he has a girlfriend, but I want to have his children. Chotran MUC is both handsome and powerful. I have fallen for him already. The assistant behind Hun Etaf Feng whispered to him. This is bad. Head Han. Our school just had a lot of students affected by Tron Kiem Mtsu's performance. And those who failed are out. The Himanchi Feng gritted his teeth in anger, slamming the table. How annoying. On the contrary. In Trung Lai clapped enthusiastically, praising. Great job. With someone like this, our H-Kuos is truly blessed. He could not help but feel a sense of admiration. No wonder the high-ranking officials in the Management Association recognized his talent. Looking at the scene before him, Quoch Lian, sitting next to He Na Shi Feng, could not help but smile in disbelief. Today, the Jiang City Academy really taught the Han Wu-affiliated school a lesson they won to forget. Lo Ngun and also openly jabbed at Atari Feng. Sometimes, a trump card can tear through the veil hiding thousands. 30 years in He Gong, 30 years in He Tai. Do not underestimate the less fortunate. Atron Kim Meps's side also displayed a notice board, and he proudly tightened his grip on the specially designed test site. The limited vision time of the thermal circuit device is what gives me enough time to prepare. However, this operation is hard to replicate in real combat. Otherwise, every time I activate my muscles and summon the Lep Men, everything would become simple. The system congratulated me with a pop-up box. I successfully cleared the Nemphima Fasathi Chen level, achieving an SSS rating and breaking the best record. Plus, I control the magic. The rewards for clearing the level have been upgraded continuously by 2 ranks. In this secret realm, Trindern Kim MMC received a total of 182,933 experience points, and a Deging Kim Scene treasure that guarantees no battle. Tramilium Muff opened the gift box, surprised by how high the experience in this entrance exam secret realm was. Can a level 20 secret realm really reward Denning Kim Scene? Is the entrance exam secret realm special in some way? Let us see what other surprises await. A book fell out at the same time as the system notification. Congratulations. You have received a level S skill book for basic attack speed. He could not help but feel delighted. Not bad luck. To receive a level S skill book here is quite something. Due to the limitations of a magic controller, it is absurd to think I can learn skills at the academy and still find a level S skill book outside. So this reward is truly a stroke of luck, especially the effect of increasing attack speed right now perfectly compensates for the agility points from the limit effect. The so-called agility points from the limit effect refer to the increase in agility points. Correspondingly, the increase in attack speed will gradually diminish. However, this attack speed book can be directly added to the current attack speed, completely ignoring the limit effect. It is truly a qualitative leap. Just finished learning, and the notification popped up again. The basic attack speed passive skill can increase by 15, and the current attack speed is 32.8%. Tron Kim Mex tightened his fists confidently. This wave is developing rapidly. Now, my speed completely overwhelms my classmates and even surpasses most level 30 students. Looking at the old light beam lying on the floor, he slowly calculated that the next would be the final hidden reward. He pulled out a vial of green liquid and opened the cap. Trimkium wears a self-made mask. If I remember correctly, using this disgusting toy on the final boss can get you a plague mask. The moment he splashed it on the withered face, the system exploded with a notification. Congratulations. You have received the hidden item. Plague Mask. The Plague Mask can transform into the shape of a dwarf for the next half hour. Your height and weight will also change. The cooldown time is 12 minutes. Atrimha Mosi remains indifferent. Alright. If you have received all the rewards, the next step is to enter the academy. The big announcement board in the campus displayed large letters. Congratulations to student Tran Kim Mok from Jiangcheng Academy for winning first place. Tran Kim Mok was also teleported back to the gathering area. The crowd murmured upon seeing him appear. Some were even startled. But then, a few individuals started to flatter Tran Kim Mok. Tran Kim Mok, congratulations on becoming this year's provincial valedictorian. I have always believed in you. Today, you have achieved the valedictorian position. Truly a title worthy of your capability. His gaze wandered around, filled with sweet praises soaring high. No wonder. A once-in-a-thousand-years genius tasked with the glorious mission of exterminating beasts. Who else could it be but you? That is right. In a world full of dangers like this, the Han Nation needs brave people like you. The future of the Han Nation rests in your hands. Keep it up. Help us clear away obstacles and build a beautiful homeland. I believe you will definitely succeed. Tran Ki-mok frowned slightly. Feeling uneasy. These people are so calculating. Trying to use public opinion to push him into the role of a patriot. If beasts attack in the future, I can't just grit my teeth and go into battle, or they will condemn and criticize me. The corner of his mouth curved into a mocking smile. Truly, it is like killing without a weapon. Standing a bit away from the crowd for a moment, Tran Ki-mok finally spoke up. Could the teachers who wanted me to bring glory to the nation step forward? A teacher in a purple outfit confidently crossed his arms and asked him back. What do you need from us? Student Tran. Tran Ki-mok naturally played along with them. Just wanting to get to know those who might fight alongside him in the future. I know my abilities are limited. And if I have to sacrifice for the country in the future, I must find like-minded individuals to go to battle together. His gaze pierced straight into them. If you teachers were so bold earlier, you must have been mentally prepared to sacrifice your lives. Right. The group only broke out in cold sweat, then gradually refused. You are joking. Student Tran. We are too weak to help at all. An old teacher next to him chimed in. Yes. Yep. We can't compare to you at all. The youngest one twitched his lips. We were just kidding. Tran Ki-mok immediately caught onto the last part of that playful remark. Stepping closer to them. By the teacher's logic, a student like me dares to go. You teachers, a group of level 30s and 40s, want to be deserters. Is the nation not your homeland? Or are there other intentions behind your earlier words? The others in the crowd quickly chimed in. Did I say something wrong earlier? So you all want to bind ethics and threaten to ruin the future talent of H. Kuch. Such malice truly shows your wicked intentions. I have to file a complaint against you to the Ministry of Education. A calm voice suddenly suppressed the crowd. No need to file a complaint. I heard everything just now. Kuch Lin will handle this on behalf of the Ministry of Education. All 6 of you are stripped of your teaching credentials and will never be hired again. Their school will be downgraded 2 levels in the next 5 years. The 3 teachers began to cry and rushed towards Kuch Lin. Please give us another chance. President, we know we were wrong. We made such a big mistake out of jealousy. We have an elderly mother at home and young children. We can't bear the consequences of this. Ingu Trunglai approached, ready to shake hands with Tragavamumses. Praising him. Not bad. Truly the top student from the northern provinces of Hbeeks. Not only talented but also with extremely mature thinking. Atranghumus remained distant. Politely responding. Commissioner Ingu is too kind. After shaking hands, he glanced back at Kuch Lin. President Kuch, I hope you can arrange a private room for us. I have a few things to discuss with Tran Akiamemis. He nodded in understanding. A moment later, in the meeting room of the building on campus, Trunham Mivsi and Mazunku Trunglai sat across from each other, lifting his teacup for a sip. And Trunglai began. Classmate Tran, do you know anyone high up in our management association? Trunham Mivsa held the hot cup of tea, thinking to himself, seems I can hide it anymore. However, I am also very curious about what that old man's identity really is. On the surface, he pretended to be confused. Actually, I do not know his identity. I just happened to meet him by the lake while fishing. Ing Trunglai felt like he was struck by lightning upon hearing this answer. Fishing, is that what he meant? But he only thought this in his mind. He waited for Tran Kiamumsi to continue. At that time, he gave me a ring. When he placed the ring down and saw the inscription, Ing Trunglai crushed the glass and stood up in shock. You actually have the token from Old Tan. In the upper echelons of the management association, there was only one person with the surname Tannen, the only 4th level battle mage of H. Kuf. A peerless powerhouse at the top of H. Kuka's pyramid. The battle spirit healer Thosop surpassed level 75. MV. Ing Trunglai felt a bit of sweat as he calculated while looking at Tranon Kai Memum Su's confused expression. Even though Old Ten possessed tremendous fighting power, his personality was notoriously eccentric, never easily making friends. Jotrimhum Mus was clearly just a student. How could he be valued by Old Ten like this? Regardless, with this connection, the future development of this kid will surely be very smooth. After some consideration, he slowly sat down and said, Classmate Tron, I can't disclose too much information about Old Ten. All I can tell you is that he is a top powerhouse of H. Kuf. He pushed the ring with the word Tunnen toward him. In my personal opinion, just wear the ring he gave you. It might be very helpful for you in the future. The voice of the announcer came through the TV. Satellite news from Jiangthun. The entrance exam has just concluded, and students from Jiangthun Academy have made history by becoming the top scorers in the northern region of Hubei province. Under his leadership, Jiangthun Academy ranks 2nd in the entire province. The 3rd-year teachers from Jiangthun Academy have returned victorious. Mayor Kamjia Khan and the president of the City Management Association, Aing Nyinggo, personally went to the scene to welcome the heroes. At the gates of Jiangthun Academy, a line of large vehicles crowded the entrance. The students on the sidelines stood in awe, Look at all those cars. The guy who looked like a leader spoke up. Don't you know, today is the selective admissions day for schools in Hakwukf. And all the representatives from those schools are here. Anyone in the top 300 in the province is qualified to participate in selective admissions. The other person gasped. I see the logo on the cars. 16 of the top 30 schools in the country are here. A few years ago, just having 5 schools show up was already a big deal. This is the first time in history. The blonde guy nodded. Of course. These schools are definitely here to see Senior Tron. I wonder which school he will choose in the end. In the classroom of the academy, the door was closed, and a calm person stood before the representatives introducing themselves. I am Olgan Den, representative of Jiangthan Academy. Welcome to everyone. On the large screen was information about the students meeting the school's criteria this year. Everyone can enter the student ID number they want into the panel in front, and I will arrange interviews based on your selections. One of them looked at the board and shouted, "Oh my, combat power over 20,000. Even if he is the top student of the entrance exam. That is just ridiculous." Right. The person next to him is sweating. This is even stronger than more than half of our school's students. Cheng Gaiat-san, the head of the Malin University department, sarcastically supported his Chang. What a bunch of country folks who have not come to the city. This Cheng Ki-mak has been defeating our school's student teams since he was a teenager. With such combat power, it is no surprise seeing the votes for Cheng Ki-mak reach 16. He advised himself, given this guy's bizarre schedule, even if he can't be recruited, at least he must resolve the previous rivalry. The head of the Blue Sky University department, Von Kai, was even more to his liking. This kid, Hong Thean, has been keeping an eye on the solo player profession since he suddenly opened his mind. The person Hong Thean mentioned must be him. He really is not an ordinary person. No wonder Hong Thean admires him so much. I must secure him today. Half an hour later, the votes for Cheng Ki-mak clearly stood at 16, while a Tin Ten had 10 votes. However, Tong Kao, Hong Deep, and the other 8 all had less than 10, including Zhang Wei who only had 1 vote. Looking at the results on the screen, Lu Gandan announced, "All right, the results have been compiled. In 5 minutes, please head to your interview rooms. I have arranged everything." But Cheng Ki-mak's situation is quite special. All the schools want to interview him. If everyone is so enthusiastic, why not wait until the other students finish their interviews, and then hold a group interview? The crowd obviously protested. What kind of joke is this? This does not comply with the rules. 16 schools for a group interview. Are we supposed to compete openly? Exactly. We are universities. How can we let your school set the price like this? If not, then let us give up on this student. A mocking voice rang out loudly. Our Malin University agrees to this plan. Cheng Gaiat-sun smirked. A rare genius like Cheng Ki-mak deserves us to make changes. The person beside him was taken aback. Old Cheng, are you doing this on purpose? Von Kai-fuk also smiled triumphantly and added, our Blue Sky Academy agrees as well and is willing to participate in the public interview. The crowd immediately began to discuss. 2 out of the top 10 schools have already betrayed on the spot. If we do not participate, are not we just letting them benefit? Exactly. I also want to see with my own eyes how a student with 22,000 combat power and incest potential rating is truly monstrous. A moment later, the voices of representatives echoed. Shenyu University agrees. And we at Qingbei University also support this. Shortly after, in another room, Zhang Lei entered with the admission list. The independent interview results are in. Jiangcheng Academy has accepted 28 candidates, with an acceptance rate exceeding 60%. He handed the paper to Lu Yanren. And La Tingting was also accepted by Beijing University. Holding the paper, his pupils contracted. How is this possible? So many passed. When did our students become so capable? Are you kidding me? Lamshan University accepted 4 people, and Maling University accepted as many as 6. Seems these 2 schools took the risk to gain recognition from Cheng Qianmo. Lu Yanren's gaze anxiously followed the interrogation room across from him. Next, it is up to Cheng Qianmo's performance. A group interview with 16 schools has never happened before. That is the last thing I can do for you, regardless of your final decision. From this moment on, your reputation will soar. Alone, Cheng Qianmo stands before the 16 school council. Cheng Yuanqing spoke up, pretending to be familiar. Student Cheng Qianmo, I am Cheng Yuanqing, representative of Maling Academy. We had some minor misunderstandings before. I hope you do not hold it against me. Cheng Qianmo's eyes sharpened. He realized he was a lackey sent by Zhong Hongshan. It seems Maling Academy intends to resolve their feud with him. Next to Wang Kaifeng also would not back down. I am Wang Kaifeng, representative of Lamshan Academy. In our academy, there is someone you know. He once recommended you to me wholeheartedly. Lamshan Academy. Cheng Qianmo gulped nervously. Isn't he that the academy where Huang Shan is studying? Has that little brat said something to someone else? The surrounding representatives were all envious and taunting. So you are both connected. Well hidden. Indeed. No wonder you two rushed to the front when the group interview was decided. Classmate. Choosing an academy affects your future development. You can decide based solely on connections. Among the 16 schools, the theological representative sat quietly on the sidelines. He could not help but think, it is surprising how the once prestigious theology academy has fallen to this level. Someone had to shift the focus. Whatever Han Xuan had to say. We will leave it at that. Let us begin. This person is the representative of Queen Bay Academy. He extended his hand to Cheng Kamo. Classmate Cheng, we have come here from 16 schools, hoping to understand you better. May I ask what your purpose is in choosing the solo player profession? His gaze was sharp, lips slightly curled. As he spoke 4 words, the crowd of adults murmured in awe. That is quite the big talk. The representative of the Ice and Snow Academy, Nam Chuan and Tosin, a level 50 ice mage, smirked and lectured him. It is fine to have dreams when you are young, but you still need to be a bit realistic. If you are that confident, let me ask you, how do you plan to thrive as a solo player without post-game support? The Thiampan Guai-sen wondered too. That is right. This kid might be extremely strong, but solo players are incredibly weak in the late game. This is the main reason most of us hesitate to challenge him recklessly. Atron Kim FC slowly raised his hand as if inviting a challenge. Anyone who says solo players are weak can come and try me. Namahung jumped up, grinning fiercely. Good. Very good. Kids these days really are insane. The veins on his forehead were practically popping out. If you can beat me today, I won't just hold back my criticism, but I will praise you openly from now on. One of Nam Hung's companions clapped and focused his gaze. All right. If both sides agree to fight, we will stick to the usual competition rules until it is over. Moments later, the two stood facing each other under the watchful eyes of 15 other head representatives. Nam Hung concentrated and conjured a series of swords around him. Challenging. Young man, I have lowered my strength to level 21. Don't say I am bullying you. Today, I will show you the difference in battle experience between players of the same level. The crowd behind kept whispering about the speed at which he released his skills, but his students, showcasing Nam Hong's special skills would only invite ridicule. Unless he could turn the tables on Tron Kevim MC, he would just end up a laughingstock. On the other side, Unam Humming raised his hand, and the ice spear formation launched sharp attacks toward Tron KMS. He stood still, as nearly a dozen spears hurtled toward him. This is considered fast. Let me show you what truly fast looks like. With that, he drew his weapon. The darts were already loaded in the gun with just one hand. A Tron KMOC squeezed the trigger continuously, shattering spear after spear in a second. With several darts whizzing toward Nam Hung, caught off guard by his own confidence, he could only take 4 or 5 hits. Bleeding from his mouth, having just entered the match, he was already down, and the hall was filled only with Nam Hung's fallen laughter. Tron Kim MC tilted his head to glance at the crowd beside him, who was still not convinced. The crowd instantly jumped up, stunned by the swift victory. His weapon is a special silver weapon. What kind of twisted speed is this? Is this really a solo player and not a mobile fortress? Thonung Nung Sen gritted his teeth. Yep. This is exactly the feeling. How did Ding Hung and his crew get killed? Turns out this kid's strength is that unreal. Vivun Kaifo was also sweating profusely. Hong Thin has such an insane friend. Why did not he tell me sooner? Damn it. I just got out of that group interview, and Thipevan Uguite Sign managed to get ahead. What a loss. Just as no one reacted, someone quickly jumped in, openly competing from the Old Lam School, Lubuvan School, Yim Phai School, and Anlan School, all offering prices in spirit coins and a-level skill books. Some even demanded lecturer benefits and luxury apartments. Vin Kai Fefsi stood up, drowning out the others. Lam Thien School. We promise that as long as you are willing to join us, we can grant you a level access to the school's skill library. Ving Kai Keifi's eyes lit up, while those next to him laughed mockingly at him. Oh man, old Ving is really pushing it, opening up all a-level skills. Are they trying to give away all the school's assets? Thipevan Uguite Sign stammered, lost for word. You Lam Thin School people are shameless. The two people at the edge of the table also nudged Professor Tron. Old Tron only has his school's divine decree left. He should at least offer a price. Exactly. Even if the deal does not go through, it won't hurt feelings. After all, it is just a backup plan. What is there to be afraid of? Trondrim Kim Mumsi quietly waited and heard the person he was most interested in make an offer. Our Shanwai school can grant full access to all secret realms, plus an extra ability. The more he spoke, the quieter his voice became, eventually falling silent, leading those next to him to criticize. Is that all? Although the extra ability can boost all attributes by 5 points, your school's access to the secret realms is not worth that much. What student could possibly contend with your strange secret realms? Tron Kimemepsi's eyes slightly lowered, smiling as he looked at Professor Tron, then began to calculate. To others, those skill books were incredibly valuable, but to him, they held no worth. But the access to the secret realm of Shan Yi School is exactly what I need right now, plus an extra ability, which can be considered a pleasant surprise. With all the schools making offers, Tran Mies began to make his choice. I can feel the enthusiasm from all the teachers present. But I have my own thoughts. My final decision is... Professor Tran lowered his head in contemplation. With these prestigious schools offering such high rewards, seems our Shanwai school has no chance. Just as he finished thinking, his mouth dropped open when he heard Tran Kim Mexisi say something about Shiny School. Professor Tran stood up in shock, and everyone at the table was stunned. Inside the forge, an angry voice shouted loudly. Heavily Teamfeng Vin Ladi was furious, cursing Tran de Kiem Mumsi as if he were sharpening iron into steel. How could the top student from northern Hubei choose that declining school? Why act so recklessly? But he just smiled softly to reassure the old man. Old Feng, you do not need to worry about this. I know my limit. Let us talk business. How many of the items I left with you have been sold? Tifeng Vinlu sighed, not bothering to look at Tran Kayem Amishi rummaging through his items. Fine. I won't talk about you anymore. I see you are not reckless. You must have your own plans. All 46 pieces of equipment have been sold, with a profit of 920 gold coins. Handing the money bag to Tran Kayem Amsu, the old man continued. What are your plans next? Anyway, there is still some time before the school year starts. He looked out at the light outside and shared his thoughts. I am planning to take a trip to Lai Vine City to take care of some things. Tifeng Vine Ilaji nodded and continued rummaging through his belongings. Laiqian City. That is the closest major city to Tantha village. Probably about a 3-day journey. Right. Nothing lasts forever. You need to explore the wider world. The old man pulled out a shiny golden card and handed it to him. I have a token here. If you want to participate in the high-level craftsman's exam, it might come in handy. On his way home, the sky turned to dusk, and the silhouette of Tremakiam Umsur alone stood firm. He held the token and pondered deeply. The old man thought that when he first took out the token, it seemed like he had something to say. This token must hold unforgettable memories for him. After that, Atron Kim MC took out the system panel to calculate. After deducting the transaction fee of 120 gold that I secretly sent to the old man, I currently have 933 gold coins. With money in hand, I will buy materials for the second phase of the Eldu Quang Vin ring. Looking at the items in my bag, Trung Hung Mex suddenly remembered. Right. I also have the black card that Trung Hung Sen gave me. I might as well stop by the auction house too. He smiled and continued walking, not wanting to delay, ready to move on to the next journey. Atron Kim Memsian waved his hand and summoned a beast. A one-horned lion appeared. He smiled confidently. Before leaving 10 at the village, I spent a lot of money to learn all 5 secondary professions. Herbalism, alchemy, mining, skinning, and crafting. Over the past 10 days, I have hunted and gathered all along the way. My herbalism, mining, and skinning skills have each reached 90% experience. At this current rate, before I reach Likely Dom City, these 3 basic gathering skills will hit maximum experience. Suddenly, a noise in the forest caught Tron Kai Vem and CS attention. It was the sound of a Mati Seftis. The Mighty Seftis Eye is an extremely dangerous natural mobile treasure in the world of Thane Kai. Although its level is only 27, its health reaches up to 8,000 points. Players of the same level usually find it very difficult to defeat it. However, if lucky enough to take it down, there is a very small chance of dropping level 40 equipment. Tron Kumaf laughed heartily, speeding towards it. Feeling lucky. Today might just be the day I strike it rich. Suddenly, as he was running, he heard a helpless voice. Why is this big guy so hard to deal with? Travamon paused slightly, realizing someone was already there. As he got closer, he saw a girl struggling to fend off the Mati Sevite beneath the cliff. Lung and Shihei was only level 24, a millimate. Yet she grit her teeth and trembled as she faced it. It was tough for me to find it, and yet, she could not defeat it. My mana and stamina are about to run out. I have to run, but the Mighty Setide would not let her go. Its gorilla-like form chased her, making Longneck Shihei panic. Get away from me, you beast. She ran while swinging her staff. Don't chase me anymore. Illusionary strike. Ice shards continuously hit the Mata Sevet Teed, which did not even bother to dodge. Long Nancie struck it a few more times, launching a star-like attack. Tron Kim Mexi stood on the cliff watching, secretly praising her. This girl was only level 24, but her attack speed was even faster than mine. Her talent must be top tier, truly a good seed. It is a pity that with her current strength, it is very hard to take down the Mati Sevet Teed. Below, the Mighty Seti not only showed no signs of injury but also went berserk, its magic radiating pressure. It raised its massive arm, and Longin AC High was desperately running for her life. She resolutely closed her eyes to lessen her fear. This time, I am done. But with a loud crash, Long Nunji Si High opened her eyes wide to find someone had saved her from the blow. A Trun Kim Mesa shot up like an arrow, striking all the vital spots, not giving Mati Sigati a chance to fight back. He then created distance and unleashed a barrage of attacks. As he finished his strike and landed, Matiete shattered into pieces. The system also announced he leveled up to 22. Long Nanji's heart raced, and she could not help but exclaim. So handsome. So strong. Holding an item in his hand. Tron KVMMC recognized it immediately from the notification. Congratulations. You have received a level 40 Spirit Mage weapon. Spirit Staff. The Spirit Staff is of the Spirit Mage quality, but can be equipped at level 25. Besides its basic attributes, it adds 50 damage points and recovery effects from all spells and magical effects. A Tron KVMMC tightened his grip, thinking it was a rare top-tier weapon in his previous life. Also the earliest damage-boosting weapon for mage classes. Although I can't use this, I can definitely sell it for a high price. Meanwhile, Long Nunzi Hai hurriedly asked him about it. You just leveled up to 22. Right. How are you so strong? I am level 24 and could not beat Mati Setigaich. And yet you killed it so easily. She said this while wiping her eyes. I thought today was my lucky day to finally encounter this rare boss. But I could not defeat it. Just the staff alone. Tron KVMMC comforted her. Your talent must be able to bring a great attack speed. Right. Estimated to be at least over 38%. She stammered. How did you know? In her heart, she thought her talent was indeed S level, capable of increasing attack speed by up to 40%. The Tron KVMMC knew she understood, so he shared more, but her skills still needed refinement. The requirements for melee mage skills are very high. Although her previous strategy was not bad, she still lacked finesse in timing her skill activation. Long Ninja He gasped. You are a solo player class, and you understand melee mages. Tron KVMMC just smiled and shook his head without denying it, then turned to leave. Long Ninja Hai hurriedly chased after him. Wait for me. A moment later, every obstacle or monster on the road was dealt with beautifully by Tron KVMMC. Long Ninja, his eyes sparkled as she covered her mouth in awe. It is amazing. His understanding of close combat mages completely surpasses that of the teachers at the school. Just watching him operate feels like opening a whole new door, seeing her continuously follow. Tron KVMMC suddenly said, Up ahead is the City of Thunder. I have things to do, go ahead. From a distance, she slightly bowed to him. My name is Long Hai. Thank you for your guidance. If I do not look, I won't. As soon as Tron KVMMC looked, he saw a soft, rosy sight right before his eyes. He quickly turned away, coughing a few times. While Long Hai seemed to realize something and hurriedly covered herself, she gritted her teeth and said, Damn it. At the same time, a bolt of lightning appeared in the sky like a child in the world. The sun in the clear blue sky suddenly turned red, and a bright red crescent moon also appeared. Both of them jumped in surprise at the announcement of blood moon over the sky, celestial and earthly anomalies, indicating that beasts are appearing in packs in the City of Thunder. The beasts will arrive in 5 minutes. Everyone, please prepare to respond. Long Hai cried out louder. Oh my, I thought today was a lucky day. Who knew it would be a day of misfortune? I can't believe I ran into the monsters of the new attack city right now. There is still a distance to the City of Thunder, and there is no way to escape. Antrim Mefs had to calm her down first. Beast tides are usually divided into 3 levels: small, medium, and large. The City of Thunder is just a primary stronghold. This area should not have a medium-level beast tide appearing. Now we can only look around to see if there is anywhere to hide. Spotting a place in the distance among the trees, his eyes lit up. Found it. Tron KVMMC quickly grabbed Long Nanji's hand. Then without asking, he just picked her up on his back. Long Nanji was startled and squirmed. You pervert. What are you doing? Tron KVMMC just seriously instructed her to stay quiet if she wanted to live. His strong hands firmly supported Long Nanji under her hips. As he ran like the wind, Long Nanji felt even more furious. Where are your hands? That place is off limits. But the beast tide gave no one a choice. A horde rushed forward. So many that it was overwhelming. After screaming for a long time, Long Nanji's face turned red. Thinking back to him, he wanted to save her, but this position was too ambiguous. Long Nanji suddenly suggested, how about I get down to help you? If we fight together, we might find a way out. Atrim scoffed slightly, saying her strength was better spent holding on tight. Women only slow down my sword draw. So despite her blushing face, Long Nanji resolutely pressed herself against his back. Don't you want me to hold on tight? Then I will hold on tight for you to see. MC Tremdevsim also blushed, thinking silently, oh my, is this girl a monster in such a dangerous moment? What is she doing? Moments later, they arrived in front of a well. He glanced at her with concern and said, do you see that abandoned well beside us? Quickly hide in there. She could not help but worry. What about you? Atron KVMMC quickly said, don't worry about me. I can get away on my own. Just get down quickly. I will buy you some time. Watching him rush without hesitation, Atron KVMMC bit her lip. Feeling moved. What nonsense is he talking about? A level 22 solo player. How could he possibly survive a beast tide? Is he trying to give himself a glimmer of hope? Clearly just a stranger she met for the first time. After thinking, She resolutely stood in front of Tron Aki MMA at lightning speed, startling him. "What are you doing? Quickly get down." But before she could finish, Tron Kimmus was tackled by Lung at Hei, pushing him back. As expected, she wanted both of them to hide in the well. Tron Kvi Sai had to pin his hands and feet against the well's walls to slow down. "How deep is this well anyway? If I keep falling, I will definitely die. I need to find a way to stop." Once his feet were firmly planted and he stopped, Tron Kimmux's arms were trembling. Long Nanji Sihei was still tightly hugging his waist. "We are saved." But she suddenly pulled away, shyly shouting, "Control your lower belly. It is pressing against me." The sounds of the beasts echoed as they ran past the two above the well. The two below remained tense, waiting. Long Nanji Sihei glanced at him, looking shy but still warning him, "After today's events, do not speak carelessly outside." "Understood." Tron Kimmuxi nodded in agreement. "Once that is settled," Lung and Shihei asked, "Oh right. I still do not know your name." At this moment, he hesitated. "Atriumamis." Lung Nungyasi's face turned bright red, her eyes sparkling as she looked straight at him. "Tell me, you were with me. Were you trying to guide me on purpose? Why would you do that?" "No thinking. I will only give you 3 seconds." Tron Kimmuxi could not help but turn his head away, sighing inwardly. This girl really is a femme fatale. Where does she come up with such strange questions? On the surface, he gritted his teeth. "Exactly. It is because you were born with a great gift." As if catching something, her face was full of danger. "What is so pretty about it?" Tron Hemc could only look up at the well's opening, anxious, his forehead already dripping with sweat. "Oh no. This time the monsters are attacking for too long. If she asks more, I really can't take it." After an unknown amount of time, a hook was thrown up to the well's opening. Then the rope attached to it tightened, pulling both Tron Kumumsi and Long Nani Si high up. He quickly jumped to the well's edge, and the sky returned to normal. Looking beside him, Tron Kimmuxi let out a small sigh of relief. Finally out. But Long Nanji was nearly torn to shreds. She panicked and screamed, turning her face away, saying not to look. Tron Kimmuxi awkwardly nearly bit his tongue. Did her clothes get torn when coming up here? He quickly tried to smooth things over. "It is. Let me help you sew it back together." Tron Hemc hurriedly took out some simple materials to patch her clothes from his bag. He awkwardly turned his face away, handing them to her. "Just take it off. My skills are not that great. I can only do this much right now." Lang Nuokai yanked the outfit and shouted, "You need to back off. No peeking while I change." He could not help but feel frustrated. Is it really that bad? Am I really that kind of person? Finally, Trine Kimak stepped back. Once Lang Nuokai finished changing, she stepped out from behind the rock. He gasped, covering his mouth in shock, while Lang Nuokai was fuming over the short leather dress and the barely there leather top that had less fabric than her torn outfit. "Is this your handiwork? You did this on purpose, did not you?" Trine Kimak's system quickly notified him that he had sewn a cloak. Lang Nuokai wasted no time grabbing him. "You said it was not intentional. So why did not you bring out the cloak sooner?" She grumbled as she walked toward the city, knowing all men are despicable. "My mom used to say there are no good men in this world." Looks like she was right. Trine Kimak could only sigh inwardly. Poor her father. How pitiful. In the bustling city of Thunderstorm, people were coming and going. Lang Nuokai turned her head to look at Trine Kimak behind her. Now that he is in Thunderstorm, where does he want to go next? After searching for a while, Trine Kimak found a sign pointing to the auction house and replied, "I want to go to the auction house." Lang Nuokai could not help but be intrigued. "An auction house? I can take you there. I am very familiar with the place." He turned to her. "All right, let us go together. Then I can buy you an outfit as a gift." Lang Nuokai was even more excited, eagerly pulling his hand. "Really? Then let us hurry. But the clothes I want are not cheap. You do not look like a rich person, so you won't bail on me later." "Right." Trine Kimak smiled confidently. "Don't worry. I won't run off. You can pick whatever you want. It is all on me." In a clothing store slightly hidden from the main road, Lang Nuokai and Trine Kimak walked into the shop. Seeing the large scale inside, she could not help but be amazed. The store clerk greeted them. "Welcome." Initially enthusiastic, she quickly realized who they were and felt frustrated about wasting her time. Where did these bumpkins come from? Their outfits are way too simple. Damn it. They are wasting my time. Trine Kimak seemed to sense her disdain. Meanwhile, Lang Nuokai was still carefree, picking out dresses. "How does this look on me?" Trine Kimak nodded approvingly. "Not bad. It really suits you." The chubby clerk crossed her arms dismissively. "Try on carefully. Our clothes are very expensive. If you mess them up, you won't be able to afford it." Hearing that, Lang Nuokai quickly checked the price tag. She was taken aback. "That is expensive. Over 30 gold coins." She awkwardly put it back. "I do not even have 150 gold coins on me right now." "Forget it. Let us check out another store." How can I let you spend so much money? Trying Key Mac stopped her from behind. It is. If you like it, I will buy it for you. Is there anything else you like? Hearing his words, both the shop assistant and Lang and Si Hai froze. She leaned in to whisper to him. This is really expensive. It is Kim. Not Need. You did not mix up the prices. Did you? They remained unfazed. It is. You can keep looking at things here. He swung his hand. And the bag of Kim jumped straight to the shop assistant's table, nearly making her drop it. She immediately turned 180 degrees, pulling Lang and Si Hai along. Miss. Follow me. There are still new samples over here. A moment later, she had changed into a new outfit and stepped out. The assistant was overly cheerful. These 2 outfits. Right. A total of 40 Kim Tev. Let me wrap them up for you. She even sighed internally, thinking how careless she was. If she had been friendlier at first, maybe she could have sold a few more outfits. But when it was time to pay, Trinam Misa had already grabbed the items before she could. Hold on. Let me check the quality first. He picked it up and examined it for a moment before commenting. The quality of the clothes I have is not that great. None of the standards are good. And they even have defects. Yet they are priced so high. He glanced up at her with a glare. Is this how you treat outsiders? The assistant was startled and shouted. You can eat poorly, but you can't speak poorly. Our shop has been open for over 20 years. And our quality is renowned in the city. Do not talk nonsense. Atron KMMC was even less willing to back down. Then bring your boss here. I can teach him what it means to be a tailor. Suddenly, a voice came from their left. Whoa, quite a bold tone. A elegantly dressed blonde woman stepped forward. I am the owner of the tailor shop. Did you just say you wanted to teach me how to work? Upon seeing her, Tremi MC immediately stated. The fabric composition of your clothes should be 50% silk, 40% mink, and 10% wool. Right. How can you dare to put wool in an outfit priced like this? Even worse. This shipment had color dyeing defects. The initial brightness should have been a level higher than it is now. It is clearly darker now. Is what you call top quality just this subpar stuff? Trying to deceive customers. The shop owner paled slightly and stuttered. How did you figure that out? No way. Lang Nansi he glanced at him from behind, silently marveling. What else does not he know? She swallowed hard, sweating and considering for a long time. Oh no. She had run into a top-notch professional. If others found out, her tailor shop would surely be shut down. The shop owner no longer made excuses and bowed deeply to Trine Ki MMS. Forgive my lack of insight. It turns out you are a hidden master tailor. This shipment was indeed our mistake. And I hope you can show mercy. Don't let this get out. I can offer you fair compensation. Lang A, standing there, shot a glare at the assistant and reported her. Just now, your shop assistant looked down on us. The shop owner immediately slapped her hard. You have got quite the nerve to disrespect my valuable customers. The employee, crying, tried to explain. Boss, I was blind just now. But she yelled to shut me up. From now on, you are no longer an employee of my shop. Get lost. Back with Trema Kiem Mess. The shop owner pulled out a box. I have fired the employee. So please calm down. You can take anything you like from my shop today. And I also have a small token of appreciation for you. Atren Musi pretended to be naive and smiled. I am really sorry. I just pointed out some issues due to my profession. If you meant no harm, just do not do it again. At this moment, Long Nanji Sihei was browsing back and forth in the shop. I wanted this outfit earlier. And that one is not bad either. I really like the style. This color is beautiful. I will take it too. The shop owner was both angry and speechless, silently praying. Oh dear. Please have mercy and do not take my entire shop. After leaving the shop and walking around the city, Long Nunge Si Hai still could not believe she had just gotten 8 brand new outfits for free. What a windfall. Quick. See how much money that woman gave you. Trovimo opened the box, the bright gold making her eyes light up. He smiled. It seems she tricked out quite a bit of money. Yet she only gave 300 gold to keep quiet. He calculated in his head. This time his wealth had reached a staggering 1070 gold, making him a local big shot in the city of Lukizion. Long Nunji Si cheerfully grabbed his hand. Aren't you going to the auction house? I will lead the way. A little later, Atron Kim MCI and Long Nade Si Hei stood in front of the auction house, which looked as grand as a castle. He widened his eyes in astonishment, never expecting this auction house to be much more magnificent than in his past life. She glanced back and introduced. Surprised. This is just a primary auction house. But when I first came here, my reaction was just like yours. Without further hesitation, Long Nuntra Sihai pulled him along. Come on. I will take you inside. Once inside the building, they walked to the reception desk. Long Nuntra Hai placed her card down, asking, Excuse me, how long until the next auction starts? Is there still a private room available? The receptionist picked up the silver card joyfully. Welcome, valued silver card customer. The next auction will start in 10 minutes. And there is one last VIP room available. I will arrange it for you right away. Tramheem Mfi smiled faintly, having guessed that this girl was no ordinary person. She surely got the silver card from her family, but that is fine. No need to reveal the black card. Just then, a group of 3 people rudely cut in. Is there still a private room? Our young master Nd Kwon-chi wants to participate in the auction. The receptionist politely declined. But the last VIP room was already reserved by this young lady. She is one of our silver card customers. Ingli Kwon-chi sneered, flicking a gold card onto the table. Just a silver card. And you think you are a VIP? Look closely at what color this is. The receptionist picked it up, startled. So it is a yellow card. Seeing this, the receptionist immediately changed her expression. Miss, but I can only let you take the loss and arrange the best regular room for you. Long Nan-si Hai could only stare in disbelief. Her brother intended to turn to Tron Kai-mem-en-si for his opinion, but saw him shaking his head. The arrogant military man and his 2 lackeys left, leaving Long and A.C. Haifumi behind. Looks like you know how to behave. If you ruin young Master Engdi's mood, you will regret it. Long Nangi asked Trine Kammarisi indignantly. Clearly, we arrived first. The receptionist already agreed to give us a room. Why does not he let me argue with them? He just looked at her with a deep gaze. It is. Just bear with them. In room 996. Long A.C. Hai still sounded frustrated. That person earlier was so annoying. It is driving me crazy. Atron Mefsa still spoke gently to her. Calm down. Do not rot. The real show has just begun. Long Entry Hai puffed her cheeks. What show? We do not even know what number they are. Do you have a plan? Atron Kim MC just took a sip of water and choked. Turning his head to cough, he walked in one direction in the room. Slowly speaking, from what I observed, that arrogant military man is a level 26 elemental master. Knowing this, finding him 1 TB hard. Wait until he experiences what real discrimination is. With that, Tranon Givamu 5 lifted a ring engraved with the character Tevin, revealing a mountain of treasures right in front of Lung Nungdi Si Hai. She gasped in shock. You actually have such good stuff. This is too extravagant. And there are even types of mineral herbs I have never seen before. No wonder you have so much money. The auction host on the stage began to introduce. Ladies and gentlemen, I am the auctioneer for today's event, Viding Sejong. Let us officially start today's auction. The first item up for bid is 10 Lan Kaichar throw plants. This is a necessary ingredient for elemental masters to craft a big blue potion. The minimum price is 2 gold coins, and each bid must be no less than 20 silver coins. In VIP room 414, Ingli Quan-chi smirked in satisfaction. Getting 10 plants at such a low price in one go. I won. To be polite then. The screen displayed the numbers from 40 silver coins to 3 gold coins. Finally, Vedring Sejong struck the gavel, congratulating the buyer from room 414 for placing the final bid of 15 gold coins, winning the 10 land throw plants. Holding a Lankif throw in his hand, Ningli Quan-chi nodded. Not bad. Although it is a bit expensive, averaging 1.5 gold coins per plant, it is still worth it. After all, getting 10 land throw plants at once is not easy. Vivring Sejong continued with the announcement. Next up is the second auction item. Still land potho, but this time the quantity is an astonishing 46 plants, with a starting price of 4.6 gold coins, and each bid must be no less than 50 silver coins, causing a stir among the crowd below. What? 46 Lanka Sotho plants starting price lower than the 10 before. What are we waiting for? Let us grab them. The auction board sequentially showed the numbers 6 and 7, then up to 50 gold coins. The man from the Wei clan grinned widely, pressing the button repeatedly. This Lanko orchid is as good as mine. Just wait and see how I crush you all. But then the screen displayed a restriction message along with a voice saying, sorry. Due to the seller's request, buyers with the surname Wei are prohibited from participating in this auction. Please wait for the next opportunity. Wei Junju nearly bit his tongue. What, damn it? Is this targeting me? Wang Gang's voice quickly announced, congratulating buyer number 782 for placing the final bid of 60 gold coins to win auction item number 2. Wei Junji's anger flared, his throat tightening. The price was even lower than his own, yet they managed to obtain 46 orchid plants. He was definitely at a loss. The gold was transferred to the presentation room where King Mu was. He looked at it and said, found it. Room number 414 belongs to Wei Junji. Lang Ruoxi was puzzled. How did you figure that out? He had just received a bunch of gold coins. The 2 lots of Lan Ga orchids were both put up for auction by me. However, I had set a restriction preventing Wei Junji from bidding. Considering the desire of the buyer in room 414 for the Lan Ka orchids, he had no reason not to take action with the second lot of Lan Go orchids. The only explanation was that the buyer in room 414 was named Wei, and he was an elemental mage. She understood and could not help but cheer. Master, you are amazing. You have completely seen through this auction restriction system. That Wei person must be going crazy right now. King Mo humbly rubbed his hands. This is just an appetizer. There will be times when he can only watch in despair. The next auctions continued with the same cold voice, stating that Wei Junji was prohibited from participating due to the seller's request. Please wait for the next opportunity, he shouted in frustration. Damn it. Who the hell is playing tricks on me? Wei Junji yelled at his two subordinates. Go find the manager for me. I must find that damn seller today. I want to see who has the guts to do this. The two hurriedly ran off. Below the auction hall, Wang Gang continued slowly. Ladies and gentlemen, next is the final item up for auction in this round. A very rare treasure. Please take a close look. Auction item number 88. A level 25 weapon. The Spirit to Staff, which grants 11 points to both spirit and physical stats, plus an additional 50 points of magical damage. Furthermore, it can be equipped at level 25. I do not need to say more about such a good item. Right, the starting price is 100 gold coins, with each bid not lower than 10 gold coins. Please place your bids. The number gradually increased until it reached 520 gold coins. Wei Junji held his face in regret, only able to press the button to try. Oh my. This is truly a hard to come by good item. It is definitely worth my all to obtain it, but maybe this time it is not meant for me to bid on. Just as he guessed. This time there were conditions for participation. So sorry about that. Due to restrictions from the seller, buyers with the surname Wei can only bid a minimum of 100 gold coins each time. Wei Junji was even more furious. In the VIP room, the sound of objects crashing echoed loudly. The guy was trembling. Did he want me to raise the price tenfold? So you are playing me like that? Well then. I will take my chances with you today. Soon you will realize my money is not so easy to handle. Despite saying that, the auction still announced. Congratulations to number 414 for bidding 840 gold coins to seize the spirit staff. And Quan Chi collapsed onto the floor. Damn it. Lost my... I never thought I would spend all my savings just to buy a weapon. The Trim Hum Mi snapped his fingers. Long smiled. Counting today as buying and selling, my assets have reached 2660 gold coins. What a big harvest. But at that moment, an uninvited guest barged in through the door. Hello. I am from the auction house management. There are some people who want to see you. Tron Kim Mexa stood in front of Avlongandani Sihei, thinking to himself, I only wanted to make you lose some money, and I would forgive you. If you have other intentions, do not blame me for being ruthless. Ingai Kunjishi stepped forward, glaring down at Trangham Mus. So it was that kid. The one who just used tricks to trap me. He did not deny it and replied, that is right. The followers saw Trimbakium Umsir remain calm and shouted to help. Do you know who Guy is to us? You dare to confront him? Are you tired of living? Tring M. He still smiled disdainfully. Course I know Ngai Quanchi. Nino. What does that even mean? Hearing his sharp insult, Ngai Quanchi became even angrier. He clenched his fists in challenge, truly asking for trouble. Do you dare to fight me to the death? Trahim calmly faced him. Fine. His eyes slightly drooped, filled with profound meaning. Moments later, in the auction house's yard, Atron Kim MC and Ngai Quanchi faced each other. He held the spirit staff, laughing mockingly. You little brat. You brought this on yourself. Daring to confront me is the biggest mistake of your life. The crowd watching gasped. That is a weapon for execution. How ridiculous. The solo player is 4 levels lower than his opponent. Is not he just asking to be crushed? A match like this really has no meaning at all. The head of the staff ignited with flames, and Nungai Quanchi only mocked further. Today, I will use the spirit staff you sold to personally send you on your way. A Trimhum Miss slightly pursed his lips. Smiling confidently, he slipped behind Gai Kuntra. A kick to the back sent him flying without a chance to shout. The pain made Mequan Cheetah dizzy. He could not believe it. How could this be? As he soared through the air, Ingai Quanchichi tightened his grip on the staff anxiously. This was bad. He lost control. A Trimhum Musi drew his weapon, transforming it into a spear, then continuously struck towards the staff and Ngai Quanchi. The crowd watched in confusion. Clearly he could just take Ngai away. Why was he attacking the staff instead? Is his goal really to wear down the durability of the staff? That is cruel. Once the durability of the equipment hits 0, it is permanently broken and irreparable. Long Nancy Hai could not help but tremble. As expected of the man she had her eye on, he showed no mercy. Not only did he make Mungli Quanche to lose money without gaining anything, but he also dropped him down 4 levels. Indi Quanchi was panting, holding his cracked staff while listening to the announcement. The remaining durability of the Line T staff was about to break. A Trunkham Mupsi pointed 2 fingers at him, commanding his magic. If you like overpowering people like this, then I will follow through to the end. The illusionary magic of the Line T staff had already broken, unable to shield Ningli Quanchi from any more attacks, leaving him fully vulnerable to the sharp ice spears piercing into him. My staff. The heavy body of Mangli Quancha collapsed to the ground. Tronkim MC slowly walked over to where he lay face down. He pulled out a small card and tapped it against Ingi Quanchi's temple. With a mocking smile, he held it in front of him and asked, "Take a good look. What color is this?" Blood trickled from Ningli Quanchi's lips, and his eyes seemed ready to crack open. A black card. He was unwilling, but had no strength left to resist. After such a shocking blow, he was out of mana. The crowd outside gasped in fear. No way. Right. What he held in his hand was indeed a black card. Someone asked what level the black card actually was. I have never heard of anyone with a scarred face explaining it before. A bunch of rural folks. A black card is only second to a red card. Suddenly, someone was startled. Looking at Trinakiam Mumsi and Longanexi Hay, I remember now. He is Trinakiam himself, the valedictorian from the northern province of Hubei. The nickname is the exceptional talent. It is said his potential is rated at SSS level. No wonder he trounced Nungdi Quanchi like a child. Not only does he possess strength far beyond his level, but he also has a deep and unfathomable background. He must belong to a prestigious family in He Kuf. Lani C, red-eyed with anger, grabbed Tremev Sizbai by the collar. Yeah. The valedictorian you have been hiding is quite impressive. You clearly could have revealed it, but chose not to. Atronkam Mufsi gently patted her head. Sorry. I did not tell you because I wanted Ningdi Quanchi to take the bait. Please do not be mad. Lani C, embarrassed, turned away. So annoying with so many people staring like that. Watch it next time. I will let you off the hook today. The manager had already bowed down at this point. I was blind not to see Mount Tay. My previous hospitality was lacking. I hope you want to hold it against me. I have a small gift here. I hope you want to find it laughable. He was sweating cold. He really was blind. Offending such a major figure like this. It seemed today would not end without some bloodshed. Looking at the item inside the golden box, Tremhiam MC found it amusing. The sun and moon demon scale. It seems today is my lucky day. And I even got materials to upgrade the heavenly mask powder. He accepted it without hesitation and handed him a slip of paper. Today. This is entirely Ingli Quan Treti's fault. I can't blame anyone else. Also, here's a list. If anyone sells the materials on it, I hope you can help me buy them back. The manager will reach out immediately. Yep, sir. I promise to complete the task. He then continued to bow as he saw off Trenkongkliam Munsi and Longyana Sihe on the way. Her expression showed a hint of sadness. Trenkovan Embassy could not help but feel concerned for her. What is wrong? Got something on your mind? With tears welling in her eyes, Long Nansie softly asked. I have to go home for a while. Will you miss me? He blushed slightly and looked away, awkwardly scratching his nose. Hearing this, Long Nanchishai placed her hand on his chin, turned his face toward her, and then kissed him on the cheek. Is that okay? After the kiss, she playfully ran off. You naughty one. That is your reward. While I am gone, you better not look at any other girls. Got it. You better keep your word. Atron MC chuckled, rubbing his cheek. She really is a little vixen. In the following days, Tron Kim Mumsy diligently worked at the crafting furnace, successfully refining speed potions and basic vitality potions. His herbal experience point was at 9 per 10,000. And with the bonus points, he reached a total of 10,000, allowing him to level up to intermediate. Tron Kim MC shook the potion bottle, which had an 80% experience bonus. It is hard to believe he maxed out his herbal experience in just one day. The 400 gold rent for the high-level potion crafting room was definitely worth it. Just in time. All the herbs he had collected on the way had been used up. Time to head out and check the goods around the city of Lykean in Trandebra 6. Trim Givimus I looked around. Trandesi was a cave of strange creatures occupied by level 25 vengeful spirits. However, after night falls, these vengeful spirits become 5 times stronger than during the day. No normal players would appear at this time. This is my stage. He unfolded an umbrella, and the deadly night officially began. His staff activated immediately. Summon Spirit. Exceed him. Special skill. Lightning Strike. Ice Spirit. Summoner. Kubilam Hech Si Ikane. Aggressor. Tosil. He commanded his minions in the shadows. Next, your only task is to draw all the monsters from everywhere into battle. As soon as he finished, he ordered them to disperse. Instantly, the spirits and wizards flew away. They pulled in groups of vengeful spirit monsters from all around. Meanwhile, Atrongham FC continued. Everyone gather at the central square and hold off all the vengeful spirits for now. I will handle this last room myself. After a while, 2 factions of monsters fighting inside a house smashed through a window. They took advantage of the battle to hold off the minions. Atrongham FC decisively jumped over their heads. A specialized net was thrown out, capturing 3 monsters. He activated his speed shoes to pull them away. He had to move faster, or his summoned creatures would die. Atrongham Mex quickly drank a swift agility potion, boosting his movement speed by 80%. The time lasts for 1 minute. The spirits and the summoned creature of Trenkiam Mumse are surrounded by the vengeful spirit outside. Trime Kim M. Mumsy threw the net down in front of them, standing in front of his summoned creature, exuding a dangerously intimidating pressure. Thankfully, they are not all dead yet. The vengeful spirits are still gathering together. Raising his staff, a wall of ice is formed to encircle and trap the vengeful spirits. Tron Kim MC jumped high and summoned a grappling gun, smiling at the vengeful spirits. The next step is to unleash his greed. As he spoke, Totrim Mi snapped his fingers, activating a quantum explosion. Immediately, a huge ball fell at the center of the ice wall. Level 1 quantum explosion, launching a light attribute quantum bomb at the enemy, dealing damage within a 10m radius and having a certain chance of stunning the enemy, with the ability to freely control the bomb's launch position within a 100m radius. The cooldown time is 20 seconds. A thunderous explosion echoed within the ice wall. Tramonuma Muff had long since dodged. The vengeful spirits and monsters were left with missing limbs, and their bodies beheaded, completely wiped out. Atron KMFC could not help but feel emotional, taking them down instantly. It seems that using large-scale destructive weapons like this quantum bomb is a powerful attack against areas below level 30, truly worthy of the skill learned from the altar. Just from this light alone, my experience has increased by 40%. Watching the monsters and vengeful energy rise once more, he guessed that he had successfully gathered their essences together. They would be reborn soon. Next, it was just a matter of simple mechanization upgrades. After finishing his words, Trimikium MV waved his hand, and once again a gigantic oppressive figure appeared in the sky. The sun shone after a restless night, and Trunka Mosi rested on the rooftop. He looked at his status board in awe. Just one night, and he had leveled up to level 25. The status window displayed all of his attributes and assets. Some attributes also increased with the level. Trunka Mosi nodded slightly in acknowledgement. After distributing points, his 79 basic strength points were about to catch up with his agility attributes before level 30. Min had been able to achieve both basic attributes over 100. After evaluating, he jumped down from the rooftop. In 4 days, it will be time for the new students to enroll. I will take this opportunity to finish my crafting experience. In the city of Thunderstorm, at the crafting workshop, Jutrang Kompe sat down to rest, out of breath. But he finally succeeded in crafting an excellent wolf hat. Enough points to reach intermediate level. These past 3 days have been exhausting, finally reaching full experience points. If tomorrow were not the opening day, I would really want to relax a bit. In the library service area, a staff member handed him a book, saying, "Hello. Here is the intermediate crafting skill book you requested." While receiving the book, a man approached from behind Tronkheim MC and started a conversation. "Young friend, it is impressive that you can raise both the herbalism and crafting professions to intermediate level at such a young age. Such talent is truly rare." The people behind could not help but gasp. "Is not that the president of the Thunderstorm City Living Association? Isn't that young man next to you Trutrang MC, the top student from the North Hubei province this year? Everyone is amazed by his talent." Tron Kim MC turned around cautiously and politely asked, "May I ask who you are?" "I'm Kama, the president of the local professional association. My staff reported your performance at the herbal shop and the workshop. I would like to invite you to join our association." Tron Kim MC ignored him and turned to leave. "Sorry, I am not interested." Kotnijrin, incredulous, continued to persuade him. "Don't be so quick to refuse. I am not just inviting you to join. I am offering you a position as a council member of the professional association." The crowd buzzed as he explained. A council member is the third rank in the association, just below the president and the elders. You would get a permanent 15% discount at all shops on the continent. Just with this, you could save a lot of money. Atron Kim Mumsi glanced around at those nearby. He suddenly recalled that this professional association had not existed in his previous life. Judging by the reactions of those around him, it seemed to have significant benefits. Yet he remained cold, leaving Cao Ten speechless. "Sorry, I am still not interested." Cao Ten was truly incredulous and stubborn. "Little friend, do you not understand the position and authority of a council member in our association? By becoming a council member," he began, but was cut off by Tronkaima's stern voice. "I am speaking." Atronka Musa smiled, his eyes glinting. The council member position still was not enough. The crowd erupted in chatter. This Trongda Kia Mumsi really does not know how to be grateful. Such good conditions and he is still not satisfied. Indeed, human greed knows no bounds. Have some shame. A bit regrettably, Katinan adjusted his words. "With your current 2 secondary professions at the intermediate level, the offer I have made is already the limit. If you still can't accept it, I will have to give up." He turned away, regretting his thoughts. Just a moment. Atronka Mesa has great talent, but his personality is not good. Too greedy and arrogant. It is hard for him to reach the top. But just as Kauton was about to leave, he heard Trimba Kiyamopsi say, "Who said I only have 2 secondary professions at the intermediate level?" He turned around in shock. "Is what you just said true?" He quickly decided, "If you really have 3 secondary professions at the intermediate level, I will give you an elder position. You will enjoy a permanent 20% discount at all shops." Tron Kim MC smiled and thought about the system. A 20% discount for shops is quite good. Unexpectedly, the skills he practiced conveniently also brought a pleasant surprise. Seeing the empty skill book, everyone gasped in disbelief. "Look!" He took out an empty skill book. "He truly has learned a new skill at the intermediate level. And it is even the hardest forging profession among the three. Seeing Trema Kia Munsi waving the book towards him, Cao Tan nearly bit his tongue. How is this possible? I am just a mid-level blacksmith. Where does he get all that energy? After a while, Tran Kia Mei finally followed Cao Tezhen. He praised while blaming himself. Having wondered all the way, I did not expect my little friend's skills to surpass mine. I really feel ashamed. Ahead is the Thunder City Club, where I will give you the Elder insignia in the future. All shops will give you the highest respect just by seeing your insignia. Suddenly, he curiously asked, Chairman Cao, what is the relationship between the Blacksmith Association and your professional association? Catan lowered his head a bit sadly, speaking with some shame. The Blacksmith Association is the only organization on the continent that operates outside the control of the professional association, because those old folks are so arrogant. Unfortunately, we do not have a master blacksmith among us, so we really can't compare to them on the blacksmithing path. Tridiamumf nodded slightly. Now it makes sense. Cao Hun looked at him and added in his mind, perhaps in the future you could create a miracle. In the high-level conference room of the professional association, as soon as Cao Ten led Trang MMC in, someone greeted them. Hello. Chairman Cao. Chairman, is this your relative? He stood up before Tram Kames, happily introducing everyone. Today I want to announce some exciting news. This little friend beside me, Atria Mummies, is this year's top student in the college entrance exam for the northern province of Hubei. Starting today, he will become an elder of the professional association. The number of elders in the room was less than 10 fingers. Yet all were speechless with amazement. Senior herbalist Tena Vxtong was the first to speak. Chairman Cao, this is not right. No matter how talented this kid is in combat, it has nothing to do with the professional activities. The others, for the reputation of the association. All rebutted Kazan. At this moment, Atran Kim MC finally spoke, his tone mocking. What a bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well. No wonder the Blacksmith Association is recovering you all. Just because my combat talent is top-notch does not mean my professional talent can be top-notch too. Right. Atena Vidi, annoyed, pointed at him and scolded. You brat. You should know that our association always talks with strength. If you can pass our test, Atena Vidi will not have a word to say against it. And I will personally endorse your becoming an elder. On the contrary, if you can pass, then get lost. Atran Kim MC immediately agreed without hesitation. Fine. No problem, but with so many people testing me, could we add a little reward? Elder of the professional association. The Fui Feng also stood up to assure him. All right. What you said makes some sense. I promise. As long as you pass the collective test, all the examiners will reward you. He immediately agreed after hearing that. So everyone can easily choose the appropriate exam topic. I will explain my secondary occupations. Currently, I have learned 6 secondary occupations. Harvesting herbs, mining resources, lighting, stripping, and crafting. Chinqianmo looked directly at each person, and they all reached the intermediate level. Tanvin Xuang broke out in a cold sweat and shouted, What? All 6 secondary occupations are at an intermediate level. What kind of monster is this? He turned to blame Cao Tan. President Cao, why did not you mention how terrifying he is earlier? Cao Tan shook his head dismissively. What does that have to do with me? Is that your decision? The group of elders fell silent like banana leaves. Chen Qianmo spoke up first. Are you all worried about the difficulty of the questions? Time is tight. How about this? Let us be quick. I will ask each of you a question. How about a best of 7? Cao Tan nodded in agreement with him. I think this idea is not bad. Saves time and does not require much brain power to think about. Classmate Chen Qianmo, you handle this brain power consuming task. Please go ahead and ask the questions. After a moment, the whole group of elders erupted. You just mentioned the classification of soft iron and hard iron, and the methods of forging steel. How does it work? Can we also use metal cutting methods to assess the type of leather? Unbelievable. The ghost mushrooms in the swamp filled with gas are also present. How do you know that? Chen Qianmo scratched his head, feeling a bit awkward. This? Tan Vinixuang dejectedly held his head. I thought he was just making up questions to win. I did not expect him to have such rich theoretical knowledge, far beyond what everyone imagined. Doi Feng also helplessly tightened his grip on the chair. Truly omnipotent. Really omnipotent. He is the one who steps up to fulfill the promise. Now that you have won, naturally, I will honor my word. Doi Feng presented a strange patterned orb that left Tan Vin Suang gaping. This is the power orb. A treasure worth thousands of gold. You just give it away. Cheng Qianmo naturally bowed his head and raised his hands to receive it. Thank you for the gift. I will respectfully follow your command. After saying that, he continued to extend his hands towards the other 6 elders. I did not expect everyone to be so generous. Today, I can only accept it all. Who would have thought that Chen Qianmo would directly ask for the orb like that? leaving everyone dumbfounded. A moment later, Chen Qianmo wandered alone in the forest, wearing a unique emblem. The emblem of the Elder's spirit essence, the dark dragon vine, and the foggy lake skin. Today has truly been a bountiful harvest. Any type of material is a treasure worth thousands of gold. Even the spirit essence is one of the main ingredients for Liu Guang Yuan's ring powder. The day after tomorrow is the opening ceremony, and it is time to leave the Tyne Kwai continent. Upon reaching the teleportation site, the system also announced several other upgrades as Chen Qianmu earned the emblem of the former elder of the Occupational Association and upgraded the 6 secondary occupations to intermediate level. The conversion system has been upgraded to level 4, unlocking new abilities. Ability 2 allows you to choose a current potion to be converted into a passive effect. And all passive levels have been raised to level 4. Gling's passive ability is now level 4. When using any weapon to attack, there is a 35% chance to fire 15 Gling bullets, 100% accuracy with an additional 5% chance. Trangong Kim Mi's eyes widened in excitement as he looked at the system. Turns out that gaining experience in secondary professions can also help upgrade the conversion system and unlock a special second ability. In the status window, Trangong Mepsi's attributes changed quite a bit, but the most notable was that his talent had reached SSS level 4. He stood admiring the information for a while. Not bad. This upgrade really is impressive. As for the new ability, I still should not convert it. After all, I have only just learned intermediate herbalism. The formulas can still be upgraded further. If I convert too early, I might regret it later. Closing the system panel, Atron Mumsi placed his hand on the teleport gate. It is time to head back. At the Jiang Thun Academy, the stadium was packed with people. Atron Mumsing appeared among the crowd, and he wondered, is not it still summer break? Why are there so many students and parents at school? As he got closer, he heard a student exclaim, "Look, it is Senior Tron Kiyomes." The girls rushed over. Oh wow. It is the real deal. So handsome. Senior, please sign for me. You will always be our idol. Sensing something was off, Atron Kivamupsi dashed away, leaving the younger students calling after him. Senior, in a dark but safe place. Tron Hong Yamifsuf peeked out from behind a tree to observe his surroundings. A sudden voice behind him made him jump. This kid finally decided to come back. Seeing Lumandanan, Atron Kivamupsi called out. Commissioner Els. Who are those people outside? They are quite crazy. He stroked his silver beard and laughed. They are all the new students coming to enroll at Jiang Then Academy thanks to your reputation. Thanks to you. Our intake this year can rival that of the nearby V Han Academy. Follow me. Before you leave, we have a gift for you. A burst of paper fireworks shot up, blooming like flowers. Trami forced a smile, gritting his teeth at the chaos on his head. All the teachers were gathered together. Although this might seem a bit outdated for the youth, we have put a lot of effort into this for days. It has been really hard work. We want to send our blessings to you. Please do not laugh at us. Tron Hogyamifa reluctantly untangled the mess of ribbons on his head. It is very nice, but you must not do this again next time. Lo Ninjan Dan handed him a red certificate and reminded. This time you have to go to the capital. We thought you still needed housing, so we bought you a house. It is not expensive. Just around 20 million. Don't judge me. Also, we have bought plane tickets to the capital for these days, since we did not know exactly when you would be back to avoid any mishaps. We bought them all, holding 2 items in hand. Atrangham Mek sincerely thanked them. Thank you all. Then I can't refuse. Can I? Lone Gandanan and everyone else felt proud that Vu Truem M. Sai was no longer a stranger. Remember to come back and visit us if you get the chance. If you face any hardships outside, the Jiang Then Academy will always be by your side. Atron Kim MC bowed to the teachers in gratitude. Thank you for taking care of me all this time. I won't bring shame to Jiang Then Academy. Next time I come back, my name will definitely resonate throughout China. Later, at the academy gates, very few students passed by. One of the 2 welcoming new students exclaimed, "Wait, is this student also a freshman this year?" They scrutinized Trigok Seer from head to toe. This body is already impressive. With such a great appearance, it would be a real shame not to become a superstar. Hurry up, go talk to them, and grab their contact info while you are at it. A few upperclassmen flocked to him, coaxing Trunda Kiamumsi for contact information to help him out later. Jarkiniam Me shyly turned away. I just came to register. Can someone tell me what I should do next? One person casually took his hand and pulled him along. Come on. Let me take you to register your information. She confidently winked at him. Then I will take you to get familiar with this school. Our academy is quite large. It is easy to get lost. The group of female students behind ground their teeth in frustration. This Ho Nunging Vi girl takes advantage of being the president of the student propaganda club to be so shameless. But they had to let it go, only regretting internally as Hoang Vi led Triamasu. She explained, in our school, as long as you reach level 30 and smoothly complete your second job transfer, you can officially graduate. But before that, The school will categorize students based on fixed levels. The first tier will be level 15, and 25 will be placed in the freshman class. The second tier is level 26. 28, which are second-year students. As you progress, the 53rd student has only one level, which is level 29, and the last, 54, will of course be level 30. All students who have not completed their second job transfer are considered male students. She paused. We are here. Junior. Insert your ID card into the device beside you. The system will use your data to categorize your dorm. Tron Kim FC followed Hode Ogonuvia's instructions and swiped his card on the machine. A mechanical voice announced, identity verification complete. All data is accurate. New student Trima Kim Mumsi of the academy. Current level is 25 and he is the top student of the Nundardan Biki province this year. The new recruits were assigned to a luxurious dormitory, located in areas, room number 001. She and everyone else were astonished. You have already reached level 25. The students all gathered around, amazed that a new student had reached level 25. They wondered why there was such a monster in our school this year. They were probably terrified of the test, fearing he would wipe them out. Honunvu was even more flattering. The underclassman, Atri Mummies, is the top scholar from Baikinkur province invited by Master Dip IPLI. Right. No wonder he has an SS rating. This dorm only opens 9 rooms each year. I will take you to the cold building. If you go alone, you will get lost. Katrim Mus politely waved her off. No need. I can go by myself. Left behind. Honunvu's face turned purple with anger, but she held it in. She silently vowed, you won't escape my grasp. In the cold building of Thendi School, besides the dormitory, there was also another courtyard. Atrim Mus wandered around, planning to stay here for now. He just enrolled and had many things to do. He did not even have time to check out the house that Commissioner Aldra gave. Suddenly, he spotted an old man practicing martial arts. The fierce style of Sisvaithon. No wonder it is the capital. One can still encounter a 4th level expert here. But he looked like he had some health issues. He glanced at Trine Kia Mumsi and spoke first. Hey there. Are you this year's new student at our Thendidai school? Drakunamam Moplately replied. Yep. I have been assigned here to live. He wondered if the man was a teacher at Thendira's school. Didn't the head of Thendati school lack strong experts? Why is there a 4th level expert here? Without beating around the bush, he asked him which number he was. Atrankim FC maintained his polite demeanor. Number 1. Suddenly, Long Tu was startled and asked, What? What is your name? Although Trunda Kiam Mumsi found it a bit confusing. Was he checking my household registration? But on the surface, he still answered, Atri Mummies. The old man had no further comments and continued practicing. You can go now. As Trunka Mumsi turned to leave, he thought it was strange. This guy seemed to have some mental issues too. Meanwhile, Lung Taedu smiled lightly. Trinium number 001. Quite interesting. But just as he left, Long Anisi angrily appeared, unexpectedly sneaking in to practice martial arts. It is time for your medicine. Lung Tu was startled and turned his head. I will take it right away. Just a moment of impulse. At Thun Di school, the secret hall was packed with students, all worried about the entrance exam and their lives. Then, the head of academic affairs, Lukui Tunki, smiled at Headmaster Tron. Headmaster Tron was very good at recruiting students. Who would have thought there would be 2 top scholars enrolling in our school this year? He feels that the talents of Tronder Ki M Minfi from Ningan Bleak and Ahi Kaich from TL are neck and neck in this entrance exam. A confident teacher speaks up from the back. It has to be he to Kite. Our magic academy must have him. Although Trankiva Misa has a high rank, his profession is too lacking. He is just a pretty face. Others mock him. He Kit's second profession is a wind manipulator, not a pure mage. Our war academy can't let this slip by. Even the commanding students want him. Headmaster Trantha remains silent, not wanting to argue with them. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the secret realm, Hirikit calls out to Tron Kam MSC. You are the top scholar from Ninanbakshi this year. Right. I am Hidukit, the top scholar from Tile this year. You may be good, but right now, my skills are still above yours. He glances at him coldly. I do not think I know you. The Tirikit's face turns red with anger. I will let you be arrogant for now. But once we are in the secret realm, I will show you who the true top dog is. Atron Kim MC turns away, showing impatience. How boring. Do you really think you can compete with me? The Tirikit grits his teeth and replies, Fine, we will see. Moments later, the new students have entered the secret realm and hear the announcement. You have entered the tomb of the Dead Tao Institute, the currently accessible area. A library graveyard ranked 20 to 30 in difficulty. Due to your hidden profession as a wind manipulator, you have activated the highest difficulty level and unlocked a new area of the 30 to 40 level armory. Tramiking M receives a notification. You have entered the graveyard. Good luck. He suddenly pauses. I almost forgot the hidden attributes of the wind manipulator. Today, I have also unlocked the map for levels 30 to 40. This will be interesting. He looks at the monsters before him. If these 2 areas ahead are not difficult, then I will finish them quickly. Outside the secret realm, the teachers are watching them on a large screen, scrutinizing each student's statistics. The teachers begin discussing the performance of the candidates. Even though the boss level is as high as 28, they still want to see He Kite's direct performance. When the information appears, Akit, level 23, has already cleared 40% of the graveyard. The time is only 4 minutes and 13 seconds. But he is only ranked 2nd. The teacher proud of Akit smiles widely, hoping he clears the level the fastest. But a young teacher next to him asks in shock, "Wait, does anyone know why he is only ranked 2nd? Noticing something, they continue to check Umsu's progress. And he has already cleared 100% of the level. Unbelievable. Umsu only took 25 minutes to pass this test. He is too strong. Just like that, the teachers begin to argue again, from the War Academy to the mages, commanders, and support roles. Everyone praises Umsu. But then someone notices something odd and shouts, "Wait a minute, did not he already pass the level? Why is not he coming out yet?" When they updated again, he had discovered the weapons vault at 1%. How could she enter such a difficult area? Today's test did not cover the weapons vault or the wind path. Is there a problem with the projection device in the secret realm? Kit supporters raised their voices blaming Trime MCCA for violating regulations and wanting to punish him. But the supervisor, Atron, stepped in to stop them. Please do not jump to conclusions like that. From what I know about Imms, she is not the kind of person who would act thoughtlessly. How about we invite Supervisor Lakai to report this situation to the principal first, and see what the principal says? A low-tone kid agrees with him. All right. I will go to the principal's office to report to you. Keep a close watch on this test. Feeling like they had temporarily stopped the situation, Supervisor Tron took a deep breath. Oh, my little ancestor. You have to manage your time. The round trip to the principal's office should take no more than 30 minutes. If it exceeds that time, even a deity would have trouble protecting you. In the secret realm of the weapons vault, Tron Mies hid to the side, watching the monsters guarding the door. Upon reaching the weapons vault, the difficulty level would increase. The monsters here were on average at level 30, with around 70 of them. Moreover, all the monsters here are Crusader-type warriors, which are very difficult to deal with. Although they are somewhat tough, I still have a plan. After finishing his words, he put on a hood and transformed into Uline. Then, in a stealth state, he grabbed a box and glided past the Crusader monsters unnoticed. Once everything was done, he dusted off his hands, finally gathering all the explosives in the weapons vault together. It was time to make a move. He stood by the box of explosives, waving his hand, and shouted loudly to catch the attention of the monsters. "Hey guys." But as they rushed over, he had already erected an ice wall, using the growing ice wall to slow them down, so he could gather all the monsters together. Once enough were gathered, he retreated away from the explosives. It is time for fireworks. Fireball technique. After firing, he immediately used an ice shield to wrap himself up. The ice shield could protect him from all damage for 10 seconds, which was enough to safeguard himself in this explosion. Moments later, a huge explosion erupted, and Tramda Kiamas's ice shield helped mitigate the damage for him. Outside, Lokitun Kit had reached the principal's office. "Principal Long, I am Lokitun Kit, and there is something very important I need to report to you. Lung Taiyu, the principal of Then D School, is at level 73 in the extreme martial saint realm." He was flipping through documents while asking, "What is so important that the education supervisor needs to come here personally?" He then got straight to the point. Today, a student participated in the entrance test and committed a serious violation of regulations. Although they passed early, they did not exit. Lung Tiu was not surprised and asked back. They passed the test in just 25 minutes. Are you talking about Trenazim MS? Loi Chuan Kiat was puzzled. Principal, how did you know? He keeps insisting that the other teachers want to punish Trine Kiamak because of the rules. But before he could finish, Lang Tiu scoffed. Which school rule says that? Show it to me, and I will fix it right away. With that, he waved his hand, and a flash of golden light appeared, leaving Loi Chuan Kiat even more stunned. Watching the golden light soar away, he gasped. Did you grant him the privilege of immunity from injury? But this is a once-in-5 years opportunity. The privilege of immunity means that students participating in the test won't suffer any injuries, even if defeated. Lang Tiu did not bother explaining and dismissed him. Go on. For an outstanding child like him, we need to pay more attention in the future. Though confused, Loi Chuan Kiat had no choice but to comply. A moment later, he suddenly looked out the window, thinking that having an ambitious young man is great, but he can't be too impulsive. I will let him off this time, but no more chances. Looking at the scorched monsters behind, Trine Kiamak nodded slightly and turned away. Not bad. He finished off all the monsters in just 8 minutes. Indeed, The greater the risk, the greater the reward. Next up is a fierce battle. The large door in front of him swung open, revealing a figure standing guard in the dim light. Once illuminated, he could see it was Master Harrow, a level 35 elite leader, with a life index of 18,000 points. Trinkemak felt a bit cautious. Although this guy only had the skill of Gale Slash, he was incredibly tough. Gale Slash is an attack with imperfect area damage and a maintenance effect. Plus its skill duration makes it immune to control. It seems my invulnerability must come to an end today. Here we go. His staff immediately gathered the void sphere and shot it toward Har. Go on. Show me your best move first. As the sphere approached, the guy's eyes suddenly lit up. An axe came crashing down, shattering the sphere without causing any disturbance. He lunged at Trinkemak, growling, I have been waiting for a true challenge. Let me see your strength. He used a speed-boosting item to dodge an axe strike. Har's aggressive attacks forced Trinkemak to continuously retreat. Feeling overwhelmed, the void sphere had been kicked away by him. Unfortunately, the cooldown for the speed boost was too long. If he used Gale Slash again, he might not be able to dodge. Next, as his life index decreased, Har would release Gale Slash more frequently. He would have to risk it all against him. It took him a moment to regain the initiative. Is the skill finished already? Take that shot from me. Har's eyes behind the helmet turned red. His ape hit dropped by more than half. Very good. You have succeeded in making me angry. I will let you experience the sharpness of my blade. He continued his frenzied state, unleashing infinite Gale Slashes. Accelerating, a wave of sharp spirals descended like blades. And Trinkemak thought to himself, luckily I have plenty of potions. His AP was still at 50%. And it was time to face him head-on. He dodged while looking for an opening to strike. He had already downed 4 top-grade vitality potions. With 21% damage immunity, he was determined to show you what true elixirs are. The battle raged on. Potions continuously popped open, and system notifications rang out. Just as his health had recovered, he took more damage. Moments later, with his P low, Trinkemak landed a final critical strike behind Harrow. The system announced the defeat of Master Weapon Harrow, and Trinkemak gasped for breath. It was finally over. With less than 1,500 guppy remaining, this swarm-type monster that attacked with immunity to control was truly nauseating. But suddenly, a wave of golden light enveloped him. Congratulations. You have received the injury immunity privilege in this secret challenge. Even if you die from failure, your original self won't suffer any injuries. He was a bit stunned. Is that really a thing? Who is helping me? Never mind. Better than nothing. Let us say it is for the next challenge. So the higher-ups want to ensure more safety. In just under 54 minutes, Trinkemak had already cleared the weapon vault. The teachers were shocked. And Lokitone Kid exclaimed, how is that possible? I just went to the principal's office for a bit. And yet, she has already cleared the weapon vault. So the injury immunity privilege given by Principal Long is pointless now. Right. The heads turned to Lokitone Kid in disbelief. Principal Long actually granted Trinkemak the damage immunity privilege. This is the highest blessing for new students. No one has received this privilege in the past 20 years. It seems Trinkemak's status is about to rise dramatically. Look, he has entered the wind path area now. I can't believe he still wants to continue. Level 25 daring to challenge the level 40 wind path. This is just too crazy. We demand to activate the secret chamber cameras. Lokitone Kid was waiting for this and promptly pressed a red button on the console. That is fine. Since Principal Long said to keep an eye on him, let us make an exception this time. I want to see how he deals with that terrifying final boss. Inside the secret chamber, another stone door opened. Trinkemak carefully pushed the stone door and stepped in. Before him appeared a chapel filled with worshippers kneeling below. He looked toward the center and said to himself, the final boss of the monastery has 2 forms. One is the commanding officer Machinai, sitting on the throne. The other is his wife, the high priestess Tun. In the room behind him, Trinkemak smirked and pulled his hood up, activating the shadow state, causing the soldiers and worshippers below to collapse to the ground like lifeless armor. He calmly lit a flame on a different path, knowing he would soon face 2 level 38 bosses at once. Honestly, it is a bit challenging, but luckily I can use that person. Looking at the prisoner shackled and bound, but still alive, a Trinkemak stood before him and asked, Fa Bank, do you want revenge? Fa Bank's eyes fluttered, his skin all bruised and battered. Can you help me? Fa Bank was originally an assistant officer of the Blood Cross Army, imprisoned here for decades due to exposing the affair between the commanding officer and the high priest. In his past life, Fa Bank was a hidden NPC in the game, where players had 2 choices. Either kill him, which would drop a perfect blue level item, or help him break free from his chains. He would assist players in fighting the big boss. Clearly, Trinkemak chose to use the healing skill of the priest class to heal him. He thought for a moment. However, since he was wounded, in his past life players could not heal Nymphas, which limited his impact on the battle. But in this world, watching his hands and body gradually heal, Fabank's expression was dazed. He knelt before Trumhemus, thanking his benefactor for healing him, saying he would follow him as long as he could get revenge. He nodded in agreement with the strategy. Soon, pay attention to the sounds outside. I will clear all the Blood Cross soldiers in the chapel. After you hear the high priest's voice. When you return to the chapel, a Trunkim MC immediately entered shadow mode, meaning the blood cultists were activated. Trunhunum Miss turned and dashed away. The wind followers rushed in, and he led the charge toward the stone door. Trunhum Isa leaped across the water to the other shore. The followers also scrambled down, splashing water everywhere. But Trunkim MC had jumped from below. He quickly used the freezing spell aimed at the group of cultists. They were soaking wet and gathered in a bunch. The cultists were frozen solid. Those outside the academy looked on with their mouths agape. Who would have thought Trigarchy MC dared to freeze 50 level 37 followers at once? A calculation too extreme, not making them wait too long. A Trunkim MC conjured a fireball and a void ball, activating the passive skill twice. The people outside were all bewildered. What is this situation? Isn't he the cooldown for the void ball 15 seconds? How could Trunkim MC continuously cast skills twice in 5 seconds? Could this be related to his talent? Everyone thought it was his rare talent. Meanwhile, Trunkim MC approached where Amedovi sat motionless, holding his golden spear. He muttered to himself, finally having to face this dog couple. As he got close enough, Mancini's eyes suddenly sparkled. Mancini activated, entering combat mode, standing up full of anger. Heretic. I will cleanse you on behalf of the holy light. He charged forward without hesitation. You fell into darkness just like yourself and dare to speak for the holy light. You will regret this. M lost his weapon, and the shield fell off, his body flying several feet away, with godlike speed. Trunhum did not wait for him to fall before launching an aerial attack until Emenhai's body was bruised. He spat out a mouthful of hot blood. The onlookers outside watched him in disbelief, almost dropping their jaws. He continuously controlled the boss for 30 seconds. This guy's skills are incredibly smooth. The timing for his strikes is impeccable. I have never seen anything like this in my life. Looking at the intensity of the illusionary arts behind him, it has reached a mid-level illusionary state. The illusionary orbs crowded around Trunquimafus, and he smirked, letting them experience the power of this dark attribute illusion. With that, he waved his hand, sending everything toward Miss Nai, unleashing a relentless barrage of crushing and lethal attacks. Trunkim MC leapt back, dodging the effects of his own skill. Just as he fell, another woman appeared behind the door. Is down now. You will pay with blood for this. A wave of energy enveloped Trunkim MC's body. A notification popped up. You have entered a forced immobilization state that will automatically release after 60 seconds. He gritted his teeth and braced himself. This is the toughest point in the monastery, which is also why there are 2 bosses. The so-called 2 bosses are not just 2 consecutive battles with 2 opponents. She raised her pitch black staff and called for resurrection. My love, one has used the resurrection spell. Once my fall, it will trigger the story where one forcibly resurrects many, regardless of who it is. Everyone must face the attack of 2 level 38 bosses at the same time. But then, a figure appeared from the side with a double hammer, roaring that blood debts must be repaid with blood. Today is the day of reckoning. One jumped in shock. How did you get out? He swung a hammer at her head, forcing her to dodge. Trindrim King M. Muff's body trembled as he saw the resurrection spell get interrupted. Faban stood opposite her, mocking, surprised. Today is the day you 2 lovers die. The humiliation of so many years. Today I will repay it 100-fold. Atronka MC smirked. His forced immobilization state has 10 seconds left. I can break the story. So let that NPC do it. Makes sense. Right. She startled and glanced at him. You saved him. I have to kill you. One turned and attacked Trankiamasu. But before he could gather energy, Farban jumped in. Don't you dare touch a hair on my benefactor. At this moment, the state of coercion has ended. Chen Qianmo pushed himself up, not expecting the level of violence in this world to be so brutal. It was indeed much stronger than in his previous life. Could it be because I treated his wounds? He charged toward Wunden, realizing he needed to change his mindset more. He could not use his previous life's logic to solve problems. It is clear that optimizing some processes in this world can lead to unexpected benefits. For example, right now, the outside heads are sweating profusely. A freshman entering the secret realm for the first time knows this strategy quite impressive. Lu Junji was so excited that he trembled all over. No wonder he was favored by Principal Lang. With this kind of performance, calling him the national top scholar would not be an exaggeration. At this moment, Hatuji swaggered out of the secret realm. No one else had come out yet. You topped the entrance exam this time, but I still managed to surpass you. Cheng Qianmo. What a pretentious name. You are nothing special after all. An hour and 38 minutes to smoothly clear the tome area and the library. Can you achieve that? However, Hatuji also sensed something was off. Why is not anyone clapping? Ming Ming just secured first place. And it is way too quiet here. Suddenly, he turned to where they were focused. Hatuji's eyes widened in shock, as if he were about to jump out of his skin. Seeing Chen Kamo just finish off the final boss, he fell back, pointing and stuttering. How is he in the chapel area? Outside. The plaque honoring Chen Kamo clearly lists him as top of the class, having cleared the bloody training area in just 1 hour, 40 minutes, and 58 seconds. Seeing the light beam from the plaque, Lang Chao could not help but praise him. This person is a remarkable talent, managing to clear the bloody monastery at level 25. That is truly impressive. Is it possible that our Shenyu University has fallen behind for so long that even the heavens can't stand it anymore? At this moment, someone came in with a tray of medicine, saying, "Grandpa, it is time for your medicine." Lang Chao looked at Lang Ruoxai as she set down the bowl and asked, "Ruoxai, how long do you plan to stay on the Changkai continent this time?" She slightly lowered her head. "It might be a bit longer this time. Maybe around 10 days. He asked her casually while taking his medicine. "Grandpa is fine. You can stay a few more days. By the way, you are not a child anymore. Do you have a sweetheart yet?" Lang Ruoxi jumped in surprise and then forced a smile, pretending she did not. "Grandpa, do not think like that." At that moment, Lang Tio pulled out Chen Kamo's profile. "So we have a very good candidate here. He is handsome and polite, and his abilities are even more outstanding. Why do not you two get to know each other a bit?" Lang Ruoxi ignored him and dashed off. "No need. I have my own plans. Well, I will take my leave now." Seeing her dash out and slam the door, Lang Tio let out a relieved sigh. Our Ruoxi has finally grown up. She even has someone she likes. No wonder she wants to stay on the Changkai continent a little longer. Outside in the yard, Lang Ruox also sighed in relief. But it was not long before Lang Chao flung open the window and shouted down to the yard, "Daughter, you need to be careful in Changkai. There are plenty of bad people there. Do not get tricked." Her lips suddenly moved to repeat his words. Bad people. Remembering the embarrassing scene, Lang Ruo pouted. "Yeah, especially that jerk. The worst of them all." Suddenly, she looked up at the sky, deep in thought. "You jerk? Do you even miss me after all these days without me? If you do not miss me, I will make sure you remember my face." Meanwhile, something strange is happening at the gate and the secret realm. Trine Kiem Masi brushed off the dust from his clothes as he stepped out of the gate. The group of instructors rushed forward, praising him enthusiastically. Everyone wanted to lure Tron Prime MC to their so-called elite academies. Hida kid over here could hardly stand, mumbling, "That guy is just like Tran Master. Come on. Are you telling me he is the top student? Can he really be ranked as a top student from the lower tier? He is ruining the glory of TL, making us look bad." At this moment, Louis Tunkit stepped in to stop the chaos. "Everyone, calm down. Classmate Trimne Kim Mess. First of all, congratulations on making history today. I am sure you know our school has a total of 4 major academies. And with your achievements, you can choose freely. Have you made your choice yet?" Tron Go Muffs thought carefully. Not knowing how the Lam Tine University operates or the level of their teaching, he might as well ask if he could try attending a class. After thinking, he scratched his head and smiled innocently. "I have not made up my mind yet. If I could sit in on classes at each academy, that would be great. They can all compete to show off their skills." "No problem. The doors of our War Academy are always wide open, welcoming you. Our Magic Academy also welcomes you to try a class, as does the Command Academy and the Support Academy." In a large building on campus, students from various classes gathered for lunch at the dining table. Lum Bun, the Minister of Discipline of the Student Union 2953, held a handful of tickets and spoke to the person across from him. "Ningin V. I went through a lot of trouble to get 2 concert tickets for Chuang. Do you have time today? Want to go see it with me?" She sighed inwardly when she saw him so cheerful. Although Lum Bun was not bad in strength and came from a good family, making him a decent guy, his looks just were not her type. How can I refuse this? Just then, Ho Nungang V noticed a familiar figure behind him. Spotting Trained Kiem Mess, she immediately confirmed it was him. Ho Nungang V stood up and told Lum Bin something before leaving. "Sorry. I have something to take care of. You go ahead." He thought she was genuinely busy, so he remained relaxed. "No problem. Maybe next time." But the moment he saw Ho Nanjing Vi sit down next to Trani Kiem Emis, he nearly bit his tongue. Damn it. What does he have to do with Nanjing Vi? Meanwhile, she casually played with her hair, pretending to be gentle. "Atrium Ummis. We meet again." He was still chewing and asked, "Is something up?" She quickly started a conversation. "I heard you got the privilege to try classes across the school. That is impressive." Like many other compliments, Tron Kim MC just mumbled an acknowledgement and moved on. Lum Bun behind them was seething with frustration. The woman that the old man licked. And you just ignored her. The key point is, Ninvia shows no sign of anger at all. It is infuriating. He rolled up his sleeves and stood in front of you. Looking down. It is Tron the himself. Right, I have heard of you. Stand up for me. Don't think that just because you did well on the entrance exam, you can act like that as a junior. You should act like one. I am the minister of the Student Discipline Committee, and I have the right to supervise you. Tadidangdring Trong Kimaman Sauce was surrounded by 2 gossipers during lunch. He angrily shouted, slamming the table, causing the plates to rattle. Stop talking. The food tray went straight onto Lam Bin's head. He stood there, dumbfounded, not knowing what to say. The Tira Kit sat in the distance, munching and commenting, man, this guy is something else. On the first day he dares to dump food on the Minister of Discipline. At that moment, the tray had fallen. Lam Bin's face was covered in sauce and leftover vegetables. He was furious, raising his fist, shouting, are you trying to get killed? But unfortunately, his punch missed. A Trunkam mess he dodged, and he ended up hitting the table instead. The dining table broke, sending pieces of wood and dust flying at Ho and Jing Vai beside him. Seeing Lam Bin sprawled on the floor, a Trunkam MC turned away, unfazed. As if it was an accident, he angrily called after Thai Nai, just wait for me. If I do not get revenge for this, I am not Lam Bin. The next day, in a large classroom, the stern instructor guided everyone to turn to page 265 to review the main content of the Berserker's skills. The instructor, Kam Ding Hai, a level 58 expert, wrote on the board. Inside, he gritted his teeth, thinking, what is the director doing? How could he arrange for a 3-shift expert like me to be examined by a freshman? It is infuriating. Kam Deng Hai could not hold back anymore. Turning to confront Tram MMS. What is with that bored expression? Is my lecture too simple for you? He flipped through the book, sighing to himself. His teaching method is not stupid, but it is too old-fashioned and very conservative. There are clearly many better techniques. Yet the teacher insists students learn only what he teaches. Clinging to the old ways suffocates the student's creativity. Tron Kim Mufsi decisively slammed his book shut and stood up. There is no point in wasting time here. There are very few people in this world who can truly teach me. Seeing him leave, Kam Ding Hai called after him. Classmate Trimne Kim Mess. I have been teaching for over 10 years. And you are the first to leave class early. Is there something urgent? Even if there is, you need to report it first. That is the bare minimum rule. Didn't anyone teach you that? A Trim Hum Mefs kept ascending the stairs, ignoring him, leaving the whole class in shock. While he grew even angrier, Kam Dung Hai used his teleportation skill to block his path. He glared fiercely. Today, you better give me a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, do not blame me for being rude. If you insist on making me explain, I will give you one reason. Stagnation prevents students from progressing. As soon as he finished speaking, Kam Ding Hai was so furious he was shaking. Speechless, a fellow student stood up and shouted at him, Atri mummies. We all know you are strong, but your teachers have eaten more salt than you have eaten rice. What gives you the right to say that? Someone next to him chimed in. Exactly. Apologized to teacher Kamlay. Lum Bun also brought 2 people into the classroom. The disciplinary patrol found him sneaking back early and suspected him of insulting a teacher. We hope you will cooperate with us and return for questioning. The 3 of them cornered him, determined not to let Tremasamamsi go. Lum Bin sneered inwardly. You arrogant punk. Now you are in my hands. No matter how talented you are, I will make sure you do not get a sweet outcome. Kam Deng Hai brushed it off, walking past him casually. Fine. You guys take him away. The rest of you, continue listening to my lecture. Anyone who dares to break school rules will learn from this. He chuckled sarcastically. Stubbornness is why the Academy of Divine Destiny has fallen this far. Seeing Tron Kia Mixa about to leave defiantly, he shouted. Wait. What do you mean? Speak your mind. Atron Kiwamuvsi frowned and turned back. If you want the truth, here it is. Your lesson had quite a few mistakes and many overly conservative points. If everyone trains according to your method, the only path left will probably get narrower. Kam Ding Hai was shaking with anger. All right. If you have the guts, refute my point in front of everyone. If you can say 1 or 2 reasonable things today, I will resign and never pursue teaching again. He was confident because he thought no way a newbie like you could challenge my lecture. He would not argue further and went straight to the podium. You just said that all warrior professions should calculate strength and physique based on a 3:1 ratio. In reality, if calculated that way, over half will end up crippled. Next, let us see me analyze the data right here. With that, he picked up a piece of chalk. The sound of writing echoed sharply on the board in the quiet classroom. It was especially clear. After a moment, the students exclaimed, "Wait, that seems real." Looking at the calculation formula, after surpassing level 50, physical benefits will start to show diminishing returns. Others can see that according to this formula, it should be about 3 levels lower than the standard in textbooks. No wonder you can reach these conclusions. Atran Vim Menstiglack at Kam Dang Hai. Earlier, Teacher Cam had said to prioritize attack speed over critical attributes. Only then could damage be maximized. I have another formula that can refute this point. After a while, the green board was filled with white writing. He stands on the podium, concluding that everyone possesses the ability to think independently. What I just said is not entirely true in terms of so-called reality. Smirking provocatively, he asked the old man, Master Cam, do you want a punch in the face? Cam Dong-hai was sitting on the ground. How could a freshman have theoretical abilities even stronger than mine? Just then, a senior with blonde hair entered with 4 others. Lin Bing. We are from the student council. Following the dean's directive, you are suspected of openly insulting the top freshman this term. So come with us. He was dragged out of the classroom in front of everyone, unwillingly shouting. When class ends, the students murmured, have you heard? The Minister of Discipline has offended Cheng Qianmo and was directly dismissed by the school. That is not all. Just now Master Cam Dong-hai voluntarily resigned. Cheng Qianmo is really something. He has made waves across the 4 major universities. And I have heard this even caught the principal's attention, who directly requested to meet Cheng Qianmo. At this moment, Loi Tuan-kiat was leading Cheng Qianmo while praising him. Good. You are really something. You have managed to get rid of all those stubborn old fools. I doubt they will have the face to speak up in school anymore. But do not worry. Principal Lang has been wanting to deal with them for a while. Suddenly, Cheng Qianmo remembered that big-hearted girl and thought, Principal Lang, the Lang family. But I will reassure myself as I step in and push the door open. There are many people with the surname Lang in this world. It can't be that coincidental. As he entered and closed the door, Lang Tio spoke up. Young friend, we meet again. Remembering the old man he encountered while strolling around dorm Z, he was wide-eyed. Was him. After thinking for a moment, he smiled back at the old man. I can't deny my luck is not bad. Suddenly, he saw the old man channeling power, radiating a golden light around him. Cheng Qianmo, not to be outdone, gathered his skills, creating a similar aura. But his light was dark purple. Lang Tio joyfully praised him. The younger generation is impressive. I have heard about your performance across the 4 major universities. I want to ask how you can do all this. Nor will I investigate what you have been through. I only want to ask you one thing. If I want you to be the head of the most special class at Shenyu University, would you dare to accept? He smiled confidently. What is there to be afraid of? But do you dare to authorize it? The old man seemed to have finished asking and then discussed the terms. All right. If I have chosen you and give you a powerful sword, what is the problem? Moreover, I certainly want to let you help for free. Both sat. Lang Tiao continued. Go ahead. If you have any requests, as long as they are reasonable, I will do my best to help you. And Cheng Qianmo rubbed his chin thoughtfully. I need a few precious intermediate herbal blueprints. Lang Tiao could not help but be curious. Is that all? Very good. Not arrogant, not hot-headed, and certainly not greedy. That is fine. Everything you need is in the drawing museum, and you will need to use contribution points to exchange for it. I will directly approve 100,000 contribution points for you. If you need anything, just go get it yourself. Suddenly, his phone in his pocket rang. A Trimhum Mupsi opened his phone to check, surprised to see it was Hong Thin calling. So it was him, Lung Tu casually said. It is. Answer it. So he turned on the phone to his ear. Hello. Old Mac. Long time no see. What have you been up to lately? Do you remember me? That is right. I called you today to share 2 pieces of good news. Which news do you want to hear first? Cheng Qi Mac and Lang Tu looked at each other, both sweating profusely. Hello. Why are not you talking? Hong Jin spoke as he walked. Don't do that. I know you are listening. Forget it. I will just tell you everything. Good news number 1. I have leveled up to level 30. Good news number 2. For my awakening quest, I need you. How's the market from the outside? Surprised or not, I did not even consider other level 30s. I went straight to you. Are you willing? Our relationship is good enough that you would not refuse. Right. Cheng Qi Mac could not help but feel confused. A student from Lam Thean University like you is not looking for someone from school. Is not that a bit odd? You interrupted me. I like to choose who I want to find. And no one else can control that. Cheng Qi Mac let it go. Okay. If you are not scared, then I. Just send me the address later. After hanging up, Lang Tu praised him. Not expecting your social circle to be so wide, but inviting a level 25 student for help. In all of ECF, there is probably only this person. How confident are you? He smiled brightly at him, feeling 10 out of 10. Standing in front of the Blueprint Museum entrance, Cheng Qi Mac calculated to himself. Before heading to Lam Thean University, he thought to splurge a bit and conveniently choose a suitable blueprint for his level 4 transformation. The guide pointed at him as he saw him. Student, please insert your student card in this slot. As soon as he inserted it, an announcement sounded. Cheng Qi Mac, card number 500,000. Current contribution points balance 100,000. Access to all areas granted. The guide was taken aback. 100,000 contribution points. The crowd waiting behind all shouted. Someone hit me so I know I am not dreaming. He has only been at school for a few days and already earned 100,000 contribution points. Is he even real? Damn it. Last year I worked my ass off and only made a little over 8,000. Some people really make you want to scream. On the third floor of the drawing museum, Katrina walked in alone. So this is what the museum is about. These drawings are displayed exclusively to be The wealth of Vaue Fafi thundered is impressive. I did not expect so many reserves. He glanced through the drafts of mental potions, ice spells, and lava items under 1,000 points, skipping over them. Seeing there were no good items outside, all were the lowest level drawings. Let us check inside then. Looking at some perfect level drawings for death prevention, fire damage sacrifice oil, and internal damage enhancing magic potions. Atron Kim Mumsi was impressed. Not bad. Starting from this point, they are all perfect level or higher. But since there is only one level 4 transformation item, I need to sift through everything, just in case there is something even more advanced. After a while, he stopped in front of an area and shouted. The intermediate herbology section had 4 level design drawings, including a blood magic potion that could restore 100 magic points every 5 seconds. It lasts for an hour. And the ultimate potion can increase magic damage by 35 points across all attributes. It lasts for an hour. And the purification potion can eliminate all primary abnormal status effects. It lasts for an hour. And the ancestral potion can boost all attributes by 8 points. It lasts for an hour. And he laughed joyfully, feeling it was worth his effort. Then, I will take the purification power. In the later stages, there are too many annoying bosses to buff. If this potion's transformation effect is decent, it could definitely surprise me. After choosing, he immediately issued a system command. I want to transfer purification power. The system notification rang out. Congratulations, host. You have completed the transformation and successfully obtained a new passive ability. Purification power. The purification power passive will create a cyclical effect around the host that can eliminate all primary abnormal status effects. It lasts for 5 seconds, triggering a cycle every 3 minutes. The system notification continued to chime. Congratulations, host. You have successfully obtained a passive ability. Cleansing power. The host's body generates a cyclical effect that can remove adverse status effects, lasting 5 seconds and triggering a cycle every 3 minutes. Tron Kim MC was thrilled. This cycle effect is too powerful. At least before reaching the mid-stage, I can wipe out most terrifying monsters. Now, let us check on the results of Hong Thien during this time. At the entrance of Lam Thien University, there were far more students passing through than at Thun D University. Seeing a call come in, Tron Hong Kim M. Moxie pulled his hood over his face and answered the phone. Hello. 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 Is that you? Lom MC. Have you arrived? Just walk around the campus. I will come find you as soon as I am done with class. With that, Hong Thien hung up. Atron Kim MC could not help but chuckle. This brat. Is there anyone else who invites help like him? I have not even taken a dime from you. And now you can't even welcome me. Another voice from the crowd caught his attention. Atrai Bo. Stand here on the stage today. Having fought 11 matches, and no one has been able to defeat me. But if anyone can beat me, all the prize money here will belong to them. Tri Do Vi Bro is a 4th-year student at Lam Thien University, graduating class 30, an expert in ammunition. Tron KVMFC took off his hood and thought to himself, Lam Thien University truly deserves to be a top national training institution. They openly encourage students to fight each other, as only this way can everyone's strength be quickly improved. Another person standing under the stage sneered. Atrai Bo. You still do not know how to be ashamed. Picking on juniors for the sake of reputation. What clever tricks do you have? Let us hear them. Quang Debao got furious at the accusations. Lu Huanwei. Do not spit blood on me. I am here openly challenging you. The rules are clear. How can you call it a scam? If you think you can handle it, first put down 4 million blue star coins. If you win, all the rewards are yours. He pulled out a gold card with a smirk. 4 million is not enough. There are 6 million blue star coins on this card. Are you brave enough to refuse? Quang Debao's face slightly paled. He thought to himself, this time I am stepping into the arena to earn some funds for recruiting help on my awakening mission. If I win this round, I will have enough for my second transition. But he gritted his teeth and agreed. I accept the challenge. The students below were whispering among themselves. Lu Huanwei was taking advantage of his Soul weapon profession to bully others shamelessly. This fight must be due to old grudges. Although not many were betting on Kang Debao to win, no one was supporting Liu Huanhui either. Chen Qiamo smiled with interest, surprised to see some drama unfolding. With half a day free, he also wanted to observe the educational quality of Blue Sky University. As it started, Kang Debao shot a round of ammunition from a distance. Without waiting, Lu Huanwei dodged while using his sword to deflect some of the bullets. He grit his teeth heavily, enduring the fire. Is this guy on drugs today? Why is he so strong? I can barely keep up. Losing money is one thing, but losing face is a big deal. I must surprise him a bit. Liu Huanwei was determined not to lose face. So he prepared something behind his back. Chen Qiamo noticed this action, and immediately understood that this guy was getting desperate, and was about to play dirty. But Kaing Daibao was caught off guard and panicked, when he saw a grenade with a damage range of 600 to 700 points, and a stunning 3-meter throw coming toward him. You are using props in the arena. Lu Huanwei. You have no shame. In an instant, the grenade exploded, a fiery blast erupting in front of him. As the smoke cleared, he saw Kaing Daibao lying unconscious on the ground, and Liu Huanwei sneered. How does it feel to be hit by a grenade? He ignorantly added, I will take this 4 million first, and I will come to collect the rest from you tomorrow. Next, the arena master is me. The rules remain the same. Those with the guts can continue to charge forward. Chen Kamo chuckled and turned to leave. Lu Huanwei, in a dead end, called him back. The man in gray halted. What are you laughing at? Chen Kamo shot him a cold glance. And you are definitely calling me. Lu Huanwei puffed up his face, looking arrogant. Who else would I be calling? Blue Sky University is not a place where just any random person can come in. And what was that expression you had earlier? You seem to look down on us Blue Sky University students. He squinted slightly, glaring at him. I am not actually a student of Blue Sky University. But is not today an open day? And who do you think you are? I want to laugh. Do I need your permission? Hearing Chen Qiamo look down on him, Liu Huanwei got even angrier. He could not believe a student from outside the school had such a big mouth. Right now, I'm still in the arena. Are you daring to come up? Without waiting for him to finish, a Trenkung Mivsi jumped onto the stage and asked. The current prize is 12 million. Right. He brought out his house deed and personal card, with 6 million lam tinted in cash, plus a property in the capital worth 20 million. Will you accept it? The students from Lam Thun were all dumbfounded, seeing that Trinekia Munsi was only a level 25, and a national treasure level servant. They thought he was just there for charity and looked down on him. Greedy ones like Ulku Hung Hui were delighted. Fine. If you are here to donate money, then I will accept. Today, I will give you what you want. As soon as he heard the acceptance, a Trinekia MC vanished, leaving the guy wondering where he went. Just a second later, Tringham KMM Mopsy appeared like lightning and delivered a punch straight to a Lu Heng Hoi's stomach. What was the point? Then he spat out dark blood. You could hear the sound of at least 4 or 5 of his ribs breaking as he fell. Lu Heng Hui curled up, fear in his eyes, wondering, what just happened? Elsewhere, someone walked in. Professor El Zhu, this is bad. You need to go to the arena now. Lu Guangvin, a professor at Lam Thin University and a level 57 tier 3 powerhouse, was reading when he angrily shouted, making a scene. The person was even more anxious. Summarizing. Professor El Zhu, your son just entered the arena, and he has been seriously injured. You need to see this. If you wait too long, it might be too late. Hearing this, he jumped up. What? Who has the guts to touch my son? On the stage, only one person stood, while the students shouted. Enough. Who is this guy? He just took down Logu Hung Hodi with one move. That is incredible. I did not even see how he attacked. A Tron Kim MC calmly stood over the trembling body of Logu Eng Hui, demanding, give me the money. He stiffened his neck, swallowing down the salty taste in his mouth as he stammered. See, can I have a few more days? He kicked straight onto the chest of the bully, shouting, what? Don't tell me you want to back out on the debt. The guy hurriedly explained, I will definitely pay. But I need to wait for my dad to come. He is a professor at Lam Thin University. Antrim Hum Miss raised an eyebrow in disdain. Professor at Lam Thin University. Quite impressive. Is not. After saying this, the crowd below erupted again. Who do you think you are to insult our teacher? Lam Thin University is not a place you can just waltz into. Even though he came to help them, no one knew. They thought they were the best on this server, and tried to chase him away. Nonetheless, they remained unfazed, asking them, what is wrong? You guys are not satisfied, are you? The arena is still open, and it is all according to the old rules. Who dares to come up? Everyone was left speechless. Currently, there is a total of 38 million lam tinten on the stage. Who can afford that? Atron Kim MC then offered them a choice. No problem. If you do not have money, then I will lower the requirement a bit. Just 3 million to step onto the stage. If you win against me, all the prize money is yours. Just as he finished speaking, someone jumped onto the stage. I bet 3 million to test my skills. The students were all excited, quickly looking over. That is Senior Gong. He is an outstanding student from the graduating class. Extremely strong. It is really him. Looks like we are saved. But not even a second later, he screamed, being kicked straight down by Trondheim MC. He casually yawned and said to them, keep going. The current prize is 41 million lam tine currency. At this moment, the person called upon arrived. Lum Sun, which school are you from to be so rude? The students gasped. Look, Professor Olgu is here. This time there is a good show to watch. Beating the professor's son won't end easily. Lu Wanghoi's son was lying on the edge of the ring, half-conscious. Peeking around, he was worried about his son and snapped. You have got some nerve to lay hands on my son like that. Let go. Atron Kim Mepsi kept his foot on the guy's chest, laughing and saying, What are you joking about? Your son owes me money and has not paid. His face was full of arrogance. But he laid down the terms. You give me the money, I will let him go. The man was sweating, awkwardly responding, How much do I owe you? He held up 2 fingers casually, saying, According to the rules of the arena, he still owes me 26 million lam time currency. Lu Quangvin's body shook, staring wide-eyed, unable to believe what he just heard. 26 million. How could this brat lose so much? This is my savings from years. But he had to grit his teeth and pull out a pen to sign. Determined, he tossed the signed document to Tron Kai Memsir. Lu Quangvin grunted. Here's your money. Let him go now. Tron Kim Memsiam waved the document with satisfaction. He kicked Lu Ung Hori down from above, shocking his father. As he held his son, he saw Lu Ung Hoi's mouth covered in blood, weakly saying, Dad, you must avenge me. Just as he finished speaking, he collapsed unconscious, causing Lu Quangvin's face to pale. Have someone carry my son away, he said, his expression darkening, calmly asking, Which school are you from? Did you come to our Lam Thin University today for a backup? Tron Kim MC pretended not to hear what he said and walked past. Lu Quangvin instantly exploded, shouting, You brat, I am talking to you. Can't you hear? Are you deaf? He turned with a nonchalant sneer, filled with vulgarity. Do you even have a brain? Lu Quangvin's anger reached its peak, rushing over to punch him. Tron Kim MC stood still, laughing and challenging him. Do you dare to lay hands on me? Below, the students also expressed their discontent on behalf of Lu Quangvin. How terrible. Professor Oldu is over 20 levels above this guy. If he strikes, it would be considered a deadly offense. Another student spoke up. Our Lam Thin University suffers this humiliation. Is there really no one who can take care of him? Look, Senior Hong Thin is coming. Hong Thin thought as he walked over. That old man Mac was indeed quite popular. Always surrounded by a group of people no matter where he was. The students began to gather around him, begging him to step in for them. This guy just injured 7 students from our school in a row. He is getting too arrogant. Another student chimed in. He even hit the son of Professor Liu Trung Thong. He took 26 million from Professor Liu too. You have to stand up for us. Hong Thien was sweating and could not help but admire. That old man Mac is really something. I just got here late, and he has already caused chaos at our Lam Thien school. He scratched his head and explained. Are you guys misunderstanding something? This classmate is a distinguished guest I specially invited here. It is better to resolve grievances rather than hold grudges. Let us just let this go as a favor to me. Lu Quangvian looked displeased. So this guy was invited by Hong Thien. I thought he could help me vent my anger. But it seems I can't expect anything. He turned away, gritting his teeth. I won't let this go easily. We will meet again. Hong Thien walked dejectedly to Cheng Kiem Mac. Old Mac, you really got me into trouble today. I will take you to the second transition exam room. He angrily tapped Hong Thien on the head, and without shame said, I got you into trouble. Don't you know who hurt who? You are the one who is in pain but just laughs it off. The students nearby whispered. Where did the senior Hong just say he wanted to go? To the second transition exam room. Is that level 25 support really an external helper for senior Hong Thien? In front of the conference room of Lam Thien School, Senior Phi and Quang Te looked at the list and said, We have the list of assistants for this ritual. Do you have any questions? Lu Quangvian hurriedly spoke up. Principal Phi, I feel like there might be something wrong with student Hong Thien. Otherwise, how could he invite a level 25 assistant, given his talents and potential? Is not this just reckless? I suggest a thorough investigation into this assistant and temporarily suspend Hong Thien's exam today to protect the future star of our school. He was pleased with himself, earlier not knowing who hurt his son. Turned out to be this Cheng Ki Mak. As long as I can prevent Cheng Kai Mak from participating in the exam today, later I can spend money to find someone to deal with him. Wang Kaifu immediately retorted. Professor Liu, I have a different opinion. When I went for recruitment, I visited Jiang Cheng Academy, and I witnessed Cheng Kai Mak's strength firsthand. He is an exceptionally talented individual who cannot just be judged by level and profession. Lu Quangvian quickly replied. How special can he be? Special enough to be a level 25 assistant in the second transition. That is truly the biggest joke in the world. Director Wang, you should not joke about the future of our school's star. Phi and Quang gently intervened. In principle, I respect the choices of the students themselves. But if Professor Ulgu and Chairman Veng keep arguing, why not set up a bet? The loser will have to take responsibility for their words and actions. Lu Quangvin grinned. Is this really happening? This Chen and Kia Mumsi is definitely not going to complete the awakening mission. In that case, he can get rid of the thorn in his side. Vinkumi, and take revenge for his son. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He happily agreed right away. All right, I accept the bet. Vinkai Fuxi would not back down either. If that is the case, I accept the bet too. Then let us get the big screen ready. The second tier exam is about to start. In front of the maze entrance, Hong Thin said to Chinaki MS. Old MS. This time the secret realm is the underground palace of Adamant, filled with earth element monsters. The awakening mission is to find something called what? Known circular plate. And Chin Ami asked skeptically. So just getting this is enough to pass? Right, do we not need to explore the whole secret realm to pass? Hong Thin firmly replied from behind. I am very sure about this. As long as we get the item, we succeed. He turned to whisper to Hong Thin. If that is the case, I have a good idea. After hearing that, he was stunned and asked back. Are you sure this won't be a problem? Today is my second tier assessment. Do not mess with me, or you will make me look foolish. Chin Ki Mumsi confidently pushed the door and entered the secret realm. When have I ever set you up? Remember, do not stay too close or too far from me. Always maintain about a 15-meter distance. Ahead is a pitch-black cave. Monsters were rushing toward them, followed by Hong Thin's shadow coming behind. Qian Kvyemisi had jumped beside a monster without knowing when. Immediately, the level 34 elite boss Lilo shouted. Intruder alert. Eliminate them. Hong Thin silently cursed. Damn it. Every time I go with old MS, we have to face these heart-pounding games. I do not even know if following his way will work. Outside, the chairmen were discussing, pulling so many monsters at once. And yet Hong Thin was still behind. Could the person in front be Chan Kim MC? Isn't he this reckless? Who would underestimate a second-tier awakening competition like this? Omen is a level 35 secret realm. Lu Kuangvin pointed and said, that is why we can't trust students from outside. Perhaps he is a spy sent by Trongthen Di to cause trouble for us. After this ends, we must control him and demand an explanation from Trumtapathin Di. The Ving Kai Fi secretly reassured himself. You all must try hard. Do not let me down. Fian Kuang was also calculating in his mind, hoping that old man would not deceive him and would show some real skill inside the secret realm. And Chien Kim MC turned and shouted. Hong Thin, now's the time. After luring the monsters, he immediately turned in a different direction, then used the shadow cloak skill to hide and escape from the monsters. The monsters stood there dumbfounded after losing track of him. Hong Thin, hiding behind a rock, could not help but admire trying Kiamak. He laughed and complimented. You really live up to your reputation. Even a trick like that is something you could think of. This extreme skill in controlling hatred truly opened my eyes. The other instructors were also stunned. How is this possible? How could he suddenly disappear? Wait. Clearly Hong Thin was following closely behind. Why did not he become the second target after Trine Kiamak vanished? Fian Kuang stood up excitedly at this scene. It was amazing. He continued to analyze. This was a very clever use of the hatred mechanism. The classmate up front distracted the monsters, drawing all their hatred while Hong Thin stayed safely behind, maintaining the greatest safe distance, not engaging in combat. When the time was right, a Trine Kiamak concealed himself in an instant, allowing Hong Thin's vision to completely sever the monster's hatred. Truly a young hero. The coordination between these two was spectacular. After dodging the monsters, Hong Thin and Trine Kiamak chatted. Old Mac, I think I am starting to understand your thinking, because my task only requires me to get the round plate from the final boss. If I can skip the little monsters and the boss in front of me, I will. But that would significantly lower the difficulty of my second transition exam. Trine Kiamak, with his hands in his pockets, said, that is right. But you can't easily skip the boss behind, because it will drop a key item. Since you took the Awakening Guidance course, you should know where the third one is. Right. Hong Thin pointed through the door and replied. Isn't he behind the stone door opposite? Ironus. Bosting. Level 35. Health point 16,000. Trine Kiamak, looking bored, asked him casually. You seem pretty proud of yourself. I asked you. Are you planning to just open the door and fight the boss? Hong Thin immediately responded. That is right. Why not? Trine Kiamak put his hand on his shoulder, preparing to whisper something. Hong Thin asked. Confused. Is that real or fake? Is it really possible? Damn. When I took the Awakening Guidance course, why did not the teacher ever teach this? The instructors outside seemed a bit annoyed that they could not hear anything. Another person spoke up. We can't encourage this kind of behavior. The school must establish a new rule that whispering is prohibited during the second transition exam in the secret realm. Immediately, one instructor stood up, urging everyone to look at the screen. Look at Hong Thin. What is he doing? Isn't this the setup in the secret realm? What does twisting it even mean? Just after he finished speaking, the mechanism was activated by Hong Thin, and a golden staff emerged, topped with a white orb. Light streamed through a hole in the maze ceiling, shining onto the orb on the staff. The light from the orb reflected onto the inner circle of the wall. Immediately, Irona's Bosting, level 35, appeared. Health point 16,000. No one can challenge the secrets of this creation. You will have to pay the price. The instructors could not believe their eyes. Who would have thought there was such a way to open a door? I have studied Otomana for years, but I have never seen such a strange way to open a door. One person spoke up, praising Hong Thin. Realizing that the small architectural group at the entrance had concealed a mystery. Hong Thin truly is the unparalleled genius of our Lam Thin school. It seems he has a great chance of passing this round. Hong Thin nephew chuckled. It really works. A Trimhum glanced at it, saying, this battle is up to you. I can only help a little. Today is just to test your current level, so do not slack off, Hong Thin confidently asserted. Just watch how impressive I am. With that, he charged forward, unleashing a continuous combo. The low Ku sword technique. Cross sword slashed backward. The low Ku sword technique. 3 flash. The instructors outside were all excited. He is truly the most outstanding sword soul genius in our school's history. This combo was executed beautifully. If my students had even half the skill of Hoang Thin, I would be smiling inside. And Trimhum Mosi analyzed from the side, noting that he was a second slow in using the Lalokodu sword technique twice earlier, and his combo needed a bit of improvement. He continued analyzing, concluding that he should not finish with 3-fold slash. Using a small ice mountain first would stun the enemy, then finish with a blade slash. Isn't the damage from blade slash lower than 3-fold slash? The instructors sitting outside were furious. Who is he to instruct our sword soul genius? And he even thinks blade slash is the finishing move. I think 3-fold slash is quite good. Does a little nobody like him even understand sword soul? Everyone continued to curse him out. Hong Thin pondered Tra Kiamux's words. Blade slash. Ah. Atron Kiamepsi shouted from behind. Don't get distracted. Just a moment of carelessness. And Hong Thin took a punch from the boss, seeing it use a tidal surge soul attack. Hong Thivin immediately heard him and shouted, Goat. Hong Thin began to execute the combo as Tron MC instructed. Low Ku sword technique. Cross sword slashed backward. Low Ku sword technique. Small ice mountain blade slash. The instructors were astonished. The damage exceeded 20%. He was already familiar with the sword soul combo. Perhaps he had a master at home. Some agreed but others were skeptical, thinking he might just know the theory but not perform well in practice. Ving Kai-fik stood up and said loudly, I fear you do not know. Let me remind you. Classmate Trangan Kayama Mansu was the top student in the university entrance exam in Ningin by Phi province, and also the first student from Hekwafif to be rated with potential reaching SSS level. Another person pointed at the screen. Look over there. What is going on now? With one final strike, Hong Thin pierced through Ironis, draining its AP to 0. It angrily exclaimed, You despicable human. I refuse to accept this. Why do you have the aura of a titan? The instructors rejoiced, praising, so it really has a special effect. Classmate Hong Thin has achieved great success. Once the exam ends, we must find a way to open a small sand table, as it could lower the difficulty for future candidates. Fian Kwang thought deeply. This is getting interesting. Hong Thin turned to Tron Ki-yum and said, You really nailed it. Not only improving the combo for Kim Hummin, but also spotting such a powerful mechanism. I can just relax against the wall. Alright, pick up the items. We should move to the next area. Hong Thin was holding a fragment, the key piece for the final boss's door. The two continued deeper into the maze. From a distance, they could clearly see monsters crawling on the walls with glowing red eyes looking down. The two exchanged words. The path here was narrower than the stone corridors before. We can only clear the monsters. Hong Thivin charged ahead. When it comes to damage, I am no match for you. I will focus on drawing the monsters. Just make sure your movements are quick, or I might get killed. After a while, Hong Thin returned with a swarm of black drops. This one's on you. Tron Wem quickly swung his staff, creating a void ball. As Hong Thin ran to him, he threw the swirling ball through the swarm right at the target. Hong Thin sat down, panting, discussing the insane damage potential. He had to admit it was impressive. A supervisor stood up and said, Can Tron Mumc transfer schools? A talent like him at the back-ranked Divine Realm school is such a waste. Ving Kai-fuf closed his eyes and sighed. You all do not know. Initially I also represented the school to invite him. I do not know why he ultimately chose that lower-ranked Divine Realm school. If he made the decision himself, I do not see him transferring anytime soon. After walking a bit more, 3 monsters stood waiting ahead. 1 wielding an axe and 2 with swords in a defensive stance. The Fire Mace Gagarin was a level 36 Black Iron Dwarf, with health points reaching 18,000. A Trimhum Mupsi glanced back and asked, You know the skills of the Fire Mace Gagarin? Right. Hong Thin replied confidently. Of course. The skill that activates instantly to increase fire damage, and the group fire damage ultimate are both quite terrifying. Trahum nodded, moving forward, as if testing the timing for his strike. Later, I will tank the boss damage. You focus on dealing damage, and try to reduce the fire damage every time it hits. One of the three bosses spread its fiery wings wide. This place is the kingdom of the dwarves. And they won't tolerate outsiders trespassing. Trindrim Kiam MMC and Hong Thin had entered a state of increased fire damage resistance by 150 points after he used his passive purification skill. He dispelled that state and charged in with his spear. The boss was panicking. How could this happen? Trinium he unleashed a series of combos. Divine. The Enkach. Lesso Trafunk. Quit men. Liakich. While Hong Thin was soloing another boss. He turned to look and marveled. This guy is really something. This battle mage skill was also being played beautifully by him. I even found myself somewhat sympathetic to the fire mace Gagarin. Trondheim he MNC continued guiding Hong Thin to take down the three monsters. Chad asked him, wanting to teach him an even better move. Do you want to learn? Hong Thin glanced at him and panted heavily. I just tanked the boss while having to distract myself talking to you. You did not just help me out. You tricked me too. You are a demon. Are not you? Stop being vague and just say it. Seeing that, Tronium also chimed in. Actually, going for the damage boost from Gagarin's fire spear has telltale signs to watch for. If you react fast enough, you can perfectly dodge it. Pay attention to the moment it raises its hand to see if there are any distinctive features. Hong Thin suddenly pondered. The moment it raises its hand, Gagarin squinted at them. Its right hand twitched slightly. Hong Thin continued to endure Gagarin's attacks as an announcement rang out. Increase in fire damage. You have entered the 5th level of fire damage increase. Fire attribute damage is increased by 750 points. You are gasping for breath as you lower your sword. Before it raises its hand, the right hand will retract slightly. Atron Kivamumsi laughed. You are right. In that moment of retraction, if you use the late by Trum, you can block its attack. The window of opportunity for fighting is only 0.1 seconds. The other side continued to swing the spear, causing you to groan. Here it comes again. In that instant, Hong Thingian swung his sword to execute the leap by Trem. It just did not succeed. So you fell into the 6th level of fire damage increase. Fire attribute damage is increased by 900 points. Hong Thin cursed. Damn it. Can a human really pull this off? Atron Kivamepsi shouted. Don't he get distracted? Keep practicing. Hong Thin kept swinging his sword, delayed by 0.5 seconds, then 0.2 seconds. Atron Kivamex's voice echoed from behind. What are you doing? Faster. Remember the feeling from before. Do not be too tense. Just slow down a bit next time. Outside, the instructors of Lam Thin shouted angrily. This reckless behavior is truly absurd. Even if he is powerful, he can't just use our genius as a target. Right. Even if he is right. Can anyone really react in 0.1 seconds? Hong Thin had fallen into the 10th level of fire damage increase. Fire attribute damage is increased by 1500 points. He knelt down, needing to lean on his sword to stay upright. Tron Kim MC pretended to be annoyed and reminded him. Hong Thin, this is your last chance. Don't you blame me for not warning you that Gagarin's current state could kill you with just one attack. Hong Thin's face, which was already struggling to breathe, suddenly filled with a will to survive. Before the fire ring Gagarin shot out, he leaped up to slash. Damn it. Take this hit from me. A desperate slash came down, shattering the fire ring. The system announced another notification. You are now in the invincible period of Leap Batrum. Fire damage increase will have no effect. Hong Thin laughed with delight. Got it. Tron Kim Muxim looked at him in frustration. You are so slow. It took so many tries to succeed. Keep going. I won't save you until you succeed 100 times in a row. Hong Thin jumped in shock. Old mess. You are really cruel. Moments later, the notification of invalid fire damage kept popping up. Tramikim Mfi smiled to himself, thinking, not bad. It is rare to have such a good training opportunity. This old king has finally mastered this skill. He gently twirled his spear and said, next up, it is my turn. Hoen Ving and Fing Nansa launched a purple orb towards Gagarin like a nuclear missile, exploding right in front of Hong Thin. As soon as the attack ended, he collapsed to the ground. His spirit departed. Atron Kivamufsi smiled and asked him how he felt. Hong Thin raised his sword and said, it feels amazing. I never expected I was this strong. Though I am not as freakishly powerful as you. Taking down opponents at the same level is definitely within my reach. The instructors believed this person had created a miracle by helping Hong Thin break through his limits, and they had to protect him at all costs, or he would become the most dangerous enemy not only for the school but for all of He Quats. Trindrim Kiem MMC and Hong Thin each held a shard that was the key to the door. He said, in front of us is the final boss. Azada's chamber. Let us get started. At that moment, both placed their shards into the indent on the door, immediately activating the mechanism, and the door swung open. After seeing the boss, Tron Kim MC turned to Hong Thin and asked, you know the process for taking on the final boss, right? Hong Thin nodded, replying, yeah. The main challenge in this battle is defeating the boss, while also dealing with a lot of smaller monsters. If I remember correctly, every 10 seconds the boss will activate 5 statues to join the fight. When the boss's health drops below 50%, All the stone statues will be activated. Normally, we should split our roles, one to take down the boss, and the other to clear the smaller monsters. Mefs had an idea and said, well, I have a more exciting plan. Want to hear it? Hong then became curious. What is the plan? After listening intently, he exclaimed. He said overkill. And that was it, bro. Where's your battle plan? This is a level 38 boss. Do you really think just 2 words will take it down? He smiled mockingly. What kind of plan do you need for an overkill? As long as we kill fast and control the damage rhythm. This boss is pretty simple. Hong then stroked his chin and repeated his words. Kill fast. Control the damage rhythm to 50% health to trigger. He then laughed. I think I almost get your point. It is quite daring, but worth a shot. Mifsi took a confident stance and said, all right. Then let us get ready to work. He applied a set of skills to his weapon. Soul Blade. Armor Breaker. Holy Knight's Blessing. Mobile Fortress. And Soul Ignition. The Blessing of Little Spirit. The instructors were all shocked. Realizing today, I finally understood the true power of the summoner profession. A versatile role when fully equipped and supported by pets. The power was like having an extra person. However, summoners are very rare, and few reach the level of Tron MS, which caused a huge stir, with a large summon backing him up. Hong Then felt bewildered. He then said, let us begin. I will fully stack the damage vulnerability on the boss. You are in charge of focusing on damage. Just be careful to avoid its wide-range attacks. Azada used electric mines to shoot through Tren Kiem and C's armor in retaliation. Both sides charged at each other, creating sparks. He roared loudly. Who dares to summon Azada? Who dares to anger the creator? Azada boasting level 38 with 22,000 health is in an electrified state. Each stack increases all incoming damage by 20%, lasting 8 seconds. Armor breaking state. Each stack increases physical damage taken by 10% for 15 seconds. Tatramham Mosi ordered the spirit. You guys hold the revived statue. He charged ahead, calculating that the only weak point in this battle was the easily injured status. To quickly defeat Azada, he needed to stack as many vulnerable statuses as possible. That way, the damage output would be sufficient. Other professions could not do this. But the rogue could. His speed suddenly increased as he darted back, seeing the hate bar barely budge. Hong then worried. Lom MC. Can we really deal damage? We have only lost a fraction of our health. He reassured his teammate. Do not lose heart. The damage will ramp up soon. After saying this, Atron Kim MC unleashed a series of arcane spells the damage continuously stacked on his body. But he still could not hold on. Hong then joyfully shouted. Lom MC. You are amazing. My damage just doubled. You are definitely the top support in this game. Don't hold back. Keep attacking. Azada's eyes flickered with a strange red light. He raised his clawed hand high. I call upon you in the name of the Creator. Come forth, my slave. The announcement echoed again. Warning. Azada's blood is below 50%. Activating all the statues. The outside instructors kept sighing. It seems like the passion still is not enough. Their strategy was too aggressive. A boss with 22,000 AP is not that easy to kill. You guys won't be able to divide and handle this like the previous boss. Lu Kuang-Vin smiled cunningly. Look at you all pretending. It seems I am about to turn the tables. Inside the secret realm, Tatramham must remained highly alert, focusing on Hoen Ven. Each of his mystic attacks against Azada hit with critical attributes, and Hep quickly dropped to 0 as he shattered into pieces. He still unwillingly screamed, You despicable humans. The Great Titan clan will definitely punish you. Hong then wiped his forehead. Watching as the final boss was dealt with, he plopped down on the ground and sighed. No wonder you love playing heart-stopping games. Tatramham Mufsi replied nonchalantly. Life is so dull. Is not it better with a bit of spice? In the conference room, all the lecturers were silent as clams. Fian Kuang lowered his eyes and said, Tradung then Dida might be about to make a comeback. Fian Kuang sternly told Kuang Vin and Vine Kaifidator. If the outcome is clear, you two handle it yourselves. Before understanding what was happening, Lu Kuang Vin had already knelt down. He looked up with pleading eyes and said, Principal, I know I was wrong. I misjudged earlier. I did not expect classmate Key Trimem and C to be this strong. I am willing to step back a rank and concede. Fian Kuang merely responded with a soft "oh" and asked, So what about what happened in the arena 2 hours ago? The other lecturers still did not understand what was going on. Arena, what is the principal talking about? Fian Kuang asked again. You still do not know. I just heard the students talking. Lu Kuang Vin's face had turned pale. How did the conflict between me and Trungon Kiem Mem C spread to the principal so quickly? He bowed his head and begged. Principal, I am just an old man who made a mistake. I have both old and young dependents. Please give me a way to live, Fian Kuang said grimly. Well done, Lu Kuang Vin. I was wondering why you attacked Tron Kai MNC today. Turns out you wanted to take personal revenge during an official match. It has always been fair and square. Your son lost money, so he should compensate. But you, Filled with ambition for a professor's position, shamelessly seek revenge on a genius. Do you even have a shred of dignity left? He decisively told Du Quangvin. Tomorrow, you should proactively submit your resignation. This is the last bit of face I am giving you to take him away. Lu Du Quangvin was dragged away by two people but still pleaded. Principal, please spare me. At that moment, a notification appeared in the secret realm. Congratulations to Hong Thin for successfully completing the task of awakening the second transformation. You have successfully leveled up to Sword Saint, earning 20 free attribute points. Total time spent in the secret realm is 1 hour, 58 minutes, and 49 seconds. Personal ratings. Receiving 500 million EFA. And a platinum treasure chest. Trimegium Emis's system also chimed, activating the hidden job characteristic of a spellcaster, raising his personal rating to SS. The platinum treasure chest increased to a diamond treasure chest. Atron Kim MC was overjoyed to see the rewards he held in his hands. At that moment, he also leveled up to level 27. Hong Thin cheerfully turned and said, Lom MC, this reward is too extravagant. Not only did I get a platinum treasure chest, but I also leveled up 3 levels. Awesome. Dreeing M. Mace smiled comfortably to himself. It turns out that the FB points from the Awakening Secret Realm were so high. With the FUB I had previously accumulated, I directly leveled up 2 levels. It seems that the mercenary mission of Tich Tich can be included in the plan now. He opened the status window to start allocating points, smiling as he did so. Following the old rule, he allocated all 13 attribute points to strength. With this level up, his combat power probably broke through 28,000 points. Just one step away from 30,000 points. He also conveniently opened the diamond treasure chest he had just received. The system's voice rang out. Congratulations. You have received perfect grade equipment. A unique shoulder guard. He was stunned to see the reward along with the item's stats. His face lit up with excitement when he received the item. And it turned out to be a second-tier equipment. Plus it came with a group control skill. He immediately envisioned himself luring monsters, and using this new skill combined with the Void Orb or Quantum Bomb, what could be more perfect? He was thrilled and boasted. From now on, I just need to gather monsters together, drop an then unleash a wide-range attack to wipe them out. Huang Chen chuckled and turned to show off. Loma. I hit the jackpot this time. I got this premium equipment, by the way. Show me your reward so I can admire it. He exclaimed. Seeing the shoulder guard, he was immediately in shock. Your luck is truly explosive. It is a second-tier equipment. I remember this is the second one. Right. Here I, successfully advancing to second tier. And I still do not have one. It is so frustrating, he continued. Lama. I have reached level 31 now. So I have successfully graduated from the Lam Chan Academy. What are your plans now? I might need to rely on you. Chen Kwama replied lightly. Wait until I get to second tier. And then I will let you know. The next day, everyone in the school was buzzing. Have you heard? Yesterday, Senior Huang Chen and a level 25 monster broke the record to pass the second tier assessment. Who does not know about that? I heard today. They were even summoned by the principal. After calling both Chen Qianma and Huang Qin to sit in the office, Wang Kaifu started. Chen Qianma, it has been a few days since we last met. And I did not expect your strength to have leveled up. Chen Qianma cut straight to the point. Leaders, you must have come today to persuade me to change schools. Right. Wang Kaifu clicked his tongue. Well, that is indeed our intention. You must know the strength of our Lamshan school. Previously, when you were graduating from high school, I personally came to recruit you. But unfortunately, it did not work out. Now, our principal has personally promised that as long as you are willing to join our school, you can set any conditions you want. As for the Shen Yu school, he will go personally to negotiate. Chen Qianmei expressed his stance, saying, I am afraid this will disappoint you. If I chose Shen Yu from the start, I absolutely want to change. You both probably know my relationship with Huang Qian, so there is no need for you to worry. As long as Lamshan does not provoke Shen Yu, there will definitely be no conflict with you. I can guarantee that. Fi Yingguang said with a bright smile. Very bold. If that is the case, we won't push you anymore. Chen Qianma raised another issue, adding, however, I have a plan that might benefit both sides. The two leaders looked forward to hearing his plan. At Lamshan School, everyone was discussing the second-tier awakening exam. Have you heard? The principal personally invited Chen Qianma to be a temporary teacher, staying at Lamshan Academy for 10 days to help students tackle the second-tier secret realm. I heard the remuneration is some special materials, ensuring a 100% success rate in advancing to second tier. 100%. Isn't he that just blowing smoke? Yesterday, the upgrade rate of the Hong Thian student group was only 37.5. Even in Edgequof, no level 30 students dare to be too confident. They say it can definitely help people pass the second transition assessment. Some still do not believe it, so they decided to wait and see. Observing a bit longer, I heard that Senior Olgu Ko plans to be the first to take the challenge and see the results. A student entered his room holding a wooden box. Hello. Teacher. I am Tria Memis. Your temporary teacher. I am Wo. A berserker. And I have got the spirit without meditation you wanted yesterday. I am wondering when we can start the second transition assessment. Trying Kivamemkas's face brightened when he saw what was in the box. Not bad. High-grade spirit without meditation. It would be disrespectful to refuse. He said. Since there is no one else here. You are the first to arrive. Let us go right now. Luo Ko was taken aback. Wait. We are going right now. Don't you need to prepare anything, like potions and such? Atron Kwimosi replied. If you do not trust me, you can take your stuff with you. Luo Ko panicked. Teacher Tron. Please do not misunderstand. I absolutely trust you. I was just worried about you overworking yourself. If you want to go right now, I am more than happy to lead the way. Look over there. The crowd is talking. Luku is here. Half a year ago, he failed once, dropping 4 levels in the process. But he has worked hard to regain them now. Someone added, this guy's potential is not that great. The previous experts could not lift him up at all. Tron Kiwamux's first deal is quite a challenge. I wonder if he can handle it. He turned to remind Lodoko to relax. Don't worry about what others think. You need to believe in yourself and trust your instincts. Luko awkwardly clasped his hands and replied. But teacher, my luck is really bad. I just drew the map of the Soul Mountain, and the difficulty is even higher than Odamant. You have to carry me through this. Trimheum MC confidently replied. Don't worry. I have always kept my word. The announcement board displayed the Soul Mountain secret realm's current progress. 80%. The crowd was shocked. This progress is truly unbelievable. Did he really bring Logu Khan? It has not even been half an hour, and he has already passed the first boss. He has got some skills after all. It seems we underestimated him before. The level 39 evil dragon, the final boss of the Soul Mountain, was begging Tron Kiamumsi for mercy while fleeing. Do not hit me anymore. Luku stood by, wide-eyed, watching him go all out. Oh my, why did not I meet him 6 months ago? Otherwise, I would not have wasted so much time. As the boss fell, the announcement board lit up. Congratulations to Tron Kaim MC for breaking the record in the Soul Mountain secret realm. The total time used is 1 hour, 35 minutes, and 32 seconds. Personal assessment S level received 600 million FE. Receiving a diamond treasure chest that activates the hidden job feature. Personal evaluation increased assess. Diamond treasure chest upgraded to exquisite treasure. I am excited to receive this temporary service reward. It can be used to obtain weapon upgrade materials and farm FB far treasures. I wonder if these secret realms will still have FB after farming again. For now, I want to open this exquisite treasure chest. There are many more secret realms to farm later, so I will open them all at once then. Lu Kuve's progress board shows that progress has reached 100%. Everyone was surprised to see this. It turns out what my classmate Tron Kaikamin said was true. He was not just bragging. If he can get someone like Liu Ku through, then it feels like no one is beyond reach. Everyone started to bustle and head back. I have to hurry back to find materials. Damn it. I need to move fast. Teacher Tron only took 10 days. It is definitely my turn next. After the trial ended, Atron Kivamumsi and Ga walked out confidently. Once everything was done, Leaky knelt down, clasped his hands, and said, Thank you, Teacher Tron, for guiding me through my second awakening. You have given me a second chance. Please accept my gratitude. Atrium Kumefs turned away and gently replied, I accept payment for work. There is no need for thanks. It is fate that we meet again. In front of Tramo Kiamox's office, night had fallen. An instructor stepped forward and directed. Everyone, line up neatly. We must maintain order. In a moment, based on the numbers I call, everyone will enter in turn. Anyone who dares to cut in line should not blame me for being rude. Immediately, a student noticed he was back. Look over there. Look over there. Teacher Tron is back. Seeing the crowd gathering since early morning, he swallowed hard. Has my office turned into a hot pot restaurant? Now you have to take a number to enter. This is quite surreal. Right on schedule. A luxurious black car drove in and parked in the courtyard, astonishing the surrounding students. Everyone was discussing. That is the special vehicle of Lam Thin University. Is something big happening today? Donnie, tell me they are here to cause trouble. We need to report to the teacher quickly. An instructor from the school asked. Director Tron, did you receive any prior notice? Our school has never crossed paths with Lam Thin University. Why are they sending someone here today? Director Tron replied. I did not receive any messages at all. Damn. He felt anxious inside. Why would someone come at this critical moment? Right now. Stratronham Misi is at their school. Could he be causing trouble at Lam Thin? Are they seeking revenge on us? Tron Kimamemsa slowly stepped out of the car, under the watch of the instructors. He got out, closed the door, and said, Director Tron. Director Tron had a look of disbelief. Atrium Mummies. Why is he riding in a high-end special vehicle from Lam Then? What on earth has he done? Could it be that he has switched sides? Atranka MC introduced. The person next to me. You should be familiar with, today. He is both taking me home and representing Lam Then School to discuss the next collaboration with Principal Lang. The lecturers were stunned. Especially to have him personally escorting the student home. Collaboration. Why does it sound so impactful? Just how impressive has Tron Kaikoide been to warrant Zdrapping V Pung, the head of Lam Then, personally escorting him home? Moreover, with the gap between our school and Lam Then so vast, why would they willingly agree to collaborate? Vin Kai Flexi spoke up. Your classmate Tron Kamum Si is quite remarkable. You should cherish him. Head of Department Tron and the lecturers looked puzzled. Have we missed out on something monumental? Upon entering Lang Tiu's classroom, Vin Kai Fake said, Principal Lang, you have really found a treasure. In just 10 short days, Tron King Mmsa helped 28 students successfully level up. A 100% success rate that nearly accounts for a quarter of Lam Then's annual graduates. Lang Tiu politely replied, You are too kind. Director V. Guang, I previously discussed with your principal Bai that two schools will form an alliance based on student collaboration. We are all in this together. No need for such formality. Viving Kai Fake smiled and agreed. Principal Lang is right. But because the alliance is near completion, Principal Bai has entrusted me to convey his message. From now on, he wants to officially invite Tron Kai MEC to be a guest professor at Lam Then. Lang Tiu froze, thinking, is this old man really waiting for me? It is no different from outright stealing someone. A first-year student serving on the board at his own school, while also being a guest professor at another. Such an absurd situation might be unprecedented in the history of H. Cooks. He turned to ask Tren Kim Umis. What do you think? He calmly replied. I do not have much time for academic reports. Ving Kai Feixi interjected. I had thought about that already. You do not need to prepare any academic reports. Just having your name is enough, of course. All the benefits will be the same as those for professors at the school. Trim calculated silently. Both Then D School and Lam Then would become his domains. After establishing his guild, he would need a large pool of talent to join, so maintaining relationships was essential. Thinking this, he immediately agreed. All right. I accept. As he stepped out of Then D School, it was already late afternoon, and Vihron Kafi adjusted his jacket, stepping outside with a satisfied expression. Lang Tu asked Trimumems, what are your plans next? Atron Kimemc turned to him and explained. Today, I will spend some time finalizing the specifics for improving the teacher's class, then prepare teaching materials. Tomorrow, I will head to the Thine Kai continent for the final sprint before the second transition. Lang Tu asked, what level are you currently at? He casually replied, I have been at Lam Then for a while. I am currently level 29. He seemed pleased and patted Tron Kaimamin Si on the shoulder. Great. That is excellent. I remember before you left, you were only level 25. I can believe you have already leveled up 4 times in just a few days. Based on this progress, you will definitely catch up to the schedule of the H-Kuf University exam in the next 3 months. Tronimum asked in confusion. What university exam? He replied nonchalantly. That is right. The so-called university exam is actually the annual ranking competition of universities. It is divided into 2 levels. The general zone and the advanced zone. The general zone allows all students from the TAM level and below to participate, while the advanced zone only permits those from the TB level and below. All participants must be students or teachers of public schools. And the final ranking will determine the school's standing. Long Tu laughed and turned to him, saying, with your current development speed, you will definitely qualify for the general zone of the exam. Finally, our school will have a chance to showcase itself. Trinhon Kiamem Mumsi thought confidently that this university exam was a great opportunity to boost his reputation and officially introduce himself to the entire H Quux. The scene shifted to the streets of Lukuya Zine. Tron Kavia Miso opened the system panel to check the information. She called from Lungan I Si Hi, and as expected, he was met with her scolding and questioning. Trying Miss quickly replied. I had something important to handle earlier, so I missed our appointment. Where are you now? Lung and Shihai responded to his message. I am on a mission at Redstone Mountain, almost level 27. Can you believe it? But this place is really far from Lakuyan. I do not have time to come back and meet you now. Tron Mumsi praised her. Your leveling speed is incredible. Have you found a hidden quest or something? She asked in surprise. You could guess that. You are still impressive. Really amazing. She started to tell him. By the way, you jerk. If I told you my family is preparing to find me a partner, how would you react? I heard this person is really outstanding and very handsome. She waited for a message, trembling when she saw his reply. What would I do? Of course. I would wish you the best. And then you would be off to cause trouble for your next target. I am finally free. Long and Sihai exploded with anger. Do not regret it. I had not agreed before. But now I have decided, when I return, I will go on a blind date. She angrily clenched her fist and turned off the system panel. This annoying person wants to provoke me. Fine. I will grant you this wish. When I get back, I will go find Grandpa and see how I can mess with you. After calming down, she told herself. However, even if the other party looks at us, I just want to agree. Tranium was speechless. This girl is really pure. She can't handle a little provocation. Just saying a few casual words and she believes it. I only used a normal attack and she has already prioritized me. Later, Tranium Mux walked into a luxurious place. The manager greeted respectfully. It has been a while. Sir, please have a seat. Atrimhemhe asked the manager. Have you had any findings on the materials I asked you to keep an eye on before? He thought to himself. Lu Kuangvin replied. In total, we need 12 types of materials for lamb thin. And I have collected 10 of them so far. The manager took out a wooden box and handed it to him, saying, Of course. I would not dare underestimate what you entrusted to me. The materials you requested earlier, I have collected 4 types. When he opened the box, Hang Songchon, Kaimai, Dalagok, and Angayat Than Diamol sparkled. Carefully packaged, his expression seemed more flustered than before. To think he could acquire such a precious item like the Angayat Than Diam. It truly is a surprising delight. He pretended to be calm and said he had only managed to collect 4 types. It seems the auction house's efficiency is not that great after all. The manager forced a smile and replied, I have done my best to gather them. My lord, with your abilities, finding 4 types is not bad at all. How much are these worth? The manager's face turned pale. These materials cost me a total of 1,000 gold. Because my efficiency was lacking, it wasted your time. I have offered a 20% discount, but in my heart, I know I spent over 2,000 gold to acquire them, but seeing the displeased expression on my lord's face, and the terrifying status of the young man, I would not dare to quote the original price. Tron Kim Mexi slid a bag of gold across the table and said, All right. If this is your goodwill, I will accept it. Also, I will recommend you a bit to the higher-ups. As he left, the manager bowed and said, Thank you for your consideration. My lord, it is an honor to work for you. Once outside, Tron Kim Mexi happily calculated that if he was not mistaken, there would be an Amiyazan Thai there. But first he had another place to visit. The scene shifted to a stable outside of Li Dun City. Trion Yinam If lifted the hatch of the basement. Going down here leads to the Dark Brotherhood's branch in Li Dun. To pick up a killer's badge and play a bit, the Dark Brotherhood is the largest assassin organization on the Chan Di continent, where anyone who awakens can come to apply for membership and become an assassin. However, they must pass a test to join smoothly. The reason I chose to come here is partly to take on some dark missions and earn some money along the way. Moreover, after reaching a certain level in the Dark Brotherhood, one can obtain a very good item. The Assassin's Mask. The Assassin's Mask, while having no attributes, can conceal all information about the wearer. As long as you wear it, one does not actively reveal their information. Outsiders won't be able to discern their true identity. They can only know the assassin's code and level. The levels of assassins in the Dark Brotherhood are divided into 8 tiers. From high to low. Heaven, Kill, Earth, Ultimate, Charm, Net, and Quantity. Most people remain at the stage of Charm, Net, and Quantity. Only those with a 3rd tier strength or higher have a chance to advance to the ultimate level and above. Tron KVM if I walked to the end and directly pushed the door to enter. It was unexpectedly crowded. The people here were densely packed, each wearing an assassin's mask to conceal their identity. They all wore a badge symbolizing their rank on their hips. A Tron KVM stood at the reception desk. Hello. I would like to join the Dark Brotherhood. The members of the guild murmured. Look at that. A novice wants to register. And he does not even seem to be level 30. Everyone here is awakened to a 2nd tier assassin class. How could a novice pass the test? Still, the masked receptionist handed him a badge. The registration fee is 100 gold coins. Take this badge to participate in the competition. When you get to the 3rd underground testing hall, someone will be there to greet you, by the door to the stairs indicated by the receptionist. Quite a few people were there for testing. A coin cracked her whip, annoyed that it was invalid. Next contestant. Those waiting in line for the test could not help but feel anxious. Are those girls here to win? They seem really hot-headed. They are cursing so much it is ridiculous. It is quite tragic. One of them said Akain is a rare elite-level assassin. It is said she is just 1 step away from reaching the ultimate level. Just as they were discussing, she appeared right behind them. I do not mind the discussion, but you all need to show some skill. She pointed to the other side where the checks were happening. Now, each of you go over there to test. As long as your battle power exceeds 20,000 points. It is. I can pretend I did not hear the nonsense you just spouted. Otherwise, before I could finish my sentence, they started interrupting. Please do not be angry. We were just being chatty. We want to do it again. But a Cohen directly swung her whip at them, chasing them away. Don't he make me take matters into my own hands. A little while later, all three received invalid results, as none of their battle power exceeded 20,000 points. A coin scornfully berated them. A bunch of useless trash, who can't even reach 20,000 points in battle power. And you think you can discuss me leading you all to serve in the water prison? The group of guild staff dragged the three away, still screaming for her to spare them. When she saw Tron Kiames, she paused and looked at him. You want to join the Dark Brotherhood too? You are not even at a second-tier class. Just a novice. I advise you not to waste my time right now. You should turn and leave. There is still a chance. Or else you will just be interrupting. But he simply replied, it is. Seeing Trunda Kiamumsi confidently walk to the testing area, she added, let me be clear. Our Dark Brotherhood does not accept useless trash. Even if you are not at a second-tier class, we can lower our standards for you. If your battle power does not reach 20,000 points, you won't even qualify to take the entry test. If you fail to meet the standards, you will be spending a few days in the water prison. He said nothing, placing his hand on the stone face. Atrium Mummies, level 29, first-tier novice class. Battle power 30.58 points. Upon hearing this, Aquine was taken aback. She widened her eyes in shock. Level 29, battle power over 30,000. Is he? Atrium Mumsy glanced back and asked, do I qualify to take the test now? She stopped threatening him and said, actually, I underestimated you. Next, you will face 4 assessment gates in order. The Strength Gate, the Agility Gate, the Body Gate, and the Spirit Gate. Don't say I did not warn you. If you die during the assessment, you will also be demoted. After hearing this, he stepped directly into the Secret Realm Gate. This place seems much more interesting than the previous level. The wind inside blew for a while before falling silent again. Feng Ku approached from outside. Aquan said, I guessed you would be here. Have you found the right person yet? She stared at the Secret Realm Gate and replied, I might have found someone, but we still need to see the test results. Standing in front of a stretch of golden sand by the open sea, Trami Yamum Mus was a bit surprised. He looked around with an intrigued smile, as if he were on vacation. Is this the independent space outside the Secret Realm? How interesting. An announcement echoed in the Secret Realm. In 30 seconds, the next wave will arrive. Contestants, please prepare yourselves. Please use all your strength to strike the waves. The use of any skills or drugs is prohibited. After hearing the announcement, he thought to himself, just as I expected. The 4 gates correspond to the major attributes of the awakened. The first gate is the Strength Gate, which tests my strength. The waves outside crashed relentlessly, hitting without mercy. After watching for a moment, Atrame Hum Musi drew his weapon, transforming it into a giant sword. Since the use of any supporting techniques is prohibited here, it is clearly meant to assess my strength attribute. My ability to use techniques with strength is quite good. It has been a long time since I unleashed a full power strike. Watching the wave crash toward him, he got into a defensive stance. This height could already be considered a small tsunami. They really do take me seriously. The giant sword he transformed glowed red as he activated his blood energy ring. Atron Kimamusi slashed at the wave, breaking through it. His sword path sliced through the massive wave, and he used the body of the sword to shield against the water crashing down. The announcement chimed. 1 strike breaks 1,000 meters. Congratulations on passing the Strength Gate. Total score. The left light gate led directly to the next Agility Gate, while the right light gate led to a resting room. You can recover in the resting room. Continuous passes will improve your final score. Please make your choice. He decisively turned left, determined to pass through all 4 gates in one go. Outside, the color of the secret realm was a bright red. Feng Kuna stared in shock, seeing the color, realizing it wasn't a score. How could this be? Aquine glanced at her and asked Feng Ku, what score did you get at the Strength Gate back then? Feng Ku replied softly, it was in a rank. She smirked slightly. I never expected our branch ace assassin from back then could only achieve in a rank. Feng Kuna frowned and retorted, I only had level 32 back then when I took the test. The current challenger must be close to level 40 now. Right, otherwise, there is no way they could get in a rank. Aquine covered her mouth, laughing as she repeated her words. Almost level 40. Feng Kuan asked, puzzled, what are you laughing at? Did I say something wrong? I advised it with hope. Even when I was at that level, I could only manage a basic defense. It is just that being in a melee combat profession means the difficulty of the strength door is considered the lowest. I hope you are not a budding flower, and can perform even better as long as you finish the defense assessment. You are the person I have been looking for. At the Agile Gate, a snow-capped mountain looms, and the challenge announcement rings out. Quickly adjust your state within 30 seconds after the official challenge begins. An avalanche will occur at the 40-second mark. Reach the foot of the mountain as fast as you can. Using any skills that grant invincibility or slow down is prohibited. Triggy M. He silently lamented. This rule is indeed strict. A single phrase basically cuts off all means of exploitation. This mountain has a vertical height of 1,000 meters. To avoid the avalanche, you must possess extreme speed and sharp judgment. The door indeed lives up to its agility. The key to passing is speed. He took out a flexible potion and chuckled to himself. Nearly 2/3 of the mountain is covered in snow, which will greatly affect movement speed. However, fortunately, his agility attribute is very high, and drinking potions is not prohibited. All in all, it should not be too difficult. The countdown reached 321. Beginning the challenge. The perfect agility potion has taken effect. Tron Kim dashed down the mountain at an incredible speed, his breath blowing upwards. He calculated in his mind that with 10 seconds left before the avalanche starts, he must do his best to run as much as possible. But time is tight. The snow at the peak has already begun to collapse. He quickly switched his weapon to a staff in an instant. Tron Kim turned around and swung the staff, shouting loudly, the ice wall. Seeing the wall crack within a second startled him. It could only hold for so long. He had to speed up. Yet, Tron Kim decisively jumped off the mountain. Even if the avalanche is fast, it can't compare to his free fall. Looking at the depth below, his mind raced. The speed was increasing, and using just a grappling hook, there is definitely no way to withstand the final impact. If he did not use a slowing method, he would be turned into mush. But in 100 meters he could reach the snow-free area, where the key to victory lies. The staff transformed into a spear. The mystical spear skill spun the spear at an astonishing speed as he gradually landed on the mountainside. Dream smirked slightly. This area was already snow-free, and no matter what he did, an avalanche could not happen here. For the second time, reaching the tree at the foot of the mountain, he launched a grappling hook that wrapped around the sturdiest branch, then used that momentum to land safely at the foot of the mountain. Turning back to look at the pile of snow above, Ho calmly praised himself. I have never lost so quickly. The announcement followed suit, dropping urgently, congratulating him on passing the agility gate with a top-tier defense score. With his arms crossed, he listened to the announcement proudly. Although he did not know the specific evaluation system, he could make a common guess, and a plus must be the best score. Right. You can't tell me otherwise. Isn't there an A+, C+ above the A+ score? That would be too surreal. Seeing the next secret realm glowing bright red, Feng Ku shifted from shock to fear. Is he? Really? Yet both powers are a C+. Even from the color of this realm, saying he is a C+ would not be an exaggeration. Akuan smiled greedily. 2 realms in a row. Both a plus? Then you must be the one I need. Come on. Show me if you can bring even more surprises. Feng Ku stood there, speechless and shocked, silently assessing her. This person is doomed. Yet she has caught the attention of that violent maniac Akuan in the next secret realm. Daetrine Muxa stepped forward, each step inflicting 100 damage. In a lava cave with environmental damage, stacking a burning status. He lifted his leg slightly. Suspicious. Walking here costs health. It feels a bit ghostly. He looked at the lava and pondered. The physical realm must be testing physical attributes. But he has not increased any physical points. Now he only has 3,980 health points left. This lava tunnel seems to be at least 2,000 meters long, and after entering, every second deducts 100 health points, stacking a burning status, even with medicine. He could not last a minute. It seems he needs to think of another way. First, let us test if just entering the lava space costs health, or if he needs to touch the lava ground. After thinking, Atreem leaped towards the lava. Even though he stood close to it, he did not touch it. Instead, he shot out a rope, hooking it onto a rock and began to pull himself back. Atron Kim jumped back to the ground, snapping his fingers. He had not realized he had stepped directly onto the lava ground, which caused the health deduction. This time in the space, he did not lose health. So he found a way. Atron Kim took a few vials of medicine, activating the jump status. With the effectiveness of the travel shoes kicking in, and the speed boost activated, you have taken the agility enhancing potion perfectly. As soon as he activated it, Trindrim Kim jumped forward with the hook to see how far he could jump at maximum speed. When near the lava surface, he would shoot the rope to pull himself up. Spotting the landing point ahead, Atron Kim yanked the rope to accelerate. When his foot landed on the lava surface, the realm alerted him, and the environmental damage stacked a burning status. The burning status is currently at 2 stacks. He smiled with satisfaction, jumping 600 meters in one leap. Not a bad start. He waved his staff, transforming it into a spellcaster's form, then created an ice wall in front. After that, Tron Kim kicked to split the ice mountain, standing on the ice block sliding down the lava tunnel. The ice block, steaming, sped towards the target. The target was still 700 meters away. Almost there. After that, he switched to the heavenly recognition form and shot it toward the ice block to boost himself upward. Atron Kim swung out a combat machine in mid-air, storm-like, relying on the summoning skills of the mechanic. Then, he used the heavenly net technique with a net-like pull to capture the aircraft, helping it navigate the last stretch. When he reached the end of the lava path, he jumped down, landing safely. Watching the plane explode above, Atron Kim could not help but feel impressed. He only suffered damage twice, losing 200 health points. The third checkpoint praised him. Skilled technique. Congratulations on passing the physical challenge. Overall evaluation. Tron Kim Mepsis scratched his head in confusion. Is there really an A+C+ rating? This is just surreal. Outside. Feng Ku's mouth dropped open in fear as the secret door glowed red. Could the legend be true? And A+ rating is not the highest. But a glaring red like this has truly never been heard of before. Who is the person inside? After all, stop hesitating with me. Aquine said thoughtfully. I do not even know his background. Right now. He is only level 29. And he is a rogue class. Before he entered, he participated in a battle power test. His current power level is 30.58 points. She widened her eyes in disbelief. What? A level 29 rogue with over 30,000 power points. Then he also got 3 A+ ratings in a row. Even the third stage had a very high chance of getting an A+ and a C+ in the legendary category. So what does that make us? Useless. From my perspective, we should report on this prodigy with his current achievements. Even if he fails at the final stage, there is still a high chance he will receive a top-tier rating. I believe the higher-ups will be thrilled to hear this. But Aquine suddenly turned around in anger. I still need him. If you report it, someone might invite him out immediately. I have been waiting for half a year. It is tough to find a talent like this. I can't let him go. Feng Ku kept trying to persuade her. But only those awakened at level 35 or below can enter there. Yet, it does not mean he can come back. If the higher-ups punish him, I am sure you understand the consequences. But seeing her stubbornness, she could only sigh and give in. Feng Kunu turned around. And today, let us pretend this never happened. Inside, Atronka Messi had reached the final stage. Judging by the outside and the architecture, this place is likely a library, according to previous rules. This stage must be a test of spirit or intellect. The challenge is set. Next, you will enter a library maze. This maze has only one entrance and exit. And when you encounter a fork, you can use your mental strength to sense the way. The correct bookshelf will have books guiding you. But as your mental energy depletes, the feedback you receive will become weaker and may even vanish. I wish you luck in finding the exit soon. Atronka Mevsi smirked. A mental test relies on mental strength to find the right direction. I can't deny that this testing method is quite innovative. He gently closed his eyes. But there is a significant issue here. Let me sense it first. The hazy map of the maze flickered in his mind, seeing the glowing books on each shelf. Kiam Mes realized this was the guidance for challengers. However, Atronka Mex felt a slight headache. After using his mental strength for the first time, he sensed a bit of fatigue. His current mental energy is not much better than his physical state. It is basically empty. This girl has very high requirements for mental attributes. If you do not reach a certain index, it may take an unimaginable amount of time to get out. But the person who created this challenge probably never expected I could directly steal a march. He donned the U-line cloak, activating its stealth effect, laughing heartily as he walked straight through the bookshelves. And he could indeed walk through walls. The stealth effect of the U-line cloak has a top-level ability that allows it to bypass terrain. It is quite clear. This tall bookshelf is also considered part of the terrain. When Tran Emi Sao Ungdung emerged with the announcement of passing the Spirit Challenge and joining the Dark Brotherhood, both achieved an A+C+ rating, earning a total of 1.6 million points FB. The first in the history of the guild to reach A+C+. He was ranks just 20,000 points away from the perfect rank. Tran Kumhiem Misai was a bit surprised to be promoted after passing the assessment. Yet, with such hype, the final barrier to level 30 was surprisingly easy to surpass. It was truly a pleasant surprise. Looking at the gate to the secret realm, Atronka Mevsi tightened his grip. Now, before the class change, there was just one last thing to do. Obtain the yin-yang holy weapon. His system suddenly jumped up. Congratulations. You have reached level 30 and received the special second transfer quest. Clear any mid-level secret realm solo. Achieving an SS rating in the assessment, the effect of the Bud-S fake law bonus became invalid, and upon completion, he would advance from the Feshi C5G to the Feshi C Hun G. Tron Kim MC was stunned, but even the outsiders had class upgrades. Everyone participating in the assessment was talking about the A+C+ rating. Even more surprised that Tron Kim was only level 29. Aquine Nech recalled something and ordered her subordinates. Swallow all the contestants who have not participated yet for me, taken away for unclear reasons. They shouted loudly to be let out. But she only shot them a slight guilty glance and reassured herself. This person is very important to me. You will just have to suffer a bit. Aquine glanced at her subordinates and yelled, today's events must not be leaked. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ruthless. Besides, after some time, release them and compensate each one with 100 gold. I will cover that. At this moment, Tronka MC calmly stepped out from the secret realm, greeted by an enthusiastic Aquine. Congratulations. You have received the first A+ rating in the history of the Dark Brotherhood. He pretended to be innocently happy and replied, you flatter me. I just got lucky. But inside, he wondered, Is this girl on the wrong medication? She wanted to eat him before, and now she suddenly changed her tune, seeing the badge similar to his on Trunquiem waist. She was even more surprised. How did he manage to reach that level directly? Akuan turned and smiled. No need to be modest. Reaching your level and getting this far is definitely not something ordinary people can do. From now on, we can consider ourselves colleagues. Follow me. As he walked behind Trivangames, he assessed her. This woman was definitely not simple. All right. I will follow her for now. If things go south, I can activate the U-line form and escape. A coin handed him a stack of clothes. These are sea-level assassin clothes. Take them. If you want to undertake assassination missions in the future, just go to the mission hall on the second basement floor. With your current displayed strength, I guess in at most 2 years, you will reach the top rank. Dante let the organization down. I value you highly. Atrungham Musa smiled in a silly manner. All right, that is great. His gaze drifted elsewhere, sharp in thought. It seemed he understood why she was named a QI now. These two are truly round. Then he quickly stood up and asked if there was anything else from Suzukain. If that is all, I will head out first. But she pretended to be difficult, holding onto his arm. Wait. There is still one thing I need your help with. I noticed that T. Travak Tite wants to share some information with you. But you must not let it slip outside. He nodded seriously. Okay, I won't say a word. But inside, he could not help but smirk at the bait, acting all sad. She recounted, I accidentally discovered a mysterious cave before, where there is an ancient altar that has not been found by anyone yet. Upon hearing this, he understood. So that is why she was behaving oddly, because of the altar. If she had not activated it herself, then it must be limited by her level. Atrungham Mex feigned surprise and exclaimed, so it is a hidden altar. Akoyan glanced at him and continued, Ivan? That is why I am telling you. However, there must be a beast guarding the cave. So with my current level, I can enter. The next day, Akoyan led Trin C to a waterfall that had a barrier outside. Here it is. This is the Cloud Stream Gorge. She gestured ahead. Behind this waterfall is the ancient altar. A little later, I will guard the entrance of the cave for you, and you just need to go in and challenge it. Don't worry. With my strength, no one will disturb you inside. Patronka Monksi looked fearful. I certainly trust your strength, he said. But she crossed her arms and asked. But what? He had to say. I just had a good result in my last check. So I got a bit arrogant. But after thinking for 2 days, I suddenly feel a little anxious. The beast inside won't be too strong. Right. Do you know its exact level? I am afraid I won't be able to handle it. Aquine encouragingly patted his shoulder. Your concerns are not unreasonable. Since I can't go in, I do not know what level the beast inside is. But based on the ceiling level, it should not be too high. Here, I have a life-saving item. You can take it with you. It might be useful. Aquine rummaged through her back pocket and pulled out something. This item is called the Trumlam Blow Chiju. Once activated, it can temporarily boost vitality by 3,000 points. It can be used a total of 3 times. I have already used it twice. So do not use it too early unless it is a critical moment. Atron MC tightly grabbed the blow chew and excitedly promised, I will definitely complete the mission and 1T let you down. With that, he leaped into the waterfall. A coin smirked behind him. Regrettably, you really are a rare talent. If you manage to break the seal smoothly, perhaps in the future I will reward you accordingly. But if you fail, then you can only blame your own lack of strength. After crossing the waterfall, Atranka Mufsi paused for a moment, humorously mocking himself. The Tromlambo Chiu is truly a good item. Only the wealthy can usually afford it. It seems the assassin is quite well off. She is only level 45. Yet she can buy such a powerful item. If you have taken the initiative to give this to me, then refusing would be quite disrespectful. I had not planned on activating the altar so soon, but since I am here, I might as well take care of it now. He pulled out a mask, the Phantom Mask. Once worn, the user can transform into a dwarf for half an hour, with changes to height, weight, and physical characteristics. The cooldown time is 12 hours. After putting it on, Atronheim MC immediately transformed into a dwarf. This toy feels a bit odd to use here, but I guess it will do. He stepped inside, pondering that if he remembered correctly, the guardian beast of this ancient altar was a level 40 rock rat. With his current strength, defeating it head-on would not be too difficult. But that would also break the seal, seeing the claws of the rock rat emerge. Tron Kim Musi was determined not to let that wicked woman Akoan get the upper hand. The small dwarf body of Tron Kim Mumsi stood opposite the rock rat, which was 10 times larger than him. As it raised its sharp claws, he calmly introduced himself. Hello there, rock rat. I am a windwalker. Like you, I am also a creature of the Thikai continent. Are you trapped in this cave, eating terrible food? Seeing the rock rat nod vigorously, Atranka Mufsu thought to himself, success. Then he pulled out various food items and tossed them. You are lucky to meet me. Go ahead, Eat as you please. The rock rat's eyes lit up at the sight of the golden roasted meat. It happily sat there munching on the small mountain of food. Seeing this, Atrain Misi took the opportunity to say, "Chut, brother. Take your time eating. There is plenty left. I will just take a stroll for a bit." Moments later, he ventured deeper into the altar. He did not hesitate to walk up the stairs. Here we go. Surely this time I can learn a second-tier skill. When Tram Gimamsi placed his hand on the altar, the system promptly activated, indicating his class was that of a Buddhist practitioner. Currently, all first-tier skills have been learned. You can choose to learn a second-tier skill from any class. The options available include the Tombstone of Death skill, the first slash that crumbles mountains, and the Black Hole Burial. Traprium must grinned widely. Time to get a little tricky. I choose to learn the Killing Intent vibration. The altar glowed brightly. The Killing Intent vibration would release intense killing intent upon activation, dealing piercing damage to all enemies within 5 meters, while increasing the physical and magical critical hit rate for himself and nearby teammates by 5%. The skill consumes 50 mana per second, and the effect ends when mana runs out or is deactivated. Traprium Muse clenched his fists, thinking that when he levels up next, he must convert this skill into a passive one, consuming 50 mana points every second. With my current mental attributes, the Mist 1T disperse, so it can only be used as a critical skill. I recommend waiting outside the waterfall. He has been in there for half a day, yet not a single sound has come out. Don't tell me he was killed instantly. It can't be that bad. Even if he was killed immediately, he should at least have called for help. Can a level 40 monster really take him down in one hit? Absolutely not. Inside the waterfall, everything is peaceful, with no sign of a fight. Chen Qiamo steps out, curious, and asks, "Stone Mouse, is the outer ceiling barrier maintained by your strength?" Understanding, it nods amicably. He continues, "While I was wandering around earlier, I noticed that the altar seems to have lost its power. Do you know what happened?" The stone mouse jumps in shock, mouth agape, eyes wide, chest heaving. It rushes inside to check. Chen Qiamo smiles slyly. Moments later, a loud noise echoes outside. X1 is overjoyed. Finally, there is a sound. It seems like a fight is breaking out. She breathes a sigh of relief. That brat really is too cautious, waiting so long to strike. But it is good, the more careful, the higher the success rate. Seeing the stone mouse clutching its head and crying, Chinkamo advises, "Stone Mouse, the altar has been extinguished. It will probably take a few months to accumulate energy again. You are so hungry you have turned into a bag of bones. Why not come with me to eat and drink?" After saying that, Zaying sighs again. But currently, outside the cave, there is a human awakened, at level 45. She just chased me down, and I panicked and ran in here. Even if the two of us teamed up, it would be quite difficult to defeat her. The stone mouse, who was just about to help, deflates after hearing this. A Chenkama whispers to it, "However, I have a plan that might help us escape safely." First, a moment later, Cheng Qianmo, appearing as a dwarf, bursts out, "Oh no, the stone mouse has eaten a person. Do not chase me anymore. Do not chase me anymore." Seeing the stone mouse chasing after the stranger, what a useless thing. Can't even handle a level 40 monster. Seeing the seal in front of the waterfall disappear, she suddenly brightens up. The seal of the cave has been lifted. With astonishing speed, Xwan rushes towards it. When she jumps into the waterfall, Chen Qiamo stands frozen, panting and smiling in satisfaction along with it. "Stone Mouse, we make a great team. That wicked woman has gone inside. It is time to reactivate the seal." Inside, seeing the altar darkened, a coin shouted angrily, "Who did this? How dare they steal from me? I spent over half a year preparing the eternal altar, and yet someone got here first. Could it be that guy? Atrium Mummies? He is not even in the cave right now. Maybe he was killed by a rat, because only the dead can disappear like that," she thought with wide eyes. And why is a race of dwarves appearing in this cave? Could it have followed someone else in? Then that person activated this altar first. A coin then tossed her hair and decided to leave. Whatever. Maybe this is fate. After all, the ceiling barrier has disappeared now. I will try my luck again in 3 months. Suddenly, when she returned to the cave entrance and placed her hand on the waterfall, Aquine felt something was different. She was violently thrown back by a powerful barrier, landing on the ground. Breathing heavily, Aquine was confused as to why the ceiling barrier had appeared again. She half smiled, half fearfully realized. "Thihuitu. This time there is no way out. The only ending left is starvation. Could it be that all of this is a game specifically targeting me?" She pulled out a sharp knife, aiming it at her chest. Instead of dying in such a pathetic way, it would be better to be decisive. As the red liquid spurted out, Akuan's expression twisted immensely. "You better not let me find out who you are. Otherwise, we will never coexist." Outside, The rock rat was still engrossed in the food that Tron Kiem MC had provided. Seeing that the time had come, Tron M. He's finally stood up. Rock rat. Let me show you a magic trick. He removed his mask, instantly returning to his former shape, causing the rock rat to squeak in surprise. Seeing it about to fall, he quickly drew his sword and asked, Rock rat, I am not scaring you. He smiled mischievously and added, if you want to live, I can give you a chance. In the golden sand desert, a man and a rat raced in one direction. Sitting atop the rock rat, a Tron Kiem MC complained, Rock rat, your speed is lacking. Can you go a bit faster? I will increase your food tonight. Hearing this, it perked up and accelerated, leaving a cloud of sand behind. Tron Kiem MC smiled in satisfaction. In the Thean Kai continent, when someone awakens to level 30, they automatically gain the beast taming skill. This rock rat seems to know its place. With plenty of good food and safety provided by me, it agreed to become my temporary mount. Riding it increases my movement speed by 150%. Much faster than running on my own. Today's destination is the Spider Canyon, where there is a level 40 outdoor boss, the fire female demon. After defeating it, there is a great chance of dropping the yin-yang essence, if I can successfully collect it. The second evolution later and weapon leveling will go smoothly. The beast hunters in the desert could only see a figure swiftly passing by. They marveled, watching him. Who is this guy? Only level 30 and already riding a mount. So cool. That big rat. Its whole body is covered in magma. So impressive. When they arrived at the spider web place, Trinomiamis patted the rock mouse on the head and said, You wait for me here. The path below is too narrow for you to come down. I will manage on my own. It listened obediently, nodding and sitting to wait. As he approached, Tron Kiem Mexi suddenly heard the sounds of battle nearby, and someone struck first. Below, someone was desperately dodging attack after attack from Hecker Chuen, almost risking their life to escape. Seeing their speed, a Tron Kiem Mexi could not help but admire. This person was a level below him, yet here he found a promising talent for assassins. He dashed down. Although this person did not inflict any damage on Ha Chuen, their dodging skills and movement speed were exceptional. Perhaps he could think of a way to lure them over. Below, he sighed, watching Ake Chun go berserk with her attacks. The level difference was too great. Avoiding this damage attack was still a bit too forced. Lo Minheko stood frozen, seemingly resigned to facing the flames coming his way. Fortunately, Tramium MC arrived just in time, swinging his sword to disperse the flames. Catching him off guard, Lo Minho exclaimed joyfully, So it is you. Trungham Mosi eyed him suspiciously and asked, You know me? He patted his chest. I am Lulamung. Just started at Vanamai School this year. Thank you for allowing me to collect materials outside the Thunder City earlier. It helped me gather enough tuition. He suddenly realized this was the person who followed him back then. Earlier on the road to Thunder City, he had collected nearly all resources. Quite a few people had also followed behind to gather materials. He had not paid much attention at the time. It turned out he was one of them. Tron Kim Mumsi glanced over at Hetsoe Chunung while Lomin Ako chattered happily, saying there were many academy students like him who gathered tuition fees, and he could have secretly allowed them to follow. They were all very grateful. Without hesitation, he continued charging toward Ha-Chu-En. They could discuss other matters later. Your current level is too low. Stay back for now while I handle this. Tron Kim Mumsi rushed in, continuously unleashing combos like heavy strikes, shattered strike, sky strike, and dragon fang. Luominako watched in awe from behind. Is he really that strong? But I am level 29. He is only one level higher than me. Seeing Tron Kim Mimsa switch weapons to daggers, he was puzzled. Was he trying to teach him how to play an assassin? Trinam Gammi flaked up to attack Hei Chunun from above. He dodged all her fiery attacks completely. A deadly strike with the dagger pierced straight into her critical point at an astonishing speed. Lo Minho could only stand there, dumbfounded. Is he really an assassin? He definitely does not seem like a godly assassin. Chunong was stunned for 2 seconds, and he shouted as if teaching her a lesson. Now was the best time to enforce the mystic text. Each spear gathered all the mystical texts, attacking forward and triggering an explosion that could deal massive damage to surrounding enemies. The more mystical text created, the greater the power and the wider the range. With a critical explosion skill exceeding 12,000 points, the Fire Chu woman launched her attack. Li Minghao raised his hand to shield himself. What kind of attack is this? Is he really only one level above me? Looking at the Fire Chu woman with several large pieces around her, Chen Qiamo narrated. Unlike the sustained damage from Suan Wen's abilities, Exun Woun's force can unleash all damage in an instant, perfect for dealing critical hits to a monster's weak points. Holding the delicate threads in his hand, Chen Qiamo smiled happily. It seemed luck was on his side, defeating her once and already acquiring yin-yang essence. At this moment, Li Minghao ran over excitedly. Master, your moves just now were incredible. Your deep understanding of the assassin class is truly terrifying. Can you take me as your disciple? Jinkiamo asked casually. But first, Let us talk a bit about your situation. After all, we have only met twice. Feeling shy, he introduced himself properly. Master. My profession is an assassin. S-level combat perception ability. This ability helps me avoid the most dangerous attacks at the right moment. I relied on this to pass into the top-ranked Venonbi Academy. He rubbed his chin and thought. Your leveling speed is impressive. You have reached level 29 not long after entering university. Seeing this, he honestly took something out. My luck is not bad. I received this equipment earlier, which helped me level up quite fast. The Spirit Gem grants 100% experience restoration when the wearer defeats monsters, with a maximum accumulation of 800,000 points, totaling 24 million experience. Holding the Spirit Gem, Achenkamo was stunned. This kid has some luck from the Fated One. A 1 in a million drop that he managed to obtain, meaning he gets 2 million more experience than others. Brother Brisk returned and turned to leave. Wanting to be my disciple is fine too. He smiled slightly. Come find me after your second awakening. As Chenquimo stepped out of the secret realm, someone approached and asked, Excuse me, Yumi. Cheng Qianmo, he asked in a flat tone. Speak. The other person immediately invited. Please follow me. Our president, Zhang, requested. In the president's office, the wooden door closed tightly. As he entered, the person inside spoke up. Cheng Qianmo, please have a seat. Let me introduce myself. My name is Zhang Xiaoyuan. I am the president of the Capital Management Association. After a while, Cheng Qianmo also entered the room and sat across from him. Seeing Zhang Xiaoyuan staring without speaking, he wondered, why is this guy staring at my ring? Is he targeting old Kayan? He felt he had to speak first. Today, President Trine came looking for me. What is going on? Trandring Thigu Vin opened with a compliment. Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. You have just entered the Shine D residence, and you are already level 30. Impressive? Impressive? After Old 10 learned you reached level 30, he had me deliver an item to you, saying it should be used after you complete your second awakening. Trine Kim M. Mumsy accepted it and tried to open it with all his might. I can't open it. This box seems to be sealed by some kind of magical force. I guess I really have to wait until my second transition goes smoothly to break the seal. You bow to him while lifting the box, thanking Elder 10 on my behalf. The kid has accepted it. In the second transition exam room of the Divine Feather Academy, Luke Tone Kid asked again. Are you really not going to take a break? You just got back and you are jumping right into the exam. You had to reassure the old man. Director Leakley. Trust me. But I have a special mission for this second transition exam since I am an outlander. And can the school prohibit live streaming? Lultone Kit smiled at you. It is a pity I was preparing to organize a study for all the teachers and students. But since you are insisting, there must be a reason. All right, I promise you. No one, including teachers, will watch the second transition test today. He glanced behind you. By the way, has your assistant been chosen yet? I do not see anyone else. You shot him a meaningful look. It is just me today. I want to take the second transition alone. Seeing Trana Kia Mumsy rush into the secret gate without hesitation, Louis Toon Kit could not say anything. He hurried to Lung Tu's office. Principal Long, Atron Kim MC just got back, but he is already rushing to level up to the second transition, and I could not stop him. He remained calm, trimming a branch. That kid, still the same. Feels great to be young, Louis Toon Kit added. Also, there is one more thing I want to tell you. He requested that this second transition exam be closed to everyone. I thought it over and finally agreed, even forbidding the teachers. Upon hearing this, Long Tu hesitated, making him swallow hard, but he shook his head in acceptance. Forget it. Everyone has their secrets. Talents like him should not be scrutinized too closely. Let him be. You did well this time. Just then, Long He walked in on time, saying, You should take your medicine. We can talk later. Louis Toon Kit smiled warmly when he saw her. So it is little Hay. Has not been long since we last met. And you are even more beautiful lately. Long and Shi pouted playfully. Uncle Loki is teasing me again. He slowly turned to leave. All right. No more teasing you. I have said everything I needed to. So you two take your time. I won't disturb you any longer. Long Tu shot a meaningful glance at Long Yununchi Si as he prepared to drop the pill into the cup of water. The guy I introduced to you is back now. She was startled and almost dropped the cup of medicine. So soon? Didn't I tell you I was not interested in blind dates? He drained the cup. That is not acceptable. I already told the guy. Right now he is participating in the second transition. Wait until he is out, and I will arrange for you two to meet. Long he wanted to say more, but Long Tu was determined to turn away. This is how it will be decided. Whether it works out or not, I won't force you. But at least you have to meet. Inside the golden sand desert under the deep blue sky, a stone mouse casually wandered through the sand. Just when I was about to wear the fruit of power, I breathed a sigh of relief. The secret realm for this job change is the desert. And to get incess rating, I have to give it my all. Luckily, there is no live stream interference this time. I can finally evolve into a complete form. I gulped down the power fruit in one go. After consuming it, I can permanently enhance 5 attribute points for the awakened one. You have used the power fruit twice. Total attributes increased by 10. The status window of Triarchium UMC appeared again with changes. Both identity and attributes increased. I felt a surge of excitement. My body is now filled with strength. It is time to challenge the legendary Soul Master. Triarchium UMC patted the rock mouse's head. Buddy, today is the last day you will be with me. If I can successfully pass through this secret realm, I will set you free. A moment later, all sorts of monsters emerged in the desert, and the rock mouse dodged attacks while frantically rushing away. My notification rang out. You have fallen into the nightmare's words. Crippled. Weakened. Burning status. And the rock mouse squeaked in dissatisfaction. I chuckled. You mean I am luring all these monsters? Isn't that a death wish? I pointed to the stone slab ahead and ordered it, adjusting my aim at the rocky outcrop. And jumped. The rock mouse was quite agile, easily distancing itself from the monsters. And it landed right where I pointed. A trim mux a point ahead again. Checking if the wall was already on the other side, the rock mouse put all its strength into climbing the stone wall with its claws. Once high enough, the monsters suddenly scattered and stopped chasing. Misa pulled out a high-grade blood potion from earlier. Feeling relieved. This is exactly why I chose this map. It is too convenient. Whether it is the stone walls in the passage or the stone pillars surrounding the path, as long as I use my mount to jump, I can escape the battle. The system announced that the waiting time for strength recovery has ended, and all obstacles have been cleared for you. I looked at my hands thoughtfully. If the recovery time were a bit shorter, that would be great. Then I would not need to play the heart rhythm game. Looking at the chaos of dust and stones below, Triarchium MC calculated that to achieve an SS rating today, I must eliminate all the small monsters and complete the 100-man mission. Luckily, there is something here that will make dealing with these monsters simpler later. The rock mouse glanced at me and obediently sat down to listen to Triarchium Metz's instructions. Ahead is the #1 training boss in the desert, and the next part is up to me. A gigantic bull lay at the center behind the stone wall, with smaller bugs sluggishly scurrying below. Triarchium MC leaped down from the stone wall, landing safely on the ground, looking at the swarm of bugs crawling in the sand. I hesitated. Just like in my previous life, the holy armor bug is a neutral creature in the desert. If they are not provoked, they will quietly search for food on the ground. But my goal today is to achieve an SS rating, so the first task is to clear the secret realm. I pulled out a M18 landmine and smiled calmly. Faced with these neutral creatures, eliminating them all at once is the best choice. While the training boss is still patrolling outside, I began to set up my plan. Moments later, the area around where I stood was covered with M18s. After setting up, Triarchium ME's turn to hide. Very good. The instructor is about to enter the deep group, and next is the moment to launch the fireworks. After hiding behind a rock, he confidently presses the control button. It is time to take off now. A massive explosion erupts continuously, igniting an entire area of the desert. Red liquid shoots up to the sky, then falls like rain. Triarchium MC opens his parachute to shield himself. Under the parachute, his triumphant expression matches the mechanical announcement. You have defeated bossing level 36. The instructor. The vast ground is now filled with swirling dust. Triarchium MC steps closer to the corpse of the large creature in front of him, right above its body. A sword hovers in midair. It is a one-handed weapon, the Guardian Sword, along with high attributes. It can also combine with the counterattack blade to form the legendary weapon, Glory Vanguard. He excitedly holds the sword in his hand, marveling. It is even stronger than my L2 Quang Viance blade. Truly a semi-legendary weapon. The basic damage and attack speed are impressive. Speaking of the legendary weapon just mentioned, there once existed a true legendary weapon named Glory Vanguard in the Desert City, but long ago it was split into two, becoming two semi-legendary weapons. One half is the Guardian Sword in my hand, while the other half is the counterattack blade. Triarchium MC looks at the sword in his hand with joy. When the two swords unite, the ancient Glory Vanguard will be revived through time. Although Glory Vanguard can only be temporarily used here and cannot be taken outside, just possessing it makes clearing the secret realm much easier, he says while watching a rock mouse that appears from nowhere, squeaking as it rushes closer to him. The rock mouse charges straight ahead. Not far in front of it is an area with several camps set up right at the foot of a staircase. He loudly commands it. Do you see the camp at the bottom of the stairs? Bring all the monsters up for me and rush up the stairs. The rock mouse immediately receives the order and speeds towards the group of monsters. Its agility successfully causes a commotion among the huge monsters. At this moment, the bossing level 36, the Sama monster, appears. Triarchium MC rides on the back of the rock mouse, charging straight towards the creature. When he is not far from it, he quickly jumps off the rock mouse. His hand grabs one of its arms, delivering a powerful attack filled with heat simultaneously towards it. He grits his teeth, Down you go. The giant boss falls down, creating a loud noise from the monsters below. Atronka walks to the area of the prison, where each person is locked in an iron frame placed closely together. Some are desperately calling for help. We 5 came to the desert city for exploration but unfortunately got caught. Can you release us? We will reward you. He quickly agrees. No problem. I will release you right now. As he speaks, the sound of chains breaking echoes. The people who escape from the cage chirp their thanks to him. The voice of the Sama monster rings out angrily. These detestable human slaves. The price for escaping is death. Behind him, a horde of monsters is rushing forward. The group that was just rescued now feels fear at the sight. What should we do? Down there. It is filled with giant beasts. At least over 100 of them. We are doomed. A courageous man in the group shouted. We are all level 40. If we hold this staircase, we might have a chance. What are we afraid of? Let us fight them. After saying that, he loudly urged everyone to prepare for battle. Despite his courage, the man could not help but feel anxious and turned to Chen Qianmo. Please give us strength, he encouraged them. No problem. When the time comes, I will step in. You all go ahead. But with added strength. The man thanked him and turned back to command loudly. Heal me. All attack power to maximum. Let us start fighting. A fierce battle erupted immediately after. The group and the monsters began to clash. Chen Qianmo stood aside, watching the fireball spell in his hand. Smiling quietly, wanting him to help. Perhaps he had overthought it. It was not his first time in this secret realm. The group was still fighting hard. One of them called out to the captain. It seems our attack power is not enough. The monsters are about to break through the line. Just as he finished speaking, a monster lunged at him, causing him to scream in panic for help. The captain, turned to Chen Qianmo. Hero, please boost our attack power quickly. He looked at the magic bullet in his palm and calmly replied. Let them die 3 first. Then we will see. The battle raged on, with people and monsters continuing to face off, despite the worsening situation, not giving them a moment to rest. A monster charged again. The captain gritted his teeth and shouted. We only need 10 more small monsters to win. But there is only one hell. Do we really have to stay here? Just as he finished speaking, a figure rushed in from nowhere and struck down the giant monster in one blow. Then a series of attacks were unleashed. Countless monsters were sequentially eliminated by the powerful heat wave. After a while, only the captain and Chen Qianmo remained on the ground, still holding a long spear. The man clasped his hands and bowed, thanking him for stepping in. Luckily, there were still 2 survivors. Just as he finished speaking, the sharp tip of the spear was aimed directly at the man's chest as if to answer him. The captain trembled in fear and asked what he wanted to do. Chen Qianmo's eyes glowed red as he spoke in a dangerous tone. Isn't that something I should be asking? Are you really planning to use a dagger to thank your savior? The man, caught off guard by the truth, glared fiercely. How do you know? He did not answer but pointed his spear at the professor. Unleashing the powerful illusionary attack, the blinding light faded, and the man lay flat on the ground. His form indistinct, he casually replied, Of course I know. Because I have entered the desert city countless times. The real second-tier boss is your team of 5. These 5 are not any exploration team. They are traitors to humanity. After being hunted down, they had to run here. If I help them too much, the remaining strength of this exploration team will grow even stronger, making it harder to deal with them when they betray. If I help too little, they will die early, and the fake resistance won't drop out. Meeting me is the biggest misfortune for you all. He looked at the orange glowing sword floating in the air, smiling with satisfaction. Chen Qianmo held the sword and praised. Good sword. Too bad I just got it and have to merge it. Saying that, he merged the 2 swords together, and the ground immediately shone with brilliant golden light. After a moment, a great sword appeared. The legendary vanguard with superior attributes that could emit shockwaves, dealing critical damage to opponents and influenced by 4-dimensional properties when attacking. Chen Qianmo happily held the sword and praised it. It truly deserved to be a legendary weapon. The attributes were incredibly impressive. He slung the great sword over his shoulder, stepping onto the dust-laden ground, continuing to move forward. In front of Chen Qianmo appeared a pack of large monsters resembling various animals. He assessed the situation before facing the final boss. Only these level 39 small monsters remained, which were also the strongest creatures in this desert city. Perfect for testing the sword. He charged forward, his foot hitting the ground as he unleashed a bone-breaking strike. One swing sent the monsters flying. Chen Qianmo's eyes gleamed coldly as he continued to focus on the area. At this moment, the effect of the Glory Vanguard equipment was activated, and a blade swung out, unleashing a fierce heat that swept through the monsters. Red stats about the special attack effects kept appearing. A moment later, he slung the blade over his shoulder. The previous attack had not taken much energy from him. Atron gave him aside, feeling a bit regretful. Too powerful. In just 10 seconds, with only basic attacks, he wiped out all 24 elite monsters. If this weapon could be taken outside, that would be amazing. It felt like every hit was drawing blood. Suddenly, the water behind him made a sound that made Tren Chi glance back. He looked at the rising bubbles in front of him, filled with anticipation. Luckily, there is still the final boss, the nine-headed serpent, for me to enjoy. Otherwise, it would really be boring. The surface of the water suddenly erupted with a loud explosion. Tren Chi stood still, watching the massive cloud of smoke created by the bubbles before him. The huge level 49-headed serpent emerged from the water with 26 heads. It looked down at him and asked aggressively, "Foolish mortal, you have awakened my slumber." His sharp gaze replied provocatively, "A mere demigod. Dare to talk back to me? I have killed all your nine-headed serpent tribe leaders. What are you?" The nine-headed serpent grew even more aggressive at his provocation. It waved its massive tentacles in the air, creating waves of swirling dust. Tren Chi calmly stood and did not dodge, only moving his feet flexibly. He gripped the sword tightly, leaping into the air, using the ghostly sword technique to continuously attack it. The nine-headed serpent stammered in disbelief. "You actually obtained the holy crown of the celestial traveler." "Impossible." He did not respond but continued charging forward. In his blood-red eyes was a wave of murderous intent. Tren Chi unleashed the rising dragon sword, and surrounding him appeared intense heat waves like lightning. He quickly closed in on it, raising the blade high. The nine-headed serpent could not react in time, only glaring at Tren Chi with its blood-red eyes. Countless slashes rained down, cutting into the giant body of the nine-headed serpent. It stared wide-eyed, its mouth agape with sharp teeth, letting out an unbelievable roar. The body of the nine-headed serpent was obliterated, creating a loud noise. He soared into the air, watching its body gradually disintegrate beneath him, with sweat dotting his face. Tren Chi continued to gasp for breath. Maintaining this state continuously was indeed a significant burden. If it could be turned into a dynamic skill, it would be a bit easier. "It is time to deal with those little monsters now." The system's voice rang out, congratulating Tren Chi for completing the mission and unlocking a new skill. The dawn gradually dyed the sky red. After listening to a long announcement from the system, Tren Chi felt confused. What kind of profession is a soul-binding mage? I have become a master of a dual profession. If this development keeps up, would not my ultimate form be a quintuple profession? He and the stone mouse happily closed the information from the system panel. Tren Chi pointed to the sky and exclaimed, "I am increasingly excited to see what the soul-binding mage will develop into. Perhaps I will finally be able to break into the void in the sky, annihilating all the beasts." Meanwhile, preparations are underway elsewhere, with many people bustling about to complete their tasks. How's the preparation going for everyone? Are the flowers, medals, and the welcoming team ready for the young lady? Elto Tunkit shouted loudly while pointing to give orders. "Everyone, hurry up. Who knows when the little genius KMMC will show up?" A man sitting nearby spoke up. Is Chief Trang being too cautious? The man asked in confusion. How much has the Shine Academy fallen? Just one phone call has scared Chief Trang this much. Another person explained that the Shineyev Academy has a long-standing history. No matter what, their principal is a formidable quadruple practitioner. At this moment, the top female Misi from Beijing TV is among the 10 most beautiful female broadcasters in the Lower Kingdom. Ludite San stepped out of the car, and when someone saw her, they greeted her. She crossed her arms and frowned, speaking with dissatisfaction. "I originally planned to go to Van Bia Academy for an interview today, but unexpectedly, I was dragged here by the director. What is so newsworthy about a single graduate from that academy? It is such a waste of my time." The cameraman behind her forced a smile and said, "Come on. Is not it 10,000 times better to go there than to the Shine Diet Academy?" Dai San wondered why Director Tranjing agreed. Saying this, she took off her jacket and ordered the cameraman. "We are here. Turn on the camera, and let us check out the current situation at Shanayiv Academy. The last time I came was years ago." The camera started, and the female broadcaster on screen greeted the livestream audience. "I am Ludite San. Today, at the invitation of the principal of Shanayi Academy, we will witness a genius student's advancement exam together." The comments on the livestream were constantly scrolling, mostly mocking and sarcastic. Dai San read these not-so-positive comments and thought to herself, well, let them be. No one would really watch such a boring interview program. Suddenly, a convoy appeared, drawing attention. Viewers were puzzled as to why the vehicle from Lamthane Academy was here, along with a vehicle from Malign Academy. Could something be happening today? Two leading black cars stopped side by side. Two men stepped out of the car, one being Thafrin Gayat Sign, the head of the Malign University session, and the other was Vin Kaifitz, the head of the Lamthane University session. They shook hands and greeted each other, almost in unison saying, "You are here for Tron Kamamsa's graduation too." This scene sent the live stream room into a frenzy. Who is Tron Kamamsa? To have two prominent figures show up here is unprecedented. Even a provincial top scholar would not receive such treatment. The live stream was also being broadcast in the conference room of the Ven and B Academy, the top academy in H. Quux. King Yen, the principal of Ven and BI, sat watching the screen, tapping his fingers rhythmically on the table, and asked, "What do you all think the Thondite Academy is preparing for today?" The head of the Academic Affairs Department, Anti, closed the file in his hands and replied, "From what I know, Atron Kimimisi is this year's provincial top scholar. But since he is a commoner, we did not send anyone to recruit him earlier. The Thondite Academy might be looking to exploit his fame for their own gain." Another person chimed in, "Perhaps Trunna Kimimisi did quite well on the class advancement exam. I heard he even received an SSS potential rating. Maybe that is why Long Tu wants to build up his school's influence." Hefkavon thought to himself, "That old man is about to kick the bucket, but still one T settle down. Times have changed. Does he still dream of regaining his position at the top of H-Quux?" With that thought, he spoke up, "Since we are all classmates and many schools are participating, we certainly can't lack in courtesy. All right. T.D. Dai, you go on my behalf." T. Dai quickly agreed. Hefkun also reminded him not to forget to call that kid up. He returned yesterday, back at the sandy lot. Only Trime Vemasi was present. He was just fixing his bangs when he remembered the ornate box that old Tinan had someone deliver to him, which he had not looked at yet. He held the box in his hands, ready to open it. And indeed, it was time to open it now. Let us see if there is anything good inside. As soon as he opened the box, a beam of golden light immediately illuminated Trinchu Yem Mitsi's eyes. He looked at the item inside the box, his eyes widening in surprise. It was an S-level skill book. And moreover, it was a passive skill. Just as he finished speaking, the scroll in front of him transformed into shards of crystal that flew up and absorbed into Tringam Gabiyim off his forehead. The system chimed in, congratulating him for successfully learning the S-level passive skill, which could enhance his critical damage by an additional 20%. His eyes were now filled with a purple hue. Matron Gomufs thought carefully. Old Tian surely did not want to assist him in the promotion exam, which is why he placed a seal so he could unlock it after completing his second transition. This gift must not be something trivial. Trumaking Mf smiled brightly, thinking that if he had the chance, he should express his gratitude directly. He then opened the system panel. Next, he decided to allocate the 20 free attribute points from the second awakening reward into his spirit first. I do not want to experience that exhausted state again. After making his selection, the system panel moved on to the next section. The points have been allocated. Now it is time to think about the two new passive skills. With the first option, the skill Oscillating Killing Intent will be unlocked, the system announces. Congratulations, host. You have upgraded Oscillating Killing Intent to level 2, gaining an additional 20% chance to inflict damage on all enemies within 5 meters, while also increasing your and your allies' critical hit rates, both physical and magical, by 5%. Trime KMM Mus looked at the notification on the system panel and wiped the sweat from his forehead, letting out a sigh of relief. This time, the passive skill did not turn into a permanent activated form. If so, not only would my mana be insufficient, but it would also easily attract monsters and cause chaos. Following the current development trend of passive skills, I need to increase my attack speed by the late game. Next, he transformed that skill, his finger pressed to activate it, followed by the sound of a successful transformation notification. This skill can summon a swarm of bats, dealing damage multiple times to enemies in the area and draining their health. Atron KMMC was very pleased with this information. This passive skill is quite useful. From now on, I will have a dual health recovery method in battles. The status window opened, clearly listing basic information and all equipped skill parameters. He stepped through the door, glancing back, not expecting that in just one day, his combat power had increased by 20,000 points, and he still had quite a few treasure chests left unopened, waiting to open once he returns to the heavenly continent. The large bell rang, echoing across the sky. Lung Tu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, looking at the bell in front of him, feeling at ease. The divine bell struck 9 times. He succeeded. And moreover, this time it set an unprecedented record. On the smooth surface of the large stone, the name Trinda Kiamumsi appeared as the best record holder in history. Long Tu's eyes, lined with wrinkles, gazed thoughtfully at the bell. This divine bell was brought by the first headmaster. Every time a student achieved an unprecedented record, the bell would ring. Over the past nearly 100 years, this bell has rung many times. However, ringing the bell 9 times consecutively was still a first. The highest number in heaven and earth starts from an end at 9. 9 represents perfection and is a symbol of ultimate power. After he spoke, he turned and walked away, his mind filled with admiration for Trong Kiem Emis. He stepped out of the teleportation gate, immediately blinded by the flashing lights. Trinhom Kiem Mofsi raised his hand to shield his eyes from the sudden lights, filled with doubt. Is there an important event today? As soon as he appeared, the whole hall began to buzz. The esteemed Trine. Atron Kivim MC is out. He has truly succeeded. He has become the youngest outstanding graduate in the history of F-Quux. The livestream screen exploded at the same time. Ditsan widened her eyes, mouth agape in astonishment. Comments were flooding in about this shocking news. Two men approached Triames. Thunangaiman's son greeted him. A trine. It has been a long time. As soon as I heard the news, I rushed over. I am glad I made it in time. Vinkumi, standing beside him, cut in. Congratulations. I am here on behalf of Principal Fuyan Kwang today. He asked me to convey his apologies. He has an important meeting he can to leave. Otherwise, he would definitely be here in person. Those gathered behind were astonished to hear this. What earth-shattering thing did Director Ving just say? He is a fourth-level powerful figure. The principal of the Lamthen Academy. If it were not for an emergency, would he come personally to show support? There is no mistake. Right, it seems today is not the fourth-level promotion test, but rather the second-level one. In the broadcast hall of the 8th Quoth General Television Station, a man watching exclaimed in astonishment, there are 5 million people online. This is already the highest record since the capital S television station was established. The director of the 8th Quoth General Television Station was furious, saying it was outrageous that on such an important occasion, we received no news at all, allowing the capital's television station to easily profit. Back at Tranay Kim-S, the crowd was invited to make way for Long Tu approaching. His appearance only made the crowd louder. Luki Toon Kit had to speak up to remind everyone to be quiet. Long Tu looked at Triames, smiling gently as he informed him that this record has been recognized by Chung Then DD. Congratulations. Another historical record for 8th Quoth has been set. The 9 strikes just now are the clearest proof. Trankia Mepsi's face lit up with excitement upon hearing these words. Long Tu's words were not only for Trankia Memuc, but seemed to be addressed to everyone. The live stream continued to buzz with lively discussions. What is the divine bell? Why are the expressions of the 3 senior leaders so astonished? Vin Kai Fuxi spoke with a trembling voice. I told you. Right after I heard the bell ring, I felt my soul was shaken, so the legend was true. The divine bell really exists. The announcer Diet San's voice rang out. Ladies and gentlemen, I am the host of the capital city television station. Everyone seems unaware of what the divine bell refers to. Could you explain it to us? Elton Kit stepped up to the camera and spoke into the microphone, saying that the divine bell was created by the first principal of the Divine Academy. It has a miraculous ability to assess students' potential. However, if an outstanding student from our school breaks the secret realm record, the bell will ring a certain number of times. The more times it rings, the quicker the achievement improves, and the greater the student's potential, but only a very few can activate it. And usually, they can only do it 2 or 3 times. Before today, our school's highest record was 6 rings. Furthermore, this record was set directly by Principal Long, on the live stream screen. Diet San quickly caught the focus and asked, Director Leakley, are you saying that Triandarkim Umsha's potential is even greater than a 4th transition powerhouse? Most comments on the live stream were skeptical of Director Loki's words, thinking he was just boosting. Luke Toon Kit read these comments and clenched his fists in anger. After all, I have a reputation. How could I lie? These people actually do not believe me. Theavan Nguyen calmly looked up at Trikoniki MMS, who had been standing at a height. He asked, Atria Mummies, may I ask what your assessment for the 2nd transition exam was today? And how long did it take you? He replied leisurely. The assessment was CES level, but I did not pay attention to the specific time. It was just a little over an hour. This answer caused the livestream comments to explode. Some praised him, while others dotted Triims. Luki Toon Kit read these comments and sneered. These people really are like pigs that fear no boiling water. Just wait for me to slap them in the face. Louis Toon Kit then raised his voice to ask Tronyam Eminsir. May I ask where your assistant is? It seems we can't see him. He quickly calculated in his head. Don't you know? You want me to cooperate? Right. He thought for a moment and then replied loudly. Today, I am going solo. I did not bring an assistant. At that moment, the livestream comments finally acknowledged that he was truly impressive. The reporter's sister seemed taken aback again, in awe of the master. It seems the Divine Academy is truly about to soar. Those who doubted Memsidal earlier must be hurting now, at least for 2.5 years. Trine Ki M. Memsi's name will definitely spread throughout the capital tomorrow. A girl holding a rose approached, her ears filled with endless praises and admiration. Senior Hoam Vi was so lucky today, as she was chosen to represent the students to present the flowers. How enviable. Inside Nung Yavi Guy's heart right now is filled with determination. A man as outstanding as him, she must pursue. Today, she had to put in her utmost effort to present this flower. And soon, they would see her skills in action. Elsewhere, a slender, delicate hand still dripping wet reached up to turn off the faucet. Lunny C, wrapped in a towel, was feeling downcast, crying without tears. What am I going to do when I meet that blind date later? Why is he moving on so quickly? Can he slow down just a bit? Why am I following my grandfather's arrangements? I really am such an idiot. She tugged at her hair, screaming in frustration. This really can't go on. I have to make him fail. If he fails, then I won't have to go anymore. I really do not want to go on this blind date. She said this while walking over to the phone that was constantly vibrating on the table. Nunchi Si Hai picked up the phone and opened the live stream screen with suspicion. Why are there so many viewers on the city's channel today, and it is over 10 million already? Her eyes widened in shock when she saw that the main character was Tron Qui Mms at Tron Qui Mm's place. He stood on the stage with the teachers, looking at the crowd below who were bustling about. Lulton Kit spoke up, asking everyone to be quiet for a moment, confident that everyone knew about Tron Qui Mxi's remarkable achievements. Now, let us invite our student representative to the stage to present the flowers. And we hope everyone can applaud for the outstanding contributions that Tron Qui Mc has made. At his introduction, Ingwen V stepped onto the stage with the bouquet. Upon seeing her approaching, Tron Qui Mem felt displeased. Why did they let her present flowers to him? Is she trying to make him sick? Seeing her walk closer, Atrim Mf's expression became even darker, and thought to himself how unlucky he was. For the sake of the Academy's rise, he could only sacrifice personal interests to achieve the greater goal, standing in front of Trem IMS. And Ginbi smiled, thinking happily, I wonder how he will react when I confess to him in front of tens of millions of people. Below the stage, the crowd buzzed with praise for Ungu V, while Tringon Ki Nam Hai reluctantly accepted the bouquet and listened to the congratulatory words from the older students. The girl's face flushed as she spoke hesitantly. Actually, just then, a voice suddenly interrupted. So it is you. He was shocked to see who had appeared. Tron Qui Mux looked at Ace Hai, wondering why she was here. Nu Si Hai did not answer but rushed over to hug him. Cursing under her breath, she looked at Tron and Kai Sai with tear-filled eyes and spoke in a choked voice. So the person my grandfather always wanted me to meet was you. You enrolled in the academy. But why did not you tell me? He looked at her, momentarily lost for words. Chairman Long silently scolded. Atri mummies. You troublemaker. I am not done with you yet. The live stream screen continued to buzz with excitement as she threw herself into Tron Qui Mm's arms in front of so many people. The first person clearly had feelings for him, while the second was even more forward. This was so infuriating. Tron Kvims looked at Nun Si He with some awkwardness and spoke up. Stop scolding. It is live right now. Mind your image, my lady. Hearing him, she suddenly pushed him away with a frown. Unable to say a word, Thea Moongwhite Sun and V Ka Hai Fiechi watched the unexpected situation unfold and asked Principal Long in unison. He hesitated and replied, this is an incident. Inside, he was filled with unspoken thoughts. How could he mention in front of the public that the man on stage was his son-in-law? Elto Tunkit stepped in to end the awkward scene. The congratulatory ceremony for Tron Qui Mms has come to an end. Please follow me to the tiered classroom. Reporters, our important decision at Thundaha University will be announced. Hearing this, the audience below began to move. Tron Kvmc ruffled her hair and asked with a smile. Everyone's gone. Do you still want to cry? In response, she punched him in the chest and scolded. I knew you were picking on me. After saying that, she turned and ran away. Ignoring him, Ho Nungang V glanced at him before quietly leaving. After walking a short distance, she turned back to look at him, still standing there. On the girl's face was a look of deep anguish as she told herself. And my rival is Long Nai Si Hai. The SSS talent. From her figure, appearance to family background, everything was superior to hers. From now on, I might completely become a laughingstock of the university. With that thought, she let herself fall backward with gravity. The audience area was decorated with flowers, and Hoengan Via lay on the ground. The bouquet from earlier now lay silently on the ground with the girl, looking both lonely and struggling. After everyone sat at the meeting table, they began to chatter excitedly about Then Diad University. Teacher Lokikit was the first to speak. The head of the Thon Di University is here. He gestured for him to sit here. Tron Kim MC thought. Is the principal going to announce that today? Dait San was confused below. How could a student like Tron Kim MC sit in such a prominent position? That was reserved for the big shots of the universities. Even with great talent he should not be here. The person next to her replied. Maybe he represents the outstanding students to speak. Dait San nodded. Finding it reasonable, she ordered. No matter what, Trahan Kumam UC is the highlight today. Point the camera at him. On the other side, looking at the screen, they were indeed a bunch of useless people. Why did not we send anyone to the Jingthen Academy during the entrance exam? Yet now we let a prodigy like Tron Kaimam Insir fall into Thendai's hands. Hefkin shouted. Kwang Di Ha. You are the head of admissions. What kind of work are you doing? Kwang Yihar explained. Atron Kim Mufsi did not show any terrifying power before. No one can predict his future. With the traditional style of the university, we do not consider students without a future. Hefkin agreed, stating such misjudgments happen once or twice every few years. Let us not discuss this for now. What do you think Long Tu will do next? Kwang deduced that the Academy's support for Tron Kim MC was a ruse, revealing their true intention to rejoin the top ranks. If I were Long Tu, currently holding the ace in the hole that is Tron Kim MEC, I would exploit that to the fullest. Hefkin agreed, his analysis spot on. if they wanted to take advantage of the situation. Then I would just have to throw a bucket of cold water on them. Chu Tadai must be arriving soon. Right. My grand ceremony is about to be sent out, Long Tu announced. Next I will unveil an important measure. From now on, the Divine Illusion Academy and the Blue Sky Academy will become strategic allies. From now on, the two schools will support each other and share resources. He extended his hand. Besides establishing a student exchange mechanism, we will also cooperate to open advanced classes for teachers. The classes aim to enhance teaching quality. After the decision was finalized, the temporary head of the advanced teacher class will be student Tran Qims. Upon hearing this, everyone could not believe their ears and quickly voiced their objections. Tadai spoke up. The Divine Illusion Academy indeed has made a significant move. That guy laughed and said, "Why is everyone so silent? Keep discussing your collaboration plan. Our VNB Academy also wants to hear about it, a plan that can push weaker academies to progress together. How miraculous could it be?" Everyone began to whisper and discuss Tadai. Toon Keat was still warmly welcoming. Turns out he is a friend of VNB Academy. Our Divine Illusion Academy warmly welcomes you. Please. Everyone. Have a seat, Tadai asked further. Principal Long, if I heard correctly, you just said you wanted this student to be the head of the advanced class. Right. Long Tu coldly glared at Esdai. Does VNB Academy have any guidance to offer? Tadai questioned. I just want to ask, what qualifications does Tran Qims have to be a teacher for the advanced class? You all hesitated. At this moment, Tran Qims spoke up. Do I need VNB Academy's approval to be the head of this class? Is that being too arrogant? Tadai snapped. The education sector is the foundation of academies in FE Free Quafi to teach students from the second tier to train teachers from the third tier. His expression was furious. Are you using your own academy students as experiments? Are you toying with the future of AF Quof? Seeing this, everyone chimed in, providing various reasons to reject this request. Everyone discussed in turn, saying it made a lot of sense. No matter what, Tran Qims is just a student. It seems the Divine Illusion Academy is also frantically searching for a cure. Kai Fisi stated that Tran Qims has a high teaching level and has received recognition from many teachers. A voice rang out. All right. Director V. Guang. No need to say more. Tran Qims stood up. It seems VNB Academy has come prepared today. If that is the case, let us be direct. Today, Atria Mummies want to be the head of this class. What exams do I need to go through? Tadai replied. There won't be an exam. But today our VNB Academy is setting up a challenge platform at the Divine Illusion Academy. The referee will be a graduate from VNB Academy. If you are confident you can defeat him, then I have nothing more to say. Everyone around is murmuring. The challenger is actually a prodigy. Right, 2 years ago, he broke many rules at the VNB Assassin Academy. And now there are rumors he has reached level 40. Coming back as an alumnus feels a bit unfair. They continued. Isn't he a product of the academy? Leso should just accept defeat. There is nothing unfair about that. It is a challenge. Are you brave enough to agree? The heads felt a bit uneasy. There is a 10-level difference, and he excels at solo missions. Who would dare accept a challenge from someone in the Silver Moon profession? If they refuse, this teacher's class may not continue. Trimheum MC confidently replied. Atria Mummies. I will fight you to the end. People buzzed with excitement. He actually agreed. Truly fearless, in fact. For the Then D Academy, there is still a chance for a comeback. A 10-level gap is serious. This time, the Then D Academy is done for. Lontinu spoke up. The press conference is almost over. If you insist on a public challenge, then I will agree. Everyone, follow me to the arena. Suddenly, a voice rang out from afar. Looks like I arrived just in time for the drama. Nguyen Ho stepped in. Principal Long, I heard you are organizing a martial arts event. Toon Kit was surprised. Commissioner Nguyen, why are you here? Long Tu replied casually. Long time no see. Today was supposed to be a press conference announcing the alliance between the two schools. But the VNB Academy wants to spar with us. The crowd below started chattering again. Who is this Commissioner Nguyen? Don't you know Nin Ha Ho? He is the trusted aide of the old Master Tan. Here's the explanation. We from the VNB Academy heard that the Then D Academy appointed a second transition student as a teacher. So we want to hold a friendly match. Nguyen Ho nodded in support. He announced. I am here today representing the Management Association to express our stance. We wish for the teacher enhancement class at the Then D's Academy to thrive. I hope Trema Kia Momsi can lead the Then D teachers to bring glory to our nation. Lung Tu thought to himself. This kid is hiding how many secrets? Does he have a connection with the old Master Tan? After pondering for a moment, he said, our Then D Academy will not let the Management Association down. Tran Hiam felt secretly pleased. The old Master Tan is indeed skilled. Not only grasping the situation here perfectly but also making it so that no one can counter. I must take the time to visit the Management Association headquarters. Inge Hevo turned and said, your Then D Academy is great. We look forward to your results. I have other matters to attend to. So I will take my leave. Everyone around was discussing. It seemed the Management Association's stance was in favor of the Then D Academy. Didn't he specifically mention Tron Kaimamin, sir? He is here to support Trim IMMS. Titi worriedly thought. Why is the Management Association siding with Tron MNC? Does he have some kind of background? Just then, Nguyen-his phone rang. A message from Hung Sun appeared. No matter the cost, they must ally with the Than D Academy. Nguyen thought. Has the principal made a decision already? That guy announced the discussion between our school and Principal Long. I represent the Maline Academy to declare from today, Malin will join this alliance. Students adjusted to let Kiam take the position of head. Everyone was surprised. They did not expect even the Maline Academy to join in. With support from the Management Association, they naturally had to start forming teams. The next steps are sure to be interesting. Then they all raised their hands in agreement. We also join the Strategic Alliance. We also wish to join the alliance. So we on the side of the Kain Academy. Everyone was silent with no reaction. The old man slammed the table. Since when has the Than D Academy become close with the headquarters of the Management Association? The Malin Academy just goes with the flow. Are these old men really trying to pull each other back? Kwang Gao is scheming. What about the principal of the Management Association? As long as we defeat TriMMS, he won't be able to be the class head anymore, and the alliance will fall apart. After hearing this, Afikin felt somewhat reassured. That is right. Tell Tajudai and Kehung to do everything possible to defeat Tron Queen MMC in the arena. Meanwhile, Tron Kim MMC remained calm. Didn't you all say you wanted to set up the arena? Then hurry up and fight. Finish it quickly so I can have dinner. Tididai trembled. The Management Association and Maline Academy were both on one side. Even if they won, it would only be a victory for the Management Association. The principal standing behind was fine, but it was him who was in the spotlight. Kehung was also hesitant at this moment. Suddenly, Tididai received a message. They must defeat Tren Pamamzut at all costs. I will take responsibility for anything that happens. Tididai was scared. The principal was pushing him into the flames. He was irritated. No matter what background Trim say has, I am not afraid. Here. Strength can prove everything. Tididai shouted loudly. Of course. We will fight. You are a level 40 Force PK profession. Are you afraid of a player 10 levels lower? After saying that, he stood up and spoke with determination. Let us go and fight. The people outside were buzzing. Have you heard the news yet? Venabi Academy is challenging Then D Academy. Everyone at this moment rushed to see the developments. Meanwhile, at the television station, they were rushing to ensure the connection would not lag. The audience murmured that Tron Kaimevasi was sure to lose. Keheng worriedly thought. Damn it. This time he has really been played by Chu and the principal. Tron Kim MC has the Management Association backing him. Even if I beat him, it will just cause trouble later. This is really not good, he arrogantly said. I am not someone who picks on the weak. So you all find someone else. And Trian Kree, with your level. Changing opponents is not embarrassing at all. Patrim Hum Miv smiled and replied. I am not like the senior. I enjoy picking on the weak. You are confident. So I will definitely take the lead in today's match. Dait Sang scoffed. The Trim Hum Miss was too arrogant. Daring to call Kong at level 40 a soft target. Someone nearby responded. Arrogance needs strength to back it up. But the opponent is 10 levels above him. Provoking the enemy is not a good strategy. Kei Heng angrily looked the face of the Management Association. I was going to give you a way out. But you are being unreasonable. Don't think just because you set a record that you are great. If you push it, I won't hold back, the referee announced. This match is a duel. Any props or equipment can be used. But no harm to life is allowed. The last one to lose consciousness, or be knocked out of the arena will lose. Kei Hung used the skill Silver Moon Stealth, making his body nearly disappear. Atron Kim smirked. Silver Moon S Stealth. You dare to show off such a trivial trick in front of me. The audience was stunned when Kei Hung suddenly vanished. And a crack appeared on the ground, drawing everyone's attention. Then, cracks began to appear rapidly, and in no time, the ground was covered in them. In the observation room. Unfortunately, they could not see their figures. Haven't they all gone into stealth? How can they still see each other? It all relies on combat instincts above level 10 to use methods like that. Lontinu spoke up. The stealth skill used impressive ability, but sadly lacked a bit of flair. Not satisfying enough. Saying that, he used a spell. Let me join in and add a touch. Kei Heng was shocked. How could this be? This guy is just an ordinary person. How can he be 10 levels below me? Not only can he sense the stealth skill, but he can also keep up with my speed. Atron Kim smirked. No wonder he is Silver Moon at level 40. His speed and combat instincts are still above average. But from now on, this will be my stage. Seizing the moment while Kei Hung was distracted, he used the skill Shadow Pursuit. Then a rear lock on Tronkamasi was unleashed. The attack made him bleed and fall to the ground. As Kei Hung fell, Atron Kim struck him upwards into the sky. He thought to himself, this kid is no simpleton. I can let Kei MSC keep controlling this. Seeing Kei Hung use Shadow Shift, he smiled. It won't work. The rear lock has already caused bleeding, and stealth can last long. Atron Kim MC timed it, and exactly 3 seconds later, he reappeared. K-Hung took a potion. Truly I underestimated you. I can deny your assassination skills are well used. He began to split into 5. That was a mistake on my part. But from now on, you want to be so lucky. Everyone was in awe of K-Hung's strength. Immediately after, the 5 avatars of Kong rushed to attack Tron Kem and Seer. Tun Kiet quietly worried. This attack was 5 times stronger. But he calmly wielded his knife with a decisive slash. Just a little too off. With one swing, blood from Kai-Hung spilled onto the ground. And once again, he reappeared. How is that possible? Do you have eyes growing on your back? Trine Ki-mak explained. There is a skill called spatial audio perception. I locked onto your true position beforehand. Trine Ki-mak thought to himself. Spatial audio perception is crucial in FEPS games. I have trained this skill. And now I can use it to fight. Kai-Hung shouted angrily. I won't accept this. You are just a level 30 loser. What do you base that on? He spread his arms wide. If you force me to use this move, get ready to face the pain of death. He then prepared to use the skill Wind Dance, which utilized his own vitality as a medium, stimulating all the energy in his body to move at high speed and launch an attack on the enemy. People commented. He was about to use Wind Dance. This move was the strongest, sacrificing health for power. If he uses this skill, either Trine Ki-mak dies or he does. Reflecting on it, even though Kai-Hung was 10 levels above Trine Ki-mak, he was the first to use Wind Dance. After this move, his life would drop by 80%. Is Trine Ki-mak really that strong? That guy observed. No matter how strong, it does not matter. Kai-Hung used his ultimate skill. So everything is basically over. Tuen Kiet was worried. Why is not the principal intervening and stopping the fight? I am afraid Trine Ki-mak will be in danger. Lang Tiu thought. Maybe this time he really would lose. If there is someone to blame, it can only be the weak Divine Academy. Unable to harm Trine Ki-mak this way. After thinking for a while, he decided to stand up. Fine. Let me end this. Seeing this, Trine Ki-mak tried to stop him. The principal was boasting about a second-tier move in front of me. Kai-Hung, furious, wanted to use a defensive shield against my attack. And it was a shield he just started using. After saying this, he jumped high, intending to punch Trine Ki-mak. Truly a foolish idea. But Kai-Hung was quickly knocked away by a single blow. His mind was stunned. A perfect block. Even with a new shield. If I can execute a perfect block, I can counterattack. How quick was his reaction? Kai-Hung stood up to counter. I do not believe you can keep blocking forever. Everyone below buzzed with excitement about Trine Ki-mak's capabilities. Tuen Kiet rushed in. The perfect shield not only protects from damage but also deflects attacks. Kai-Hung was in a forced attack state with 4 strikes left. So he was not hit but affected by the counterforce. Everyone above observed. That massive air current behind him was the clearest manifestation. Even though the counterforce would not make him lose health, the pain his body endured was real. A Trine Ki-mak grinned. I have had enough fun. Time to go down. After saying that, he kicked him, sending him crashing to the ground. Trine Ki-mak stepped on Kai-Hung. If you fall, do not get up. Let me call a doctor or a teacher. The furious thought slammed the table. Enough already. Chang Ki-mu. Do not push your luck. He smirked. If you guys are restoring, then why not let someone else take over? The referee announced. I declare the Shenyu Academy competes against the Wenbai Academy, with Shenyu Academy winning Cheng Quan Mo. After the match, the entire arena could not stop praising Cheng Quan Mo. Lang Qiao excitedly congratulated his victory. The praising thought said, Director, today you really showed your spirit, daring to publicly oppose the student who is shy. Our Magic Spirit Academy has always been bold. I recognized Cheng Quan Mo's talent early on. The student secretly rejoiced. Today's deal seems sure to profit without loss. The thought shouted. Quick, take Qiaxiang to the best hospital for emergency care. If treatment is delayed, you all get out of my way. He thought to himself. Today not only did I offend the Management Association, but Wenba also lost the match. It seems the next few days won't be easy. The thought glanced back. This guy absolutely cannot be left behind, or he will become a threat to Wenba later. Cheng Qianmo smiled. Director Chu, if there are more challenges, just bring them on. Irony. The thought irritably turned back. The green mountains remain. The rivers flow long. We will meet again soon. People whispered. It has been years since Wenba Academy has faced such misfortune. Honestly, when did Shenyu Academy become this strong? Cheng Qianmo is so talented. How did they manage to recruit him? Other academy directors, seeing Cheng Qianmo's abilities, rushed to enroll. Lang Tiao turned away. We will discuss this privately later. He thought to himself. A bunch of people like decorations on the wall, with no clear principles. Lang Qiao looked down to the court. Later you come to my office. It is best to provide a reasonable explanation. Cheng Qianmo looked puzzled. What do you want me to explain? Just then, Yu Shan stepped forward. Cheng Qimu, can I bother you for a moment? Right now, in the live stream room. There are thousands of viewers wanting to interview you. He declined. Earlier Principal Lang said he needed to see me for something important. So I can accept the interview for now. Then Cheng Qianmo left. leaving them standing in confusion. She was bewildered. This is a rare opportunity for fame. Yet he declined, contrary to her thoughts. He gained admiration from Fan. A moment later, he walked to the principal's office. As soon as he entered, the teachers had been waiting for Chen Qianmo for a long time. Lang Tio ordered, "Ruoxai, go prepare some tea and snacks for him. We have a few matters to discuss." Ruoxai promptly complied. She passed by him and huffed in confusion. Ruoxai slammed the door, causing Chen Qianmo to feel a bit anxious inside. Sunlight streamed through the window, shining directly on the bonsai pots in the room. The student spoke up. "Lang, this time you really found a treasure." The person next to him added, "If I had a beautiful daughter, I would definitely compete with you for him." Yu Sheng agreed. Lang Tio smiled. "All right, no more joke. Let us talk seriously. Do you have any plans for your next transition?" Atran Kumosi replied. "Next, I might stay on the mainland of Thithiar Kai for a while, as I plan to form my own small team." He smiled. "Of course, before I leave, I will take care of the advanced classes at the 3 academies. So no one needs to worry." Kai Fu, he wondered. Even though one could form a small team at level 30 and a guild at level 35, developing a real guild is not easy. Do you have a solid foundation yet? He thought. There are currently 4 people, but it will definitely grow quickly. Kai Fifi suggested that at least 5 people are needed. If you do not have a suitable target, you can recruit from the 3 academies. A Trimham Make said. Right now. Besides myself, I have identified 2 people. Hong Thivandalam Than and Isi Hai, the principal's granddaughter. The 4th person might be from the Venan Bia Academy. Lung Taeyu was surprised, not knowing what he was thinking. Kai Fi laughed mischievously. You are good. Thien Hong is the future star of our academy. So you have started snatching people already. Atran Kim Mumsi grinned. Director V. Guang, do not worry, even if Hong Thin voluntarily joins. I won't let you miss out, if there is a chance. I can help you train a group of elite Soul Blade experts. There are plenty of talented magic system individuals in our academy. If you need, just ask. We will do our best. He replied. Let me build it first. Then we will talk. I will definitely need magic system professions. Then Trainda Kiam Mumsi and Lung Tu discussed the scale of the guild strength at the Thendu Academy. He clenched his fist with determination to establish the guild soon and also wanted to contact the person in charge. After hearing this, Lung Tu's expression clearly showed helplessness. Toon Kid explained. The president of the Thendu Guild is the vice principal of Fan Hem Viav Academy, 48 years old this year. A level 64 expert who has reached Tam Truing. Just one step away from entering from Chuan. Atran Kim Mepsi did not expect the vice principal to be so strong. He thought to himself. Then why does the principal look so helpless? KHE believed the vice principal's talent was remarkable, but his temperament was strange. So getting in touch would likely be very difficult. Trinan Kiem M. Mufsi guessed that the relationship between Hem Vi and the principal seemed quite complicated. Lung Tu sighed in agreement. I will give you a token. If there is a chance in the future, you can meet him once. Saying that, Lung Tu took out a token and handed it to him, instructing that just showing the token would prove his identity. Just then, the Si Hai brought in tea. Grandpa. She then served tea to everyone, but her face turned unexpectedly red when she got to Tran Kiem MS. Seeing Nunsihe's embarrassed expression, everyone understood and quickly left the room. They joked with each other as they went out, leaving the 2 alone in the room. At this moment, everyone had gone out, leaving only Tran Mumsi and Nadi Sia. Both turned to look at each other and spoke in unison. Seeing this, they both shyly turned away. He scratched his head, letting the girl go first. Her face flushed. She did not expect you to be here with me. I came back once before but did not realize it. Then Grandpa made me go on a blind date unexpectedly. And Sia hesitated, unsure of what else to say. Seeing this, Atrimhum Mus was curious, not expecting anything. She shyly playfully hit him. You annoying brat. Stop bullying me. The group outside, led by Longhua, overheard the entire conversation of the young couple. Lung Tu felt delighted and was relieved of some of his worries. They continued to linger outside the door. Eavesdropping. Lung Tu cleared his throat a few times. All right, you old folk. Shameless as ever. Hurry up and leave. He thought to himself. Atria Mummies, my precious granddaughter, has been entrusted to you, so this old man should take a break. The scene shifted to a magnificent castle appearing right before them. Lung Tu spoke. This time, you both should stay in the great continent of the En Kai Kai a little longer. If this girl can stay with me for another half-month, I will be satisfied. She is about to undergo her second transition, so help her out more. Give him MC happily agreed. Don't he worry. Principal. I will take good care of her. I have already arranged everything for the teacher training class. For now, let them practice. I will review later. Lung Tu cautioned. I am handing my precious girl over to you. If you dare bully her, I want to let you off easily. He hesitated. I would never bully her. Lung Tu did told Nai Si Hai. You too. Try to control your temper a bit. If you dare bully Kivam MS, I won't spare you. He felt secretly delighted. It is hard to find a good son-in-law. Do not let your temper ruin that. Yinisihe was speechless. After that, Lung Tiu saw them off. All right, I have said enough. You two should be on your way now, he thought to himself. Perhaps it is time to schedule the treatment for Principal Long's hidden illness. If the Thundu Academy wants to return to its peak, they still need a strong and healthy fourth transition master to hold the fort. After thinking for a moment, Kivimik spoke. We should officially set off now. Moments later, the scene shifted to the outskirts of Livian City. He walked while yawning. It has been a long time since he returned to the great continent of Thin Kai. And Ca smiled. That is right. The air here is much fresher than on the Lam Tine continent. Just then, 2 messages popped up on KMS's phone. He thought to himself. Did you hurry here as soon as you arrived? Takia Mums quickly replied. Let us meet at the Likely Zyme Tavern in an hour. She walked over to him. Who just messaged you? Why do you look so strange? Is someone unlucky about to be tricked by you? Takia MC took her hand. Let us go to the Likely Zyme Tavern for a drink. And I will also introduce you to 2 people. Nintra Sihai followed but was still curious about who they would meet. After a while, the 2 arrived at the Lython Tavern together. She was curious. Who exactly are we going to meet? Kiv MC explained. He is a good brother of mine. And also a teammate in our future guild. He is already here. Hong Thian opened the door. Listen here. Lom MC, you still have to work hard as a person. Look at me. I am almost level 32 now. Should not you try a bit harder too? You slammed the door. Stop wasting time. Hurry up and level up. If not, I will embarrass you in front of everyone. Seeing you reach level 30 is shocking. Did you really advance so quickly? Give him MC is confident. What is it? Don't believe me. How about we compete and see? You forced a smile. No need for that. This girl is your sister-in-law. Right. I hope you will help me next time we meet. Hearing that, Nidhi Sihei, who was drinking water, choked and sprayed it all over both of them. At this moment, Minho also arrived. What is this water festival everyone is having? Hong Thin wondered. Who's this? He introduced. This is Lil Minho from Vimeby Academy. All right. It seems everyone is here now. The MC announced. Today I am inviting you all here to inform you. I am preparing to form a team. Mintfo was curious. Are you really forming a guild? You worry. Guilds can only be formed after level 35. And we need at least 5 people. But we only have 4, he replied. Don't worry. The requirement for forming our team is that we wait for me to reach level 35. Then I will invite everyone to be founding members of the guild. Any objections? Akeem said nonchalantly. Even if you say it, I won't listen. Anyone who does not want to participate can skip it. Hong Thiven raised his hand. Who does not want to join? Anyone who does not want to. I will be the first to be unhappy with them. I will die for the guild. Anyone wanting to destroy it will have to step over my dead body. Kimasi glanced at him. But some people seem to be the Academy's geniuses. Are not they afraid of bad influence? Hong Thin showed determination. What geniuses? I go where I want. I must join regardless. KMC looked at Minacho. I am not hiding anything from you. Right now, I have some conflicts with your school. Vimeby Academy considers me an enemy. So if you want to join my guild, you must cut all ties with them. After hearing that, Minhetro took the drink on the table and downed it in one go. He clenched his fist. Of course, I am ready to join. MC smiled. Then from today, our team is officially formed. And our guild will be named Vi No Hao Vien Fong. He thought to himself. This guild name is just like in my previous life. They all joined hands together. Let us reach the peak of Thane Kai. Hong then asked, Dear leader, what is our next goal? Hifimimfi replied, Our next target is Height Nablo. Mintfo was curious. Where is Height Nahabro? Hong Thin explained. It is an outdoor arena where players from level 20 to 50 can compete freely, receive various rewards and resources. And it also helps train combat skills. You found it confusing. But there are so many dungeons around Li Zian. Why choose here? KivMMC explained. There are 3 reasons. First, our newly formed team is still weak and needs to level up quickly. Second, I need money fast. And third, we need to quickly help Na Si Hai level up and support her in seeking revenge. Hong Thian does not understand what revenge is about. Nuak Hai was previously deceived by a heartless merchant at Bloodtooth Fortress. So Ki Mak wants to take revenge for her. He drapes his arm over his shoulder. Since we became teammates, we are brothers. Especially since the one being bullied is my sister-in-law. We definitely need to settle this debt. The scene shifts to Bloodtooth Fortress, where the 4 of them stand right in front of the gate. Max says, By the way, I seem to have forgotten to mention something important. Hong Thian thinks he has a new plan. Ki Mak asks everyone how much money they have since it seems he does not have enough for the registration fee. Currently, Minho has over 500 gold coins. Nukai has more than 80 gold coins, but has been completely swindled by that ruthless guy. Ki Mak thinks to himself that his money was previously used to craft a second-tier invisibility powder, and now he has very little left. He pulls out a bag of coins. Is this not enough? Come to me. I have got money flowing like water. Earning a coin every day. Our captain is actually this poor. Kim Mak immediately punches Hong Thien. Sorry. But as the captain and guild leader, your assets have been forcibly reclaimed by the guild. And you are left with nothing here. Later, they discuss the competition. After saying that, Kim Mak leads everyone inside to take a look and figure things out. As they enter the hall of Bloodtooth Fortress, they see a crowd gathered. A voice rings out. Ladies and gentlemen passing by, do not miss out. I have top quality life-saving items at reasonable prices. Absolutely no tricks. The moment Nuokai sees him, she immediately recognizes the man who scammed her. She points ahead. That is the cunning man who took all my money. The fake merchant is sitting there selling goods. Whether you buy or not, you won't be at a loss. Feel free to check it out. He smirks, realizing it is him. This guy only has a bit of a beard. He does not look like an old uncle at all. Hong Thien is puzzled, wondering how he recognizes the man. After hearing Nuokai describe him, Kim Mak has an unexpected hunch that it is the fake merchant. This guy was notorious in his previous life for harvesting souls. He enjoyed pulling off scams. He secretly feels pleased, realizing the merchandise is indeed unchanged, solely focused on selling deceptive items as usual. It seems he has a target now. First, let him suffer a little, ideally shaving off his beard completely. Kim Mak approaches the fake merchant to ask about the invisibility potion, suspicious that it can possibly be fake. Right. The fake merchant assures him. Of course it is not fake. I always prioritize integrity in my sales. Everything is genuine. 10 times the value if it is fake. Kim Mak laughs joyfully. 10 times the value if it is fake. Are you serious? The fake merchant quickly replies. Of course. It is. Saying 10 times the value if it is fake means it is truly 10 times. He thinks to himself that he definitely won't be fooled. But you are young. Do not blame me. Okay. A fat target. Kim Mak holds the potion bottle and asks, how much is this invisibility potion? The fake merchant smiles and quotes 80 gold coins for a vial. But he seems unsatisfied with the price and suggests he lower it a bit. The fake merchant persuades him. This is a P artifact. Having it could advance you in the solo competition. I will sell it to you for 75 gold coins. He smirks, secretly thinking he will scam Kim Mak. Nuokai and Hong Thien behind him remain on high alert. Right now, we only have over 1,000 gold coins. Not enough to spend. And you still want to use 75 coins to buy an invisibility potion. Ingli then saw Kim Mumsy hesitate and immediately lowered the price. If you need to buy more, I can discount an additional 70 gold coins per vial. Hearing this, he was extremely surprised and bought 4 vials. One for each of them. Ingli then thought Kim Mumsy had fallen into his trap. But little did he know that he had already figured out that only one of the 4 vials was real. He smirked, unsure whether to admire him for having a conscience, or to criticize him for being too clever. Suddenly, King Mumsy spoke up. I am still a bit worried about whether I am buying a counterfeit. You are not trying to deceive me. Are you? Ingli then promised that people from Equi Kuif do not deceive each other. If there are any quality issues, I will pay you back tenfold. He was so bold because this type of potion cannot be identified as real or fake before use. But he was not going to let it go that easily. I think we should test it a little. How about you try 1 vial first? And we will see what happens. Ingli then felt a bit awkward at this moment. Are you sure? This is not cheap. It could help you go further in the competition. Wasting a vial now would be such a pity, would not it? He said while getting up. If you insist on trying, that is fine. But I warn you, if you waste this vial, I won't give you another. Kim Mi smiled in agreement, saying that as long as it is real, he will take responsibility. The people around them witnessing the transaction began to gossip and criticize him. Seeing the tense situation, and Sihai advised Kivamumsi to let it go. Ingli then outwardly agreed to test the potion, but inside he was secretly laughing, thinking that the kid would surely not realize that only one of the 4 vials was real, and that he had marked it beforehand. Ingli then took the vial from Kim Mumsy's hand and confidently drank it all. In just a second, I could become invisible. He arrogantly thought he was truly invisible and taunted Kim Mumsy. I told you it was the real deal. You are being too cautious and wasteful. I am right next to you on your left, and you can't see me. Can you? But Ingli then did not expect that not only was he not invisible, but everyone around had also discovered that he was selling fakes. Ingli then was stunned. How could this be? I clearly chose the real bottle to drink. Did not. Kikima Mfig exposed Ithan's trick, thinking he was still inexperienced. He smirked. This kind of counterfeit is usually hard to detect. But unfortunate for you, you met me. It is also because in my previous life you smuggled too much that I know all your tricks. At this moment, the 3 of them realized he had planned this beforehand, allowing him to earn 2,800 gold coins. They were both surprised and impressed, calling him a money-making master despite his unremarkable appearance. Min Heko suddenly turned around and warned everyone. Wait, he is about to run away. Before they could react, Ingli then quickly ran away. The 2,800 gold coins I won't pay for the stuff on me. Consider it a gift to you. Goodbye. Hong Thien observed that everything Ingli then left behind was fake, estimated to be worth less than 100 gold coins. Suddenly, Minaho noticed that Kayamamsi was nowhere to be seen. Upon closer inspection, the spot he just stood was now covered in a cloud of white dust, with no one in sight. At that moment, Kiyamemsi had caught up with Mingathen. He was panicking and begging, "I give up. Do not act rashly. Out here in the outskirts, killing is only allowed in the arena. If you have malicious intent, you will be thrown straight into jail." Ingli felt powerless against his strength. "I have no money, just my life. If you want it, take it." Hearing this, Kivimamfi responded coldly, "I want your life." Seeing him so serious, Ingli then felt a bit confused. "Are you really going to kill someone outside of Bloodfang Fortress? Have you thought this through?" KMMC presented the contract before him and demanded Ningli then sign it, leaving him extremely bewildered. After reading the contract to sell himself, Ingli then was utterly shocked. KMMC still maintained a serious expression. Hong Then also acknowledged that Ningli then was a talent. On the surface, Ingli then reluctantly accepted and signed the unequal contract, but deep down, he thought following him might not be such a bad thing. It might even earn him some money. After signing, he handed the contract back to KMMC and asked when they would go eat. He complained that he had not had a proper meal in days. He scoffed, saying it was no problem. Then he pulled out a bag of money for him. "Here is 200 taels. Go register for the singles competition first. Win 10 matches in a row. Then come back to find me." Hearing the conditions Kaimums laid out, Hong Thin and Lamun Haho were both astonished. Winning 10 matches in a row is not easy, and that 200 taels could be lost in a flash. He did not say anything and turned to leave, leaving everyone confused. Seeing Kim Mux's nonchalant attitude, In Yi then guessed he might have seen something. At this point, he spoke up, saying everyone should register for the singles competition, hoping to achieve the goal of 10 consecutive wins. Hong Thin and Mina Shou, your goals are 12 consecutive wins in the intermediate area and 8 consecutive wins, respectively. He reminded them, whether they win or lose, to remember to bring back the match videos for him. If they complete it, there will be extra food. Otherwise, it will be just vegetarian. Hong Thin urged him to reconsider, saying they had little money left, and if they lost, they would be broke. Guillemums thought his point made sense. They should save their strength for the main event. Then he urged them to hurry and register. They all reluctantly agreed to follow and support KMMC. Suddenly, Ingli then asked him about the goals he set for himself. But the response he got was a nonchalant joke from KMMC. "Did I say I would participate in the singles competition?" He explained with a calculating expression. "Everyone is going to compete in singles. As the team leader, I will naturally be here to cheer for everyone." Ingli then was unimpressed. While everyone else was fighting to the death, he was just sitting there sipping tea and watching the show. But before he could finish his sentence, Hong Thivan dragged him away. Kikimimsi smiled, knowing today's meal would be nothing but greens. So he planned to go earn a little money, or everyone would really end up hungry. A moment later, at the F382 singles competition venue in the Haitna Bairo Intermediate Arena, the singles match was heating up. But player Chu Kai-than was gradually running out of steam. His opponent kept provoking him. "If you are already exhausted, you might as well admit defeat. Out of respect for your father, I might spare your life." Everyone was buzzing about the match between He Vine Sin and Chu Kai-than. He Vine Sin had won 15 matches in a row and was considered the superior fighter. At this point, the crowd was hurriedly placing bets on him, hoping to make a profit before the match ended. The Haitno BO staff guessed Kaivemisi was new and hinted at how to play, but he immediately declined and placed his bet on player Chu Kai-than. She reminded him that Chu Fu Kai-than was currently at a disadvantage, with odds of 2.1 to 1. Kimasi did not say much and bet 700 gold coins, prompting the staff to double-check. She was puzzled but complied. "This is your betting information. Please keep it after the match ends. If you win, you can come here to exchange for gold coins." Everyone was astonished, buzzing about how Chu Kai-than was about to lose. Yet he still placed a bet. They assumed he was inexperienced and did not understand anything, just chasing the high odds. So he was sure to lose. KMMEs ignored Tiga's ramblings and focused on calculating in his head, after deducting registration fees. The team only had this amount left. It is a pity that this round can only yield so little. Not long after, the outcome of the match became clear, as player Chu Kai-than unexpectedly defeated He Vini Sign and claimed victory. Advancing to the next round, those who bet on Heaven Sign began to feel anxious. They could not believe that an exhausted Chu Kai-than could turn the tables. They refused to accept the outcome and instead blamed Vin for being useless. The staff announced that Kaimum Sai had won the bet, with his current winnings amounting to 1470 gold coins. Everyone around him was envious of his luck. KMMC had scored a large sum by betting on Chu Kai-than. Even though he was at a disadvantage, he was confident in his experience. He could see Fei Vikhung's weaknesses, and the victor would surely be Chu Kai-than. The staff hinted at helping KMMC exchange his winnings, but he declined. He felt it was still early and that everyone had not met their goals. So he decided to take the opportunity to play 2 more rounds to earn some money. Then, with confidence, Kiem MC told the staff to help him bet all his recent winnings on player number 8,827, leaving her utterly astonished. Kim remained very confident in his decision. Everyone around could not stop gossiping about his actions. At the last moment, the one marked 8,827 emerged victorious with a clean, bloodless strategy to take down his opponent. Everyone was surprised and envious. They murmured that Kiem MC was just too lucky. She announced that Kiem MC had won the bet again. His current betting amount had exceeded 18,000 gold coins. She asked Kiem MC if he wanted to continue betting. He did not respond, remaining silent for a long while as if contemplating something. As time was running out and the match must have ended, Kiem MC thought it was time to leave. He asked her to withdraw all his winnings and exit the noisy arena. A moment later, when MC returned to the waiting room, he saw Lo Minako and immediately asked about the situation. Minako dejectedly recounted, "I only won 3 matches. But in the 4th, I faced an opponent 6 levels higher and lost." Kim MC asked again, "Did you bring the video?" He promptly took out a USB drive and handed it to him. Kiem MC focused on the USB containing the video and inquired about Minhaeho's current feelings. Lo Minako sadly replied that the only feeling he had was that he was too weak. He patted him on the shoulder to comfort him. Recognizing one's own shortcomings is good, but do not be self-deprecating. You must believe in yourself. I will help everyone analyze and summarize later. Hearing this, Lo Minho perked up again. A while later, Hong Thin and Lung Inatao also arrived. Although defeated, Hong Thin remained carefree and optimistic as if nothing serious had happened. Meanwhile, Nini Sihai and Mikho were extremely discouraged. Ingli Then approached with a smug expression, singing and dancing while boosting 10 consecutive wins. "It is as if I breezed through." Everyone was shocked to hear him brag. Hong Thin stared in disbelief, thinking he must have misheard. Ingli Then confidently said, "You did not mishear. 10 consecutive wins are my achievement. And you can verify that." Hong Thin suspected he had a secret technique, and Ingli Then did not hold back. "Look at this. It is called the Decay Strength Potion. When an enemy is affected, their health points will continuously decrease, causing up to 2,000 points of damage." Kiem MC thought to himself and unconsciously smiled. Ingli Then seemed unreliable on the surface, but his strength was much greater than theirs. He was just a bit mischievous. But with Hong Thin around, the atmosphere became livelier. Lun Si, Hong Thin, and Min Heiko all took turns begging for the Decay Strength Potion from Minglai Then. He laughed heartily, one at a time. "Do not rot. There is enough for everyone." Kiem MC decided to speak up, exposing him, saying there was no such thing as a Decay Strength Potion. Everyone had been tricked by him. It was at that moment that the three realized they had been fooled by Engli Then. He laughed gleefully and replied, "Once sold, there is no accepting returns." King Mchu spoke up. "Today's mission completion rate is 1 per 3. According to the rules, dinner will only be a vegetarian feast." He took out a bag of coins and placed it on the table. This was 200 gold coins. "After eating, bring today's battle video to room 301 to meet me." Lo Menako was worried because KMUC did not eat with them. He guessed that you were struggling to prepare for the next class. Ingai then immediately revealed to Minko that KMMC had just sneakily gone for a feast at the banquet area, leaving him utterly astonished. Kivimnc frowned angrily at being exposed, blaming Guy Then for being a disruptor, silently vowing to show him what real training was like. After a hearty meal, according to Kivimf's words, everyone gathered in room 301. Seeing that everyone was gathered, Kivimf wasted no time and spoke up. "Let us officially begin analyzing the battle." Old Ngai brought the recording of the battle here. Ngai then smirked with satisfaction. "As the only one who met the standards today, it is only natural to be used as a model. I must admit our captain has a good eye for people." At this moment, he suddenly realized something was off. "Where did you get the money to rent such a luxurious room? You are not embezzling public funds, are you?" His words left Hong Then next to him shocked, mouth agape. Kiamums coldly tossed his wallet onto the table and replied, "Stop guessing. While you guys were fighting, I was at the casino helping you stock up." Hong Thiven rushed over excitedly when he learned he also knew how to gamble. Even Guy Then's eyes lit up wanting him to teach. Kiem Mex seriously requested the two to stop chatting nonsense and return to the main focus, watching and analyzing the match video. He then played the video recording of Mine Guy Then's matches for everyone to see. After watching for a while, Kiamumsi unexpectedly paused and asked everyone to share their impressions. Nidhi Cche, Min Ho, and Hong Then were all surprised and admitted Ningai Then's abilities. Initially, they thought he was just a con artist, but it turned out he was a true master. Hong Then was even angry for being fooled by him. KMMC seriously analyzed that old Ningai controlled various moves very skillfully, but his reactions were a bit slow, making him prone to losses. Ngai then reassured him, "It is not that bad. I have played 10 matches and have not met anyone on my level." KMC provocatively smiled, asking why he did not try to train a bit. Ngai then accepted the challenge but requested a little reward for himself. KMMC immediately agreed under the condition that, if he won, The previous contract would be void, but if he lost, he would have to shave off his beard. Ngai then reluctantly accepted. Hong then watched him confidently, and could not help but feel excited. Listening to him speak as if he was certain he would win, then Kim Messi immediately turned and walked away, saying, "Open a separate fighting room." Half an hour later, their match concluded. The result was Ngai Then lost to Kai Mitzi, yet he remained optimistic and confident. "It is nothing. Just shaving my beard." Shaving it off still left him a handsome guy, making Nunji Si-hai and Hong Then both comfort and mock him. At this point, Kim Messi declared that since everyone had acknowledged him, starting tomorrow, before signing up, each person would train an extra 2 hours with him. Everyone unanimously agreed with him. And he did not forget to tease Ngai Then a bit more, adding that fee charged 300 yuan per hour for training. Ngai Then was left speechless. "Why do you charge me?" Kim Emmons wickedly smiled and explained. "Didn't you sell your strength to them? You are not making much money. Just hand it all over to me." Angered by his teasing, he could only shout in frustration, "It is so annoying. At this rate, when will I ever finish paying the bills?" The next day, as per Kim MC's agreement, Hong Then worked hard to train with him before the match. As expected, under Hong Then's leadership, the Viet Chennai Fong team defeated their opponents, achieving a streak of 10 consecutive wins in the solo tournament. Although Manhwa also focused hard on training with QMC and improved significantly, unfortunately, he still lost in the 8th match of the solo tournament. This was the 3rd time he fell short in competition. His performance is still on the rise, with a bright future ahead. Long Ningji Hai is no exception. She is just like the two before her. 2 hours before the match, she trained fiercely with Kiames, determined to win. When the match began, she faced the sword demon Lao Vongdu, who had won 9 consecutive matches. Both were evenly matched, aiming for 10 consecutive wins. The battle between them was intense and thrilling, with the audience buzzing with excitement. On Kim Emmasu's side, a group of people gathered around to thank him for helping them make money recently. They expressed their gratitude, inquired about betting information, and even brought him gifts as a token of appreciation. But he had no idea that his every move was being watched from afar by the owner of Height, Nabi Ro. A staff member reported that in the past few days, TMMC had placed 56 bets with a 90% win rate, winning 20,000 gold coins. And many people had bet along with him. So if he continued, Songbef could face significant losses. He analyzed and assessed if it was just a guess of wins and losses. Songbef has many ways to play, and this method is devoid of luck, relying solely on vision and strength. And Cezanne curiously asked about Kaimitzi's team data. The staff member explained that his team members regularly participated in solo matches and bet on winning consecutively. Initially, there was just one person, but now 2 have won consecutively. He deduced that it seemed KMMC was testing the limits of the arena's strength to check and improve his skills. Even though he had deployed an internal team, suddenly one of his members became stronger and won. The staff member bowed and reported, "Boss, do not worry. The next one to step up will be the Mthas Ivan. I guarantee they won't have a chance to win anymore." Finding the situation increasingly interesting, Sibson laughed with enthusiasm. "I hope they won't disappoint me and show their true strength." Back to the earlier match. Under a fierce assault, the sword demon Lavong Yu lost consciousness. Long Nancha Si Hai emerged victorious with a record of 9 consecutive wins. She smiled triumphantly, finally reaching level 30. And just one more win would achieve her goal. What that wicked guy taught her was truly effective. Amidst the cheers of the audience, Ngingi turned to Kia Mumsi and said, "If she wins one more match, this girl can prepare for her second transition." Kia Mumsi thought it was not that simple. Ingli Then was only now beginning to understand his thoughts. Kia Mumsi explained, 2 days ago, your opponents were not the same as before. But you and Hoang Then are too strong. They can't defeat you. As for Nenji Si Hai and Miko, they are under some pressure. I blame myself for being too flashy, which made the arena organizers restless. Ingli Then was skeptical. Having been around here, he understood the secrets of the arena. But how did this guy know? It is terrifying. Nancy He's match had begun. This time, her opponent was the holder of the title King of 100 Victories in the arena, the second-tier sharpshooter the Mthashi Vine. As soon as she met her, Thessi Vine started to provocatively taunt her, below the stands. When they saw the Methasi Vine competing, the crowd erupted in cheers for her. Thessi Van arrogantly said, "Do you still want to fight, little girl? If not, just concede." Inisihe did not back down. She had no idea how much I was looking forward to seeing her again. As Nunchi Sies, she drew her weapon and charged in. I was really excited right now. The crowd below began debating on which side to bet on, whether the Mthasi Van would win or lose. Even Nengithen was swayed. "How about we bet on the Mthasi Van? It feels wrong. But we might earn a little." Kia Mempri shouted in anger. "Are you disrespecting Nasi Hai or my training methods?" He then boldly declared he was betting the entire 20,000 gold coins on Long Nei Si Hai. Although Engli Then tried to stop him, he was threatened back by Kaimes. Around the stands, people were still skeptical about his betting ability. But a few had been swayed and decided to bet on Nane Sihe following him. The staff member returned to report to Sixian that QMC had bet all his winnings on Ne Sihe. But this time the odds were surprisingly high. He looked up at the screen, wanting to confirm that Kayamum Sai had indeed placed a bet on this match. She reassured him. The Methesi Van was the undefeated champion, having defeated this opponent 3 times before, so nothing unexpected would happen. At that moment, Siku-san suddenly shouted in anger upon learning that the two had faced each other 3 times before. Back at the competition stands, the big match between the Mthasi Vine and Lung Yanek Sihe finally began. As the match started, Lung Nanghi Sihe immediately swung her staff and charged at the Methasi Vine. She calmly taunted her, wondering why there was no improvement. It was still the exact same opening move. There was really nothing new. But suddenly, NCA pulled back her staff, catching the Mthesi Ven off guard. Before she could understand what was happening, NCA quickly unleashed another attack, striking hard at her opponent's stomach, leaving Thachi Venin completely unprepared. Glancing back at Nasi as she moved to attack from behind, she realized something was amiss. The Mthesi Ven now found it hard to dodge Nisi's successive attacks. She quickly countered, firing 2 shots in rapid succession at her, but looking at the light of Zizing of Vine behind her, it was hard to believe that Lung Nanchai Si had executed 5 consecutive moves in the blink of an eye, causing everyone to gasp in awe. The Emvern Thefshi Van doubted that this was something Munechi Si could pull off. She was curious who had taught her. Ini Si did not answer but only taunted Thashi Van to surrender. Realizing Ned Si had changed in a way that was unfavorable for her, she cautiously took advantage of her long-range attack to create distance, not allowing her to easily close in. That was a mistake on my part. Now it was time to get serious. She fired 3 consecutive shots, unleashing deadly fire towards Ned Si, making it hard for her to dodge. At this moment, Nasihi recalled what Kiyamumse had taught her. The Methoshi Van began with 2 consecutive moves. If she felt her counter was not enough to dodge all the bullets, then she would have to exert all her effort to avoid the final deadly shot. According to Kiyam himself, as long as she can dodge the last bullet, there will be a chance to counterattack when the opponent is off guard. And the result is that Nasi has truly succeeded in evading my lethal shot. Seeing her dodge her attack, the Menthoshi Van was incredibly surprised and taken aback, taking advantage of her momentary lapse in defense. Long Nanji Sai rushed in to continue her assault. In the end, the Memethi Van was hit repeatedly by her counterattacks. With no other option, she had to use the force technique Kim Then, instantly standing up within 1.5 seconds. Now she was in an invulnerable state. Long Nanji Si calmly sought a way to respond because KMMC had warned her about this scenario beforehand. Then she focused her strength into her staff and swung it forcefully at her. Caught off guard, the Mthiv Van crashed down on the arena floor. She was stunned by Nanja Sihi's current strength, even the way she stood up so quickly. How could she become this powerful in just half a month? At this moment, she lay at Net Sihi's feet, trembling and pleading for her not to kill her, and Sihi remained cold. What are you thinking? This is just a match. If you have admitted defeat, then just accept it. She outwardly admitted defeat, feigning surprise at how much Elsa Sihi had grown in their time apart. But inside she schemed to grab the gun in her hand. While declaring her defeat, the Memethi Vine fired a shot at Nani Sihi and burst into laughter. The audience below was buzzing, criticizing her for being shameless by pretending to lose, and then launching a surprise attack. But some defended her, saying it was not a violation since the referee had not announced the end yet. The onlookers tried to casually watch the spectacle. While Long D's innate charm was not bad, it was too simplistic. It seems today I will win the bet. He laughed arrogantly, thinking all of Ki C's betting money would end up in his hands. The stands were in chaos, with some criticizing Thememthes Ivan for being despicable, while others condemned Nachi Sai for being foolish and costing them their bets. Ningli then anxiously turned to KMS, saying this was too despicable, and we should go see it in person. Give him and calmly reassured him. Don't worry. Everything is going as I anticipated. He smirked slightly, noting this was an important lesson for Andra Sihe. At this moment, the Memtha Van was still indulging in her arrogance and self-satisfaction. She laughed mockingly, provoking Nek Sihi to the point of trembling with anger. She pointed the gun at her face and taunted. I admit you have talent. I am very envious of your rate of progress. But I think I need to teach you a lesson to show you the coldness of this world. As the Thesven finished her sentence, she fired 3 shots at Nai Sihi, and Sihi did not evade but silently faced the bullets. Just when it seemed the match would end, she was enveloped by a powerful surge of energy. She looked up at her with a cold gaze, realizing the wicked words were true. It turned out there are still more bad people in this world. The men of Jivan was startled and terrified. She could not understand how Anja Sihi could still be standing. Did she have some strange equipment? The audience in the stands quickly recognized Nani Sia's sapphire, which could create a protective shield of about 3,000 health points, leaving everyone shocked and panicked. The Memanthes Ivan Hong was so frightened that she went crazy, continuously firing at her. Where did you get that equipment? It is not fair. I have to kill you. But miraculously, Nansia dodged all of her shots. The situation shifted, and everyone cheered for Nani Sihai with all their might. Ingli then wondered if that equipment was given to her by Kiem Emissir. He just smiled calmly, getting ready to congratulate Ishai. After saying that, Kivimi slowly turned to leave. Si-sen was so angry that he crushed the wine glass in his hand. He accepted that he had lost the bet and ordered his staff to invite Trindheim MC Kiem to meet him. The outcome of the final match had finally turned around. Longnong Si-hai from the Virifone team completed 10 consecutive wins and received a reward of 1,000 gold coins. Since Kiem FC won 39,600 gold coins this time, the arena rewarded him with a free black card. Ing Vai Then, seeing so much money, could not help but exclaim that betting was more profitable than selling counterfeit drugs. The surrounding bettors continued to chatter excitedly about Kiem MC's consecutive victories. Some were skeptical while others were happy they had bet on him. Suddenly, a stern voice broke through the noisy atmosphere. Everyone, step aside. Someone recognized that voice as Tui Ake, one of the 4 top bodyguards of the arena's guard team. Everyone wondered why he appeared here. Tui Ake did not bother to explain and went straight to the point. Young Master Trine Kiem, please come meet our lord. Everyone around speculated that Kiem MNC had caught the attention of the arena's master. Ingli then spoke up, wanting to earn some money but was called away for tea. Is your arena really that small? Tui Ake explained it was just a misunderstanding. The lord wanted to discuss something. And besides, the winnings would be rounded up to 50,001. Ingli then was suspicious. But Kiem, on the other hand, looked very interested. Was it the Lord of Haitna Bao leading the way? As he walked, Give Him MC pondered. Although he did not know what the Lord was planning, with Ulan's help, even unfavorable situations could be safely navigated. Back in the waiting room, everyone was worried upon hearing that Kiem had been taken by the people of Hait, Nibibio. Min Hech Ho and Hong Then reassured that nothing dangerous would happen to him, but Longnong Ye Si Nai still could not feel at ease. Hong Then suggested, if you are worried, let us go check it out. Mineko supported him, saying they had to rescue their captain, even if it meant fighting. So the 3 of them finally decided to look for Kiem. Hong Then boldly laid out the plan, saying that if they encountered high-ranking officials in the arena, he would attack directly. The 2 would launch a surprise attack from behind, capturing the highest-ranking officials possible. Threatening their positions would be beneficial for them. After taking a few more steps, they encountered arena staff. Coincidentally, they were also looking for Hong Then, Min H. Ho, and C. Hong Then suddenly shouted to signal the start of their plan. But before they could do anything, the staff member bowed and announced, I am looking for you all. Your captain has been invited by the master as a guest. The current situation left the 3 of them utterly confused, not knowing what the hell was going on. On the side of Kivamises, he has now arrived to meet Siko-sen. He politely invites him to sit down and talk. Xian briefly introduces himself as the master of the Blood Fang Guild and invites Kiem MC and Ningli Then to drink. Kiem says, not one to be polite, casually takes a glass and takes a sip. After drinking, he praises the wine. Meanwhile, Ingithen beside him sweats nervously. Is not he afraid of being poisoned? Kiem MC is confident because he has an antidote. Do not worry. He is a 3rd-tier powerhouse, so he does not need to use poison against us. And Sivan across from him. Hearing this, downs a cup himself as an apology for what the Mem-Thursi Venin did. Kiem slams the glass down on the table and continues. In the arena, the strong win and the weak lose. Whatever tricks used are just to defeat the opponent. We do not need to apologize to each other. And Sivan appreciates his words. With just a few sentences, he has shifted the entire responsibility for the Mthesivin's death away cleanly. He then directly states that he has invited them, because he needs help and wonders if they dare to accept. Kivimamsir coldly speculates. I heard that the major arenas are about to have a competition. I guess the master wants to hire us to cause trouble in other arenas. Siusian is surprised because he guessed correctly, and Kiem MC calmly explains. It is easy to guess. Although our team has strength, we are not top tier compared to the Blood Fang Guild. If he is seeking us out not for strength, then it must be because of my betting abilities. Since Kiem MC guessed right, he no longer beats around the bush. Indeed, I want to invite you to visit some other arenas and take away a portion of their profits. That way, the ranking of the Blood Fang Guild will be elevated. Since this will offend quite a few people, he wants to confirm if Kiem MC is willing to take it on. Kiem MC remains very calm. What is there to fear about offending others? As long as the benefits are big enough, there is no one you can offend. Then Situ-sen declares that as long as Kiem MC can steal 100,000 gold in 2 months, he will split 73. He will provide all the initial capital and will also bear any consequences caused by him. Although he pretends to be sincere, he is actually very calculating and manipulative. After all, he is young, daring to fight and play, yet not considering the risks. Win. I earn. You take the hit. Kiem MC does not rush to agree, but instead turns to negotiate with him. He wants the money to be at least over 5 years. Ingli then sitting next to him is stunned and worried. Sibsun considers his proposal for over 5 years, with the condition that Kiem MC must put in enough capital. He immediately changes his tone, sounding a bit frightening and threatening. I value you all very much, but taking money from me is not going to be easy. Kivimonsur calmly replies, first of all, the accuracy rate in my betting can reach absolute precision. You need me? This is part of my capital. Secondly, take a look at this item. At first glance, he immediately recognizes this as the badge of the Professional Association and the Dark Brotherhood. Mseon and Ningli Thun are taken aback by his secret. Miskin started to see Ki Mak differently and accepted the offer to split the bet. After that, the two officially partnered up. Before leaving, Taoduk handed Ki Mak a capital of 50,000 gold coins, plus the 100,000 gold coins he won previously. Ingaithan's eyes lit up at the sight of the money, and just as he was about to leave, Koken spoke up, aren't you afraid I might suddenly make a move? My temper is not the best either. Ki Mak replied with a sneer, I am still here. The boss can give it a try. His provocative answer intrigued the man. Taoduk warned Koken that this deal seemed a bit risky, but he calmly replied, I have never made a shallow deal. That money not only takes care of business, but can also win his friendship. We come out ahead. A while later, Ki Mak and Nugai then met their three teammates, feeling very frustrated that they had to fight hard, while the three of them could relax and feast. They each explained the misunderstanding and checked in on Ki Mak and Nugai then. Ki Mak reassured them not to worry. Home Thean thought he might have won too much money back, and was going to reason with him. But Nuakai stopped him, saying as long as he was okay, that was enough. Nugai then smugly flaunted the black card in his hand and recounted the events. They not only did not take it back, but also gifted an extra 50,000 gold coins. Nuakai could not believe his ears. Before he could show off, Ki Mak snatched the black card from his hand. We can talk later. Then they all returned to Ki Mak's room 301. At this point, Ingai then and Ki Mak explained that Koken wanted to collaborate with them. He asked if they were scared, and all three declared loudly that with him as captain, they feared no one. Seeing their determination, Ki Mak felt reassured and continued, there is still half a month until the mission. During this time, we will act separately. He assigned Nuakai to quickly return and perform the second ritual tomorrow, since their upcoming mission would be quite demanding. Next was Manhwa. Ki Mak requested him to make a trip to the Dark Brotherhood branch in Loi Din to process his assassin identity. Finally, for Hong Thean and Nugai then, he assigned them to continue training at Bloodfang Fortress, with the goal of defeating the 100 Army King. Winning 100 matches did not seem too stressful for the two of them. Ki Mak added, I have 10,000 gold coins for everyone to share, and later we can replenish equipment and skill books. Ingaithan's eyes lit up. If combined with the money he earned during this time, he could pay off his debts. But before he could celebrate, Ki Mak struck a blow to his ego, leaving him speechless. Using my money and now taking the money I give to pay off your debts. Aren't you ashamed? Did you forget the training fees? Ingaithan shouted in despair. He forgot the training fees. So now he still owes 9,000 gold coins. He hated Ki Mak so much that he cursed him for being inhuman. In Loi Din City, the nameplate of the special green pasture horse stood out prominently. Ki Mak looked at the white horse in front of him, and was quite pleased. This horse was not bad. He asked the shop owner standing not far away, how much for this horse? Can you tell me a bit about it? The shop owner pointed to the horses behind him and replied, this horse is a good one. You probably can't afford it. Over there are the lower tier ones. Go take a look. He looked at the owner with a cold smile and asked, you think I can't afford it? Little Wong appeared from behind and intervened. Hello. Let me assist you. This horse is a top tier, currently priced at 1,000 gold. But if you are a member of the Profession Association, we can give you a discount. Quenmo replied firmly. No need for a discount. I will take this horse. Please help me with the paperwork. I want to take it right away. As he spoke, he tossed a large pouch of money into her hands. Little Wong's eyes lit up at the sight of the large pouch. I will get the paperwork done for you right away. At this moment, the shop owner beside them stared at the heavy pouch with wide eyes. Unable to close his mouth, Quenmo leisurely mounted his new horse and moved out of the shop. Little Wong happily walked alongside him to see him off. The sounds of chatter filled the air, surprised that a top-tier horse had been sold. It was astonishing that a level 30 player could spend 1,000 gold. Little Wong was lucky to have already earned 100 gold from commissions. All because someone was short-sighted and could not see the talent. As Qianmo rode away from the shop, he leisurely calculated the plan he had made with them. With only half a month left, having this horse would give him enough time to prepare the materials to complete his second-class transfer. Relaxing on the horse for a while, Qianmo arrived at the gates of Thunder City. At the Profession Association, two guards standing at the city gate saw him and solemnly saluted. Greetings, Elder Chengyuan. As soon as he dismounted, he saw Gao Zhen approaching to greet him. Congratulations. You have finally made your second-class transfer. I have gathered all the auxiliary materials you need. Just waiting for you to pick them up. He followed the man inside while asking, collecting these materials was not easy. Thank you for your hard work. President Gao, how much gold is it in total? Gao Zhen replied cheerfully. This time it truly took a lot of effort. But this money is considered support from the association. You do not have to pay. Even though he said that, Quan Mo still took out a VIP membership card and handed it to him. This is the material I prepared for myself. I can't let the association cover the cost. Besides, this amount of money is just a small matter for me. Gao Zhen looked at the card in his hand. Astonished, this is the gold member card of Blood Fang Treasure. It has been a while since we last met. And you have really made progress. Have not you? He did not deny it and did not give him a chance to refuse. Gao Zhen then accepted the card and casually asked if he wanted to help. Then I want to be polite. I see that these materials are all for crafting weapons. You plan to craft a reincarnation weapon. Right. Who are you planning to have forge it? Need me to introduce someone? Quan Mo did not hide it either. You guessed right. Thank you for your kindness, but I have already chosen my blacksmith. Khan could not help but feel a bit curious. If a blacksmith caught your eye, I want to hear who it is. He looked at the man and spoke the name. His name is Tifano Ling. Hearing this name made Ka Ten's eyes widen immediately. Hard to believe. He asked more. Old Ti Feng. I heard he is quite strange. How could you be connected to him? Kiem MC did not answer the question but simply remarked that Chairman Ka already knew about him. Ka Tundren's voice carried a hint of nostalgia. He almost became the chairman of the Blacksmith Association in Thin Phong back in the day. Of course I know. Besides, the situation in Thin Phong has been quite tense lately. It might affect him. You think he has a past like that? Kim Hummus was curious. What kind of storm is it really? Can you tell me about it? The two of them had now reached a large door. He placed his hand on the door, not rushing to open it, but responding to him. Regarding the turmoil in the upper ranks of the Blacksmith Association, I can only tell you what I know. After a moment, Ka Ten watched Kivamumsi ride away from the city gate, waved goodbye to him, and did not forget to add a few words. This time you are going. You will definitely get caught up in the storm of the Blacksmith Association in Thayan Phong. If the old Tifeng can come back, I hope you will help me ask a few questions. He replied briefly. Don't he worry. Then he rode away. On the crowded street, sitting on his horse, the Kiampri crossed his arms and kept thinking. All the materials for forging that Eldu Quang Vin received in the second phase have been gathered. Now he just needs to return to Tenertha village to cooperate with the old Tifeng. No one else can complete this forging. There is still some time on the road. So I should try to open a dozen treasure chests in a row. The chests opened in order were brutal armor, Trine Chintha So, adventurer's head armor, and longer Suon Lun. Kiamums looked at the items before him, smiling with satisfaction. What great luck. All were level 40 items from the second transition, ready to replace his level 25 gear. The next item opened was a magical artifact, as he predicted. There truly were level 50 accessories. As long as the level does not exceed 20 levels compared to mine, they can be immune to magic. If I increase my magic resistance later, perhaps mages will have to steer clear of me. He opened the system panel, and the first items exceeded his expectations. Let us see if there are any more surprises. Then a series of congratulatory sounds rang out from the system. Received a mid-level experience book. Received a light net. He chose to open 2 fine liquor chests. The experience book and the props were also quite good. Next were the last 2 fine liquor chests. The 2 chests opened in succession were the thermal belt and Rodrigo's ring. Kiem MC looked at the 2 items belonging to the executioner and the scholar of the 3 arts with some surprise, not expecting that he could open items from the third transition at just the second transition. This time seemed to have changed the whole situation. He wondered how strong he would be once he equipped all these items. At Chu's fishing gear shop, Old Man Chu is being loudly scolded by a man. Misunderstanding. Old man. You want to fight? As he speaks, the man raises his hand to physically confront Old Man Chu, but his arm is caught tightly by Ki MS. The man glares at him angrily, shouting, Kid, who do you think you are? Want to die? He does not answer the man but asks Old Man Chu. Boss Chu, what is going on? He rubs his arm and hesitantly replies to Kiv MMC. They deliberately damaged the fishing rod and falsely accused him of selling defective goods. He understood everything. So that is what happened. Ki MMC still grips the man's arm tightly. At this moment, the man's face twists in pain, but he still stubbornly threatens him. I will count to 3. If you do not let go, you will face the consequences. Kiv MMC coldly retorts, face the consequences. I want to see what consequences there are. As soon as he finishes speaking, he increases the pressure on the man's wrist. To the naked eye, the man's wrist seems to have been broken by him. He collapses to his knees, continuously begging for mercy. Sir, please forgive me. I offended you earlier. I did intentionally frame this boss. I was wrong. I truly am worthless. At this point, Kim Phim finally releases his grip, not forgetting to warn him. If I see you again next time, it might not just be a broken arm, unbeknownst to him. This scene has drawn a crowd. Old Man Chu stands beside them, smiling, when a girl approaches from behind him to introduce herself. Hello. I am Butchla from Butch Corporation in the capital. Can we be friends? The man whose arm was just broken by KMMNC is also one of Butchla's people. Seeing her, he looks a bit panicked. stammering. Lovialts. But can T say anything more? Bashalos. Hearing him call her name, gets angry and coldly orders. You think you can call me Lels? A useless person like you should stay away from me. Saying this, Bashalay turns to Kia Mumsy and softly laughs, but quickly adds an explanation to avoid misunderstandings. What just happened has nothing to do with me. That guy just wanted to harm you. Not waiting for her to finish, he impatiently raises his hand and coldly interrupts. There is nothing to see. I do not care about Butch Corporation in the capital. If you do not want to end up with broken arms and legs, you should leave me alone. Butchla feels as if she has been slapped. Her face contorts, her eyes filled with disbelief and anger. She storms off, silently vowing to remember this humiliation, daring to insult the Butch family. I will remember you. Old Manchu scratches his head, smiling at him, offering both praise and a warning. You have made quite a bit of progress. But that woman named Butchlal has a complicated background. You need to be careful. Moreover, today for some reason, there are many experts appearing in Tenethathen. He does not care at all and simply replies. Don't he worry about me. Focus on the information he just shared. It seems many experts are targeting Old Man T. Bumung, so Cao Tian's words must be true. He glances at the fishing rods in the shop, a plan forming in his mind. Since he is here, he might as well pick a good fishing set. Next time he meets Old Man Tan, consider it a gift. As he slowly rode into the newbie village, whispers filled the air. People were talking. Is this the real big shot? That horse looks amazing. The white steed clearly has great value. It is beautiful. Someone must have been lucky enough to catch the big shot's attention. I am so impressed. Can the big shot befriend me? I know how to wash clothes, cook, and warm the bed. KivMMC did not respond, silently thinking that such display was too extravagant for newbie village. In front of him was the shop owned by Taefeng Ven Ligang, and there was a large crowd gathered, making him curious about why so many people were here. It seems they all got the news. Among the crowd, Bechelos and her people were talking to the staff of the Bech family's blacksmith shop, with Miss Butchlevi representing her family to request an audience with the old man. Please report, the staff replied. I have already said. The boss is resting and not receiving guests for the past few days. No exceptions. Village's people asked. Have you reported our Butch family's name yet? At that moment, Kiem Muxet approached to ask the staff to report for him, but they remained firm about not receiving guests. Didn't you hear? The boss is resting and not receiving guests. He pulled out a scroll and handed it to the staff, instructing, just give this to the old man. The staff looked at the scroll in his hand, surprised, but ultimately agreed to take it and told him to wait here. Bichelo frowned when she saw him, annoyed. It is that guy again. Her person, who had just had his arm broken by him, was now standing beside her with a bandaged arm. The other hand of that guy was clenched into a fist, and he spoke firmly. Don't he worry, miss, if we can go in. This guy can either. The staff went inside to report that someone was looking for the boss. Tifeng Venelden was holding a hammer and casually asked, Didn't I say no visitors today? The staff handed the scroll to him, saying, I was told to deliver this to you. He paused, looking at the scroll in the staff's hand. As he opened it and read, he exclaimed in surprise. It is outside the shop. Bishlo and her people glanced at KivMMC, who was also waiting. He smiled and said to Butchlels, I was not wrong, was I? This kid is acting all high and mighty. What is with the scroll? Just then, Tifeng Venelden appeared at the door. In his haste, he had not even put on his clothing properly, and he shouted at him. My ancestor, if you are here, come in quickly. What is with the scroll? Kiemvamu smiled and explained. Isn't your shop closed? I did not want to disturb you. He replied. The old man pulled him inside, responding loudly. That is for those pesky flies. But for you, I have been waiting day and night. He turned to the crowd that was surrounding them, clearly annoyed, and shouted multiple times for them to leave. Get lost. Do not gather around me anymore. Bichelov and her people stood there, stunned like they had been sprayed with glue, both in disbelief and anger. Takia Mums hesitantly said to the old man, Old man, maybe you should get dressed before continuing. I am afraid others might misunderstand. The old man casually replied, indifferent to what others might think. What misunderstanding? I am just in a hurry. The scene shifts to two people leisurely drinking tea and eating pastries at home. Taefeng Vong Yin cheerfully says, You only come to Tambo when you have nothing to do. Aren't you here to refine the second phase of the divine weapon? However, Trihing M. Mix makes an unrelated remark. This guy is not bad. The elder grumbles. Oh come on. Stop beating around the bush. I am about to lose my patience. Finally, he says, You guessed right. I am here today to refine the L2 Quang Vin Ring's second phase. Tifeng Vunling suddenly jumps up in surprise. Have you gathered all the main materials? That is great. Atron Kim MC confirms he has collected all 12 main materials. Additionally, I have prepared quite a few auxiliary materials. I came here today to ask for your help. The elder continues. You are the auxiliary material I already have. Why spend money on it? Tifeng Vin Lugyu pours out a pile of auxiliary materials for him to see and enthusiastically introduces. Look, Hong Kwang Tin. Sasen Hailong. Six Lian Thich. Are not these good? Tramhiamem waves his hand. These are decent but still not enough. The elder squints in suspicion. These are treasures I have carefully stored at the bottom of my chest. Do you have anything better? Don T. Bragg. He then shows the elder his materials. Look at what I have here. Seeing the items before him, Tifeng Vun Lung is left stunned. Is this really what you want to use as auxiliary materials? High-tech they Vin Vime. That is way too extravagant. Tran Hong Yamisof pulls out even more materials that still are not enough. Seeing the treasures before him, the elder is even more astonished. You even have Lokia Nam and Hainam Long Sa. Did you strike gold? If I remember correctly. The Yermimi Dung Ti, Chu female just dropped. Right, that is a level 40 outdoor boss. Don't tell me you took it down yourself. You really are a monster. Not only do you have an innate talent for forging, but your combat skills are also terrifyingly strong. Having a genius like you in A Quafe is incredibly fortunate. Don't worry. I have been training for half a year under your guidance, and my skills have improved significantly. I will do my best. Tremi Yamami shows humility. Knowing the elder thinks he has talent is why he sought him out. Rest assured. I am. Let us get started right away. Immediately. Tifeng Vin La Yu closes the forge to focus on refining the Lu Quang Vin Ring's second phase for key MMC. They... Seeing this, asks. Little brother. Why are not you opening today? The blacksmith's assistant replies. Sorry. The elder has something to do today. So we are not opening. He introduces himself. I am Li Teet. My father is a council member of the Thianfeng Blacksmith Guild. I am here today to ask the elder for help. The assistant is firm. Once he says no, and arguing is pointless. Zay Tit then pushes a large gift bag into the assistant's hands. This is a token of appreciation. I hope the elder accepts this. You just need to help me deliver this letter. The blacksmith's assistant sees this and agrees. I can help you deliver the letter. Whether the elder wants to meet you or not, I can decide. A Tit agrees. Inside, Tifeng Vin Hing spoke up. The furnace is blazing. We can start working soon. A Tranquim Mosi replied. There is no need to rush. Slow and steady leads to fine craftsmanship. A staff member came in with news. Old Tifeng. There is a young man claiming to be Teet, a member of the Thianfeng Blacksmithing Guild. He says he has a letter for you. I thought he seemed sincere, so I came to inform you. Hearing this, Tifeng Vin and Logi extended his hand to show me the letter. He thought to himself, this must be the high-level change in the Thianfeng Blacksmithing Guild that Chairman Chang Ka mentioned. Lu Jialavin told the kid to wait for me in the living room until I was done. The staff member complied. He wondered if old Tifeng was in some trouble. The old man denied it, saying, it is just a bit of old business that might make you laugh. Let us continue. A Trimham Make said, showing his displeasure. Old Tifeng, as a top blacksmith, you should know the basic requirements of forging. If you can control your mood, I fear you will have to finish it yourself. Vinila immediately panicked. Dante. I have been waiting for this opportunity for half a year. I dream of continuing to forge the luminous distant ring, he asked. Then tell me, why did you just lose your composure like that? Tifeng Vand and hesitated. Though your skills are not bad, you are still just a novice. And I do not want you to get into trouble. It is best you do not push me. Looking at the item in his hand, he panicked. How could you have the elder badge of the professional guild? Kivimasi replied calmly. I earned it by passing the test. How do you see the status of an elder in the professional guild? Tifeng Vin Hing stroked his beard in admiration. At such a young age to earn an elder badge. Your talent truly astonishes people. But given the relationship between the two guilds, even with the elder badge, it might not be of much use. Tran Kim Mek shifted to the main issue. I know the matters of both sides well enough. Let us put that aside for now. Now, let us talk about your situation. The old man slowly recounted. This story is quite lengthy. Years ago, on the Tianakfi continent, the blacksmith guild in Thenfeng City was renowned across the continent, attracting many young blacksmiths. And I was no exception. Master, I am Oing Huffy, a famous blacksmith who was taken in by him as a disciple, which was both an honor and a misfortune. Master valued my talent not to teach me the trade, but to have a capable assistant to help him reach the pinnacle of glory. However, he did not expect me to be even more outstanding than he thought. Once, I discovered a new forging method and excitedly shared it with everyone. At first, I thought Master would be happy for me. But unexpectedly, this became the source of his jealousy. Later, in a crucial competition that determined the future of blacksmiths, he swapped my materials, causing me to fail in the forging process. Yet, Master S. son, who is also my good disciple brother, presented a work identical to mine and accused me of plagiarism. From then on, I was expelled from the blacksmith guild. Honestly, if I keep fighting, maybe I can prove my skills, but I am really tired. So I returned to Tanthuthan to live out the rest of my days like this. Recently, many families and financial groups have approached me. I have also caught wind of things happening in Tianfeng City. But after all these years, my heart has grown cold. I would not even bother if it were not for you reigniting some of my passion for the craft. Otherwise, I would not want to continue running this shop. Tremi Mei made a suggestion. Old Tianfeng, if I help you get back into the Blacksmith Association, even take the president's position. What do you think? The old man advised. Good. I know you have talent, but it is best not to get involved in this. Keep persuading, and do not misunderstand. I have my own plans. To be honest, I am currently establishing my own guild, called Vina Hanine Feng. Once my guild has a headquarters, those high-level talents will become a great asset. Right now, I am already an elder of the Occupational Association. If we can promote the merger between the Blacksmith Association and the Occupational Association, that would be something to look forward to. Population is always the core metric to evaluate a guild's strength. As long as we complete this crucial reform, the Vino Neshu Nafeng Guild will take off in no time. Tifeng Vu Logia rejected again. I have seen early on that you are not an ordinary person, but such a grand plan is still beyond my expectations. Unfortunately, I am too old and do not want to get involved in those matters anymore. He shouted in frustration. So you are willing to carry this unjust reputation for a lifetime. You have unparalleled forging talent. But why have not you made any progress over the years? Do you know why? Because your mind has not been clear. This issue has been stuck in your heart, preventing you from moving forward, even just a little. To make progress you must cut through this mental barrier. Avoiding it will not solve the problem. After his advice, the old man finally agreed. I just need to agree with you. Right. Atronghum FC continued. Great. I already have a preliminary plan. After we finish today's forging task, we will discuss it in detail. Tifeng Vun Ung replied. Alright, let us finish the forging first. He showed the old man the paper. It was the design for my new weapon. I will take responsibility for forging the main material, while you should pay attention to the fire temperature and the ratio of the catalyst. Also, when adding auxiliary materials, make sure to follow the order on the design blueprint. The old man seemed to understand. In the stuffy forge, both of them focused on their tasks. Switching scenes to the living room, They Tit impatiently questioned. I have been waiting for nearly 3 hours. Why has not Tifeng come out yet? Bro. You are not lying to me. Are you? The staff member remained calm. Tifeng is likely crafting a masterpiece, so it is natural it takes time. If you must wait a little longer, do not complain. If it affects Tifeng, you will have to bear the consequences. He asked back. What masterpiece could it be? Is it a level equipment for a trial? Seeing Vei Tit looking like he wanted to rush in, the staff member stopped him. Reassuring. Don't worry. I want to go in. Inside the room, a strange beam of light suddenly erupted. A strong force emanated from the room, blowing the door off its hinges. The explosion filled the air with thick, white smoke everywhere. Tit was extremely shocked. What kind of weapon is this? The attributes and stats are just terrifying. Looking at the new weapon, he joyfully shouted. It worked. The system chimed in, congratulating him for successfully forging a second-tier silver weapon. Lugu Quangvin received 120,000 experience points. Enough to go to the Blacksmith Association to complete the leveling up mission. The weapon has not been claimed yet, so its attributes will temporarily drop by 50%. To claim it, he must use the blood of a boss level 40 or higher. The new weapon of Trankai Mamsa has 2 amazing new equipment effects, including the ability to smoothly transform between 7 forms and activate the hook, pulling, and rotating wings effect. Atron Kivamepsi beamed. This attribute is truly worth all the effort I put in for days. It is really impressive. Tifeng Veng beside him could hardly contain his joy. I have reached the threshold of a master. I can finally attempt a breakthrough. It is all thanks to you. Without you, I might have spent my whole life as just a high-level blacksmith. He humbly replied. I told you. You just need to overcome your mental barrier to make quick progress. He continued to be happy. After all, I still need to thank you. If anything comes up in the future, if this old man can help, I won't refuse. Atron Kivamumse asked. Right. Tifeng, if you want to level up to Master Blacksmith, do you also need to return to the Blacksmith Association? Hearing this, Tifeng Vilning grew sad. You guessed it right. If I want to break through, I definitely have to go back. But given the current situation, how can I show my face there? He turned and said. Let us at least hear this person's story first before deciding. It turns out that Tite had been standing behind the curtain. He spoke up. Uncle Tifeng, I finally found you. The Zai family is in trouble. Tifeng Vinlin asked. Are you the son of Thin Lai? In your letter, you said your father had an accident. What exactly happened? Wei Tit reported. Uncle, it seems your movements have been exposed. Ying Hufei said you were expelled, yet continued forging weapons. tarnishing the reputation of the Blacksmith Association. And now they want to arrest you for trial. When the higher-ups of the Blacksmith Association voted, my father opposed and argued with them. Because of that, he offended them. And now my father has been captured. I really had no other choice but to come to you. Tifeng Vin En was furious. This damn old man still won't let me go. I have already gone to taunt the village. What more does he want? Tremhe Me encouraged him. Uncle Tifeng. Even if you want to escape, they might not let you go. If you want to settle things with Fang Hufei, you might have to return. Anyway, you need to break through to Master Blacksmith. Might as well do it. Atit was quite surprised. Uncle Tifeng has become a master already. That is amazing. Then my father has hope for rescue. Tifeng Vin En reassured. Your father and I have known each other for a long time. I won't just stand by while I plan carefully. Then we will return to Thin Fong City together. This is Trunne MS, who helped me reach the threshold of a master. Wei Tit knelt down in gratitude. Hello. Atrine. Thank you for your help. You also comforted him. Your father should still be safe for now. Because the target of the clock is still Uncle Ticheng. When the time comes, I will go with everyone to Thin Fong City. I also have a big gift for the Blacksmith Association. Atit exclaimed happily. That is great, he quietly assessed. This aura definitely is not something a level 32 awakened person could possess. Looking at him being so young, I thought he was a disciple of Uncle Tifeng. Atrine MC continued. Since we have decided that, let us start acting. I will go prepare a bit. See you in half a month at Thin Fong City, he thought to himself. The weapon has been upgraded. It is time to start the next plan. Transitioning to Hong Then and Ningli Then, who were still in the middle of carrying out their mission, he cheerfully said, Old Ningdi, are you okay? I have won 13 matches in a row. Ingi Then replied. What is there to be proud of? I have 2 more wins than you. Want to give it a try? Looking at the dark figure ahead, Hong Then wondered. This person has quite a heavy killing intent. Old Ningdi. Do you know him? Inglay then shook his head. No idea. This person was wearing a very fierce-looking mask, with razor-sharp teeth. It turned out to be Lamin Ho in disguise, he mischievously said. Hong Ka. Ingli Ka. Are you scared? This outfit is pretty cool. Right. Hong then irritably tapped his head. Good. You have become mischievous, daring to scare us. You have got some potential. Ingli then keenly noticed. It seems he has passed the organization assassin test. Hong Thivin curiously looked at the token on his belt engraved with the character M. This must be the rank in the assassin organization. Right. What level is this? Lo Minheko explained. Assassins are divided into 8 ranks. My rank is the 2nd tier under the 3rd transition. Hong Thin continuously praised. Not bad. But still needs to keep working hard. Luo Minho asked. Where's the team leader? Ingi Then replied. Not just him. Even Unsi has not returned. Do you think they might have run away together? Having seen the 2 of them, Hong then became serious. This kind of thing can't be joked about. If Lomansi hears it, it might cause trouble. Ingi then replied. What is there to be afraid of? Even if he is here, I would still say the same. The brothers here are suffering, and he is just off enjoying himself. Lo Minheko kindly reminded. Ingli Then was even more irritated. Min Ho, do not stop me. There are some things I can't hold back any longer. I try to see that little brat. Being a trainer is fine, but being a team leader is really not okay. His team, besides daily training, also has team building activities. And what about us? Nothing at all. Come on. Speak up. Those 2 are probably pale with fear right now. Tron Kim MC silently kicked hard at Ningli Then's butt. He shouted angrily. Who dares to kick me? Are you tired of living? A Tron Kim MC said with a fierce expression. After just enjoying the perks, Ingli Then was scared and started flattering him. So it is my beloved captain. Then it is all good, Hong Thin teased. Why did you 2 come back at the same time? Could it be that you really ran away together? Lung Entry Hai quickly chimed in. I just happened to run into him on the way back, Atron Kim FC declared. It seemed like everyone had completed their mission. The true form of V Nahing Ha in her phone was revealed. It was time to take action and give the Thin Kai continent a little shock. A moment later, outside Thin Fong City, they galloped on horseback towards their destination. Hong then asked. Old mess. Why are we doing this? Isn't Feng Ho City the closest to Liadon City? Tron Kim Missy explained. This time we are going to Thin Fong City for 2 commissions. The first comprehensive mission. Ningyi Then suddenly interrupted. 2 missions. I only know about the one where Siaku Thien commissioned us to go cause a ruckus. What is the other one? He replied. The second one is to help a longtime friend of mine secure the position of president of the Thane Phone Blacksmith Association. Hong Thin evaluated. Even though the Blacksmith Association is not a combat-focused organization, it is still a significant force. Atron Kivim MC assigned. I will handle that myself. And you guys take care of the arena mission. Are you scared? Hong Thin shouted loudly. If anyone's scared. Atron Kivim MC praised. Very good. Let us get going. After a while of moving, They arrived at the Phi Lam arena. As Tron Gia Masai walked in, he remarked that Si Fine Lazenguide and Hablo seemed a bit weak. The popularity here needs to be a bit thicker. You all wait here. I am going to form a temporary combat team. Saying that, he quickly headed to the registration area. After a brief greeting, Kim Masai requested, I want to form a temporary combat team to participate in the tournament. The person at the counter quoted a price. Establishing a temporary combat team costs 500 gold coins. He did not hesitate to put the money on the table. And the receptionist asked for more information. What do you want to name your team? Atrim Hum Mes confidently stated a name. Vhevi Anifong. The other members from the team Sungtha E Veen Ntu discussed this name. Hearing him say the team name, the teammates expressed slight opposition and dissatisfaction. The receptionist introduced that team levels are divided into 8 ranks. Hopturksi Thit, Than Zine, Butch Enyun, Hong Kim, Butch Kim, Kim Si Jiang, Tun Dayu, and Ving Ji. This level division is commonly used on the Thayan Kaika continent. The Vinai Dachu Na Fong team is currently at the Hefzeeks Thit level. To upgrade to Thanang, they need to achieve 100 points. Each win adds 10 points, and each loss deducts 6 points. And Trim Hum Mi stroked his chain. With this scoring system, winning 10 consecutive matches could quickly elevate them to Than Wang. The receptionist outwardly agreed with his opinion, but inwardly thought he was just bragging. Kivimum Free pulled out a bag of money, saying, Right. I want to bet 3,000 gold on the next victory of the Vina Hung, Linerfong team. This does not break the rules. Does it? The receptionist replied. Betting on a win is fine. But betting on your own team to lose is not allowed. He pointed behind and whispered. So how do we want them to see our opponents? The receptionist refused. That is against the rules because they are the Than Vang robbers. Level 38 captain. Their team is stronger than yours. You can't compete with him. Atron Kim MC then bribed. This is not something you need to worry about. Here's 500 gold. Help us finish this and the reward is yours. The receptionist refused again. I am a long-time employee. How can I break the rules? You need to pay more. This guy pretended to follow the rules. But inside he had no shame. Trying to profit for himself. Soon after, the referee announced some information about the match. Please have the Vietnam Guider Fong team and the Thien Vanatiu team move to arena number 987. The match will start in 10 minutes. Ngli then cheerfully applauded. Not expecting Kiem Mumsi to put money down to face them, Hong Thin also reminded. Old mess. Their level and skills are stronger than ours. We can't take the risk anymore. Tramium politely replied. The word risk does not exist in my dictionary. Let us head to the field. The Dungthing Vamantao team was quite pleased. One guy said. Captain Tradong, we got lucky. Facing the Ten Ben team again. We will definitely win this match. Captain Tradong showed disdain. There were 2 people in black outfits and masks in the team, clearly trying to appear dangerous. Once in the arena, the referee declared the match started. If members are not present in 3 minutes, they will be disqualified immediately. Please hurry, Captain Trying Ninjigo Men declared. This match will end in just over 10 minutes. Atrium Umis, in his match, was ready for his proposal. If so, then within 10 minutes. The spectators in the stands seemed a bit bored with this unbalanced match. A team full of newly promoted members was just a bunch of black iron. Atrium Home must calmly assigned roles, with Hong Thin as the main attacker, MC as support, and Old Ningi in the back to unleash freely. Min Ho. You just need to hold back their rear. The other team was a bronze team, with an average level higher than theirs. The outcome was predictable. The referee shouted. The match was about to begin. Both sides prepared to start. As soon as he finished speaking, both teams rushed in like a storm. One guy wondered, why were they only 3 people? Even with a hidden Ningen and Gai, there should be 4. On the other side was a useless rogue. He was probably hiding now. Hong Thin attacked while shouting, let us take them down with full force. Both sides clashed fiercely, dust flying everywhere. Captain Trong silently wondered, clearly just level 33. How could they be so strong? Lung and Si Hai here easily knocked one away, secretly evaluating this girl whose attacks were unbelievably fast. The opponent shouted, not good. The Inkai is being ambushed by Andin and Ngai. Ngai then is a bit excited, daring to show such a big gap. Get ready for the nightmare. Saying that, he unleashed his ultimate move. Corrosive Rain. The opposing team was thrown into chaos because the corrosion caused continuous dark damage to the target, with a maximum of 5 layers lasting 12 seconds. Captain Truong recognized this move and immediately ordered to suppress Ngai. Then another guy immediately followed the order and shouted, Frenzied Mechanic, I will take you down. This guy probably has not noticed that Trent Anakiam Memsi is looming behind him. He calmly delivered a kick into the corrosive mist. The red-haired guy on the other side is also quite unstable due to the relentless attacks. Captain Truong silently wondered, what is going on? Clearly, their rank is much lower than ours. Why are we being overpowered? With that thought, he launched a powerful blow that made Hong Thin stagger slightly. He yelled, "Gather up. Do not let them catch the rhythm. Hold the formation." His subordinates rushed forward as commanded. He ordered them to use their combined skills. Wang Gai then aimed to break their formation. Absolutely not letting them use their combined skills, Captain Chuang rushed in, not letting them cause chaos. This is the classic combined skill of the young Siang team. Bloodlust Demon. Once the skill appears, Vinaheng Le Feng has no chance left. Just accept your fate. As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed a tremendous surge of power. Looking at the terrifying force before him, Hong Thin silently exclaimed, "Oh no." Suddenly, that surge of power shattered into 100 pieces. It turns out this was the product of Ulhu Quang Vin's stealthy attacks. Atron Mufsi was pleased. "Is this how you fall? Go practice more." Captain Trong was not convinced. "How can this be? Just because of one person. They blocked our combined attack. What kind of weapon is that?" Hong Thin complimented. "This is the new creation that you and the old master forged." "Right. So cool." Long Nanjisi seized the opportunity and charged forward. "Where are you looking?" On the other side, Lominico was easily handling two guys. Captain Trong was obviously not satisfied and angrily shouted, "Damn it." Trinem Kiam Mumsy lightly delivered a blow like a heavenly strike, while subtly advising him not to be so reckless next time. He glanced at the time. 4 minutes 58 seconds. 10 minutes is still too long. The referee loudly congratulated the VDANYN phone team for their victory, earning 10 victory points and an additional 400,000 experience. In the face of Kiam Mingsus victory, the spectators in the stands were left bewildered. How could the young Siang team, with a streak of 9 consecutive wins, lose to a rookie? Even their combined skills were disrupted. Looking at their masked faces that could conceal their information, these two must be assassins from the Dark Brotherhood. Only they possess such equipment. KMMC slowly walked over the reception desk. The receptionist said, "Hello, sir. Here are 3,000 gold from the recent victory, totaling 6,000 gold. Atron KMMC replied, "Continue betting 3,000 gold on the Vinayang Yin phone team to win." The receptionist asked, "Don't you need to rest for a bit?" Atron KMMC replied, "No need. We are in a hurry." The referee's whistle sounded repeatedly. "Congratulations to the Eternal Peak team for winning 2 consecutive matches. Congratulations to the Eternal Peak team for winning 6 consecutive matches. Congratulations to the Eternal Peak team for achieving the milestone of 10 consecutive wins, earning 100 victory points, an additional 1 million experience points, and successfully leveling up to bronze." His team chatted happily in the hallway. Ningi then asked, "How much did Lam Si earn today?" He replied, "Not much. Around 20,000 gold." Ningi then was a bit surprised and asked, "Is that not much?" Atron Kim Mexi suddenly received a message from Tipa Hung Bin On Ying, saying he had arrived at Thin Fong City and was waiting for him at Thin Gai Lai, Anyi Inn to discuss the Blacksmith Association. He informed everyone that he had to go to the Blacksmith Association in the coming days, and they should continue with the individual challenges planned. Hong Thin wondered, "Is it about competing for the president position of the Blacksmith Association? Are you going alone?" Trahing M did not deny it. "That is right. This is an important matter related to our guild's development." "What is wrong? Do you not believe I can complete this mission, or are you afraid that if I leave, you won't be able to win anymore?" Hong Thin patted his chest. "Of course not. We have participated in individual competitions before, so do not worry." Ngli Thin chimed in. "That is right. No matter what, I am still here. If you get into a fight at the Blacksmith Association, do not forget to let us know. We will come to help." He waved his hand and ordered, "Then let us proceed as planned. Just message me if anything comes up." As night fell, Atron Kim MC rode to the meeting point. He slowly searched for them down the long hall. Atron Mux knocked on a door. "Lao Tifeng. Are you in there?" Tifeng Vina Lao incautiously opened the door a crack to look around. Confirming it was him, the old man exclaimed joyfully, "You are really here." "Good." The two entered the room, carefully closing the door as if to guard against something. Wei Tid asked, "Are we going straight to the association now or what?" Trunkinim Missa presented the plan, stating that Lao Tifeng still could not reveal himself, and they should not rush in recklessly, or they would be captured by the association. "It is best to let me lead the way, and only after everything is successful should we bring Tifeng Lao in. That would be safer." Tifeng Vinlug immediately opposed, saying that if discovered, it would affect him. "Give him," he scoffed. "The Blacksmith Association is just a group of unawakened people. Even if they invite distinguished guests, I am not afraid." "Do you still not believe in my strength?" The old man sighed heavily. "I know advising you is useless, but you have to agree with me. If the situation looks bad, we need to retreat immediately." He still acted as if nothing was wrong. "Don't he worry. A mere Blacksmith Association can stop me." Wei Ti could not help but praise him. "Atrine are truly righteous. If you can save my father this time, the Wei family will definitely listen to you." Atron Kham Mek stood up to leave. "You two rest early. Wait for good news from me tomorrow." Du Tite was not too reassured. Was Trine really okay on his own? Tong Van Long reassured him. "Don't worry. The Blacksmith Association definitely won't expect that tomorrow they will face a monster. The next day had arrived at the gates of Tianfeng City. The Blacksmith Association. Trinky Mac was deep in thought. Although slightly weaker than the professional association, it must be admitted that the Blacksmith Association was quite wealthy. A guy asked him, "Hey man, are you here for the Blacksmith Association's entrance exam?" Trinky Mac denied. "I am here to take the advanced blacksmith qualification test." Hearing this, several people around showed disdain, not even bothering to acknowledge him. A line of people was waiting while the examiner told him, "Sorry, let me check again." He wondered silently. No way. The machine is still new. There can be a problem. The machine continued reporting. Current smithing level intermediate. Experience 100,000 per 1,000. Eligible to register for the advanced blacksmith exam. The examiner announced, "You are qualified to participate in the exam. Please follow me to register." Seeing this, those who looked down on him regretted it. Truly, they were blind. Not only missing the chance to connect with a remarkable person, but also offending him. At the advanced blacksmith exam point, there was also a long line waiting for checks. Tran the Ham read the personal information sheet. Tran Kimak, 19 years old, level 32 smith, led by Van Long, at such a young age. Being a level 32 smith already was impressive. "Come in. Your spot is in the second row on the left. Find it yourself," he secretly admired, finally meeting a promising talent. A dual cultivator awakened at just 19. Hoping he could bring me a surprise. Tran the Ham ordered to check if there was a master blacksmith named Van Long. The staff immediately obeyed. He remained cheerful, thinking that if lucky, they might have 2 more talents for the association. The people in the advanced exam room were also surprised, reminding Trine Key Mac, "This is the advanced blacksmith exam room." Seeing him approach the exam table, they began to acknowledge him. He truly was a formidable newcomer. Tran the Ham loudly stated, "First, let me introduce myself. I am Tran the Ham, a member of the Tianfeng City Blacksmith Association, an advanced blacksmith. The person beside me is Ditch Long, also a member of the association. We will be the judges for this advanced blacksmith exam. Now I will announce the content and rules of the exam." The exam consists of 2 parts. The first part requires candidates to choose suitable materials based on the topic, and design a standard smithing plan within the time limit. Trine Key Mac silently assessed that this exam seemed simple but actually tested foundational knowledge of smithing. Considering this exam, the Blacksmith Association was not to be underestimated. Tran the Ham wondered, "Has Dong Hef Thun arrived yet? Why do not I see him?" Ditch Long replied, "He entered the city over 10 minutes ago. He should be here soon." He was quite dissatisfied. Even though he was Dong's son, he should not blatantly disregard the rules. At most he should be given an extra 5 minutes. Ditch Long quickly reassured him. Calming down. Calming down. People around were buzzing. "Why has not it started yet?" Another person replied, "Haven't you heard? Dong Yuan's son has not arrived yet. We have to wait for him." Trine Keen Mac thought to himself. Dong Yuan's family is the one that harmed old Tung, is not? Indeed. What Du Tai said is not wrong. The Blacksmith Association has truly rotted to the core. Dong Hok then staggered over at that moment. "Sorry, Tran. I was a bit late due to a party." Tran the Ham grumbled. "Your spot is right in the middle of the second row. Hurry up and get over there. The exam is about to start." He looked at him, secretly evaluating. He did not expect someone so young to be in the high-level craftsman test. Tran the Ham shouted, "Why are not you rushing to your place?" He could not help but assess this kid as not arrogant, not insecure, and keeping his composure. He seemed to be a talent. Ditch Long announced, "Today's test is to design a forging plan, requiring the finished weapon to achieve a level of 50 or higher, with damage exceeding 150 points, and the weight not exceeding 3 kilograms, within 1 hour. Draw a detailed design and select all necessary materials." Now the competition begins. Everyone quickly got to work upon hearing this. Ditch Long took the opportunity to chat. "Tran, do you think the pass rate today could reach 15%? You set the question yourself. Give me a prediction," he replied. "Setting the question is not that simple. The number of people who can advance to the second round today will definitely not exceed 10%. Ditch Long assessed. It is just because his father taught him well. Tran the Ham wondered why the kid had not started yet. Could it be that a talentless person is already struggling at the first round? Ditch Long commented that he found Tran quite interested in this young man. Could he have something special? Tran the Ham replied, "I do not see anything special yet. Maybe I was wrong." Not long after, Dong Hok then happily slammed his hand on the table and shouted out. He secretly felt pleased, thanks to his father helping him guess the question. This submission would surely surpass anyone here. Thinking there might be something special, he did not expect to just start now. It seems he is just a name without substance. Meanwhile, Trine Keen Mac was busy sketching on the drawing board. Ditch Long clicked his tongue. This kid only started working halfway through the time. But indeed his drawing speed was somewhat astonishing. Tran the Ham added, "In designing, accuracy is what matters, not speed." Starting halfway through the time might be rushing it, making mistakes hard to avoid. Looking at the design in his hands, he was quite confident. It was not bad for a first serious design. Next was choosing materials. He secretly felt pleased. How could this person reach the level of a mid-level blacksmith? Not even knowing that fire and metal resist each other, yet using nearly 5 parts fire ore as the main material. Truly foolish. Trine Keen Mac lightly recited a poem. Summer insects cannot talk about ice. A frog at the bottom of a well cannot discuss the sea. Some people with dull minds, when faced with matters beyond their understanding, speak carelessly. Donghak then immediately exploded with anger. How dare you insult me? Do you know who my dad is? Tran the Ham shouted. You can't mess this up, Dech Long announced. Alright, the round is over. Everyone stop. Next, Councilman Tran will begin the comments. After reviewing the first round, many were eliminated, with only a few barely making it to the next round. Tran the Ham approached to assess Donghak Than's drawing. This idea is not bad. It could be rated a B, and the material ratio is quite reasonable. He met the requirements, but still looked a bit dissatisfied. You should take another look. The old man darkened his face and turned away. Since when do you get to teach me how to grade? When it was Chen Quinmo's turn, the Ham skeptically asked. 5 kilograms of fire alloy. Is this the material you chose? He casually inquired. Yeah. What is wrong with that? Tran the Ham angrily shouted. How can such a large ratio of fire alloy be catalytic? Moreover, your materials include conflicting elements. Is this what you call a mix? Are you just going through the motions? He explained. Raise the temperature to 6,000 degrees using 4 techniques. Alternating light and heavy for continuous forging 1,000 times. Removing impurities, and adding flux to increase heat. Then continue forging with double the force. Is this method acceptable? Donghak Than interjected. Good. Do you even know how to forge? Continuously forging in 4 styles for 1,000 times and increasing the heat. Is this something a human can do? Tran the Ham assessed that while this method was a bit exaggerated, it was somewhat feasible. He temporarily overlooked the materials and needed to see the design first. He was still unhappy. Is this even acceptable? Are you raising your hand? Looking at the drawing, he could not help but exclaim. This drawing is really good. I should say it is excellent. Even I could not do this. Just judging the design level of this drawing, I could give it an A+, maybe even higher. Those around him were dissatisfied with the grading result and protested, claiming he was giving preferential treatment. Donghak Than angrily shouted. Tran the Ham, are you daring to openly give favoritism? Dech Long also stepped in to advise. Tran. After all, this is a public exam. If the old man hears about this, both of us will be in trouble. Tran the Ham seemed uninterested. I grade based on standards. I am not afraid if you report me. Chen Qianmo also appeared humble, just relying on a design to give an A. Councilman Tran, you seem a bit hasty. Why not wait until you have seen the next round? Hearing him say that, those around became even more agitated. Donghak Than thought to himself. He thought he had some skill. Unexpectedly, not only was he useless, but his mind was also problematic. Tran the Ham agreed. Then for this round, I want to give you a score. Prove to me in the next round that you can create a weapon. He silently praised. This kid may talk big, but he is actually clarifying the relationship between me and him. Indeed a good seedling. But we will have to see what his true abilities are like. He offered advice since the results of the first round had been decided. Then let us quickly start the second round of testing. DP Long announces that the first round is over. Out of 90 participants, 12 have passed. The eliminated contestants can either leave the competition area or move to the right observation zone to watch. The eliminated contestants are determined to see how talented he really is. Diep Long continues. Next, we will conduct the second round of testing. Contestants are invited to complete the recreation of their design within 3 hours. The contestant ranked first will receive a reward of the title of counselor and 10,000 gold coins. The second round officially begins. Yining Hefi Thun feels proud. And a rank evaluation. That 10,000 reward is definitely mine. What are you staring at? Want to steal my ideas? My method is very complex. Someone like you would not understand. Tramihi Mumfi remains silent, quietly observing his design. He thinks to himself, is the weapon he wants to forge a great sword? It seems I do not need to make many adjustments. Truntho the AM and DP Long are surprised to see him modifying the design and keep discussing. DP Long, dissatisfied, shouts loudly. It is too chaotic. I already gave him a chance. And now he wants to change the plan on the spot. I have to disqualify him. He quickly intervenes. He was given a chance. Let us continue watching. He thinks to himself that Zaidi Hef5 Thun's designed sword is a bit heavy, so his new plan needs to adjust the material ratios accordingly. This block is just right. He happily looks at the material. Imundra Thun secretly looks down on him. Foolish. A block of fire gold that big. Let us see how you handle it. Trine Ki M Mumsi assesses that the temperature has almost reached the right level. It should be able to start forging now. The scene in front makes someone exclaim, oh my. He can control that huge hammer with one hand. That is incredible. He is definitely an awakened one. And moreover, an awakened one specializing in strength. Isn't he the progress of dual cultivation supposed to be very slow? How can his skill level reach this point? Daipi Long just realized, so it turns out he is a dual cultivator. He adds, dual cultivators are rare, but almost no one can progress equally in both fields. So we will have to see. He gently uses the hammer to strike the block of fire gold. Atron Kim MC continuously strikes the block of fire gold like this. The Yankri Thun is now panicking. Long keeps thinking. Using a 50-pound iron hammer to apply the forging method. This guy is truly terrifying. I can't panic. He is only strong in strength. Well, I have not shown my trump card yet. It is nothing serious. The people around still keep wondering. Some even showing signs of unwillingness. He wipes the sweat off his brow, having completed 1,000 hammer strikes. And now it is time for the final step. Someone exclaims. Wait. Everyone look at Hayaint over there. What is that? Is that a stage-up mold? The weapon is not even fully formed yet. And it already shows signs of upgrading. He secretly feels pleased. No matter how skillful you are. In front of my family is traditional forging. You are just dancing a sword in front of a craftsman. Atranghom Messi has his own thoughts. That is the phase-shifting technique invented by old Tipebu. Right, it is truly impressive enough to astonish people. But this is not the best method yet. The glory that they snatch from him. Let me help you take it back. Dech Long is panicking. Is he going insane? At 1100 degrees. Adding the Feng Lin stone now will cause the phase to collapse. Tron the M is also a bit unsettled. What does he want to do? Tron Kim Mems ignores the chatter and adds the Feng Lin stone. Everyone around suddenly feels a chill in the air. Why has the temperature dropped? Look inside the forge. There is a blue light coming from it. He pulls the weapon phase out of the forge. And it has a uniquely vibrant blue color. Ineng Hefi Thun burst out laughing. I knew you could not do it. But I did not expect you to not even finish the phase. What a piece of junk. Dech Long looks disappointed. Such a... I thought I would get to witness a new forging method. Tron the DM silently wonders. What was he actually hoping for? Did they really think he could forcibly fuse the fire essence and the Feng Lin stone? Seeing the blue light emanating from the phase, he smugly exclaims, it is. Everyone is still in confusion. What is he doing? The violent sounds and terrifying aura. Could it be a phenomenon that only occurs when forging top-tier items? The phase in his hand shatters, gradually revealing the appearance of a cutting-edge weapon. Finished. Atron Kim Mumsi lifts it for everyone to see. The crowd can't stop marveling at his talent. While those outside discuss the aura they sense, the elder of the Blacksmith Association, Ifie, speaks up. It is a top-tier masterpiece. Could it be forged by Lang Hafi Thun, the president of the Blacksmith Association? Thicha Zuing also approaches. That is a forging phenomenon. Could our Blacksmith Association be about to have a genius emerge? Trun Thayam is so astonished he can't find the words. This is a top-tier masterpiece. Atron Kim Mumse actually managed to forge a top-tier item. I declare Trima Kim Mumse the winner. The Yang Hefi Thun yells. Impossible. I do not believe it. He looked at my design during the competition, then suddenly made changes, clearly copying it. I do not recognize it. The people around him scoff. Atron Kim Metsa's skills are clearly superior to Yund Fi Thun, yet he is being accused of plagiarism. What a desperate move. Tron the Gehem shouts at him. You lost. Accept it. Do not disgrace our Blacksmith Association. Ineng Hefi Thun yells back, repeatedly defending that kid. I see you have a shady deal with him. Trun Thayam calmly states. This place is still under my authority. Ying Hefi slowly walks towards Ying Hexi Thun. Upon seeing him, the Ying Hef Thun obediently greets with tea. Kiem he secretly assesses him as the one behind the scheme against Liao Tizong. Tron Thayam and Dutch Long respectfully bow to him. Afi Thun starts to gossip. Your father showed up just in time. Councilman Tron is covering for the contestant. I am planning to report him to the association. Ying Hofei replied. You do not need to say more. We already know everything. He stepped directly in front of him and asked, Are you the contestant who forged a top-tier item using fire and metal? He replied sternly. That is, does Elder Nguyen have any advice? Ying Hofei clasped his hands behind his back, looking at Trema Kiamus. So young yet so skilled. Who is your teacher? Tron Thagam stepped closer from behind him. The information shows this person is named Vien Lai Ying. But he checked all records in the association and found no news about him. Hearing the name Vilin Laji felt strangely familiar to Xing Hai-Fi. Tram Hiem MC just smiled lightly, his expression calm. Master, you care nothing for fame or gain, so you are not known. Ying Hefi placed his hand on Tren Kiem Mensi's shoulder, temporarily deciding he is the top contender in this advanced assessment. However, the prize of 10,000 will only be awarded after the association discusses and decides. As he finished speaking, Inen Hefi Thun hurriedly called out Father, as if to interrupt. Ving Hefi ignored him and continued speaking to Trine Kiem Emis. The association needs to meet your master. I hope Kiem Messi can convey this to him. Trihiem M. Zion slightly. I will convey the association's message. But will he agree? Tramhina Mies could not be sure. He turned towards the door, raising his hand to wave. But if the association has recognized his achievements, then in a few days, Trindram Kim Musi will come back to receive the assessment certificate and the prize for the top contender. Today, he bids farewell. Ining Hefi Thun pointed at Tron Kaivam Insi's back. Is your father just letting him go like that? Even more, he clearly favors him for personal gain. Avina Fi frowned and shouted softly. Shut up. Looking over at Tron his face softened. This assessment was conducted very well. Fair and just. Humphrey will propose an award for Tronkan the Am at the association. He humbly lowered his eyes and replied, it is my duty. I would not dare have the elder propose an award. Zhang Hefi turned to leave, reminding V Hefi Than to follow him quickly. He followed behind, Long Tron confused. Why did father award the top title of the assessment to Tron Ki MMS with his position? Just a word from him would make Trontarth the Am not dare to say anything. The Blacksmith Association is essentially in the hands of the Ziyang family. Why should they care about the mood of a councilman like him? Lei Ungiek Fi Thun did not realize the anger was gradually appearing in Zhang Hev Fi's eyes. He angrily slapped him hard enough to turn Lei Hek Fi Thun's face to the side. Zhang He Fi's face was dark, his anger reaching its peak. Shut up. You fool. He trembled in fear looking at the person in front of him, stuttering out father several times. He does not care about his call for his father, his face darkening as he shouts. The chairman is aging, and the Blacksmith Association is about to undergo a personnel change. What benefit do we gain from making a fuss about a young genius being known by the whole association? Right now, the most important thing is to win over mid-level counselors like Tron the I Am to vote for us in the upcoming election, and you dare to offend them. Just hold back for a moment. Once Ian Fai becomes the chairman of the Blacksmith Association, what is a high-level examination worth? Even when he wants to take the master exam next year, I can help him. Ining Ethan lowered his head, sincerely admitting his mistake. Ing Fai squinted as if deep in thought, while the kid Tron Si could not just stand by. That name Vumluling sounds familiar. Find someone to investigate. Li Ungiek Fi Than nodded in agreement with Ling Het Fi's request. A few hours later, the scene shifts to the Gai Lagu Tavern. Tifeng Vine Lai looked at Tron Ki Musi sitting across from him, not surprised that he could pass the high-level blacksmith examination, but shocked that Tranbakiam Si could use materials from the forge arena to create a level processing equipment. He waved his hand absent-mindedly, and Kiam MC just absorbed the idea and improved upon it. Tifeng Van and retorted, the method was proposed by me, but I never expected someone could actually execute the forging technique beyond imagination. They, standing next to Tifeng Lodge, sighed, just over 20 years old and already has a high-level forging certification. He even makes the old man feel like he is learning from him. Truly a monster. Trine Kim Mus looked at Teet and asked if he could contact the chairman of the Blacksmith Association. Tit crossed his arms and looked at him. The chairman is old and has been in seclusion for the past few years. It is not hard to contact him. But unless it is something important, it might be difficult to get him to show up. Atron Kim MC frowned, seemingly troubled by something. This examination must have caught the attention of the higher-ups in the Blacksmith Association. But the Yangiet Fi will certainly not easily acknowledge Tron Queen Ms's achievements. He thinks that the old man will definitely investigate his identity. But if he wants to investigate, they do not need to hide anymore. Take this opportunity to expose Igi Etufai's true colors in front of Chairman Thech. Tiavong Vung In asked Tron Kaimam Si back. Chairman Thech is known for being fair and just. But are you really sure you can clarify the events from that year for me? Tron Kim MC firmly nodded, assuring Tifeng Vin Lau to not worry. Tit clasped his hands and leaned slightly forward. With your help, Trine, even if I have to risk my life, I will make sure to do this well. Trini Me spoke calmly yet resolutely. Then let us go. Time waits for no one. Just as the time was set, 2 days later at the Blacksmith Association, Tron Kim MC followed behind Tron Am in the long hallway, and this time, he would surely receive the 10,000 gold reward from the previous examination. The old man laughed heartily. Looks like you value money more than the high-level blacksmith certification. Trine Lud. Chen Kaimang scratched his head and smiled. He was a practical person, more interested in tangible benefits than vague titles. The Chen Tian thought to himself that he probably did not even know how much money he could make with a high-level craftsman certification. The old man clasped his hands behind his back, tilting his head to look at Chen Kaming, noticing that Tian was bringing him to meet the higher-ups in the association. As long as he joined the association, not only would the high-level craftsman certification be a given, but the 10,000 gold coins promised before would also be no problem. Chen Tian led Chen Kaimang into a spacious room, where all the high-ranking members of the Blacksmith Association were already present. He introduced Chen Kaimang to the big shots. Sounds of disbelief gradually arose. He is so young. Is he really the one who forged that high-quality item? Has this kid actually reached the level of a high-level craftsman? Dong Hupi stood up and asked Chen Kaiming, has your master reached an agreement? What is the final outcome? Chen Qiameng calmly replied. Yesterday, my master and I exchanged full opinions. But he still does not want to show himself. Dong Hupi's tone was filled with provocation. Does your master not want to come? Or is he too scared to come? Before Chen Qiameng could respond, Chen Tian asked him back. Elder Dong. What do you mean by that? Dong Hupi felt a surge of anger at that statement. Let the extraordinary talent Chen Qiameng speak for himself. Right. Elder Cheng of the Profession Association in Thunder City. As soon as he finished speaking, it immediately caused a stir among everyone, questioning why someone from the Profession Association would come here. Chen Tian could not believe what he had just heard. Are you really an elder of the Profession Association in Thunder City? He took out the elder badge and calmly admitted. Yep. I really am an elder of the Profession Association. The high-ranking members of the Blacksmith Association found it hard to believe upon hearing his admission. Dong Hupi suppressed the anger on his face. He was very curious about why Chen Qiameng had come here to insult or infiltrate. Cheng remained calm, his voice steady. You are overthinking. I simply want to obtain the status of a high-level craftsman. Dong Hupi was not letting go, pressing in closer. If that is the case, why intentionally conceal your identity? Moreover, with your status, you surely can't be unaware of the relationship between the two families. He concluded that Chen Qiameng was definitely here on a mission. Hupi then inquired about what kind of person your master really is. He advised him to be honest about it. At this moment, two tall and muscular men behind him looked fierce, as if ready to pounce at any moment. Just as the atmosphere became extremely tense, a voice suddenly called out from the door of the room. I heard you were looking for me. Hearing the familiar voice, he was shocked and turned to see a figure entering. Standing at the door was Du Ji, accompanied by an older man wearing a hat that covered his face, leaving everyone astonished. How did he get here? Could it be that Du Ji and Chen Qiameng are from the same faction? At this moment, Dong Hofei recognized the person wearing the full face mask and shouted excitedly. It turns out, Van Long is my devoted disciple. We were about to find you, but you came here on your own. Realizing he was recognized, Tong Van Long pulled down his mask. Dong? After all these years, you are still as shameless as ever. Tran the Ham looked at the two standing at the door in shock and exclaimed. Master Tong, the senior members of the Blacksmith Association are all standing up in excitement. It is really him. That shameless villain dares to return. You were expelled from the Blacksmith Association long ago. Why are you back today? Hearing the criticisms, Tong Van Long shouted back angrily, cutting down on the nonsense. Years ago, Dong Hofei clearly stole my work and framed me. Tong Van Long, out of respect for our past teacher-student relationship, chose not to hold it against him. But they still would not let it go. Tran the Ham was puzzled. Is Tong Van Long speaking the truth? The old man pointed to the sky. Speaking seriously, Tong Van Long, I swear to the heavens that the rumors just now are completely true. Hearing the old man's oath, Dong Hofei's eyes revealed a grim, mocking look. Back then, he was just a small student. What right does he have to say I stole his work? I spared you out of respect for our teacher-student bond. Yet you dared to use your title as a blacksmith to deceive across the Tiankai continent, tarnishing the reputation of the association. How can I just stand by and watch? Juan Qi Mak intervened between the two. I was taught by the old man. Yet I defeated your son, Dong Hokthan. If you think your talent surpasses the old man's, then surely you have understood my superb forging skills by now. Why not have a match with me? Tong Van Long looked at the figure standing before him, feeling a bit moved. Chen Qimak, wanting to defend the old man, dared to claim to be Tong Van Long's disciple. He felt this kindness was too great. Dong Hofei's face turned pale with anger. No matter what he says, it won't change the fact that one is a waste expelled from the association, while the other is an insider sent by the association's professional department. Today, I will represent the Blacksmith Association. Before Dong Hofei could finish, the voice of Thatch Dong rang out calmly from behind, representing the Blacksmith Association. You say, you spoke too soon. Everyone who looked at him stood up to greet President Thatch. Thatch Dong surveyed the packed room. Everyone, please sit down. This old man has not cared about the association's affairs for a long time. I happen to have time today to come take a look. Everyone do not need to be too polite. Just continue discussing the topic from earlier. Dong Hofei hurriedly approached Thatch Dong. President Thatch, Tong Van Long has sent his disciple today, disguised as a senior member of the professional association. He infiltrated our Blacksmith Association to participate in the examination. Long Day is truly wicked. Thatch Dong waved his hand. He already knows all of this. Du Tite has already told him. The old man turned to look at Tong Van Long. It has been years. How have you been? Tong Van Long glanced sideways, not looking directly at him as he replied. Still the same. Thatch Dong turned back and pointed at Chen Qi Mak. Now, let us talk about him. Your disciple is already an elder of the professional association. Why would you send him here? Are you really seeking revenge? Tifeng Vine Alai raised his hand towards Tran Qi and admitted that he was not the old man's disciple. It was the old man who sought Qi help. Otherwise, he would not have reached the level of a master. Everyone was shocked to hear this. Had Afeng Vavayalahu already reached the master level, leaving the Blacksmith Association without resources? How could he level up? Ying Hefi was still a high-ranking blacksmith, not yet a master. Yet Tifeng Valian had surpassed him, looking back now. Perhaps the events of the past were not that simple. Ying Hefi grew increasingly furious as he shouted, "Team Ru Loading, do not slander me recklessly. Are you saying these things just to seek sympathy? Do you have any evidence that I wronged you back then?" Tifeng Valian maintained his calm demeanor. "I truly have no evidence for this. If there is blame, it can only be for my excessive trust in you." But today, Tifeng Vinlung is not here to argue. He simply wants to participate in the master exam, to reclaim the glory that rightfully belongs to him. Ying Hefi was furious, his beard bristling. Without evidence, he dared to bring outsiders to stir trouble, and now he was here speaking nonsense to tarnish Elder Tifeng Van Lining's reputation. What does he think our Blacksmith Association is? Suddenly, Atron Mexi shot him a sharp look. Who said we have no evidence? Yang Hetfai was so angry that he puffed out his beard and glared. This was their internal matter, and it was not Trenkaim Uma's place to meddle. Someone, get him out of here. Theich Duang struck his staff against the ground, producing a clear ringing sound. He was still the president, and it was not Aing Hafi's place to speak here. The Chuingtung turned to Trakiam MC and said slowly, "If you say you have evidence, then show it." Trakiam MC produced a scroll. This is the improved design of the method for upgrading the forging material, which is also how he created the exquisite level of the forging. It originated from the upgrading method that Tifeng Van Lun Meng had improved. The senior members of the Blacksmith Association could not help but recall how over the years, the Vining family had relied on the upgrading method to continuously elevate their status in the association. However, their forging techniques had not advanced at all. Indeed, the Liang family had made no progress over the years. They just sat back and enjoyed the benefits. It seems this is mostly true. Their Blacksmith Association was destroyed at the hands of such leeches. Ying Hefi clenched his fist and loudly retorted, "What can you prove with just a design? Even if Trina Kiamof's forging method is brilliant, how can it prove he copied Tifeng Vanalunji back then?" Ahang Hefi saw that they were all sent by the professional association to create chaos. Where are the guards to arrest them? Fi then led a squad of fully armored soldiers into VT, startling everyone at the sudden appearance of the group. What did Ding Ye Fi Thun want here? Yining Hefi Thun scoffed, his arrogant demeanor on full display. What does he want? Of course, it is to protect the association. The wrinkles at the corner of Thech Ong's eyes narrowed slightly. Does Lihang Hefi want a rebel? He disregarded the threats and insisted on doing things his way. President Thech was waiting to catch these troublemakers in the guild, and Deng Het Fai would have to personally apologize to him for capturing the boy. Atron Mumsa lowered his head slightly, making his expression dark and hard to read. "You think you can capture me?" With that, a blinding purple light erupted around Tron Mex, instantly throwing away everyone who tried to seize him. Several armored men fell right at Hak Fi Thun's feet, leaving him stunned and speechless. Yifi's expression twisted as he thought. The guards he spent a fortune hiring were all level 35. Yet they could not last more than 2 moves against Tron Kiamisers. Not only does he have astonishing forging skills, but his strength is immense as well. But at this point, even if he forces President Thech to resign, he must be able to control the situation. Ying Hafai did not believe Tron Kiamis could defeat everyone. He yelled, disregarding everything, to control them all. Trimikam Mef remained unusually calm. Glancing at Thech, sighing, "The elders of the Blacksmith Association have significant authority. Can even the president not control them?" Thech Guang slammed his staff down on the ground, causing everyone around to lose their balance. Telling them to calm down, the windows in the room shattered completely, producing a loud crash. Thech Duning's confidence stood right behind Ding Hefai, his gaze filled with murderous intent. He felt cold sweat streaming down. The president's confidence has such strength. The soldiers led by Zeke Huxive Thun were all knocked down on the ground, unable to move. Trenghon KMM Mufsi gazed thoughtfully at the newly appeared confident, a sense of vigilance rising within him. This person's strength was unfathomable. He could not even find any related information. Could he also be a 4th-tier powerhouse? This Blacksmith Association indeed has some depth. The elders of the Forging Association criticized. Yet it turns out he is the true vile scoundrel. He even wants to steal the achievements of his own disciple. What a lowlife. Tifeng Vanden once trusted Oafi so much, and yet he ruined a peerless talent of their Forging Association for personal gain. At this moment, Ahang Hefi knew fear and quickly knelt on the ground. Veen Lov He realizes his mistake. After all, they were once teacher and student. Please help him, pled with the president for forgiveness. Tifeng Vanling turned away with a cold huff. Thichjung has issued the order effective today. The Forging Association will expel father and son Aang Hefri permanently. Additionally, appoint Tifeng Vang Lagadig as the candidate for the next president and pull them down. Ifie, being dragged away, kept screaming that they could not treat him this way. He had to be the next president. Thaicheng patted Taifang Viral Ying on the shoulder. After all these years of grievances, as long as he passes the master-level test, the position of president of the Thainfeng Forging Association will belong to Tidong, Vin Lulding. He opened his eyes wide in shock. Was Tranakia Mumsi really letting him be the president? It felt like a dream. The senior elders of the Forging Association spoke one after another in agreement. Vin Lung truly deserved to be president, indeed. Only with a master-level president can the Forging Association thrive. Thijong looked at Trarkia Mausu. Actually, this improvement plan was written by you. Right. Tranakia Mumsi laughed and scratched his head. It was indeed written by him. But he had truly been inspired by Tang Vu Lainin. Thijong turned and gradually walked out the door. He was getting old. At most, he would have to abdicate in half a year. He hoped that in the future, a Tron KMMC would help the Thainfeng Forging Association even more. He watched the old man's back, reassured that with Tren Kai Mess, the Thainfeng Forging Association would never decline. Theodong and Then Tun left the room. He could not help but feel curious. Why would they hand the Forging Association over to Tifeng Vinila In? Even though Ing Hafai was so detestable, isn't he the association going to be in Trenganakia Mexi's hands anyway? Thijong did not stop and continued to walk slowly forward in the Thean Kai continent. No matter how skilled a blacksmith is, it is still just a side profession, and developing it certainly cannot be separated from the major guilds. Inkonafi was just a useless person. Rather than handing over his life's work to him to ruin, it is better to let the guild follow the strong. He walked to the window, looking at the tall buildings outside. Tridum Mus was not an ordinary person. The guild in his hands would definitely become even stronger. A few days later, in the glow of the evening sun outside the guild, the senior elders of the Forging Association expressed their congratulations. Tifeng Vine Logi congratulated him on becoming the second master-level blacksmith after the president. The old president, Thech, is about to abdicate. At that time, the guild will have to rely on Tufeng Vrul Ing. His expression was overly humble. It was just luck after all. The elders turned to leave, and Tifeng Vinlin watched them go. He turned back with a bit of joy to look at Tron KMMC. He had officially become a master-level blacksmith. He smiled and gave a thumbs up to Tifeng Vu Lainin. Then we should call him president soon. Tiang Vin Lokyu cheerfully grabbed Tragon KMHC's hand. Today, you must have a drink with him. Tron KMMC did not pull his hand away. But he did not follow either. In fact, he came today to say goodbye to Tifeng Vu Lainin. The old man was startled and felt a bit regretful. Do you have to leave already? Tron KMMC replied. That is right. Now that the Blacksmith Association's matters are settled, I should head back to Phi Lam Arena to meet up with my teammates. Vei Tit suddenly knelt down on one knee, clasping his hands together. Atron Kimimemsa had saved his father's life. This kindness from the Zai family can never be repaid. From now on, if there is anything you need, just say the word, and the Ye family will spare no effort. Atron Kimimemsa smiled, helping V Tit up. That is too formal. But I do have something I need your father and you to help with, he firmly stated. Just say it, and my father and I will not hesitate to face any hardship, even if it means going through fire. Trami MMC explained his next plans. Now that the old man has taken up the president's position, he has to head back. He plans to establish his own guild next month, and by then, Atron MMC will seize a territory and start developing his own power, so he hopes they can join his guild. Trine Kim MMC assured them that they would not be at a disadvantage. Their treatment would be doubled compared to the current standard. Bay Ticket laughed, saying, if you need help, just let me know. As for the treatment, there is no need to mention it. Tifeng Vinlok immediately doused Trigona KMMC with cold water. His father is a high-level blacksmith. To invite the Halsey family would cost at least 200,000 gold coins. Can you afford that? He was startled by that number. Although he was still a bit short, it would not take long to gather. Tifeng Vinhin chuckled, suggesting inviting this future president as well. He would give him a half-price discount. Wei Tit was also taken aback by Taifeng Vin Lun Ning's words, saying that was not right. Atron KMMC had invited the I family first. Tifeng Vun Lig patted his chest, claiming he would be the future president and a top-level blacksmith. Wei Tit retorted, saying his father was also a high-level blacksmith, and their family had more than one such craftsman. Atron KMMC watched the two arguing, secretly pleased. This way, the first alliance of the guild had been resolved. At this moment, a message from Hung then popped up on the system screen, saying trouble has arisen. Come back quickly. Tron KMEC knew it was time to return to the team. In an open area, a group of people gathered, buzzing with conversation. They heard that the members of the Vina Hung Vin Fong team had swept through the 5 surrounding arenas with a streak of 85 consecutive wins. They said the 5 arenas had chosen the best members to form a new team specifically to deal with them. Who would have thought that 5 famous arenas would be pressured like this by a new team? Atram Hum Mufsa led his horse forward, listening to the chatter and thinking to himself, an 85-game winning streak is indeed quite exaggerated. No wonder they called me back. When Trigarnki MMC arrived at his teammate's place, He was stopped by 2 soldiers. Even the place is being monitored. One of the soldiers shouted loudly. No one is allowed to get close here in the blink of an eye. He took down both soldiers. Next time, do not block my way in the room. Hong Thin boasted while pointing at his own face. Min Ho. Am I not impressive with a few battles? Didn't you turn the tide in every battle earlier? Ingi Thin, with arms crossed behind his head. Mock, as if you single-handedly won. Trying to Misai entered the room and heard their words. Everyone's impressive too. They were captured after all. Lu Minho stood up in shock. Captain Long and AC Hai walked over to Tron KMMC and asked, You are back already. How's it going over there? He smiled and replied. Don't worry. Everything's going smoothly. Tron KMMS looked at the 4 people being detained in the room with suspicion. Can someone explain to me what the situation outside is? Hong Thin snickered. What else? They are just too noticeable. Ingli then burst into triumphant laughter. There is no way they can win with 85 consecutive wins. Even an idiot would know they are here to stir trouble. Lominico said. To summarize what happened. They have been following the captain and even bet big at the casino. Atron KMMC countered. So now they have their sights set on you. He nodded slightly. That is right. The 5 arenas have banded together to form a new team specifically to deal with them. It is a bit complicated. Atron KMMC chuckled. Complicated. I see this as an opportunity. Just then, Nip Vinsign walked in with 2 soldiers. Looking surprised, Tron KMMC is the captain of V Ang Ryan Feng. He raised an eyebrow while stroking the cat in his arms. He has been waiting for him for a long time. Atron KMMC spoke. Yep. I am the captain of the Vi Kong Ryan Feng team. Atri Mummies. Do you have something to teach me? Nihip Vincent seemed indifferent to him. Calmly introducing himself. My name is Nip Vincent, the owner of the Phi Lam Arena. And I am the one in charge here. You are their captain. So did you direct the trouble at the arena? He asked back with some confusion. Trouble. Why do you say that? Our team is registered legitimately at the Phi Lam Arena to compete. We just placed a few more bets, and one how is that causing trouble? He believes Trinokium MC is betting on a winning streak and continuously winning to manipulate public opinion to bring down the arena. That is trouble. He asked again. Is there any violation of rules or signs of cheating? Otherwise the arena would have dealt with us long ago. Ni Vincent shouted. I do not care about that. You guys have caused losses to my arena. So you must compensate me. In the face of his anger, Atronka MC remained calm. Boss Nip, if you have a plan, just say it plainly. No need to beat around the bush. He changed his expression immediately after hearing him. The captain really knows how to get the message across. You guys have caused significant losses in the arena lately. But you have also built quite a reputation. I do not want to miss this opportunity. I hope we can arrange for a match. Just be sure to lose to my alliance. That way, I want to hold you accountable. And you can take all the winnings you have made. What do you think? What you are saying is not bad. It is safe and we can make money. You are letting us off easy. Are not you? Boss Nip's conditions are indeed tempting. But there is one thing I can agree to. Nip Vincent paused. Stopping his cat petting. What is that? A tree mom muffly fong smirked. Before Vina Shu Na Fong was established, I set a rule for myself. Vina Hung Na Fong will never lose. Nihip Vincent frowned, gritting his teeth. Never lose. That is quite a bold statement. He shouted loudly, warning him to be reasonable. If they stayed quiet, both sides would be fine. But if they resisted, even if they won, they could not leave Thin Fong City. Atron Kim FC clicked his tongue. Boss Nip, no need for more talk. If you want us to lose, let us not discuss this further. Nippy Vincent stared at him, saying intensely, fine. If you want to take the path to the heavens, then you are charging straight into hell. No matter who is behind you. I have given you your chance. From now on, it is a fight to the death. Tertrongheim Musi immediately jumped in. It is up to you. Nip. But I do not want to be treated like a criminal tomorrow. If it continues like this, it won't just be about knocking them out. Nihip Vincent turned away with a dark expression, not wanting to waste time arguing with him any further. Everyone in Trondheim's team praised him for being so cool. But then they worried if it would lead to trouble. They were on someone else's turf. And what if they got caught in a dirty trick? He smiled confidently in response. Don't worry. They have no evidence. So they won't dare to take action. The streak of 85 wins had spread. If we run into trouble outside the broadcast area, the reputation of the Phi Lam Arena would collapse immediately. For the arena manager, instead of risking their reputation, it would be better to leverage this popularity to set up a profitable match. This is also why Not Vin Sign sought me out for a private talk. Relatives were curious why Trahan Kaimamic did not follow the guy's plan for a fake match, which was risk-free and beneficial. Long Nunchasihai added, didn't the captain already say, absolutely no allowance for our team to lose any match? No matter what, give him MC as our captain. If he says we won't lose, then we definitely won't. Just fight alongside him. Ingi then pouted. Fight if we must. I am not opposed. But why create unnecessary drama? Hong Thin stepped up, patting him on the shoulder. Don't hold back on that. If we... The reward will be just as good as throwing the match. Just follow the old man's lead. Lo Min Heiko immediately chimed in excitedly in agreement with Hong Thin. A Trunghem Mesa cleared his throat. We have taken a commission from Si Kao Thian under the name Vino Henny Renan Fong. So we need to complete our deal with him first. Do not think about cooperating with Anurik Vin Sen anymore. Get ready for battle. Everyone in the team was pumped. That is right. We should prepare for battle now. Before the match. We should place our bets first. At the same time, Nip Vin Sen left in frustration. He kept repeating. Unreasonable. When a soldier beside him spoke up. Boss. They are betting again. Still betting on themselves to win. What should we do? Nip Vin Sen shouted angrily, his eyes turning red. What else can we do? Of course. We fight. A bunch of country bumpkins. Winning a few matches and thinking they are unbeatable. Negotiating with them is just to ensure the odds of winning. If they are being unreasonable. We fight. Has To Im Zing returned? Inform them not to hold back. It is best to wipe them out. The soldiers following him spoke sternly. Yep. The person at the door entered to report. Captain Luck, the news has arrived. He is the vice captain of the Broken Dream with a soul level of 40. In the room, the team consists of level 40 Judge Vu Bak Van, level 42 Captain Vothan Luk Kok, level 40 Wind Master Dime Bin Bin, and level 40 Goddess Vong Dian. They curiously asked how Boss Neep negotiated with them. Tonkak Van replied calmly. It is all settled. But they did not agree. Vu Bak Van beside him questioned back. Boss Neep offered such generous terms and they still refused. Is he aware of this team's capabilities? Vong Diet explained the situation. None of the members are above level 35. Yet their 4-person team has won 40 matches in a row. Their individual win rates all stand at 100%. After hearing the situation, they remained calm. Dime Bin Bin clicked her tongue, saying she would not even take a fake match for half the pay. Truly bizarre. Luk Kok beside her side. Now that is interesting. Calling us all the way here just for a fake match would be way too boring. Did Boss Neep say anything else? Tonkak Van glared arrogantly, saying we should not hold back and should kill them all. On the day of the match, the announcement began. Teams Eternal Pinnacle and Broken Dream. Please proceed to arena number 520. The match will start in 10 minutes. Once the match starts, any members not present will be automatically declared losers. Please take your positions quickly. Nithan said. They are all too high level. The lowest is already at 40. Hong Thian added. The strongest is their captain. Old Mac. Do you have any strategies? Hurry and set something up for us. Trine Key Mac chuckled lightly. Strategy. My presence is the strategy. Ningai then sighed, scolding him, knowing he is strong. But can you tone down the bragging a bit? Say something practical. Captain, you are still full of confidence. I am not the one boasting. Before taking the stage, they must have watched our match video at least 100 times. So discussing strategies now is pointless. The announcement rang out again. 10 seconds left until the match starts. The countdown began. 9, 8, and he continued. However, since my match video only has one match, if there is any strategy for this match, the audience murmured. This is the main force of the Broken Dream Arena, gathering 5 elites from competitive arenas. Eternal Pinnacle. Do your best. I have invested a lot in you. Do not let me down. Broken Dream is unbeatable. Underneath, Ni Vin the Sun felt the arena had never been this lively. Thanks to creating such an impact, the total betting amount for this match has reached several million. If they win, it could be a huge gain. Nip Vin Sen, determined to win, focused his gaze. Don't worry. Broken Dream has never lost since its formation, and I have prepared backup plans. Everything has been thoroughly arranged. Trine Kimak, full of arrogance, stood in the center of the arena commanding everyone in the team to rush in and start the battle. Luk Kok's expression remained unchanged as he laughed heartily and said, still using the old tactics. Vubak, you are going to protect Vong Diet. They have a hidden profession closing in. Tonk Van kept pace with me. Dime Bun. Support from the middle. Trine Kimak observed the formation and said, their strength is indeed superior. The previous teams were nothing but weaklings. I should flex my muscles a bit. Hearing him, he suddenly paused, thinking, they pulled out that strange weapon so quickly. Are not they saving it for the decisive moment? Tungkak Van was battling Lang Nuuk He when he was suddenly restrained by his whip, and he asked suspiciously, what is this? Trine Him Mak yanked the whip, pulling him toward himself, saying, come here. Vubak Van and Vong Diet were astonished, and he shouted, his target is the deputy captain. Assist him. The two of them were caught off guard, standing there dazed, and both were caught by a tongue. They curiously asked, what kind of weapon is this? Poisonous. After Trine Kimak finished, they turned and kicked Tungkak Van, saying, they are charging in too. The weapon in his hand lightly shook as he mumbled a painful curse directed at Luk Kok. Surrounded by the curse, He wondered why their target for the attack was not the healer but him. Luccock saw the situation spiraling out of control and thought, how can this be? It just started. Everything should be under my control. He looked at Trinkiamak, thinking why the three of them were being blocked by just him. He stood frozen, calmly watching those attacking him, continuing to ponder. Moreover, how could his teammates be so in sync? Luccock was pierced by daggers, cold sweat pouring down as he lamented. Could it be that Toy Mung is about to lose here? Neep Vinsine frowned and said, what is this guy Luck doing? I showed him the video of the previous match. And yet he is still being outplayed. The person behind him said, tell him not to worry. They still have backup moves. That is something I paid a lot for to ensure no mistakes in the match. The audience above was in an uproar. Just a moment ago, Team Toy Mung was being overwhelmed by Vin Hang Dinfeng, and the money they bet was about to vanish. Dime Bin gritted her teeth and said, Captain, if they do not break free, just relying on the two of us will definitely lead to defeat. Luccock added. Damn it. I do not believe his control skills can last forever. Trinkiamak countered. My control is not a skill. It is the supportive attributes of the weapon and technique. If you are waiting for a cooldown on a skill, you might as well surrender now, he exclaimed. Supportive attributes of a weapon. There is even a weapon like that, Bun explained. That is a magical auxiliary weapon, and it attacks without preparation. It is likely a supportive attribute of the weapon. Luccock had no choice but to pull out the Crystal of Despair, which, when destroyed, would create a fog that boosts all stats by 30%. He thought, I can't believe I am being overwhelmed by a rookie team. I really have to use this. He had no choice but to destroy the Crystal of Despair in his hand. Dime Bin anxiously asked, Captain, do you need to use this? He gritted his teeth and inhaled the despair fog, wanting to enhance his strength to counterattack. Hong Thien was astonished and said, are they using drugs? Is this considered cheating? Ngli then explained, it is a glass of debauchery. It is a type of tool. But using this means no leveling up or progress for 5 years. Others are using this type of tool too. He questioned, does everyone have this kind of tool? Tunica Vin broke free from his restraints, ready to attack Kivam MS. After gaining strength, Vubika Van and Vying Dite broke free from the net, forcing him to retreat. Realizing this suppression was no longer enough, they gathered, staring with killing intent. Ngli then anxiously said, we have fought for half the battle, and finally managed to control the situation. Yet now they are fully recovered. He remained calm, saying, it is just struggling in despair. Nothing to worry about. Lasisi Chuffis, irritated, said, stop bragging. We have clear information about your weapons. Do not think they are effective against us anymore. Then he ordered everyone in the team to form up, not giving them another chance. Kivimik spoke, showboating is useless. But I have some skills to show. If you have shown all your tricks, then I will give you a chance to witness my new skills. Lu Kuang Tinan and Hao Chine, his umbrella surrounded by a weather sphere, started to distort instantly. It transformed into a staff. Ngli then exclaimed, this is a special magic staff. Do you also know magician skills? He launched magic directly at Lassie Kotsu's group while saying, I know plenty. Just take your time to learn. Vubiki Van received the defensive order and raised his shield to block the attack. His powerful attack forced the guy to struggle to defend himself. Lasitikosi skeptically said, hold steady. Now it is our turn to counterattack. After that strike, Atron Kim Mex summoned a bunch of magic orbs. He exclaimed, how is this possible? He is just a novice who just advanced to the 2nd level. How can he perform a chain reaction formation? It creates a black hole effect, continuously pulling enemies in and dealing dark attribute damage around, maintaining it for 5 seconds. When the black hole explodes, all enemies within range will be immobilized. Then, the magic orbs surge towards them. Kakima said, the hardest part of a chain reaction is controlling it during the spell casting phase, along with the medium, which is the casting tool. Lu Kuang Vi has spent countless resources to get it to its best state. Looking at the pitiful state of the group in front of him, he mocked. It seems the wait was worth it. Nepavin Sun angrily shouted, Lasisi Chuffis, you bastard. Wake up. My money. Do not provoke the boss. He attacked the sycophant next to him and said, and you scoundrel. Did not you say you were sure to win? Then Trenkov MC turned and walked away, saying, all right. I leave the rest to you to finish the match. The team shouted in unison. Don't worry. In the stands, the crowd was angrily shouting, damn it. My spirit is completely gone. What a failure. Clearly, they are useless. Down in the arena, Team Tuiming had completely collapsed on the ground, while a few winners were cheering non-stop. We won. Vinahen Nifeng is amazing. We are going to strike it rich this time. Try and give me lesson. Listen to the crowd cheering for him, laughing. Our first battle for Vying Feng is considered over. A little while later, he and his team were riding out of the city. Behind them, Someone was chasing and shouting to catch them, ensuring they would not leave Thinfong City. Damn. Why are their horses so fast? Hong then asked. Old mess. Should we deal with that group of trash? He replied. No need. We are about to leave the Thinfong City limits. Besides, Trine Kim Mux looked at the people in front of him, saying, Our reinforcements have arrived. Tu Odo rode in with a group to support him. The people of the Infong then saw this, and quickly stopped, saying, It is the people from Haitanana bro. We have reached the border of Laikidan City. Someone asked, What do we do now? Captain, are we just going to let them go like that? He answered, It is not just Phi Lam who lost, it is money from all 6 houses. Are we really going to risk our lives? Just wait for Boss Nip to speak. After all, we know they were sent by Haitan Abo. We can just directly find someone from Haitan Bablo to settle things. A Trimham Make said. Captain Tuo, you guys arrived just in time. Tuve replied. You are too kind. A Trine. We received your message and have been waiting here since earlier. Let us head back. The leader is still waiting for everyone. Shortly after, they returned to the city, and someone who heard Kiamum Sai recounting the situation shouted angrily. I told you to go make money, not to create such a big scene. Damn. 86 consecutive wins. You are really something. Why not just take out Nhip Vun Sun while you are at it? The one talking is T7. He continued. Your team, Vhemi Inafong, is quite adorable. Bro. This 300,000 gold is a bit hot to handle. How about you take it back and say you had nothing to do with our blood fang? Kim Finley added. Didn't he the boss Sikuti say he could handle anything? Now he is backing off, he said. I told you to quietly gather intel. Not to stomp all over Lai Si Tro Tre Tuivung. Now you are leaving your mark on them, and openly saying you are wearing my bloodfang shoes. Someone hurried in and said, Boss, something big has happened. Siku-sen, annoyed, shouted, Can't you see I am busy? What is it? Say it quickly. The person stuttered in response. According to our sources, the people from Phi Lam, TV Yun, and other arenas have appeared near the Thunder Wind Gorge. Sibsian listened, alarmed, while Kiamum Si provoked him. Are you scared? Si-sen sighed. I said I would shield you from the storm, but yours is just too frightening. I'm used. How can I help you overcome challenges in 6 major arenas? But I keep my word. Worst case, I can return your money. After 5 tries to break into the top 10. Atron Kuim Mufsi responded. I did not expect the boss Siko to be so chivalrous. I have a big business deal here. Do you dare to accept? He turned away and said, What kind of business? If you have guts, let them go. They will be here in just a few hours. He continued. After this, I will start a guild and even take control of more than one base. I want to invite you to join. He looked skeptical and asked, What are you talking about? Did I mishear that? Hey bro, are you crazy? You want me? A battle arena boss and a 3rd-tier powerhouse to roll with you. What do you have? You mean those useless lackeys of yours? The prince spoke up. That is too much. Lamemo, sitting across from CU7, gave him a piece of advice. Trust our captain. He can definitely help you soar. Tronkem MC hurriedly shook Siasenen and asked, Boss Siku, what is your dream? He frowned and rubbed his chin. My dream is to sleep until I wake up naturally. And until my hands cramp. My dream is to become a 4th-tier powerhouse. Can you help me achieve that? Atronkem Mosi replied. No problem. Just roll with me. And soon you will achieve those wishes. Atronkem Mosi responded. No problem. As long as you stick with me. It won't be long before you can achieve those wishes. After hearing him, the old man laughed heartily and asked, Kid, what do I have to gain to throw everything away to trust you? Tronium M replied calmly. Do you doubt my abilities? Koken replied. You are really good at fighting, kid. But when it comes to rolling with the punches, you need context. Knowing how to fight is useless without it. In the end, it is just trash talk. He asked again. So as long as you can show your power in context, you can follow me. Right. Confidently sealing the deal with him, he would take on those 6 major arenas. By then, as long as he took over the 6 arenas, that guy would have to join my guild. Koken still did not believe he could do it and arrogantly said, If you can pull it off, I will eat my words. Inglythe then chimed in teasingly. Hey. Do not get too worked up. I am afraid you want to be able to eat at that point. Hong then laughed along and suggested he probably wanted to eat badly. So this was just an excuse. He clicked his tongue, turned to leave, and said, Then go ahead and try. I will be watching. And 2AJ saw Sizion step out and asked, Big bro, what should we do? Are we really handing over Tron Com Embassy? He replied, Do you really think that kid can do it? I will negotiate. At most I will lose a bit of money. He continued, Do we really have to go this far? Why do not they just hand over that kid directly? And Cian frowned and said, This was my idea. Would I let them take the blame if something goes wrong? This is not my style. Inside the room, Inglithen said, although that kid always manages to pull off surprises. This time I still find it hard to believe he can handle all 6 arenas. He was doubtful because he only needed to apologize to Siko-sen. Otherwise, just giving him some money would suffice. Yet, Tron Kim MC wanted to defeat the 6 major arenas, which might make a small problem explode into a big one. Tron Kim MC took note of those words and said, we should wait and see. After a while, Susan arrived at the Licky Vine Gorge. Nippy Vin-sun asked Tiku-sen how he wanted to handle it, and he replied, this is indeed not my fault. But the battles in the arena are like this. You all poisoned my territory first. And your tactics are not good. Siku-sen explained that he initially just wanted them to provide some evidence. But somehow everything turned out like this. And now they wanted to offer 300,000 as compensation for losses. His face darkened as he said, 30,000 as compensation. Do you think we are beggars? Siep-sen then asked. So what else do you want? Nip Vin-sun glared fiercely, his attitude very firm. Besides this money, I also want Trisha. He must die. Suddenly, they were startled and stepped back half a meter. On the edge of the cliff, a group of people appeared. The leader said, the Dark Brotherhood has received the commission from Tremon Ki MMC to mediate the dispute. The representatives of the 6 arenas immediately became chaotic. They wondered why someone would step in to help True MMC negotiate. Were they going to be put on the hit list? Nip Vin-sun quickly calmed himself. The Dark Brotherhood looked at those masked figures, knowing of the assassination organization, and did not need to use this method to threaten him. If he was afraid of death, he would not have become the boss of the Phi Lam arena. And Sifan thought to himself, is this the trump card of that kid? But if they handed him over this time, the Dark Brotherhood would likely be upset. Someone stood up and said, Tan Vinzong, the 3rd-tier elder of the Survival Profession Association, is here to mediate on behalf of the Association for Trinkia Mac. Everyone under the cliff was in a frenzy at his appearance. Nhip Vin-sun gritted his teeth and asked Koken about the issues with the Survival Profession Association. He was sweating and had no idea what was going on. Another person stepped forward and said, Senior Elder of the Advanced Blacksmith Association, Du Tai, is here to mediate for Trinkia Mac. Nip Vin-sun shouted, Du Tai from the Blacksmith Association. Are you here because of that Trinkia Mac? Does President Thatch know about this? He said that President Thatch of the Blacksmith Association had stepped back, and the new president is Tong Van Long. The president has instructed that if he does not stay calm, all business dealings with the 6 major arena leaders will be cut off. From now on, the 6 major leaders will be considered enemies. To the death, he gritted his teeth, thinking, where did that brat get such power? Why are the guilds coming for him? Wait, more people stood up. The 3 Union League and the Chiang Kai mainland office are here to mediate for Trine Kia Mac. The headquarters of the association is here to mediate for Trine Kia Mac. Nip Vin-sun was astonished. How much power has that brat mobilized? Koken asked. Boss Nip, do you still want to continue seeking out Trine Kia Mac to resolve this? Nip Vin-sun gritted his teeth and said, forget it. But we have recorded the grudge with Blood Fang Fortress. After they left, Koken sighed. So they managed to handle the 6 major arenas. That kid really does not want peace. Suddenly, he thought of something and shouted, wait, do I really have to take the blame for this? The figure of Elder Tan flickered on the cliff. He sighed and said, well then, the matter has been resolved. That kid Trine sent a messenger to give me this fishing rod, saying he needs my help, making me rush here. And now I owe him a favor. At the same time, Trine Ki Mac was deep in thought, uncertain if all these people would be enough to resolve everything. But if Elder Tan appeared, even the 6 arenas would not dare disrespect him. Ingai then noticed him and said, oh no. The captain looks uncertain. We should prepare to run. Hong Thean beside him chimed in. I do not believe he is uncertain. He rebutted. Everyone likes to boast. But the captain is on another level. A relative saw Koken walk in and said, oh no. Do you see that? He has come to settle the score. Trine Ki Mac did not turn to look at him, only asking, what is the matter? Boss Ko. He smiled widely and praised. Great. Just as I expected from you. I underestimated you. Good. For actually doing it. And Guy then beside him teased. Looks like the captain is getting his moment. Trine Ki Mac calmly said to him, is the agreement to join us still valid? My mentor once said, if you accomplish this, I will join you. And I certainly won't regret it. But before I join, there is something we need to discuss. He raised a curious eyebrow and asked, what is it? He quickly explained, joining is not a problem. But about that previous conversation regarding food, can you let that slide? The scene shifts to a meeting between Tuo Yeke and Siku-sen. Tuo zags. Looking doubtful, asked Sian. Boss, do you really want to go with them? He has made his choice. The steadfast man declared, I have said before, he can handle the 6 major arenas. I will go with him. And I want to change my mind, he said. But what about the arena if you go? And C7 decided to hand over this arena to Tudo Ajahi to manage the business. If he does not leave now, Nipip Vinsun 1T give up. He continued, I have a feeling that kid will help me reach a higher level. The scene shifts again to Tron Kim MC and his group. Hong Thin looked off into the distance and said, We have waited for half a day. Is that old man reliable? Lung Nunchasihai replied. He said he would follow us. He would not lie. Ingli then remained calm. Leisurely waiting, that old man eats and drinks well every day. How could he follow us and use the sky as a backdrop? We are definitely being set up. Thothkin suddenly appeared, confidently saying, Sorry. I had to make sure everything was in order. No one can understand how busy someone like me is. Everyone was excited to hear him speak. He actually came. Ingli then stood up, somewhat surprised that he really let him join. Atron Kim MC announced, From now on, Boss T will officially become the guild manager and a member of our team. Seepsian smiled brightly. I look forward to your guidance. Everyone will be teammates from now on. This is a welcome gift for joining. Everyone gets a share. Come on. Come on. As he spoke, he pulled out an envelope and handed it to everyone on the team. He cleared his throat and said, We should discuss our next actions. Seepsian confidently stated. Don't worry. I have arranged everything. The documents are at the line Ungai at City Hall for the guild registration. I had someone finish it yesterday, so we won't have to wait in line. We can register directly. He continued. Captain Trena mentioned the guild registration plan. And I have already started preparing. Not yet. But I will be the future professional manager of the Vien Hung Nahun Unfong Guild. So I am a bit sharp. Atron Kim recognized the line Aguite City Hall. And Hong Thien praised. If I did it myself, it would take at least half a month. Or even up to half a year. Only people like Siko-san with special connections could do it this quickly. Tron Kim Mumsy did not speak but thought to himself. It is no wonder he was specially chosen to be the manager. He truly did not disappoint me. Meanwhile, at the Lungait City Hall, the receptionist spoke. Hello, sir. You want to register a guild? Right. This needs to be verified first to prove your assets. She took the form of Trim IMS, thinking to herself that having so much money could only get you a level 36 guild registration. She continued, Sir, I have completed the checks, and you qualify to apply. Please tell me the official name of your guild. He replied, The name of my guild is Va Havidan Fong. The receptionist asked again, May I ask where would you like to set up the headquarters? Atron Kim Mufsi responded, I want to set the headquarters in Samalam. She was shocked and her face darkened. Sir, although Samalam is unowned, there are many powerful monsters living there, and the transportation is quite inconvenient. Do you want to change to another location? He thought to himself. It seems luck is on his side. This area is still unoccupied by other guilds. Then said, Then let us stick with that place. Please help me register. She quickly replied, I will deduct 200,000 for the establishment fee along with the monthly maintenance fee. The guild fee will increase monthly according to the size. In her mind, she thought Tronkia Mumsy was just a rich kid wasting money. Done. Your guild has been successfully established. Congratulations to Tron Kim MCs on successfully establishing the VNA Hun Fong Guild, located in the Semlum area. Please come to the headquarters within 3 days to complete your first mission. He stepped outside and was immediately bombarded with questions from his team. Atron Kim Memsa held up the glowing red stone. It is all registered now. This is the core crystal of the guild. Now, just place the core crystal at the headquarters, and our guild will be officially established. He curiously asked where Susen had gone, and everyone explained that he had gone to a wedding banquet with someone from the city hall. Trine Kiem Mumsy to himself that establishing a guild would inevitably involve interactions with other forces. But such banquets were not suited for him. Leaving it to Sen was the best choice. Suddenly, he appeared and asked, Has the guild been registered yet? Atron Kim Mumsy replied, It is all registered. Sekin continued, So where will our guild set up headquarters? Upon knowing the location, he shouted, Mom, why choose such a place? That place is still undeveloped, and it is full of high-level monsters. Who would choose that? Atron Kim Mefsi calmly said, I see no problem at all. Seeson replied, I bet you will definitely regret going there. If not, then let Hong Divan interrupt. Last time you bet, you did not win anything. Hearing this, Cician quickly covered his mouth, his face turning red. A moment later, everyone arrived at Samlam and found it did not seem dangerous at all. Indeed, I think the scenery here is quite beautiful. It is serene because we have not made any noise yet. A notification popped up, welcoming him to the central headquarters. Please place the core crystal down. To gain ownership of the headquarters, you need to defend against 10 waves of monster attacks and ensure the core crystal is not destroyed. MCN turned pale and hurriedly stopped Trankonaki MC. Guild leader, I think we should check the number of monsters around before placing the core crystal down. He did not hear the old man advise him to place the stone down. From there a stone column sign appeared with the words Eternal Peak. From that point, a shockwave radiated outward. An information board popped up announcing, "Sorry. Is the mission starting now?" Koken quickly replied, "It is fine to locate first. But with this mission opening up, we really need to think carefully." After agreeing to the mission, everyone was astonished to see a swarm of monsters rushing back. Then spoke. Katrimham Mifsi made a brief comment. "It is about to get lively," Thin Hong said with a sarcastic tone. "I take back what I just said. This place is really dangerous." Ngli then chimed in. "Don't he tell us we still do not have a plan and are just going to recklessly confront this?" Atron Kivamemsi added. "There is a plan. Logically, people should be here by now. Am I being stood up?" Ngli then continued. "Don't he joke around. Even if we defeat these monsters, we will be worn out to death." The monsters surrounding them stared with murderous intent. Then they were about to charge at them, when suddenly they were interrupted by an attack. A ticket appeared and said, "A T-tit from the Tianfeng City Blacksmith Association meets with the president. Sorry we are late. We could not find the exact location. Luckily we saw the light coming from the origin crystal." Koken was curious. "You came from the Blacksmith Association. And you are here to help," he then said. "Hello. Boss Ko. I did not expect to see you here. From now on, we will be teammates in the same guild," he said with a cheerful expression. "Teammates are saying that the Blacksmith Association wants to ally with us." He smiled and said, "Not just an alliance. From now on, we will be members of the Eternal Peak Guild." Tunavi Ne Sung also appeared, and so did we. Trevor Nguyen. "Oh no. I should call him President Tron. It has been a while." Tron Kim MC greeted him. "Elder Tan, you have worked hard. I did not expect President Kao to send you," he said. "President Ka received your letter and immediately sent me out. I have brought all the elite members. You won't be disappointed." Koken thought to himself. He believed these people only owed Tron or Kiamenfa a favor, which is why they came to help in the Thunder Valley. But looking at this situation, it turned out they were directly joining the guild. Luckily, he did not bet against him earlier. Otherwise, he would have lost again. The monsters were still staring at them, ready to pounce. Lo 9CA spoke up. "Let us save the reminiscing for later. The monsters are about to attack." Atron Kim coughed to attract attention. "Everyone. From today, you are the first group of members of the Eternal Peak Guild. I won't say any more unnecessary words. After my headquarters develops, I will make sure you all won't suffer losses. So from now on, follow my arrangements and get ready to receive the guild's first mission after its establishment." His gaze turned cold as he ordered them to start fighting. Everyone in the guild charged forward to attack the surrounding monsters after hearing his command. In the quiet night, a flock of birds suddenly flew up in chaos, creating a tumultuous scene. The chilling roar of a three-headed monster echoed. It charged towards the humans with extreme ferocity. A ton of Venesen commanded everyone, urging them not to be afraid and to set up a defensive formation. Just as he finished speaking, a flash of sword light suddenly cut through the air, slicing the three-headed monster in half in an instant. Mse appeared, shouldering a sword, standing tall and imposing. He turned to the crowd and said, "Brothers of the Life Association, you all handle the rear. Just defend against the small monsters. Leave everything else to the combat team." Ingli Then and Minhao were in charge of the eastern defense. Hong Thin and Chi He were responsible for the south. The west and north are up to you. Siu Thin and everyone quickly split up to act according to KMMC's assignments. Before long, the system chimed in with an announcement. "Congratulations on successfully defending against the first wave of attacks. The next wave will arrive in 30 seconds. He asked everyone, "How's it going? Are you tired?" KMMC's team member Sikon scoffed in response. "This little monster. Piece of cake." Ingli Then also turned to him with a smirk. "Just warming up." 30 seconds passed quickly, and the system's mechanical voice sounded again. "Preparing for the second wave of monster attacks." KMMC pointed his sword at the monster, his tone radiating strong determination. "Then let us go for wave 2. Continue the fight." Following that were fierce battles, and a series of congratulatory announcements appeared. The waves of attacks were defeated one after another. "Congratulations on completing the garrison mission. You have successfully claimed the garrison area, officially establishing the Vaovu Ninefeng Guild. Please name the garrison." KMMC stood atop the corpse of the slain beast, his voice filled with joy. "Finally, it is." The other team members immediately chimed in. "Great choice for the location. President. Almost flipped the truck. But we endured through the good and bad. Besides, my level increased several times in a row." He looked at the system announcement, stroking his chin thoughtfully, wondering what to name the garrison. The atmosphere instantly became lively. Calling it Ni Then Rduoc. Naming it Blood Demon Realm. How regal. I think it could be called Bloodworm Extreme Treasure. After a moment of thought, KMMs decided to go with Thunva Viniang, which matched the guild's name perfectly. The system immediately confirmed the garrison name Thun V Nahung has been saved and cannot be changed. The current guild level is level 1. Receiving Basic Structure 11 and Basic Resource Pouch 11. Congratulations on receiving a statue. Herb Room. Crafting Workshop. Guild Storage. Sleeping Quarters. And Dormitory. For the Guild mission. Congratulations on receiving 1,000 units of wood, 1,000 units of stone, 300 units of metal, and 500 units of grain. All information about the guild appeared. He smiled as he looked at it. We did it. Next, let us expand resources to level up the guild. At that moment, Inicie suddenly spoke up. I do not know why, but I feel like the upgrade attributes here are faster. Ningli then immediately teased. Wait. Do not say such things just because you have a special relationship with the president. Hong then chimed in to defend her. I feel the same way, looking at them. KMMC thought to himself. Their feelings are correct. This place does hold secrets that can accelerate cultivation. Under a large tree. His calm voice rang out. The world tree is indeed still here. The world tree is a young sapling that produces 5 units of life essence every 3 days. It knows how to protect its territory, attacking all intruding enemies. The life essence can elevate the quality of basic materials by 1 level. With a leveling time of 1 year, Tenaviang asked curiously. What kind of special material is the world tree? Zaytid also chimed in. I have never heard of it either. Tringheim EMC took a knife and made a cut on the trunk. Explaining. This liquid is called pure life essence. It can double the quality during crafting, stabilize the crafting process, and enhance the stability of medicine. With this patch of forest, our guild won't have to worry about development anymore. A tick could not help but feel delighted. Really, if that is the case, it is a treasure for blacksmiths. A ton of Vnexing nodded in agreement. From my experience, this liquid does have medicinal properties. But we still need to verify it. Kiamumsi looked at them and added, this area is now our territory. So everyone can come and take from it whenever they want. But be mindful of the amount. Observing the large tree in front of him, he pondered that aside from these 2 points, the most important function of the world tree is its ability to emit light, and its aura can transform the environment. This is also why Nai Si Hai and the others feel that their attributes are leveling up faster. In the game from his previous life, this place was a mysterious existence, and its discovery led to fierce competition and a major upheaval. But now, this place belongs to them. Suddenly, the system sent a series of notifications. Congratulations to the host for discovering the world tree. The guild system has succeeded, and the transformation level has increased to level 6. Now, the choice of a mad machine gun and wave slicing is available. Seeing this, Kiamamasi could not hide his surprise, thinking to himself, the system has leveled up too. Congratulations to the host for successfully transforming the new passive skill. Rebirth Metal. Each day, the host's base can automatically increase by 500 units of metal. Upon seeing this notification, his face lit up even more. That is great. He was worried about metal materials, and the system just gave him a huge reward. Not long after, at the headquarters of the Vine Hung Guild, everyone seemed to be extremely busy. The sound of metal clashing echoed loudly. After a while of hard work, Kivhuman finally forged a weapon. Success. He looked at his creation and named it the Divine Light War Spear with a quality rating of intermediate. A single-handed weapon, basic damage of 180, and attack speed of 1.7. Kiem Memsa held the spear and turned to Vitit. What do you think of this spear? He examined it and nodded in response. Considering its quality and attributes, it has reached intermediate level and can be sold for at least 4,000 gold coins. If sold at an auction, the price would be even higher. He fitted the spearhead to the shaft and presented it to Nente Sihai. Take this and use it for now. In 2 days, once I gather enough materials, I will make a higher level one for you. Nukuhai was taken aback. You made this for me. This is already great. I really like it. Dutide asked curiously. Is this really made from black star iron? When Mac calmly replied, of course. And it is based on the simplest design. Do you know what this means? He said in a low voice. It means we can produce a large quantity of level processing weapons. Mac nodded. That is right. But you have been awake with me all night. Everyone should take a rest and recharge for the next steps. Hearing this, they became even more excited. Rest? We do not need to rest. With black star iron to create level processing weapons. With something this good, we volunteer to work overtime. Seeing their enthusiasm, Key Mac had no intention of stopping them and even smiled secretly. Well then, that is fine. I am not forcing you to work. It is all voluntary. After saying this, he turned to leave, but just a short distance away, someone suddenly yelled, we did it. We succeeded. The shout startled Key Mac. Who thought? What is going on? Another crazy person. Tan Vin Sung approached him holding a vial. Chairman Trine. This is the attribute potion made using the source of life. Through experiments, we have confirmed it doubles the effectiveness. We have done it. Hearing this news, Key Mac felt even better. Great. Great. Hi Chairman, sending you here has really helped me out. Meanwhile, Home Thean was busy urging everyone to gather all the spoils. Old Mac. This place is really great. After monsters of the same level are killed, both experience and rewards are higher than outside. Keem Mac quickly explained that this might be related to the world tree. The surrounding monsters would be affected to some extent. Hong Thien kept directing everyone to work, and Keem Mac thought to himself, if this continues, I wonder how much the guild will grow in 6 months. A month later, the guild was filled with weapons and various materials. High Chairman reported. Chairman, we have produced all the animal resources. Keem Mac replied while collecting. Everyone has worked hard this month. The remaining work is up to you all. I will sell it at a great price. Just as he was about to turn and leave, Du Tait's voice suddenly came from behind. Wait. Chairman, we have a gift for you. Keem Mac looked at them in confusion. A gift. Nuokai opened the box in her hands. In the past few days, we have been using the base resources to upgrade our equipment. But only the heavenly recognition powder I has surpassed what you have. I really could not make any better weapons. So after thinking it over, I made a new cloak for you. It is called Pure Holy Robe, of supreme quality. He quickly took it and tried it on. Nuokai looked at Keem Mac's super handsome appearance, and could not help but feel a flutter in her heart. This guy looked even more handsome in this outfit. Du Tit crossed his arms. Speaking seriously. After all, our President V Hung represents our face. Hong Then could not help but feel jealous. Is he really that handsome? Make me a set, Ingli Then teased, noticing how shy she looked. Hearing this, she blushed furiously. How annoying. Do you think I won't tear your mouth apart? Keen M. Miss quickly intervened. All right. I should be heading out now. I will go ahead and return in about half a month. Niu Sihai looked at him, her eyes filled with reluctance. Okay, surprised by everyone's gaze, she stood on her tiptoes and kissed his cheek, making Kim Mems's face flush with embarrassment. After the kiss, and Sihai bashfully turned and ran away, wishing him safe travels. Hong Then, standing behind, could not help but feel jealous. Really admired him. Loom and Sangli Then also chimed in. So damn luck. This guy at the Line Gait Then auction house. Akia Mums looked at the long lines ahead, unable to help but exclaim. It is no wonder it is a mid-tier auction house. So many people. If we have to queue, who knows how long it will take. He boldly pushed to the front, catching everyone's surprised looks, and someone voiced their discontent. Wait. Why are you cutting in line? Others echoed in agreement. Right. Do not you have any sense? Is the auction house not managing this? Ignoring the shouts behind him, KMMC simply raised his VIP card for the auction staff to see. Hello. I would like to sell some items. The auction staff froze at the sight, quickly coming forward to welcome him. Black card. Please follow me to the VIP lounge. Next time you can go straight to the VIP room to wait. Those waiting in line were left speechless in shock. This guy is only level 36 and has a black card. Must be some rich kid. Having a bit of money is normal. Damn it. I am level 39 and I have only just gotten a silver card. I am so jealous. In room 003, the area dedicated to VIP guests, Kivimam stood inside, turning his back to gaze out the window. Suddenly, the door opened, and a female staff member entered with a professional demeanor. Hello, sir. My name is Al Thine, and I am in charge here. May I ask if you are the esteemed guest with the black card? He turned back, calmly replying, Yep. I am Tria Memis, president of the V Nos and Non-Phone Guild. She maintained her polite demeanor, asking, How may I assist you? But inside, she was thinking it was hard to meet a black card user. Thought he was a big catch. But unexpectedly, he was just a level 36 nobody. He Mifseed wasted no time and quickly laid out the items he wanted to sell on the table. I have a batch of goods I want to sell here. Take a look. This is just a sample. Seeing the shiny items in front of her, Lathine gasped in surprise. Are all of these level 3 items? Wait, did you say this is just a sample? So how many do you have? Are they all of this quality? He nodded calmly, replying, Weapons, pharmaceuticals, and other supplies add up to about 100 items, all of high quality. The more she listened, the more her surprise grew. How many did you say? 100 items for the auction. You are not joking. Are you? When he casually replied, I am not joking. This is just our guild's output for 1 month. After confirming she had not misheard, Luthien immediately changed her expression, appearing much more welcoming. All right. I will arrange for all of this to be put into the auction process right away. May I ask if you have any other requests? He continued. In addition, I have a few other requests. But thinking of something, she suddenly felt tense, shyly covering her chest with her hand. About this, before Luthien could finish speaking, Key Mac had already interjected. All the auction items I sell must have a price ceiling. This statement startled her a bit. Is that, I mean with the quality of your goods. If you set a ceiling price, you will definitely incur losses. Don't you want to earn more? He turned around, calmly responding. You do not need to worry about that. Just help me gather more materials from the list. Looking at the list Keem Mac handed over, Luthien was utterly astonished. Wait. President. Usually with a level 1 guild, we do not encourage charging for entry inspections. He smiled lightly, replying, I understand the recruitment rules. Just follow my instructions. Hearing this, she had nothing more to say. All right. Leaving the VIP room, Luthien's mind was still racing. What is going on today? Why am I so flustered? There are indeed quite a few transient residents in Lingyu City at this moment in the Adventurers Hall. The atmosphere was lively and crowded as Keem observed his surroundings. Those wanting to join the guild had gathered here. He focused on reading the notices on the bulletin board and thought, just like in his previous life's game, low-level guilds often provide subsidies to attract new members. Meanwhile, high-level guilds that have developed and own abundant resources will charge fees for new recruits, thus continuing to expand and develop the guild. The sound of people discussing rose as they caught sight of the price set by the Eternal Peak Guild. A newly established level 1 guild daring to set such sky-high prices. Their president must be desperate for money. This guy probably sold everything he had just to gather enough, 200,000, and now wants to rely on the entry fees to make it back. Truly foolish beyond belief. The mocking comments twisted Keem Mac's ordinarily calm face. Indeed, he would face much criticism, and it seemed this time finding the right person would be tough. But suddenly, a voice rang out from behind him. This recruitment is interesting, if it were not to attract attention. There must be something truly worth noting. Looking at the owner of that voice, Keem Mac immediately recognized who it was. Is that you? The Lang. I did not expect to run into him here. This is great. Just as the Lang finished speaking, someone immediately mocked him. Are you serious? So there really is someone who plans to act like a fool. They must be a complete idiot. The more he listened, the more frustrated he became. Shouting out, if this guild really has power, then 300 kin is nothing to me. You pathetic losers are just afraid to risk 300 kin, because you doubt you will pass the guild assessment. But I, the Lang, have enough confidence. Anyone who disagrees, come up here and fight me. The ones who were gossiping were immediately intimidated by the Lang's fierce attitude and strong aura. We are just looking out for you. If you do not want to thank us, fine. As soon as those words were said, everyone chimed in. That is right, exactly. He scoffed coldly, his eyes full of disdain. Who needs you to worry about me? Next time, I will tear you apart verbally. In the midst of his anger, Du Long suddenly felt someone approaching him, wearing a smug expression. So you want to challenge me? KMMC smiled at him, saying he meant no offense. But he believed there would be an opportunity eventually, as the Long was not paying attention. He smirked knowingly, thinking that actions speak louder than words. This the Long has not changed at all, still as arrogant as ever. In the previous life, he was one of the 3 strongest in the Thien Hainai continent, and he also developed the tank assault class. It is a pity that back then he was a member of the rival guild, so he could not recruit him as a teammate. Finally, he has a chance to make up for that regret. He turned away, frustrated. I was only a bit interested at first, but since someone disrespected my gaze, I have to check out the Eternal Pinnacle Guild. Looking at the Long now, MC Janexto thought he had reached level 42, but his gear was a bit lacking. But that is okay. As long as I can recruit him into my guild, I can shape him into the form I desire. That should make recruiting new members a breeze. Next, I just need to wait for tomorrow's auction to finish, and my purpose for this trip will be nearly complete. In a corner of the auction area, an angry voice suddenly rang out. What? Our guild's sales have been postponed. On what basis? A level 1 guild dares to disrupt the order of our Yanlong guild. What kind of business are you running at this auction? The one who yelled just now is Zhang Ti Pebong. Level 40. Second transition, and a berserker. He was so angry that he intimidated the auction staff. Sorry. We just checked again, and we never confirmed the lineup for the Yanlong guild. As soon as those words were spoken, they ignited Zhang Teti's fury. The elder of the auction guild personally promised me that today would be our guild's auction. Now, how can a level 1 guild replace us? The auction staff was terrified and immediately revealed that it was the decision of manager El Du Thin. A moment later, in the hallway of the auction house, Lu Thin approached with documents to inform KMMs. President, here's the planned proposal for your auction this time. Please take a look. He had not even reached out to take it when a frustrated voice rang out behind him. Manager Lu. Zhang Tianping approached with an irritated attitude. Manager Lu, what is going on? I heard you let a level 1 guild replace our Yanlong guild's auction. You must give me an explanation for this. Facing the direct questioning, Lu Thin replied politely. Today's auction was indeed arranged by me. But from the beginning, I decided it was for the Eternal Pinnacle. Who told you that was from the Yanlong guild? His gaze shot toward Kiamumsi with disdain. So this is the Hall of the Eternal Pinnacle, a level 1 guild, and the president is only level 36. Yet they can interfere with our auction. Lu Thin, Have you been involved in some shady deal with this pale-faced guy? Zhang Tianpai's blatant insult left her blushing with anger. What nonsense are you talking about? A strong killing intent suddenly emanated from Qi M's, making him feel a bit intimidated. Give me a chance. Apologize to her right now. The guy's face was drenched in sweat. Panicking. Thinking. What is going on? Clearly just a level 36 loser. Why do I feel so threatened? The aura coming from him is just like when I encountered those super dangerous abyss monsters before. I am going to get killed. My body is warning me. If the next thing he says is not an apology, I will definitely be done for. Scared by his oppressive aura, Zhang Tuan immediately lowered his head humbly and said, I was impulsive and disrespectful. But all of this was because Elder Mei from your auction house personally assured me. That old man even took money from me. As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Mei arrived. Lu Chan, what are you doing? Zhang is the representative of the Yanlong Guild, our esteemed guest. I heard you let a level 1 guild take his auction spot. Is that true? Lu Chen frowned slightly. Elder Mei, you came at just the right time. When are you going to arrange the auction spot for the Yanlong Guild? Upon seeing him, Zhang Tuan could not contain his anger. Elder Mei, what is your game here? Accepting my goodwill and not doing your job? Elder Mei coughed awkwardly, feeling very uncomfortable. Please do not be angry. I will certainly give you a satisfactory explanation. Quenmo glanced at Lu Tian, puzzled, and asked, what on earth happened? She felt extremely awkward and explained. According to procedure, all auction spots are supposed to be decided by me. The person in charge decided. But before esteemed guests like you arrive, the elders of the auction house usually take bribes to change the schedule. That old man Mai is not new to using these rule-breaking tricks. I have always turned a blind eye. But rest assured, this time I won't let it affect you. Elder Mei shouted at her. Manager Lu, Yanlong is a level 3 guild. In terms of guild rank, the resources they provide must be better than that level 1 guild. Why are they being placed behind? Are you taking bribes and intentionally arranging for that level 1 guild to go first? The more Lu Chen listened, the angrier she became. Elder Mei, you are really good at deflecting responsibility. You interfering with the auction order is already wrong. I have not settled the score yet. Furthermore, what guarantees do you have that the supplies from Eternal Pinnacle are not of higher quality than Yanlong? Zhang Tuan, with help, is much bolder. Manager Lu, I can accept that. We are a level 3 guild. Are the quantity and quality of items really worse than that level 1 guild? As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Mai immediately interjected. That is right. Lu Chan, you are just blinded by greed to even say such nonsense. I will report to the guild leader requesting your dismissal. Their words made Lu Chen feel truly ridiculous. Report to the chief. Elder Match, I advise you not to hit your own leg with a rock. Seeing she would not back down, he angrily shouted. Even if I did something wrong, I do not believe your arrangement for that level 1 guild is without fraud. The noise quickly caught the chief's attention, so Kai-Ho led 2 guards over. Speaking sternly, what is going on? Isn't the auction supposed to have started yet? I can hear you all arguing from afar. What kind of business can we do now? But Kai-Ho asked seriously. What is happening? Isn't the auction starting today? I heard people arguing from a distance. Is this business still going on? She had just spotted him, and Lu Thian immediately accused. Chief, you arrived just in time. But before she could finish, Elder Match interrupted. Chief, this Lu Thian is getting more and more outrageous, forcing a level 1 guild to upgrade for a small profit and the auction house's interests. So Kai-Ho stepped past him, coldly delivering a shocking line. Elder Match, this was actually my idea. He could not help but be astonished. So Kai-Ho approached Kanmo, politely greeting. You must be Chang Kimu, the president of Eternal Peak. Truly impressive for your age. I am the owner of the auction house. So Kai-Ho, you seem a bit impatient. Chief, I do not have time to care about your internal corruption issues. I just want to know when my auction will start. The fierce gaze from Kyan Mo suddenly shot towards the two of them. If you do not handle this well, I will go to another auction. This threat was very effective, making Kai-Ho feel quite apologetic. I am very sorry. This is the negligence of our auction house. I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Lu Thian, first help him start the auction. You do not need to worry about the other matters. She nodded and immediately followed the chief's orders. Seeing them leave like that, Elder Mac still refused to back down. Chief, this is just a small level 1 guild. Do you really need to act this way? Nien Kai-Ho's gaze immediately turned dark. A small level 1 guild. This time they provided over 100 weapons and various potions for the auction, equivalent to our yearly production. Do you really dare to offend a client of this size? This number left both of them dumbfounded. Over 100 items. There is no way any level 1 guild could produce that many items for the auction. Nien Kai-Ho's face was stern. Elder Match, you are getting old now. From now on you do not need to work at the auction house anymore. During this time, I will conduct a thorough investigation into your bribery. So you should prepare yourself. This statement struck like thunder in his ears, leaving him in a panic. Chief, you can do this to me. I have worked for the auction house for 50 years. But Kaiho did not care, ordering his subordinates to take him away. Dragged off by two tall men, Elder Match still shouted defiantly, Dante. After the screams faded, Kaiho spoke coldly again. As for the auction items from the VM Long Guild, tell them to line up according to the rules. If they can't wait, they can go to another auction house. The auction venue was about to begin. The seats below were packed. Lu Thin quickly started the auction. The first item up for bid was the Hoan Long Kim. She introduced it, saying that this one-handed sword is called the Hoan Long Kim. Its basic attack power reaches 180 points, with an attack range of 1.6. Additionally, it has a remarkable attribute. This then Hoan Long Kim can actively summon a low-level dragon to fight alongside, lasting up to 1 minute. The audience immediately felt intrigued. A quality item like this was brought out first. It seems there are quite a few treasures this time. This item actually looks pretty good. It is just the first one. And I already see something I want, but the price will definitely be very high. As MMC observed the auction from the second floor, he thought to himself that it is no wonder they are masters of auctioning. They are really good at stirring emotions. I wonder how the bidders will react when they hear the price. Lu Thin quickly announced the starting bid for the item. The starting price for the Than Hoan Long Kim is 500 gold coins, with each bid increasing by no less than 100 gold coins. The maximum ceiling price is 3,500 gold coins. Please press the button on the left armrest of your chair. Before bidding began, the auction commenced. Her proposed price caused a stir among the crowd. What? A level sword item has such a high starting bid, and it has a ceiling of 3,500 gold. Are you kidding? Is there a mistake in the pricing? I bid 3,500 gold coins. Lu Thin struck the gavel on the table. Number 879 bid 3,500 gold coins. Since it hit the ceiling price, it was accepted immediately. Everyone in the audience was taken aback. Just like that, it was, even if sold immediately, they could make a fortune. This auction is moving too fast. I need to pay more attention. Seeing the chaos, Lu Thin spoke up. Everyone, do not rush. There are still many weapons and potions to auction off. As long as you are quick, I guarantee everyone will have a chance. Hearing this, someone happily shouted, there is still more. So today won't just stop at one item. The second item is projected on the screen. She enthusiastically announced, ladies and gentlemen, the next auction item, number 57, is still a weapon. However, this weapon is a staff, and the ceiling price this time remains at 3,500 gold as before. The crowd immediately became noisy. Everyone scrambled to bid. I bid 3,500. I pressed it first. This weapon is mine. The items were brought up one by one. The next item, number 60, is a healing potion. Before Lu Thin could finish her sentence, someone interrupted. I am offering 3,500 gold. The speed at which everyone is sealing the deals is making her dizzy. Item number 70 this time is a sword. Congratulations to number 603 for winning it. Ladies and gentlemen, I have not introduced item number 72 yet. Please do not rush. There were continuous discussions from below. Damn it. What is the point of setting a price ceiling if you can get a good deal? Isn't that right? I am not short on money. If it were a free auction, I am sure I could buy a few items. This is the first time I have seen a weapon auction that feels like a farmer's market. As Mech stood upstairs witnessing the chaos below, he smirked slightly. The purpose of setting a price ceiling is to market and alleviate poverty. The guild is not short on money. It is lacking influence. This batch of weapons will definitely have a good marketing effect if they hit the market. While observing, Mech suddenly spotted a familiar figure. The Long was among those bidding. He was lost in thought, originally wanting to put all his effort into buying a shield from the list, but unexpectedly set a money limit. Given this madness, it seems hard to snatch it. Mephi stroked his chin, his gaze fixed on the Long, pondering that since he is here to buy equipment, why not do him a favor? On the screen, the next item up for auction is a shield, followed by item number 80. This shield is called the Spirit Shield. Immediately, someone below made a bid. I bid 3,500. But this round's rules are different from the previous items. Lu Thin calmly explained. Dear customer, please do not rush. The way this shield is sold is a bit different. The seller has already designated a buyer, so everyone should look at the button in front. Only those with a green light can purchase it. Upon hearing this, everyone quickly looked at their seat numbers. Lu Long, too, felt puzzled when he saw the green button on his seat. Why is that? Could it be that the seller knows me? How does he know I want this shield? Never mind. I really need this shield, so I will consider this a favor owed to someone. The Long did not think much more and quickly pressed the button. Lu Thin immediately announced, congratulations to number 372 for successfully bidding A result that left everyone quite dissatisfied. Isn't this a shady operation? It seems this guy has some internal connections. Having secured the shield, Lu Long was in a great mood. He thought to himself that, if he ever got the chance to meet this mysterious seller, he should express some gratitude. When does this auction end? Lo Thime bowed her head to everyone. Thank you all very much for your support. Today's auction has officially concluded. If you still have needs, you can go to the consignment office to find your favorite items in VIP room 003. She was presenting the results of today's auction to Kim and Mexa. After deducting the operating costs of the auction house, your profit this time is 800,000 gold. Do you want me to transfer the money after the next 2 auctions are completed, or right now? He replied casually. First, no need to withdraw. You should exchange the entire amount for the materials and space storage rings on this list. I want to take them, he said while handing her a list. Take it and read the contents. Lu Thin could not hide her surprise. So much? Kifimimse asked coldly. What? Is it too difficult? Hearing that, she felt a bit awkward. I am just a little surprised. The demand for these materials far exceeds the supply of a level 1 guild. Oh right. There are dozens of guild leaders in Lion Guite City who want to meet you through the guild master. Do you want to meet them? He answered decisively. I do not want to meet them. And I also do not want my identity revealed. Lu Thuthin immediately understood. All right. Then I won't disturb your presentation anymore. As soon as the door closed, he fell into deep thought. The news should be out soon. Hoping it would achieve the desired effect. Once I gather enough items, I can return to the guild. And by then the guild may also be upgraded. Somewhere in Lion Guite City, at a tavern, the customers drinking were passionately discussing today's auction. This Lion Guite City auction is impressive. Right, they are auctioning dozens of items with a ceiling price. Moreover, I heard the auction will last for 2 days. So people from surrounding towns are flocking here. Where are they getting such abundant supplies? I have not heard of any large-scale transactions. It is not easy to know the origins. These weapons usually have information about their origins engraved on them, so it is easy to tell. Immediately, someone took out the item they had won at auction. It was marked as produced in Vina Hung Chithen. That name echoed around. Mine is also from Vina Hung Chithen. Me too. The Long sat quietly in a corner, listening to them. He could not help but think. Vina Hunting Chithen is the headquarters of the Vina Heng Guild. So why are they selling to us first? As he was about to stand up and leave, the discussions around him grew louder. I know this guild is not at the type of level 1 guild that requires a fee for testing. Someone quickly replied. Yep. That is right. I remember their address seems to be in the Dark Forest. I declare, I will join the Vina Hung Guild. Hearing that, someone mocked. Want to join? You might not even pass the entrance exam. The Long walked towards the door while thinking. Then I must go see what kind of guild that is. At the VM Long Guild's base, a sword strike cut through an iron shield. Chu VM looked at the sword in his hand with great satisfaction. One strike could pierce through the shield we created. It truly is impressive. The person behind spoke up. I spent a lot of money buying this from a client at an auction. This is a product created by the Eternal Summit. He could not help but be surprised. A level 1 guild can produce weapons like this. If they were to mature, they would be terrifying. I heard their guild leader is only level 36. But today you clashed with him at the auction, and were so intimidated that you had to apologize. Yeah. Zhang Xiang knelt on the ground, embarrassed, saying, I do not know why. That guy is clearly only level 36. But I feel he is very dangerous. Chu Yan's tone suddenly turned somber. The guild leader is at such a low level, yet possesses such high skill. It shows they focus on raw training. Our guild has invested a lot of resources to train you to level 40. Yet you are so frightened that you have to apologize. Having a useless person like you represent our Flame Dragon Guild is a total disgrace. He panicked, quickly begging. Guild leader, I know I was wrong. Please give me another chance. He turned away, his voice devoid of warmth. We have thoroughly investigated the position of their guild. I will give you another chance to wash away the humiliation you have brought upon our Flame Dragon Guild. Zhang Sang was so scared he broke into a sweat. Rest assured, this time I will definitely make you satisfied. The light of purification began to fade, and a new day was about to end. Lu Qian walked up to report on the supply collection. Guild leader, all the supplies you requested have been brought here. The remaining funds have also been transferred to your card. Quan Mo happily extended his hand. Great. It is a pleasure to cooperate with your auction house. Please send my regards to the auction manager. She politely replied. We also value our cooperation with you. Guild leader, the auction manager instructed. As long as it is your request, we can fulfill it. He smiled and said. Don't worry. I have never let my friends suffer losses. There will definitely be more opportunities for cooperation. Lu Qian bowed in farewell, looking very professional. The Lingyu City auction house will always serve you. Not long after, at the base of the Eternal Summit Guild, A figure on horseback rushed straight to the city gate. The guards above shouted a warning. Who goes there? This is the territory of the Eternal Summit Guild. Unauthorized personnel keep out. When Quimo stopped his horse and looked up, he teasingly said, You do not recognize me. Upon seeing him, the guard hurriedly instructed the others behind. It is the guild leader. The guild leader has returned. Quickly open the gate. Looking at the sturdy gate and the remarkable changes here in just a month, Quimo could not help but feel pleased. It seems they were not idle while I was away. The guild has built quite well, has not it? He took out the supplies he had retrieved from the auction, which were piled up like a mountain. Quimo turned to Elder Tan and Duji, saying, Everything I collected on this trip is right here. Anyone in need can come and take directly later. The massive pile of supplies in front of him left Elder Tan extremely astonished. I have never seen a level 1 guild with so many resources before. At our current stock, we are almost at a level 3 guild's capacity. Dutite added, That is right. If we can build a perfect supply and demand channel, our growth will amaze the entire continent. MC had thought of that too. Don't worry. I have established cooperation with the Line Guaithan auction house. The population issue will be resolved quickly. It is time to upgrade the guild to level 2 to deal with the impending population crisis. As he pressed the upgrade button, a pillar unexpectedly sprouted up. Ing Vai Thin, hiding in a corner, was also startled. The guild is leveling up. Hong Thin, fighting monsters in the forest, was also drawn by the commotion. He was back. The pillar rose up in the middle of the camp, surrounded by solid stone. The mechanical voice of the system echoed. Congratulations to the guild leader of Veneter Netrin Chithan for successfully upgrading to level 2 and unlocking the outpost construction feature. Information about the guild has also been updated to level 2 on the system panel. Looking at it, Kakima said, Not bad. After the outpost upgraded to level 2, the influence range has significantly expanded, and many new structures have been added. It is time to improve everyone's daily living environment. First, let us consider the facilities related to living. After all, having too many people crowded in the collective dormitory is not a long-term solution. The system presented him with a few suggestions. Currently, the outpost can construct housing facilities such as residential areas, resting rooms, and small eateries. Elder Ten offered his opinion. Upgrading the guild is good, but expanding blindly is not a great idea. Dutite agreed. That is right. Every time we expand, the costs will increase. And currently, we do not have enough manpower to maintain such a large area. So we should consider hiring more people before thinking about expansion. But Kiamempi suddenly grinned. Don't worry. Manpower won't be an issue. Soon a large number of people will come to join us. All right. I have set up the guild shop. Everyone get ready to welcome guests and arrange the entrance exam for new members. Dutite and Elder Tan could not help but feel bewildered. New members. A moment later, outside the outpost gate, 2 guards were on duty. One of them suddenly spotted a group of people approaching closer. Why are there so many people? A very large group was heading towards Vina Shinwine and Feng's outpost. Right here, Vina Hengchithan, the outpost of a level 1 guild. This is quite a sight. Could it be that the Vina Feng guild has upgraded to level 2? That is impressive. This upgrade speed is really fast. I wonder what kind of person their leader is like. You lead the way and ask the guard. This is the Vina Hanan Feng guild. Right. The guard immediately replied. Yep. This is the outpost of the guild. Is there something you need? Zhang Tuan pushed the person in front to squeeze in. We are buyers from the Lion Guy at Then Auction House. I heard your guild has a lot of high-grade weapons. So I brought a group of friends to support. Inside. Dutite, after hearing what Kimak said, still could not understand his meaning, stopping in such a distant and gloomy place. No one has ever dared to get close. How did they get such manpower? What is the guild leader thinking? While he was still confused, someone shouted loudly. Dugong. Come here. The city gate. The guard was so anxious he could barely catch his breath. Dutite asked in confusion. What is going on? Is there something at the Than gate? The person replied. Panting. There are a lot of people at the city gate. Some have come to buy weapons, and others are here to apply to join the guild. Hearing this, he was suddenly taken aback, then quickly moved to the gate to welcome the guests from afar. I know you are here for the high-grade weapons from my place, but do not rush. We have enough stock. Upon hearing this, the others were overjoyed. Great. Finally, we won't be coming here for nothing this time. I brought enough gold. Just need to wait a bit. Definitely want to buy more. I am here to participate in the admission exam for the Vin Hang Dine Fong Guild. Dutite looked at these people, silently praising Kim Mak in his heart. The guild leader truly has exceptional abilities. I wonder what he did to attract so many people here. Forget about that for now. Let us first arrange the tasks the guild leader assigned. He clapped twice to catch everyone's attention. Everyone is here for our guild's products. As per the rules, please select items at the guild's mobile shop. The mobile shop opened, revealing a dazzling golden light inside. All items were of medium grade. priced uniformly at 4,500 gold. As soon as they saw the price, the crowd immediately buzzed. These items really are top quality. But the price is too high. You used to sell at such a low price at the auction house. Why has the price increased so much now? Exactly. If I had known it would be this expensive, who would bother coming? Dutite explained. The auction house has limited supply. You all have to compete. But here we have enough stock, so we set the prices. After hearing this, they felt it made some sense. That is true. We also save on auction entrance fees. Exactly. It seems to be equivalent and ensures everyone can buy. Zhang Chuan suddenly chimed in to disrupt. Don't listen to their nonsense. They are clearly raising prices maliciously, while pretending to be righteous. The Vinhang Dunfeng Guild is really too much. At this moment, he was secretly calculating. As long as he could amplify the conflict and incite these people to charge in, it would be chaos. After all, this guild is about to fall apart. And then he will settle the score with that name. Trinkimak. Zhang Chuan pointed directly at Dutite and scolded. You are a level 2 guild and you are so arrogant. Aren't you afraid of making enemies? Call guild leader Trinkimak out here. Dutite spoke coldly. I have not seen anyone's anger yet. But why are you getting all worked up? Moreover, it seems like you are deliberately looking for our guild leader. The guy grimaced and shouted. You are just a blacksmith. How dare you talk to me like that? Do you really think I won't deal with you right now? Dutike smirked with disdain. Go ahead and try. Seeing his fearless attitude, the crowd behind him began to murmur. The Eternal Apex Guild is too arrogant. A blacksmith daring to confront a level 43 powerhouse. This blacksmith is done for. This is the Tianqi continent. Killing someone is not against the law here. Lu Lang stood in the crowd, frowning, also owing the Eternal Apex Guild a favor, wondering if she should step in to save him later. Suddenly, Truong Tong grabbed Dutite by the collar, yelling, Do you really think I want to kill you? This is your last chance to keep your life. He remained unfazed. I will give you one last chance to live. I will count to 3. You would better let go, or the next second will be when your head hits the ground. The guy grimaced in annoyance. Are you crazy? Dutite said coldly. Just as he uttered 2, a flash of light streaked past him, shooting straight at Truong Tong. Dutite looked towards the city gate, feeling dissatisfied. I said I would count to 3. Why did you shoot after only 2? Isn't he that ruining my reputation? Coca tilted her head, pretending to be clueless, asking, What did you say? From this far, who could hear you counting? Watching Truong Tong go down in one move, the crowd behind could not help but feel scared. A level 43 powerhouse just died like that. Is this the power of a new guild? The person on the city wall must have at least 3rd transition strength. Maybe he is their guild leader. Dutite scratched his head and said, Sorry. Can everyone talk properly now? The crowd became noisy again. Everyone. There is really no such thing as a free lunch in this world. The Eternal Chi City is not obligated to sell us such good items at a low price. Ask yourselves, were your doubts just now reasonable? Seeing the situation getting chaotic, he quickly reassured. Don't worry. We are not monsters. We won't randomly kill innocent people. Next, let us start the sales. If anyone wants to buy weapons, go to the left. If you want to join the guild, register for the assessment on the right. The crowd below had quieted down. Koken then remarked, These people only listen when someone dies. MC stood beside her, smiling faintly, flexible yet firm, always the best option. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly remembered something and asked, By the way, that person keeps targeting you. Do you know him? Give him as he replied nonchalantly. I am the guild leader, busy every day. How could I remember when I offended minor characters like him? But honestly, he does look a bit familiar. Too bad I can't recognize him now that he has lost his face. Below, the Long was in line with everyone, and her gaze accidentally caught a familiar face on the city wall. Wait, is that guy from V Nas and Nafong? At night, at V Nach and Nafong, the campfires had been lit. Outside the outpost, people were still lining up to register. On the city wall, Sivan approached Kivimes. So far, we have interviewed over 100 people, but there are still more than 200 left to go. They have set up camp nearby, and we have sent some food over there. He replied calmly. Now do you understand why I have to charge a membership fee? If we did not require a fee, I bet even more people would show up today. Hearing this, the man suddenly understood and gave a thumbs up in approval. No wonder. The President Trin is indeed capable. Below, a voice suddenly rang out, full of discontent. What? I am not allowed. Are you guys mistaken about something? And Sivan looked over curiously. Someone's causing trouble. That guy pointed at himself, his voice sharp. I am a level 40 warrior. Do not you know that? Is that not enough? They, sitting across from him, remained calm and said, You are just not qualified. So stop wasting time here. His words infuriated the man, his eyes bloodshot with rage. If we have already paid the registration fee, We naturally come with sincerity. Your guild said it wanted to check everyone. From morning till night. And we all accepted that. But you send a group of people who are not even level 40 to judge our qualifications. Isn't that a bit excessive? A tit suddenly sighed. And Hong then, standing behind, casually asked, if you are not satisfied, do you want to try sparring with us? The guy shot him a disdainful glance. A level 36 daring to challenge me. Fine. I will play with you for a bit, but do not expect me to go easy, he replied calmly. You better think that way. Because I won't hold back. On the city wall, KMMC and Susan were still observing the situation below. He asked if they should join in. He answered calmly, it is just a second-tier warrior. Let Hong Viven handle it. The two moved to a spacious area, surrounded by spectators. And Hong then spoke first. Come on. You go first. His arrogant demeanor infuriated the guy, who charged forward with a spiraling attack. The man rushed in, his arm creating a vortex aimed at Hong Then. He watched the man's movement and smirked slyly, even not bothering to dodge. Just as the man was about to reach Hong Then, he unexpectedly stepped back. A beam of light shot out, and the man raised his hand to block it, gritting his teeth to endure the pressure from the attack. Confused in his mind, he thought his spiraling attack was a sure hit. But not only did the guy dodge it, he counterattacked as well, while he was dazed. Hong Then had closed in. Don't think anymore. With a split-second victory of the light Zia Trum. If you can grasp his skills, you can dodge it. Now it is my turn. You kicked, sending him flying into the air. Then Hong Then jumped up high again. He panicked, thinking, so fast, I am on the defensive. I need to counterattack. You swung your sword, and he hurriedly dodged, quickly getting into a defensive stance. Internally, he was stunned. Coincidence. Why is my movement always being interrupted? In an instant, Hong Then appeared behind him. The sword in your hand struck straight at his face, and once again it was interrupted, in the air. They fought, creating streaks of light that connected, making it hard for those below to keep up with their speed. Tim Si unobserved and said, although Hong Then's level is lower than his opponent, every time he attacks, he can interrupt the opponent's movement. Is this the result of training in the arena? Tahimamfi smiled slightly. That is right. The supposed 4-level gap is nothing at all. A moment later, Hong Then landed on the ground, sounding pleased. How is anyone still up for our standard check? Seeing that guy beaten so badly, the people around could not help but be shocked. Tundian's strength is not bad, yet he got beaten without a chance to fight back. Damn. Are all the members of this guild monsters? It is. Maybe more than half of us won't pass the evaluation. The evaluation fee seems to be a total loss. Suddenly, the Long stepped out of the crowd. It is my turn. I am here to learn the high skills of your guild. Hong Then looked at him doubtfully and said, you seem to be up for the test yet. The Long replied nonchalantly, it is not that I disagree with this test. I just simply want to try myself and choose my opponent. Hearing this, you frowned tightly. Choose an opponent. Who do you want to fight? He pointed at KMMC and said seriously, tell him to fight me. Hong Then could not help but be stunned. You want to fight him? The Long asked. Really, is that a problem? He seemed a bit awkward. That is not it. Before you could finish, Kifinamfi approached. Old Hong, let me handle this. Hong then felt confused. Did not we say you would leave everything to me? Kiem Mexi stepped in front of the other person and explained. I know this guy wanted to test himself against me back at the auction. Just go with his wishes. The Long was surprised and shouted. So it is you. Turns out you are from Vai, Helena and Fong, even though you are just a level 36. I feel like you are special. Fighting you would not be me bullying you. Right. He waved his hand, kicking up sand from under his feet, forming a circle. You think you can bully me? Don't overthink it. I do not want to make things difficult for you. How about we keep it within this circle? If you can force me out, then you win. If not, then whispers immediately spread around. This circle is not big. As long as you can force someone out, you win. That is much easier than defeating someone. This guy is just a level 36 minion. How could he compare to that legendary swordsman? Are the people in this guild really that arrogant? The more he listened, the angrier the Long became, slamming his shield into the ground, exuding killing intent. You are getting too cocky. Then be ready to take responsibility for those words. The ground beneath him suddenly rose like a mountain, and Kiem M's figure disappeared. Where did he go? Can't even take one hit. But somehow, he appeared behind him. I have not even finished speaking, and you are already in a hurry. The Long raised his shield and turned around, launching a surprise attack. Get out. Kiem MC easily dodged and landed lightly on a rock nearby. If you want to fight, let us make a bet. He was very annoyed, impatiently shouting, stop dragging this out. Just say what you want to bet on, or I will send you out right now. Holy light shield strike. A terrifying beam of light shot out as if to sweep everything away. Trying to block its path, the crowd hurriedly shielded their faces, astonished as they gazed at the terrifying power. Inside the circle drawn by QMS, the ground was completely destroyed, with a thick cloud of smoke rising in the center. As the smoke cleared, QMS's figure emerged. After that attack, he appeared completely unfazed, forcing me to bring out the heavenly recognition powder. So his strength truly is extraordinary. The Long furrowed his brow, wondering how this move had not affected him at all. QMC proposed a betting condition, stating that if he lost, he would have to join our guild and would not receive a single cent in rewards for 3 years. He coldly asked, "And if you lose?" He replied calmly, "I lose, but I have not really thought about that yet. It is up to you to decide." The Long immediately agreed, a definite answer. Internally, he was calculating. Although he could not force him out, if he wanted to win, he would have to push himself out of the circle. But he was the bait. If he did not want to, how could the other think of a way? QMC gripped the heavenly recognition powder tightly, his tone becoming much more serious. "Next, you need to pay attention, because my attack is quite fierce." With that, a beam of light suddenly pierced through the Long. The area around where he stood was suddenly enveloped in light, leaving the Long stunned, thinking like this is a bit too fast. QMS had suddenly closed in from this side. He quickly raised his shield to block the attack, but he attacked from another direction almost immediately. This time it was over here. This side. Now to the lower left, speeded up a bit. QMS seemed to be teasing him. Seepsun stood with his arms crossed, watching. What is the president doing? Is this really a fight? Hong Thin put his hand behind his head, sounding amused. That guy from the teaching department, Lom MC, is trying to recruit a disciple. The onlookers were astonished by Trun QMC's speed of attack and debated which side had the upper hand. The Long gritted his teeth, using his shield to fend off attacks from all sides. How annoying. What is this guy really doing? While blocking from below, he suddenly realized this defensive frequency was practically perfect. The Long smirked, silently affirming that this was indeed perfect defense. With that thought, he swung his shield, forcing Trun QMC to step back. Panting, the Long asked suspiciously, "What is going on? Not going to fight anymore?" Seeing him suddenly say he was tired and wanted to rest, he immediately protested against it. "Keep attacking. Fight at the same frequency as before." Hearing this, Trun QMC looked up with a smirk. "This is all you will learn. I won't really let you master this perfect defense." Hearing that, the Long turned pale and stammered. "Were you really teaching me just now?" Hong Thin chuckled sarcastically. This guy just realized. Did he really think he was about to discover something? Koken also felt sorry for him, still unaware of how terrifying his opponent was. With that, he shouted for Trun QMC to finish it quickly. Others are still waiting for the assessment. The Long was blocking his attack with a shield while questioning in disbelief. "Are you the president of the Vinai Fong Guild?" With that, Trun QMC lifted him into the air. Then, the Long was struck down to the ground by Trun QMC's whip, causing a loud crash. The fall was so hard that dust filled the air. Trun QMC slowly approached. "Are you still alive?" From the smoke, an armored hand trembled and raised, accompanied by The Long's voice saying he was okay. Trun QMC smiled proudly. "What now? Admit defeat or keep being stubborn." The Long crawled on the ground, genuinely admitting defeat. "I am willing to join your guild, but I have one condition." Trun QMC immediately turned to leave, saying the condition would be discussed after he joined, and to go complete the membership process, reminding him to tell them he would not need a salary for 3 years. He turned pale at that, thinking at least there should be meal allowances. Hong Thin then stepped up to grab the Long's arm to reassure him. "From now on, we are all teammates. I won't let you go hungry. Now let us hurry and complete your membership process." The onlookers were amazed by the scene and wished to join their guild. The next morning at the guild's gate, the Long reported to Trun QMC that he had completed the membership process. He nodded in satisfaction and advised, "From now on, we are a team, so you do not need to call me sir. Just call me president." After saying that, he immediately bowed respectfully, apologizing for his arrogance in offending him without knowing he was the president of the Vietnam Long Fong Guild. And Trun QMC waved it off casually. "You do not need to feel inferior for losing to me. You will have plenty of chances to grow." At this point, the Long hesitantly rubbed his hands. "Didn't I say there was a condition to join the guild?" Trun QMC smiled and turned to say that the no salary for 3 years was just a joke. But the Long quickly waved his hands to deny it, then hesitated to find the words. He rubbed his chin in confusion, and Hong Thin could not hold back any longer, saying, "He wants you to teach him that perfect defense." After that, he eagerly nodded in agreement. "If the president is willing to teach, I would work for free for 10 years. Trun QMC stopped pretending, smirking. "So that is what it is. I have thought it over. I will teach you when I have time." Upon hearing this, the Long immediately beamed and thanked him. "That shield was also sold to me by the president at the auction." "Right. A Trunka MC confirmed. At the auction. I saw that only you and this shield were meant to be together. So I sold it to you. No need to be polite. If you want to learn the perfect defense, just come find me whenever you have time. I guarantee you will learn it quickly. Hearing this, he sighed, realizing that he truly was a sincere gentleman. And he had not followed the wrong person. He even told Hong then he would work for the guild for free for 10 years. Hearing this, he could not help but mutter that Tron Kaimamensi was truly a scoundrel. The one being criticized was smiling slyly at that moment. It is over now. The moment has come. It is time to head there. At this moment, a shocked scream echoed in the VM Long Guild. What? A Trong Tingya is dead. Chu VM could not believe that a level 40 with a berserker could be wiped out immediately by a level 1 guild. Surrounded and overwhelmed. Right, the subordinate explained that they had a third-level destroyer. And before anyone could react, Trong Tepa was shot dead instantly. His expression turned serious. A third-level destroyer. Could it be the guild master who did this? The subordinate denied it, saying their guild master was a level 36 rogue and quite strong. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone around began to discuss and angrily demanded blood for blood. Chu VM frowned in contemplation. The guild master is a rogue. And yet the members are at third transition. It is a strange guild configuration. Something feels off. They definitely need to investigate their strength first. After thinking, he ordered his subordinate to go the line Ungwai Thin Guild Alliance and spread the rumor. Say it this way. At the same time, at the High Sword Realm, countless people were gathering in front of a large cave entrance. Inside was a swirling light. Chan Kim MC and the others approached the swirl. Hong the inside. Time really flies. We are back here again. Then he worried. The intensity of the High Sword Realm is far different from the Triyu Trach Sword Realm. Can the four of us handle it? Ingli then confidently replied. He arrogantly said, with me here. It will be a piece of cake. With that, he and Hong Thivin immediately showed their claws, claiming to be stronger. Meanwhile, the Long was filled with enthusiasm. Don't worry, I will pitch in too. Hearing that, Hong Thivin immediately felt uneasy and tried to soothe him. Don't be too tense. Let us just relax a bit. But inwardly, he pitied him. A good opportunity wasted under the old man's manipulation into a dog king. At that moment, Chan Kim MC turned to reassure them, saying that not only were 4 of them enough, but this time he would also aim for the best record in the High Sword Realm. Hearing that, the other 2 stopped bickering. Not far away, a group of people stood by the cliff, sneering. They did not know their own limits, with an average level still below 40, yet dared to challenge the High Sword Realm. Hearing them ridicule him as a frog at the bottom of a well, Hong Thivin immediately gritted his teeth, wanting to retort. But Chin Kim Memsis stopped him. Don't waste your breath on them. Let us move on. Then they all entered the swirl amidst the sighs of the onlookers and the taunts of their teammates. Entering inside, they faced 2 doors. Hong then immediately asked Chandra Ki Miss which way to go. He rummaged through memories from his past life, noting that the left led to the prison area, which was relatively low difficulty, while the right would require a long detour to reach the final boss area. Both sides could lead to the peak of the High Sword Realm. After thinking, Tron Kim MC pointed for everyone to go in one direction. Suddenly, he turned to glance at the Long. This is your first time teaming up with us. Just do your best and do not take unnecessary risks. Anyway, you are not getting paid. He immediately felt offended. If we are a team, I will definitely give my all. Saying that, the Long boldly stepped forward, surprising a mess. You guys, wait, I will lead the monsters for you. Inglai Then and Hong Thin immediately criticized Trime MC for taking advantage of someone's honesty. You are wronged and can't explain yourself. This time, I really cared and was advising him, as if waiting for this moment. Hong Thin immediately pointed at Key MMC and laughed. So you admit you manipulated him before. Trankov MSA did not want to waste more words with him. Quickly dashed off, urging everyone to chase after him, not to let him escape. The clear sky was blocked by thorny trees, the commotion causing birds to scatter. The sound of heavy footsteps echoed, a pair of legs running rapidly ahead. The Long held the shield and sprinted like mad. Brothers, I have brought the monsters back, but these ones are way too strong. Right behind him was something very aggressive. At this moment, a Tranka Muxus group had also arrived. They were shocked to see not only many monsters behind the Long, but also high-level elite monsters. Seeing this, a Tranka Mepsi shouted to warn everyone. Everyone be careful. Those are elite dry noodles monsters. In front of them were fierce level 40 dry noodles monsters, charging to attack. Tranka Mumsi warned loudly as the monsters rushed in. Everyone be careful. They are all elite dry noodles monsters. Then he quickly unsheathed his sword and charged into battle, urging everyone to hold the aggro while he controlled it. With that, Atron Kim MC unleashed his ultimate skill to slash at the monsters. Hong Thin and Ningli Then then also rushed in to attack alongside him. His fearsome reality skills successfully reduced their HP significantly. Hong Thin raised his sword and slashed at one, then shouted angrily. Although these elite monsters were only level 40, their AP was incredibly thick. After a while, The area in the thorny forest returned to its initial silence. Atron Mexi stood among the fallen dry noodles monsters and slowly spoke. Now everyone should understand that this level of intensity is different from previous hidden realms. Hong then immediately complained that such important information was not shared with them beforehand. At this moment, Du Long timidly apologized for rushing in too hastily, promising to control himself in the future and not hold anyone back. But they all brushed it off. Tri-Mom also encouraged him, saying he did very well, quickly assessing enemy damage to gauge his own limits and adapt. I am not mistaken. You are a natural tank. Hearing this, he felt elated. Hong then turned away, unable to watch. I still prefer his previous proud and untamed demeanor, but now he is completely tamed. Ningli Then was speechless, not only willingly working but also showing gratitude. It is truly a disgrace for the horseman community. Deep within this forest lies a mysterious, deep cave. Seeing the skeletal spirits with 15,000 inside, Hong then could not help but sigh. Another one of these super thick-up monsters. Although their attack power is not very high, they are indeed a pain to deal with. Atron Muxus spoke up. The little monsters here are quite tricky to handle, but once defeated, you will be rewarded, so get used to it. Suddenly, he noticed a bronze gong behind them and wondered. He rushed forward to warn them. Don't worry about what it is for. Don't be foolish and hit the gong until we clear out these monsters. With that, Trotrim Hum Mosi unleashed a combo attack, knocking several monsters away at once. Then used Toai B Laya to slice through all the skeletal spirits within a 5-meter radius. The Long was amazed, thinking that this guy could draw aggro better than me. Is he hacking? Is he hacking? Ingli then laughed. Get used to it. The guild leader always loves to stir up trouble. Atrangum Mex turned and shouted. Stop standing there in shock. Hurry up and fight. Immediately after, Hong Then and the Long rushed forward to engage. Ingli then also used his staff to assist them. The four of them combined their strength to defeat the entire group of skeletal spirits, without pausing for a moment. After a while, the last monster finally fell. Atron Kim MC handed each of them a potion, and everyone quickly restored their health. We are about to face the first boss. Hong Then was still curious. What exactly is that bronze gong for? Kim MC explained while drinking the potion. When opening the monsters, after the first boss appears, hitting the gong will cause the monsters to focus their attacks on the gong hitter. At that point, you can focus on clearing the little monsters while I handle the boss. Knowing the danger hidden behind the gong, Ingli Then and Hong Then felt a chill, while the Long quickly ran to hit the gong. Yet, Tron Kimefsi dismissed it and handed it to Mingvai Then, leaving him stunned and stammering. But I am just a support role. Why would you give me such a dangerous task? I have not even said anything bad about you today. He calmly explained that there is a unique mechanism here. So if the tank goes to engage the monsters, the minor ones will enter a vengeful state, making them tougher to deal with, while the support role has a lesser impact. After hearing this, Yinithen did not refuse anymore. But he still wondered why she understood such a strange mechanism so well. Hong then completely trusted him and noticed that the others seemed hesitant. So Trunka MC turned to them. Let me handle the minor monsters. You all go fight the boss. I am fine with it. Before he could reach the gong, Ingli then rushed ahead to strike it. Kahimamsi reminded him. I am counting on you to keep my brother safe. Just remember to react quickly. Immediately, he struck the bronze gong hard with the mallet. The sound echoed throughout the cave, creating a very eerie atmosphere. Just a moment later, countless creatures with 25,000 AP appeared, leaving everyone astonished. And there were so many elite and minor monsters too. Behind them was Timashi Yovrixet Plap Men, a level 43 elite assassin with 150,000 AP. Hong then Kun Hong shouted. Even adding all the minor monsters together would not match that. Atranka Mumsi charged forward with his umbrella. You all focus on hitting the gong to keep the minor monsters at bay. I will take care of the boss and come back to help you. He paled and shouted. Captain, just focus on the boss. Do not worry about us. Ingmi Then was panicking. I even started agreeing with the outsider's comments. Is this monster too much for us? The Long used her shield to block a monster, shouting. Don't think too much. Let us just endure this wave of monsters for now. Atron Kim Mumsi looked up at the giant spider. As in his past life, he had returned countless times to study the mechanism of the bronze gong and defeat this monster. He did not know how many times it had been, but this time he brought back the experience from all his past lives. Atron Kim Mepsi's eyes gleamed with murderous intent as he smiled darkly. I hope you still let me enjoy this. Immediately after, Akiyamum lunged forward, swinging his sword directly at the spider. The scene shifted to the meeting at Via Huningdrinoid Feng. Lung Nai asked a subordinate urgently. Gather everyone. What is going on? The other person looked flustered. Captain Lung. There is no time to explain. Someone's causing trouble at the city gate, and Sisan was shouting loudly to the crowd below. I will say it again. Vina Hengna Feng is not joining any teams, so get lost. Zhu Viam spoke with a condescending tone. Don't think just because you are a third tier that you can look down on anyone. Our blood-killing society leader is also a third-tier powerhouse. Vithine Tainchev retorted arrogantly. I came with good intentions to cooperate with you. Do not blame me for being rude if you are unreasonable. But Cician still frowned seriously. Stop the nonsense. If you have the skill, come and fight. He muttered. It has only been less than half a month since establishment. And you are already making waves everywhere. Last time I sent Trong Tong to negotiate. He was killed by them right away. Vivine Timfetch gritted his teeth in anger. How could a second-tier guild be so audacious? If we let them grow, what will happen next? Chu Venom incited him, saying their guild leader and main team were out. All we need to do is unite and attack, and we can definitely take them down. Even if their leader returns, it won't matter. Tensiech immediately agreed. Long and Umji arrived just in time to ask Ichu Sin what was happening. He replied calmly, it is just a blood alliance from Lin and Guai Thun trying to take us over. We might have to take action, so everyone prepare. Just as Sivan finished speaking, an arrow suddenly shot up from below, embedding itself in the stone pillar behind him. Siu Sen angrily turned around. These bastards really have the guts to strike. Nidhi Cc Hei. Min H Ho. You two lead the combat team to prepare for defense. We must hold on until the guild leader returns. Lo Nansihai rushed off, feeling anxious. That scoundrel might not have finished the dungeon yet. Anyway, we need to hurry back. On the other side, Trunkoviam Misa successfully used his explosive technique to strike the spider monster's head, causing its EP to drop continuously, and Vixie smiled in satisfaction, receiving the congratulations for killing the first boss from the system. Hong Thin, breathless in disbelief, asked, did we really just kill the first boss? Ningli Thin slumped down, relieved. Finally saved, Atronka Mopsi walked over to them. The first boss was dealt with. We just need a bit more strength to take down the other two bosses. And we can head back. Do you all still have enough strength? He asked. And immediately everyone perked up, confidently asserting their strength. Hearing this, Kikin felt much more at ease. Then let us push a little harder and clear this in one go. As he turned to leave, Trinhom Hiem Isaf could not help but worry about the guild's situation. After resting, Hong Thivin gasped and asked, next is the second boss. What mechanism will we use this time? He calmly replied that there was no need to worry about mechanisms. When we encounter the boss, I will charge straight in for a quick win. Hong Thin thought this seemed a bit reckless. Tron Kim MC turned again, initially thinking this would be somewhat challenging, but it actually felt quite easy. There is no need to waste time. Let us speed up and finish quickly. Just then, another fierce skeleton monster charged at them with a roar. Ningli Thin looked pale. We have to speed up even more. We are already going fast. Hong Thin, still full of energy, said, no more complaining. It is not easy for Lam and Si to lead us. We are about to set a record. With that, everyone felt energized and charged forward to fight the monsters. The scene shifted to Trankiam Umsu's guild headquarters. In the forest, something had happened, causing birds to scatter in all directions. A high-ranking member of the Vina Hung guild was shot down, falling to the ground below. Chu Viam and Tensach coldly observed the scene. Clearly the guild's defenses were stronger than they thought. But now that the battle has begun, they must take them down. If they retreat now, the Blood Slaughter Guild will have no voice in Line Guyat City anymore. Hearing this, Tantri Zach ordered him to return to Line Guyat City and continue mobilizing other guilds in the alliance for assistance. This place will be handled by me personally. Saying that, he pulled out his weapon, a massive blade, and coldly stated, above. Timseon was also watching. If they did not teach the Blood Slaughter Guild a lesson, they would truly think they could push them around. And Si Hai beside him reported the situation. The walls of Eteet had been fully reinforced, and the forest defense line behind had Minute Show, making it not easy for them to attack. After hearing this, Siu Sen asked for news from the guild leader. Hearing Longneck Si Hai reply that there was still no response, probably still in the dungeon, Siu Sen fell silent. For now, they could manage. But he was still worried because a level 4 guild usually had powerful third transition expert stationed. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful attack struck the city gates below, creating a deep gash in the ground as it slammed straight into the gate. Devine Hungfetch gasped in astonishment. A full force strike and it could not break the gate. Is this thing that tough? But he was determined not to give up, swinging his blade again. If one strike is not enough, I will add another to see how many of my consecutive attacks you can withstand. Su Sen gritted his teeth in anger. If he kept hacking like this, no matter how tough the gate was, it would not hold. And he absolutely could not let him break in. Saying that, he turned to leave, telling Inek Si Hai to stay and guard this place while he dealt with that third transition guy. With that, and Sizhan used his Met Du Thin Daixi technique and instantly leaped away. Just a moment later, he appeared right in front of V Tentar Ch with a gun in hand. His opponent was a third transition expert too. Before he could even react, the bullet from C. Sivan's gun shot out first. But Tina H was no pushover. He quickly raised his blade to block the incoming bullet. The Vening Tianxia smirked arrogantly, testing his third transition strength as a long-range attacker. You have no advantage in a one-on-one with me. He challenged, don't boast. Catching me will be the challenge, he said. As soon as he finished speaking, and Sivine instantly teleported, catching Tenfetch slightly off guard. Not only him but all the subordinates present were stunned. Siku-sen moved in such a way that he weaved through his subordinates, who were firing continuously. However, Tensiach reacted quickly, unleashing a devastating blow towards him. Instantly, all the subordinates were sent flying. They had all been injured by him. Feeling both frightened and confused as to why Vung Tensiach was attacking his own men, Tensiach did not care, smiling with bloodshot eyes, not seeing anyone escape. You are not getting away. The scene shifts to the forest as night falls. Kokan, with his arm bleeding profusely, hides behind a tree and curses under his breath. That guy even attacked his own people. Truly a master of firearms. When facing a martial artist one-on-one, there is no advantage. He just wanted to make money and get stronger. But that kid tricked him into joining a bizarre guild, leading to this outcome. If he had known earlier, he might as well have stayed in the arena and lived like a king. Suddenly, something with immense destructive power rushed through the trees, causing countless branches to snap. Tankach charged forward, wielding his blade. Stop hiding. If you have been hit by my skill, you are marked. You can escape. The old man glanced at a distant tree and smirked wickedly. The girl was still lost in her thoughts. But if he survived this, that kid would owe him a huge favor. Just thinking about it felt satisfying. He smiled to himself, unaware that Tankach had already approached. He swung his blade straight at the tree trunk. But strangely, no one was there. Just as Wang Tankach was still in shock, Koken suddenly jumped out and threw several grenades at him. Immediately, an explosion shook the forest, along with his voice. If I survive this, Cheng must help me achieve my dream of making money and advancing. The scene shifts to another area that seems to have been stirred up. With dust flying everywhere, Cheng Ki-Mac's group appeared to have defeated another boss. A notification popped up. The giant scorpion in Chantrach Swamp had been eliminated. Congratulations on defeating boss number 3 and successfully passing through the Razor Swamp. The scorpion's body gradually faded, revealing several glowing purple stones floating in the air. Hong Thian turned to Ki-Mac, amazed. You went straight from boss 2 to boss 3 without losing your breath. The Lang was excited too, surprised at how quickly they cleared the challenge. The rewards must be rich. The system congratulates Cheng Ki-Mac for completing the hidden mission of destroying the disaster base in the swamp, surpassing the secret challenge, and setting the fastest record, followed by individual and team evaluations, and then selecting one of 3 rewards. After the notification disappeared, Cheng Ki-Mac was immediately leveled up. His current level was 39. Ngai then looked on, wide-eyed in shock, leveled up 2 levels at once. You are about to surpass me, Cheng Ki-Mac smiled. You guys must have earned experience points too. Sure enough, the others also leveled up, all of them excited. Cheng Ki-Mac looked at the control panel in front of him. This journey through the secret realm was tough but worth it. Next up was the reward for the passive skill of the soul shining person. Watching the screen before him blink, he felt it was truly random. Forget it. Just pick one at random. When M achieved the SSS level Frost Scorpion skill, the casting time was 6 seconds. Unleashing an ice attack within a 50-meter radius around himself, freezing all targets hit for 3 seconds. Tramiyamov was extremely excited. This was indeed the ultimate skill of the Frost Scorpion. This is an Ultra-Yo skill, and it also comes with crowd control. Another notification appeared, but this one was for him to review all of his stats and information. Guillemot was very satisfied and even received physical attribute points. This trip to the dungeon was truly a perfect harvest. Hong Then teased Ningli Then. This mid-level baptism corn really hits hard in the future. If Luomsi attacks you, would not it be enough to just close your eyes and swing? He replied angrily. I also leveled up quite a bit this time. If you are not convinced, come at me. A Trimhumupsi approached them. It had been several days since this trip, and we should head back home. He smirked darkly, not sure if anyone left in Langite could still hold on. Outside, many people were still gathering, shocked to learn that the record for the high Earth time had been broken, but even more surprised that this record belonged to the low-level team that came before. Soon, Atron MC and the others stepped out. Ingli then stretched and yawned, saying that if he stayed in there a bit longer, he might get rheumatism again. Hong Then pouted. With their strength, even staying for 3 more hours would not solve anything. And yet they still complained. At this moment, he looked ahead and noticed that there were still many people here, all buzzing with admiration, even wanting to join their team. Hong Then pouted in disdain. A bunch of frogs sitting at the bottom of a well. He clearly remembered their contemptuous looks before, and he had to mock them to vent his frustration, but Tron Ki MMC told him not to bother with them. Just then, A notification popped up right in front of him. It seemed like an urgent notification sent by UNHCA stating that the guild was currently under attack by the Blood Alliance. If you received this message, hurry back. After reading this message, everyone's faces darkened. Those bastards dared to take advantage of their absence to pull off sneak attacks. Immediately, Tron KMC jumped high. We need to quickly return to the base. At the guild's entrance, there had just been a fierce battle that left it in ruins. Nini Sihai stood on the city wall asking Minako about the casualty situation. He reported that quite a few brothers were injured. But with Elder Ten and the World Tree there, it was not a major issue. Minaho also worried about her, saying she had not rested all day, so she should take this chance to rest. But Long and Sihai resolutely refused, even though they had stopped 2 waves of attacks. Who knows when they would start the 3rd wave, at least before the president returns. We cannot afford any negligence. She gazed thoughtfully into the distance. Luo Minacho listened and had to concede. If the president were here, we would not be so passive. Nanchi Sihai assumed they must have completed the dungeon. Minako was filled with worry. The manager is still trying to lure that dark warrior away, but he has not returned yet. I wonder what is going on. Suddenly, the guards up high announced loudly, Captain Lang, they are preparing to attack again. Sure enough, down at the city wall, many soldiers from the blood-killing sect charged up, ready for another assault. Lai Minho angrily shouted. They are starting their 3rd wave already. Daunty they fear for their lives. Nuak Hai suspected that someone was inciting the forces of Lai Nagayat City against them, wanting to uproot them completely. But whatever the reason, once they made a move, we had nothing to fear. Hurry and prepare for defense. She ordered Lai Minha with sharp eyes. Just as Minha left, Nuak Hai received news from Trang Kaimak. She was so happy she nearly cried. They finally had some news. They had completed the high and low terrain formation perfectly. Below, the soldiers were still aggressively charging in like a storm. In the forest, Chu Viam was listening to his subordinates report that they had mobilized everyone who could use skills from the factions in the alliance. Who would have thought that a small second-tier faction would be so difficult to deal with? This suited him perfectly. It would be best if Wang Tangqi and his crew fought to a disastrous defeat. By then, Chu Viam's Viam Long Guild would have the chance to become the leader of the blood-killing alliance. Then seize the Eternal Peak to take their forging techniques and upgrade to become the largest guild in Lion Gayat City. That way, the Kijang Tepan would die without regret. The subordinate quickly chimed in. This tactic of letting the tiger eat the wolf is truly brilliant. The sky in the forest had now turned a fiery red with dusk. Tanky was still aggressively pursuing and searching relentlessly. He followed a thin red line left by his knife when it struck him to search. Tanky was getting more excited. What is the point of running like this? Losing a powerful 3rd-tier warrior. How long can your 2nd-tier guild hold out? You might as well surrender now. And I can spare your life. Besides, with my tracking skills, you want to be able to escape. With that, he immediately took off. As he passed a tree, Wang Tanky glanced and saw a bomb flying straight toward his temple. Sure enough, right after that, there was another huge explosion in the forest. Koken stood leaning against a nearby tree. Let us have a round. Shall we? Cease. Let us see if you can kill me today. But it seemed that the previous bomb had no effect on Tanky. He immediately stood up, brushing away the smoke around him. Was he not going to keep running? Instead of answering, he started firing off 2 shots in quick succession. Whoever loses has to eat shit. Are you willing to bet? Tanky nimbly dodged the bullets, trying to buy time with this lame trick. With that, he suddenly changed his mind and said, charge straight for Kokan. I am betting with you. As he spoke, his blade swung right in front of him. The edge of the blade was just a hand's width away from his throat, but just as he was about to touch Gu Kan, Tanjia was unexpectedly knocked away. He quickly used his dagger to brace himself and avoid falling, but his eyes remained fixed ahead. Confused about what was happening, Chen Qianmo stood in front of Gu Kan, asking if he was alright. Gu Kan was relieved that he had arrived. I intentionally led him this way to bet that I would find you, and I won the bet. Then he plopped down on the ground, panting heavily. Someone is going to pay for this. Tanjia raised his trembling hand and asked who was in front of him. Kunmo seriously introduced himself. I am the president of the Eternal Summit Guild, Chang Qimu. Upon hearing this, Wang Tanji immediately changed his attitude. You are the 2nd-tier guild president. Perfect. I am here to take you all down, he responded nonchalantly. Then hurry up, I am really busy. Tanjia then charged forward, swinging his dagger and cursing Quan Mo for being arrogant. Gu Kan, witnessing this from outside, panicked and shouted a warning to Cheng Qian Mo. Be careful. This is a dark martial artist's 3rd strike. Normal defenses 1T work, but just as his dagger came down, Cheng Qian Mo raised the umbrella in his hand to block it. Tanjia was now putting all his strength into the dagger. Is that umbrella spinning? He had used it to block my attack earlier. Meanwhile, Cheng Qian Mo remained calm, talking to him. This is not an ordinary defensive item. Plus, I understand quite a bit about dark martial artists' skills. Tanjia immediately retreated from the spot. This is not over yet. Just a moment later, Chen Qianmu appeared behind him. It was time to end this. He then used a soul-stealing technique, kicking Tanjia in the back. The kick pierced straight through his heart, causing him to roll his eyes back. Chen Qianmo proudly held the umbrella, turning to walk away. If it were before, I could have played with you a bit longer. But today I am really busy. Gu Kan watched the recent fight and was left speechless. You are really too monstrous. After all, it is the third transition. How could you be defeated so quickly? Chen Qianmo explained to him that it was just a third-tier dark martial artist, and there were many flaws in his moves. He was the one invading the guild. Right, Gu Kan confirmed. But what about the others attacking the base? At that moment, he suddenly remembered those who were with Chen Qianmo earlier and asked anxiously. He replied casually, I heard the guild was being invaded, so I rushed over. They could not keep up with me, so they got left behind. You are injured, so stay here and wait for Huangshan and the others to come assist, while I head back to support the guild. As he spoke, Qianmo turned to leave. After saying that, Chen Qianmo swiftly jumped away without looking back. Gu Kan could only sigh behind him. This guy is really too monstrous. At this moment, at the Eternal Pinnacle Guild, a minion of the Blood Alliance was stabbed right in the chest. Then, Nsihai fought fiercely, cutting down the wave of attackers like a storm. Despite their fierce fighting, both were surrounded. Luo Mincho worried they might not hold the main gate much longer. But Nunchi Sihai reassured him that if they could just hold on a bit longer, the guild leader would be back soon. Just then, they suddenly heard a thunderous explosion, and they turned in shock to see a large hole blasted in their gate. The Blood Alliance had shot directly at the gate to break in. The gunmen laughed loudly. Their main gate was destroyed, and they rushed in. Seeing this, Ninja Sihai hurriedly turned to tell Lei Mineko to stay and guard while she went down to stop them. But he insisted she should not go. It was too dangerous. Longnanji Sihai gritted her teeth and glared back, saying that no matter what, she could not just stand by and watch them invade the guild. But at that moment, the Blood Alliance members suddenly froze, mouths agape, looking in one direction as if someone was attacking from behind. Before they could react, someone sent them all flying. A Trunkimupsi charged in from somewhere, sending the attackers flying in all directions without resistance. The guild members were overjoyed to see him. The guild leader is back. We are saved. Up high, Lo Minho and Xi also saw Trun Kimmc and were thrilled, preparing to rush down to help him. When Kimmc appeared like a god, he spoke in a deep voice. Anyone who does not want to die, leave here immediately. But those guys did not know fear, seeing he was alone. They underestimated him and rushed him all at once. Atron Kimmc sighed, appearing helpless. The opportunity was given to you. He then raised his sword, his eyes flashing with killing intent. In the next moment, Ment swung his sword in the air, unleashing ice directly at the incoming enemies. As the ice struck them, they all froze in place. Before Trim Memsi now stood only immobile ice statues. When Nalomeneko and Nai Sihai jumped down, they realized he did not even need their help anymore. At that moment, Trunko Mec turned to her and asked about everyone's condition. But seeing Lungnachi Sihei not responding and looking down, he worriedly asked if she was injured. Immediately, she rushed to hug Kimmc, sobbing, I am so glad you are back. Trunka Mec gently patted Nensihei's head to reassure her. It is okay now. It is. Then he lifted his head, speaking coldly and firmly. Don't worry. This won't happen again. At that moment, Lominiko spoke up to ask Trankoniki Mec how they would deal with these people. He calmly replied, those who dare to attack us must pay the price. Leave a few behind to ask questions, and kill the rest. Kimmc's expression was so cold it sent chills down people's spines. The scene shifted to Chu VM, where his subordinates were asking if they needed to go provide support. Little did they know, Chu VM remained indifferent. Support. Isn't this just what we planned? It seems V Tindasi Chach must have been killed by him and C7 working together. The other guilds suffered heavy losses, while only Vivim Long managed to maintain their strength. Hatsite Mun has become his pawn. They won this battle, and I took the opportunity to control the Blood Shadow Alliance. Everyone achieved their goals. Chu VM turned to leave, a twisted smile on his face. And he had only defeated one V Tunset Shin. My strength might not even be inferior to his. So what is there to be afraid of? Back at the watchtower of the Vinaidrath and Mayan Fong Guild, the once fierce enemies from Hait Sat Mun were now begging for mercy, blaming everything on Chu VM Sukuides. Atron Kimmc asked about that name. The other quickly replied, he is the president of the Vime Long Guild. You guys offended him and made him jealous of your guild's skills, which caused this rift. Trin Hong Kim MMC turned to ask Hong Thin when they had offended Chu VM. You guess it is related to those troublemakers during the selection days. Even if you did not offend them, they would still find reasons to cause chaos. Something this big happened while I was not around. This absolutely can't just be brushed off. Hong Thin gritted his teeth in anger. And even Trong Givim Isa frowned tightly. Once they take action against us, they will definitely face the consequences. He turned to seek Tun of Vinay Aksang's opinion. He analyzed that the Lion Mine Heights is the largest guild in Lion Gayat City, directly connected to the city council. If we really act, it could shake the whole council. This time, even if we are in the right, the leader Ving Tinsech is dead. Tran KMFC said solemnly. Are you suggesting I let it go? Elder Tayan. But he was also very confused, denying it. The relationships involved are just too complicated. And I have not thought of the best way to handle it. MC frowned. This time, if Old C were not here, and if the glass barrier is removed, there would be no chance of salvaging this situation. Besides, Old C almost lost his life because of this. As soon as he finished speaking, Zipsian chimed in. President, do not say I am in such dire straits. I am not dead. Hong Thin joyfully asked Han. Old C. You recovered that quickly. Hearing that, he replied arrogantly. With the world tree, even if I step into the gates of hell, I can be pulled back, let alone just a small injury like this. Then Seedin turned to Bio Trim MC. But he stubbornly held on and would not let go. If anyone touches me, I will definitely repay them 100-fold. Hong Thin agreed, still trying to dissuade him. The Blood Shadow Alliance is connected to major guilds. The council will definitely not sit idly by. Even though you are great at fighting, in the real world, power and relationships are what matter most. Hearing Sifan say that, Atron Kim MC turned to look at the enemy soldiers, murmuring, causing them to turn pale. Power and relationships. But in the end, he remained resolute. No matter what, I must eliminate the instigator to prevent future troubles. That is my only limit. No one spoke up against it. So we will follow the chairperson's orders. A few days later, Cheng Kanmo's guild launched an attack on that other guild, looting and even destroying their sign. As a result, several martial artists sat in a tea house, loudly discussing the incident. They had been attacking the guilds affiliated with the Blood Alliance everywhere, destroying several guild strongholds. The story was a hot topic, even in the tea house. People were talking about these arrogant actions. They were certain that the city council would force that guild to comply when someone entered the tea house. Hong Qian, annoyed, wanted to teach those loudmouths a lesson. But Gu Gan stopped him. This time we are here to mediate, not to cause trouble. Huang Qin was still frustrated about the fights everywhere, and could not find Zhu Yan. It is clear that the council is covering for him. He explained that his goal was to create a big fuss, and then use the council's mediation as leverage. Now it seems he has achieved his goal. Huang Qin turned to Chen Kamo and asked how they would act next. He calmly replied, don't act rashly. We are here to mediate, so we must follow the rules of the conference. Hearing Kiamo say this surprised him. It was not like him at all, but Gugan was quite worried about Chen Kwamo's calm demeanor. If he truly followed the council's advice and stopped, that would be good. But this unusual behavior might indicate he was preparing for something major. The grand building of the IE Guild stood tall against the clear sky. Outside, a crowd was gathering to enter the building. Zhu Yan stepped out to greet them, saying, Chairperson Cheng, I finally get to meet you. We can resolve our misunderstandings now. But Chen Kamo had no idea who the person in front of him was. He smiled and introduced himself. I'm Zhu, chairperson of the Longyan Guild, and the current leader of the Blood Alliance. As soon as he heard that name, Chen Kamo's expression darkened immediately. So you are Zhu Yan. At the council meeting of Lin City Moon, the chairperson of the Lin City Moon Council was scolding Wang Tancha for provoking a monster like Cheng Kyanmo without even investigating. Another member of the council thought that Kiamo dared to kill Wang Tanchao and wanted to wipe out the Blood Alliance, showing no regard for the council. Li Shan immediately retorted. Clearly the Blood Alliance was envious of their technology and wanted to take over but failed, which is why they were killed. The other scoffed. Your auction house has dealings with Eternal Peak, so of course, you would cover for him. She did not back down. Aren't you also involved with the Blood Alliance? At this moment, Dang Yuan told everyone to stop arguing, then asked where Zhu Yan was now. Hearing someone say he had gone outside to greet people from Eternal Peak, he was shocked and exclaimed in surprise. After realizing this is Chu VM Hong Thin, Divmmse asked if he should take action directly, to which Xian replied, wouldn't that be disrespectful to the council? You keep arguing. Now taking action will only escalate things. Strangely, he seemed indifferent to Chu VM and just lowered his head to pass by. Thinking, now that we are here, let us discuss it inside. At this moment, the Yong'an led a few council members outside, scolding them as they walked. You let Chu VM go outside. And if they fight here, our council will lose all face. After a bit more, Iyungavian saw Tronkium MC and greeted him. I have heard of you. Chairman Tron, he said flatly. Pakiam MC responded. Who are you? Then, Tunan Vini Xtong stepped forward to introduce him as Ian Nu Guyan, the head of the Line Gai Thun branch of the Profession Association, and also the acting chairman of the council. After hearing this, Tron Kim MC urged everyone to come inside to talk. A young Guyan watched him leave with a complicated expression, saying, I did not come here to welcome you. I am worried you will end up fighting. Chu Viam was frustrated because things were not going as he imagined. He thought they would lose control and strike. Wouldn't that offend the council? Who would have thought this guy, who was so reckless before, would be so calm now? Once inside, the Trondheim FC took a seat and looked across, saying, "Why are you all standing? Please sit down." A young Guyan started by saying that the Blood Alliance was wrong, but since Vgetsusiach had been killed, Chu Min also wanted to mediate. Chu Viam immediately put on a show of distress. The leader Ving really acted foolishly, but he has paid the price for his actions. He stood up straight and declared that all past grievances would be forgiven. The Blood Alliance can still collaborate with Vinanun Ening Ninafong for mutual benefit. After all, the Blood Alliance now belongs to Chu Viam, so this is beneficial for both sides. Hearing this, Trondheim Mivsi immediately praised him. "I am here today to do business with you all." A Yingayan was astonished and asked, "Business? What kind of business?" Trondheim MC confidently replied, "I won't pursue losses anymore. But you need to send a group of people to me. Each should hold a corresponding secondary profession, and be at least of intermediate level. And they must commit for no less than a year." Hearing this, he was in shock. "Are you saying these people will join your Vina Ening, Yin Fong?" Trondheim MV waved his hand, saying they do not need to join. Just help us with the work. Immediately, one person stood up, dissatisfied, saying, "Does this mean the chairman wants to cease hostilities, and the council should compensate you?" Give him Sir calmly replied, "We will pay above market wages, and will share my alchemy techniques with the craftsmen in the guild as compensation." The people present were shocked by this statement. Thinking he was joking, Kiamemasi continued, "Every month, I will distribute 20% of the premium products at cost for you agents to sell. Moreover, I guarantee that Vina Hungthun will no longer sell these products. Our business scope can expand into larger areas." Everyone in the room was extremely happy and excited after hearing this. Immediately agreeing, the act of forging and refining still depends on the world's tree's resources. Even if I teach them the techniques to create a complete product, they still have to rely on their guild. Sharing profits for development is the path I have outlined for the Eternal Summit. Chu Viam's face turned pale as he gritted his teeth. If we let him do that, won't the entire Lingayat city become his subordinate? Won't the Blood Alliance that I fought hard to conquer be in vain? Kikimamfri stood up, raising his hand to declare that the Eternal Summit was officially established. From now on, all your positions must align with mine. If I go to war with other guilds in the future, you must sever ties with them and not sell any products to them. He could no longer hold back. Furious, "Your actions are clearly aimed at our Blood Alliance, are not they?" But before Tramakiamumsi could respond, Leon Gain and a few others spoke up to attack Chu Viam. He completely exploded, shouting loudly, "Shut up. You only know how to follow the tide." Upon seeing this, the others were also frightened. This is Tam Chine. When did he step into Tam Chun? On the opposite side, and Sivan along with Hong Then and Nade Si He smirked. "It looks like we have a show to watch." Chu Vian pointed directly at Kiamesa, saying, "You think I am afraid of you? I just want to live in peace. But you won't let me." He immediately retorted, "I never wanted to calculate these matters. But you were the one who provoked me first." After that, he completely lost it and charged at Trentrana Kim MS. In the continent of Thenkai, the strong reign. Whoever has the biggest fist has the right to speak. Today, I will show you that my power is absolutely not inferior to V10NCH. KMC slammed the table and stood up, saying loudly, "I like your attitude, although I am only at the second stage. If you insist on fighting me, I can only welcome you with all my might." A moment later, everyone present in the conference room moved outside. Xiangain worriedly urged Hong Then to persuade Trine KMMS, but he just smiled reassuringly at the old man. "Our guild leader will be fine." Chu Viam arrogantly mocked. "You are so foolish that you can make the council turn against you. If you think you are smart, then agree to a one-on-one fight with me." Kaimsa, while listening to the jokes, asked, "Are you sure you will win?" He raised his hand to create a flame. "The level limit cannot be surpassed. Haven't your teachers taught you this at school?" "They really do not teach this kind of level limit at mine. I just told them that the division of power has only one standard." While Trine Guillaume Masai was bowing his head to respond, Chu Viam's fireball rushed towards him. "That is the skill." After finishing his words, he swung his sword straight at the fireball. He immediately created countless more fireballs. "Just a lone rogue. Let us see how good you can pretend to be." Countless fireballs flew in, but Trime Gekiam Mumsi quickly sliced through them all with his sword. He landed softly on the ground without a single flame touching him. Liomine immediately recognized the third-tier fire magic outside, though its attack was not very strong. If the front line stretched, they could change the terrain. If President Trine can break this deadlock, it will be dangerous. At that moment, Chu Viam had created a wall of fire right in front of him. He called this skill Demonic Flame, which would deal real damage. If there is no way to counter it, we might as well die in this sea of fire. But then, a beam of light shot out from the wall of fire. Trinem Kiam Muncie had somehow quickly jumped through the wall of fire and stabbed directly into Chu Viem's chest with his sword. He was pierced in one hit but was still in shock. He smiled brightly and replied, "Sorry, but this is my top-tier equipment. Thea Bism. Besides, your speed is too slow." Chu Wiem grabbed the sword that was stabbing into his chest. "Do you really think you can kill me like this? I still have elemental skills." But then he quickly realized something. Why is not my elemental skill working? Atreem Mux pulled out his sword, saying, "My weapon is also top tier with a passive skill dealing continuous 100% damage. Turning into a turtle won't help you." Chu Wiem fell to the ground. "How do you possess so many top tier items? Isn't it said that it is all about skills?" He spat blood, unwilling to accept as he questioned. Then, like a grim reaper with a scythe, Tikinamon slowly approached Chu Wiem, causing him to fearfully step back. "You can kill me. I am the leader of the Blood-Killing Alliance. If you kill me, the council will definitely..." Before Chu Wiem could finish, he looked up and saw the cold, watching eyes of everyone there. Atreem Mes raised his sword high, binding me with benefits. Then I will show you who really offers greater benefits. Trying to suppress me with power. Let us see who is stronger. Comparing fists. How pitiful. Your fists are not even as big as mine. In your next life, be a decent person. His eyes glowed red like a real demon. After killing Chu Wiem, Atron Kim turned to those present. "Look closely. I am here to negotiate for a mutual victory." He would not stop, so I had to take action. They immediately echoed his sentiment, and Sin secretly laughed at the scene. Our president not only has strong power but also works without any flaws. Following him, it seems I have chosen the right person. Everyone then surrounded Kitram MMC to discuss cooperation with VNA, Line Fong, inside the guild. VNA Fong. Everyone was bustling with transporting goods. The young guy inside, not expecting the guild to produce so many weapons and potions. He replied that this is just the initial stage. Once all personnel from the parliament are fully assembled, their production capacity can increase even more. He continued, "Currently, the high-quality materials produced are saturated. If we want to increase output, we need to find ways to export them to surrounding cities. Of course, Atronka MMC understands Ionagayan's intentions, so we need to think carefully about transportation and logistics." The two continued to walk and discuss cooperation and cargo transport. The old man clasped his hands and bid farewell. With the chairman's word, I feel assured. I really did not misjudge him. Partnering with Principal Tron is indeed the best choice. After Hyun Yugoyan left, Si-sen frowned and grumbled. Truly a sly fox, always wanting to take advantage. Then he turned to ask you with concern, "You really have a solution for transport? Right. If so, then the entire Linegeite city will be ours to decide." But Trangarngiem said something completely unrelated. It seemed there were some signs. And then he told everyone to first complete the guild upgrade. Shortly after, the three of them, Atri Mummies, Siku-sen, and Hong Thin, arrived at another large rock inscribed with eternal electric wind. At that moment, a notification appeared saying, "You are now eligible for an upgrade. Would you like to proceed?" Trinham Kim MLC immediately pressed the upgrade button without hesitation. A moment later, a green light emanated from the top of the large rock. Upon seeing this light, the guild members were also very delighted. The guild has been upgraded again. In just 3 short months, our guild has become a level 3 guild. Another notification appeared before Trenki MS. He read the information out loud. After reaching level 3, production facilities can finally be upgraded, with enough infrastructure to support manpower. Not only that, they received 2 additional types of facilities, a stone-throwing catapult and a quick-firing crossbow. Atron Kim Mufsa smiled, finally having defensive structures. This is a crucial link. With this, we won't have to worry about incidents like the Blood Slaughter sect anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, the guild received a crossbow vehicle. The guards there were extremely delighted. "Now, who dares to cause trouble for us? They won't leave in one piece." Then another notification appeared reporting the current information about the guild. Atron Mus was very pleased to see it. At this rate of development, we won't be far from reaching level 4. Suddenly, they all heard a loud noise and turned to look. The guild guards looked up and discovered dragons in the sky, among the green clouds. Dragons were being exchanged. Hong Thin looked up in shock and asked, "Isn't Lineguide a mid-level map area? How could there be dragons?" Si-sen shared her thoughts with him. They seem like the type that lives in dark forests. After the guild expanded, it may have encroached on their territory, causing this rebellion. Trine Kim M. Muff looked up at the dragons and chuckled internally. The second benefit of the dark forest has arrived. The people on Next Sea High's side also received the news and rushed over to inquire about the situation. What happened? Another troublemaker has arrived. Even Hong Thin feels helpless. This time it is not a person, but a dragon. The dragon clan might be about to attack our base. Everyone was startled by what he said, but Siku-sian reassured them. "If it is a young dragon, I can still handle it. But if it is a large or even fully grown dragon, We might be in serious trouble today. Hearing this, everyone felt quite discouraged. A Trongham makes a step forward, unafraid, telling everyone to go take a look and then decide. The dragons were still circling in the air, refusing to land. CDC I've observed them for a moment and concluded that they were young emerald dragons. This type of dragon is not too aggressive, but they are not friendly towards humans either, at this point. Hong Thin had counted about 7 of them. They would not be easy to deal with. Typically, dragons are classified into 4 levels: low rank, mid rank, high rank, and super rank. The weakest are low rank dragons, while super rank dragons are the strongest. The young emerald dragon is considered a super rank among dragons, even though it is just a young one. Its strength is equivalent to a level 40 awakened person. Trami then solemnly said, "You all stay here and guard while I check it out." But Hong Thin quickly stopped him, saying, "Don't rush. That is a dragon." But before he could stop him, Kivim had already jumped down. As he ducked, Trinon Kivim thought to himself that in past battles for the Dark Forest among guilds, these young emerald dragons had appeared and caused significant casualties immediately. Looking back, they had not wiped them out back then, so their intention might be for the dragons to charge at him fiercely upon seeing him. But Tron Ki M Mufsi quickly raised his hand to block them. Immediately, the group of dragons was forced to retreat from a single move he made. Then Ki MC took out a large jar of death essence, looked at one dragon, and asked, "You want this?" "Right." The dragons nodded immediately upon seeing what they needed. Tron Ki MC told them to come down and try it out. He thought to himself that he had guessed correctly. They came for the death essence. Meanwhile, in the forest, everyone was rushing towards where Trondar Ki Memes had gone. Hong Thin and Ninglai Then, along with Siyif, hurriedly dashed off. Extremely worried. This is not good. I see all 7 dragons rushing over. Old MC is definitely in trouble. The guild leader is too fast. I can't even call him back. Then he shot up, shouting for MC to hang in there. His friends were coming. Trindrim Ki Musi was currently telling the dragons to come over and eat the death essence. Don't rush. I have plenty. You just ate. Let your companion come to replace you. When everyone arrived and saw this scene, they were utterly astonished. Tronkovmxc explained that they meant no harm. They had been using the essence as food here, which just happened to be the spot we took over. It seems our death essence suits their taste better. Who knows? These young dragons might become our allies. Hearing this, Hong then was left speechless in disbelief. Allies? Are you saying our guild will have dragons? Everyone in the guild gasped at his daring words. Chen Qiamo pointed to the empty jar that had contained the deadly liquid. It is all gone. Completely wiped out. Then he asked the others if they still wanted to eat this stuff in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, the dragons nodded in unison. Chen Qiamo then laughed and said, "All right, you can stay here. I will give you a little every 3 days." The young dragon thought for a moment, then reached out to touch Chen Qiamo's hand. That was their way of agreeing. At that moment, a notification appeared saying, "Congratulations. You have successfully reached an agreement with the 7 young emerald dragons. They agree to stay in Eternal City. However, you need to provide at least 4 units of life source essence every 3 days. If you fail to meet this requirement, they will leave on their own. Do you agree?" Chen Qiamo just smiled wryly upon hearing this. These young emerald dragons really eat a lot. In just 3 days, I have to give them 4 units of my life source essence. Will I only be left with 1 unit to use as a resource? He thought to himself. Never mind. Let us just get them here first and worry about the rest later. Another notification appeared. Congratulations. The guild leader of Eternal City has temporarily reached an agreement with the Emerald Dragons, outlining the benefits for the guild and the penalties for contract violations. After reading it, Chen Qiamo could not help but grin. With 1 dragon egg developing each week, would not everyone in the guild end up with their own dragon? That is a bold statement. The guild members were thrilled to see him tame 7 dragons. With this, trade routes with other major cities could be established. They could transform into dragon warriors in the future. Right. Chen Qiamo checked the system information and indeed, risks always accompany benefits. It seemed that by enticing the young jade dragons, he triggered a protective mechanism that sent a young jade dragon to test his strength. Well, if the soldiers come, the generals will block, and if the water floods, the earth will hold. This is also a huge opportunity that I absolutely cannot miss. Chen Qiamo smiled with satisfaction. The scene shifted to a nearby cave, where a worried voice could be heard. What is going on? Why have not my brother and sister come back yet? Then Dai anxiously flailed his tail everywhere. Could they have been lured away or kidnapped by bad people? Up in the sky above the guild, several young dragons were exchanging pigs. Koken Huangchun and Gai Shen both felt that something was off. Chen Qiamo then responded to them. The main combat warriors will participate. This time I plan to reward that person with a young jade dragon. As soon as he finished speaking, the others quickly changed their expressions, showing immense gratitude towards him. Seeing them so full of energy, Chen Qiamo could only smile and say, Alright. Let us hurry up and prepare for battle. In the Eternal City Guild. It was now late at night. Cheng Kanmo entered the workshop to ask Du Tai about the progress of the crossbow manufacturing. He replied that they are currently manufacturing 100 weapons per person. And they are close to 5,000 now. After hearing this, he commented that the progress is quite good. They should be ready for battle by tomorrow at the latest. And see how many more they can produce. I plan to arrange for some protective roles next to you all. So you won't have to worry about safety and can focus on loading the ammunition. After hearing this, Zaytit smiled and assured him to relax. Trinam Kiamem Mumsi reminded him to tell someone to take all types of explosives from the storage and stock them up in the city. At that time, do not hold back on the resources. They can't afford any slip-ups during this crucial phase. This battle is crucial to determine whether we can surpass Vinu Hemingli Nanfeng, even if I have to exhaust all resources. I must take down this emerald dragon. Just then, they all heard a thunderous roar. As they jumped up higher, Atron Kiamemsi noticed a silhouette of an emerald dragon flying in from a distance. It has finally arrived. This is the emerald dragon in its youthful state with a health of 500,001. The very one that lured my younger siblings. The people below quickly ran forward to prepare for battle, amazed by the dragon's power and its ability to speak. Yet, Atron Kiamemsi remained calm, speaking to Than Vi, saying that the term lured is too harsh. They all voluntarily joined our guild. She roared angrily. We are the noble dragon clan. How could we willingly join a weak territory like yours? Those poor kids must have been tricked by your sweet words. Tramiam Misi continued to persuade. If you do not believe me, come with me to their headquarters and see for yourself. But just as he finished speaking, a bullet suddenly shot right at Thanwi's face. Trindram Kiammc immediately bent down and asked his subordinate what he was doing. He trembled in fear, saying he was too tense. At this moment, she was furious and opened her mouth, creating a large energy ball. Immediately, Thanjie shot straight into the guild's watchtower. Seeing this, Trunhong King M. Mufsi quickly rushed over to grab the two soldiers and jumped down, shouting, "It seems that a peaceful resolution is impossible now." Then, all members prepare for battle. At this moment, Akikan had already aimed his gun at her, ready to shoot. Let us see the strength of this youthful dragon clan member first. Shortly after, he fired multiple shots at Thani. Seeing this, the soldiers below were astonished and could not stop praising Tukukan. But just as they were about to celebrate, he was hit by her attack right where he stood. Thanva roared, "Is sneaking up all you know how to do?" Atron Kim FC saw Kikan seriously injured and quickly ran over to ask, "Are you okay?" He still lay there coughing. "Just remember to leave one dragon for me." Seeing this, Kiamc looked down and shouted to Thalong, "Gather all protective roles and implement defense. Everyone, set up strong defenses to protect your teammates." Just as she finished speaking, she took a breath and breathed fire at them. Then, Thanjie shut her mouth tightly and stared straight ahead. Taking advantage of the moment, Atron Hong Gim Mofso ordered everyone to seize the opportunity and attack. As soon as he spoke, the others below followed his lead and fired continuously at her. Trinam Kiam Mumsi then aimed his lightning strike directly at Thai Thin Lithium. She was hit by his lightning and jolted violently. After that, Thandriye fell straight to the ground, creating quite a shockwave. Sikasi, witnessing this scene, felt a sense of fear. A sorcerer's skills can deal such high damage. This person is truly extraordinary. Perhaps I should treat him a bit more politely in the future. When he levels up, I might not even dare to raise my voice in front of him. Thangae now lay motionless on the ground, her body still surrounded by thunder and lightning. Trime Ki M. Mofsi saw this, and told everyone that this damage was not enough to harm a creature with 4th level strength. All melee classes. Charge in. All ranged unit. Focus all firepower to attack. Everyone can use their big moves now. As he finished speaking, everyone rushed in to fight together. Hong Thin quickly swung his sword and struck one of her wings. The others were equally energized and attacked Than Vivi relentlessly, and Si He was no exception and continued to battle, attacking her without stopping. After a while, unable to endure any longer, Thanjie was knocked down to the ground. The others fared no better, struggling until they finally managed to defeat her. But just a moment later, she spat fire at him again. "I do not need to talk to a human like you." A tree mummies, with a face as dark as a pot, glared at Thanzi, clearly intent on ending her. Saying that, he drew his weapon, raising it to strike her down. Just then, from afar, a group of baby dragons flew in. Catching Trong Kivamin's attention, they landed beside Thanzi, looking at him with pleading eyes. Surprised, Kikimim asked, "Do you want me to spare her?" But before he could say anything else, she yelled again, "You do not need to plead with him." Suddenly, then A's tone changed. "Wait, are you calling him president? Didn't you all get captured by them?" Trine Kim M. Mumsy approached and stroked the chin of a young dragon, saying, "So she is your sister. Don't worry. I was just threatening her a little. I won't make things difficult for your sister." A while later, The guild members were cleaning up the battlefield. And Thandue had transformed back into her human form to talk to Tran Kui members. This is not my fault. It is because you did not explain clearly. You humans are often too cunning. And hearing her say that left him feeling utterly helpless. Didn't I explain clearly? I said from the beginning that we should negotiate first, but she stubbornly replied, I do not care. After all, you were the ones who struck first. Hong Thin stood outside, completely astonished by the scene. He could not believe that the massive dragon that had just fought fiercely against was actually such a cute girl. Sivan replied that dragons are highly intelligent creatures, and once they reach a certain level, they can transform. However, the dragon girl's demeanor really only seemed to bother NXC High, which is why Angli Then decided to tease her a bit. Tran Kim frowned and said to Thanie, after all, we are the good ones who took in your siblings. But instead of being grateful, you are causing trouble and injuries. How do you plan to handle this? As soon as this was mentioned, she fell into a weak position. Stammering, what do you want? It was as if Trondakiam Umse had been waiting for her to say that. Smirking, if you admit to causing the damage, then you will work for me. Upon hearing Tron Kavam Umse's condition, Thanie I frowned. You want me to work for humans? No way. Tron Mevsi continued. Taking care of these siblings must be tough for you. Otherwise, they would not dare venture into human territory for food. If you join our guild, I can guarantee unlimited supplies of food and life resources. Seeing her waver, Atron Mevsi calmly said, I am your prisoner now. So how could I deceive you? Hearing this, Ingli Then outside could not help but tear up. This chairman. Why do others get to eat comfortably while I have to work to pay off debts? The long sighed in sympathy. Who does not have to deal with that? In the end, Thangye was swayed by the offer of food and agreed to Tran Kiem MC's request. For the food, I will reluctantly agree. At that moment, a notification appeared saying, Congratulations. You have successfully tamed a young Jade dragon. This is an S-grade pet of exceptional quality. When used as a mount, it can increase movement speed by 500%. When used in combat, it can assist its owner in battles. Atron Kim MC then remembered something. You probably still do not have a name. Do you? Looking at you. All green. Then we will call you Thanze from now on. She immediately accepted. With that settled, Thanie happily said, All right, then take me to see the whole place. At that moment, and Steven approached Tranakiam MC and spoke. Good. You are really impressive. Even a female dragon dares to accept you. In my life, I have never admired anyone else but you. He asked with concern about the old man's health. Susan confidently patted his chest, saying, It is nothing. Just some surface wounds. A few days of rest and I will be fine. Just as he finished speaking, he started coughing and told Trine Ki MMC to remember his promise to give him a dragon. He broke out in a sweat. Don't overdo it. Just rest well. I will go back and have old Kine make some recovery medicine for your injuries. After seeing that Susan had been helped away, Atranka Mufsu thought to himself, It seems I need to seize the time to refine some good medicine. Otherwise, once today's news spreads, there might be people who can't hold back anymore. It is also time to look into high-grade herbs. He smiled and tightened his fist. The next morning, at the gate of a house hidden in the forest, Tranka Memse asked Telnersong, What do you think of the improved formulas I presented? The old man stammered, holding several sheets of paper, and asked him, Is this really what you refined all night? I am truly impressed. You are quite talented. Hearing Ten Venix Song say that, Tranhiamumfi felt very pleased. If Elder Ten thinks there is no problem, then let us prepare the materials and seize the time to brew the medicine. Hearing this, the old man was quite surprised. Seeing Ten of Vxong react this way, he felt a bit awkward. Vina Nextong quickly explained that this was a high-grade herb formula. How could a mid-level pharmacist like KMMC refine it? Yet after hearing this, Atrimhmfc remained indifferent. It is just a high-level pharmacist certification. I can get it in 2 days at most. Before Ten of Vnxozum could say anything more, he looked up at the sky and called out, Then Zaiye. Just a moment later, a young emerald dragon immediately swooped down. Atron KMMC turned to the old man and said, Elder Tayan, you prepare the work ahead and wait for my return. With that, he mounted the dragon and flew away, leaving Tenavine still in shock behind. Can he really upgrade from mid-level herbs to high level in just 2 days? Is he too abnormal or am I too outdated? The scene shifts to a vast and luxurious alchemy guild. Here, everyone was astonished to see Trong Kaibam Minsi riding a dragon coming in. Oh my. Where did this wealthy guy riding a dragon come from? Some thought he was a rich second generation. But soon someone recognized him as Kasimim Asim, the president of V Nasi Na Fong. As soon as Tron Kiam Mumsa stepped in, a man hurried out to greet him. Tron Onian's grand entrance lit up the hall. How may I assist you, sir? Trini M.E. simply brushed past him. Prepare the best alchemy room for me. I want to hone my skills. And get me a book on high-grade herbal medicine skills as well. The man quickly complied. Do you need any other auxiliary materials? Sir. The manager suggested charging him 1,000 gold coins for the room. But Tron Kimutsi did not seem to care. He pulled out a pouch of coins and dropped it on the table. Here are 2,500 gold coins. Let us do this properly. And remember to prepare what I asked for. Those around him saw this scene and continued to speculate on what KMMC intended to do. Not long after, in the grand luxurious building of the guild, the man who welcomed KMMC yesterday was now reporting everything to Ian. Tron KMMC wants to challenge the high-grade herbalist certification. The old man was astonished. He was already a high-level craftsman, and now he wants to pursue high-grade herbalism too. I heard he even planned to merge the Blacksmiths Guild with the Life Association. Seems it is true. If we let him become a master herbalist, uniting the two guilds will just be a matter of time. With his friendship with Tafeng Vaniloging, our Life Association will probably be crushed by then. Seeing him in such a tough spot, his subordinate suggested, so what should we do? Should I interfere a bit with his materials? But right away, a Ungain yelled at him. You dare to touch him, don't you see what happened to Chu Vum? The subordinate, frightened by Zigu's anger, stammered, asking what to do now. Inunganguan frowned in thought and said, if he really becomes a senior herbalist today, we will double the number of experts we have sent out in various fields. Their salaries will be paid by our Lineguide Life Association, and we will send a batch of materials as a gift too. After hearing this, the subordinate could only widen his eyes in shock. Chairman Ziying, is not this investment too large? We are going to lose out. But Ziyangain immediately rebutted. For a prodigy like him, our lower nation will soon change its face. If we do not invest now, do we want to hand him over to the Blacksmiths Guild? Hearing this, the subordinate agreed to follow his orders. All right. I will immediately go tell my subordinates to make arrangements. 2 days later, the subordinate rushed in to report to Vianginingine. Seeing this, he asked, any news from below? The subordinate trembled as he replied that in less than 2 days, Tron KMMC had already advanced to high-level herbalism. Upon hearing this, Iyangovian immediately ordered him. So what are we waiting for? Gifts should be given while it is still early. Do not let the Blacksmiths Guild snatch him away first. Meanwhile, Tron KMMC was sitting cross-legged in his alchemy room. A notification appeared right in front of him. Congratulations. Your herbalism has advanced to high level. You have received the title of Master Herbalist. After hearing this, he breathed a sigh of relief and said, although it took less than 2 days, he had not slept much, so he was still a bit tired. Suddenly, Tron KMMC heard voices from outside his room. This is the territory of my Life Association. Why are those guys from the Blacksmith Guild making a fuss here? Another voice retorted. We heard Chairman Tron has been promoted to high-level herbalism, so we came to congratulate him. What is wrong with that? Moments later, he stepped outside and found 2 groups standing on either side and asked everyone. Before he could react, the 2 people immediately rushed over to introduce themselves and express their desire to give gifts. They were from Chairman Zai and the Blacksmith Guild. After hearing their simultaneous introductions, Atreem Muffs quickly waved his hands. All right, thank you both. Chairman, your people can stay, but please skip the gifts. The 2 were taken aback and wanted to stop him. But Tron Muffs quickly returned to the room. I just leveled up, so please let me rest a bit. The scene shifts to the Vnanod Anfong Guild, where the members are happily chatting. They are all quite amazed. The guild leader disappeared for just 2 days. Yet so many craftsmen have come. Others come to the city as goods. But the guild leader comes as a whole person. Now, with the help of so many craftsmen, our Vina Finafong will surely reach new heights. Feitit was talking to Tron KMMC, wondering why he returned so quickly from his advanced herbalist training, bringing so many people with him. He replied that he successfully leveled up and came back. Then Msei added that these people were sent by the Life Association and the Craftsmen's Guild to provide support. You handle the arrangements, and I will discuss a few things with Old Tan. As soon as he finished speaking, Tit was left speechless. You succeeded, but you only left for 2 days. Atron Mexi stood at the gate of Teen Vnax Zing's house and asked, Old Tun, how's the progress? He stepped outside to report. Guild leader, you really came back in just 2 days. Seems like you failed. Right, it is. I have been studying your formula for days. Before he could say more, Atron Mc interrupted, who said I failed. Just take a good look. Hearing this, a ton of Vnextung rushed over to examine him. And indeed, it was as he said, my guild leader. Did you really succeed in advanced herbalist training in just 2 days? Are you a monster? After seeing the results he had studied over the past 2 days, Atron Mc commented, not bad. The herbs you prepared took considerable effort. Now that I have leveled up to a high-level herbalist, we can start our potion-making plan. Tenhunave was so happy he could cry. Getting to brew potions with a genius like the guild leader is a blessing for me. Old Tun, I will definitely support you well. Outside, The sky in the forest around Old Tun's house was now late afternoon. As night fell, the place was shrouded in mist. Dawn broke again, casting the first rays of sunlight into the house. At that moment, Tun and Vnexing's joyful voice rang out from inside the house. We did it. We succeeded. The guild members passing by early in the morning were very curious. It was Old Teen's voice. What is wrong with him? Has he gone crazy? One guild member replied that he had heard recently that Old Tan and the guild leader were concocting potions together. From the sound of his voice, it seems the potions are ready. Inside the house, a notification popped up saying, "Congratulations. You have successfully crafted the Peak Recovery Potion. The current quality is Tier X. The Tier X Peak Recovery Potion can increase physical injury recovery speed by 500% for 12 hours after consumption," Tan Vinexuang happily said to Trine Kiamak. President. The effect of this stuff is truly insane. We won't provide it to the outside world without restrictions. Right. He crossed his arms and replied, "Of course we need to limit it. First, we will sell 10 vials through an auction house. This will not only enhance our guild's appeal but also avoid causing too much trouble." Tan Vinexuang then clenched his fists and said, "After refining this peak potion, I feel like I have touched the threshold of becoming a master herbalist. It is really not simple at all." At this moment, Trine Kiamak told Tan Vinexuang that he would give him a few days off so he could qualify as a master, as they would still need him for many things in the future. Once the guild reaches level 4, I will temporarily leave the Chian Kai continent. Ving Suong was startled and asked back, "President, what do you want to do? We have a great opportunity to develop quickly. Vin Hang Dunfeng can't be without you." Now he explained that the upcoming exam for the Xia Kingdom is approaching, and since Trine Kiamak is a student of the Divine Journey Academy, he naturally has to attend. Tan Vinexuang then suddenly realized, "Oh right. You did not mention that. I almost forgot you just graduated this year." Then Trine Kiamak picked up a small vial of potion, held it up to examine, and said, "I should have reported to the academy a long time ago, but I was just waiting for this potion. With it, Principal Lang's hidden illness will no longer be an issue." The first scene was a system notification that appeared saying, "Congratulations. You have met the requirements for leveling up. Would you like to upgrade the guild?" Trine Kiamak, along with Koken and Hong Thien, stood in front of the stone pillar. He sighed. After going through so much, the guild finally leveled up to level 4. Kokan, standing beside him, commented that based on his tone, he did not seem very satisfied. "You should know that in the entire Chiang Kai continent, only our Vinhang Dunfeng can level up to level 4 in such a short time, with a scale larger than that of any intermediate city." Hearing this, Trine Kiamak replied with a smile, "The guild's achievements are quite satisfying to me, but the speed is indeed a bit slower than I expected." He behind only knew to smile wryly after hearing this. After clicking the upgrade button on the notification board, the usual blue light enveloped the guild once again. It has now expanded significantly compared to the last time. Another notification appeared in front of Trine Kiamak reporting all the information about the guild. He read for a while and said, after increasing to Tier B, not only did the number of guild members exceed 200, but the influence's radius has also increased by another 500 meters. Koken frowned slightly, saying that a larger scale means a larger area that needs to be protected. Although the Long clan is currently guarding here, most members of the guild are craftsmen, so the armed forces are still inadequate. Huang Xian added, "That is right. We have been seeing spies from other guilds near the border lately. They are jealous of us, and no one knows if they will attack us again." But then, Chen Qianmo turned around to reply, "Don't you worry. I have already considered the defense aspect." Another announcement appeared, but this time it was about the upgraded World Tree. Huang Qian immediately said, "The World Tree is upgraded along with the guild, and its shape seems to have changed." Gu Kan also noticed this, but he was a bit puzzled, not knowing what the vines were for. What is their purpose? Just then, Chang Qimu, who had somehow appeared under the World Tree, told Gu, "Old man, just stand there and fire your machine gun at me." Hong Qian, standing far away, thought he heard wrong and quickly turned to ask, "What did you say? You want old man Go to shoot at you?" Even Gokan turned pale after hearing this. "Are you trying to get yourself killed? But from a distance?" Cheng Qianmo insisted. "I told you to shoot, so just shoot." Hearing this, Gukan did not hold back anymore and picked up his gun in response. "Alright, good. You asked me to shoot, then I won't hold back. Just so you know, if I have to pay for medical bills later, I won't have a dime." Hong Qian, seeing this, panicked and tried to stop them. Even if it is a new ability experiment, it should be done differently. But Chen Quanmo remained stubborn and told Gu Kan, "Just relax and shoot with all your might. Then I won't be polite anymore." After saying that, he fired straight at him, as the bullets flew towards him. Some vines from the World Tree quickly moved closer to Cheng Qianmo. They quickly used their bodies to deflect all the bullets to protect him. Gu Kan and Huang Chan were both wide-eyed in astonishment at this scene. Is this the world tree providing defense? He then frowned and said, "All right, kid. Turns out you have this trick up your sleeve. If that is the case, I will go all out, so be careful." Immediately after, Gu Kan raised his gun and fired a stronger round than before towards Chen Qianmu, but this time, just like before, the vines of the world tree quickly blocked all the bullets, causing Chen Qianmu to marvel. This defensive effect is much stronger than I imagined. At this point, it seemed Gu Kan had given up. His machine gun dropped heavily to the ground. Gu Kan then gasped and knelt down on one knee, saying, "If I just rely on the machine gun and bullets, I really can't break through the defense. I need to use the more powerful Barrett." Chen Qianmo then explained further to them. The world tree, after the upgrade, looks like an ordinary tree, but in reality, it has developed intelligence and knows how to protect our guild members. Moreover, these leaves are extremely tough. Even if the three transitions want to destroy them, they would need to use their ultimate techniques. With this, if we encounter firepower attacks in the future, everyone can retreat, and standing under the world tree, they can safely counterattack. After hearing this, Q7 admitted that this is indeed a good item. But why are you preparing these things? Are you planning to leave the guild? Trahiam Mse happily replied that yes. That is right, he is preparing to return to school for the exam. Hong Then next to him continued. He also has to go back to school. But Sivan still looks a bit confused. Then he broke into a cold sweat, stammering, almost forgetting that you two are still students. Back at the gate of the Eternal Peak Guild, the inside of the city is bustling with the transport of goods. In the weapon forging area, a Tid is standing there supervising everyone. Everyone in the guild is busy with their own work. At the guild's gate, there are several people standing there. Atranka Missy is facing Titit, while Tenaviex Sung and Si-Sen speak up. In the blink of an eye, the guild has grown to such a large scale. And all of this is thanks to everyone's help. Tempani Exing immediately declined, saying, "That is not true. It is all thanks to you." The president, Tixen beside him, also agreed with him. "That is right. Even though we contributed, I can't deny that it is mainly due to having a powerful president like you." Not wanting to discuss this any further, Atran Kim MC told them, "Family and Thalong also have to return to participate in the exam, so we will go back together. For now, you all take care of the guild's matters." Hearing him say this, the others felt very confident, assuring him to leave these matters to them. After discussing everything, Tran Kim MC felt relieved and turned to leave, adding one last comment. "Don't worry. After I participate in the great examination, I will come back and then lead everyone to clean up the area around Lingayat City." Xian was still in shock, muttering, "Here I, the founder of a level 4 guild. And yet I am still a student. On top of that, I have to go back to take the exam. What kind of strange situation is this?" The scene shifts to a room where someone is reporting that Tron Kim MCA has just left the Then Kai continent through the teleportation gate. Moreover, all the core members of the Eternal Peak Guild have left as well. The one speaking is a subordinate of Nhip Vin Sin. He is holding a cat in his hands and is quite pleased to hear this. Has he really left? That is great. Sitting across from Nati Vin Sin now is a figure with a covered face. This person spoke. "I said long ago that he would definitely return to the Shenyu Academy to participate in the big exam." He responded in a rather incredulous tone. Who would have thought that someone could build a guild capable of dominating in Line Guyat City in just a few short months, especially when he is still a student who has not graduated yet. The cloaked figure is none other than Chu Tai Dai, the former head of the Academic Affairs Department of Ven Bay Academy. That guy gritted his teeth in anger and said, "Because of that brat, I lost my position at Van Ba School and had to be sent to the Chine Kai continent to manage the guild. I won't rest until I get my revenge." Tatidai then continued speaking to Nip Vin Sen. "Brother Nip, my people are on their way here. They will arrive by the day after tomorrow at the latest. If you agree, we can join forces to take down his guild this time." He listened and, while not in a rush, said with a frown, "This kid has an extraordinary background. Not long ago, he wiped out our Blood Shadow Alliance's opponents. I need to think of a way to deal with him." Chu Ti Dai then mentioned that he had spent a lot of money hiring 20 mercenaries. Each of them is at least level 45. If we can defeat their guild, how about a 70-30 split of the loot? Nikip Vinsine finally raised his drink and laughed, saying, "If Director Chu is so sincere, then I will take a risk with you this time. We will launch our attack together the day after tomorrow." Chu Ti Dai also smiled, raising his glass and saying, "This time, working together, we can definitely make sure he dies without a grave." However, he secretly cursed Nithipli Vunsin for saying he would handle the hardest part, and thus would get most of the money. But this time, the Chenkia Mumsi would finally pay the price. The scene shifts to the entrance of the Shenyu school under the warm blue sky. Chenkia Memsi and Nachi Siha walk side by side into the school. As soon as they appeared, Many students started whispering excitedly. Cheng Ki-mmsi looked around for a moment and then turned to Nai Si-hai, asking, "Am I really that famous that so many people recognize me?" She chuckled in response. "You tell me." The president of the tournament, who has broken several records, and is already teaching at the school before graduating, so it is no surprise he gets surrounded wherever he goes. Just then, a voice rang out. "My dear granddaughter." The brat finally returned. If they were any later, they would have missed him. Standing in front of them was Lung Yu Taiyu. Smiling warmly, Nisei rushed over and burst into tears upon seeing her grandfather. "I am such a bad granddaughter for not visiting you for so long." After their emotional reunion, Cheng Ki-mmsi asked him, "Principal, how's your health been lately?" Lung Tiu patted Na Si-hai's head while answering him. "I am still as old as ever. But lately, fewer annoying people have been bothering me, so life has become much quieter." Lung Tiu observed Na Si-hai for a moment and said, "You are already level 39. Little Trunder is also level 39. But he does not seem quite like you. Though that is still great. It looks like our Shenyu school will shine in this exam." Hearing him say that, Cheng Ki-mmif declared his determination. "Since you are back, I will definitely help Shenyu school earn a worthy rank this time. Besides this, I also brought a medicine that can cure your underlying illness." "Grandpa." Lung Tiu took the vial in his hand, astonished, saying, "It can really cure my underlying illness. Are you kidding me, kid?" But before Trema Ki-mmsi could respond, and Si-hai spoke up to her grandfather. "Grandpa, you should trust him. He is now a senior master herbalist." Long Tiu was even more stunned. A senior master herbalist? Has he even surpassed the exam level? Truly a prodigy. Flattered by such praise, Tron Kovie could not hide his joy and urged Long Tiu to go inside and test the medicine's effectiveness. He did not hesitate and turned to leave immediately. "We can delay. Let us find a quiet place to try this medicine and see if it really cures my underlying illness." The first scene is in the principal's office at Shanwei Academy. Lung Tiu was sitting seriously in the chair, saying, "Before we begin, I must tell you both that I have sought help from many master herbalists to cure this underlying illness. But in the end, there were no results. So whether or not today is successful, you two should not lose heart." But Tron Ki-mmsi reassured him, saying he absolutely has faith in himself. And Si-hai also encouraged her grandfather, telling him to trust in his abilities and to drink it quickly. Then Long Tiu picked up the vial and took a sip, but right after, the vial fell from his hand and shattered on the ground. Lung Tiu was now trembling, curled up, speechless. Long Ningc panicked, standing up and shouting. Outside in the schoolyard, 2 black cars were parked. Luffy got out of the car. Somewhat puzzled, Principal Long invited Lam Thing, Ma Ling, and others from our academy to attend the grand conference. "But why can't we reach anyone now?" Thepevnia Saingait replied that he just received news that Tran Ki-mmsi has returned, and they are currently in the office. Hearing this, Luffy laughed, saying, "So that is it. Then Shanyu Academy is fine this year." Suddenly, both of them sensed a powerful aura emanating from the principal's office. Thepevnia Saingait immediately turned to Luffy to ask if he felt it too. Of course. Luffy sensed it as well. He pondered for a moment and said, "This is the aura of a 4th transition expert. Why would Shanyi Academy suddenly emit such a 4th transition aura?" Upon hearing this, Theming Sanuguite's face darkened. Could it be that little rascal Tron QMMC? But Luffy seemed unconvinced, quickly reassuring him. Of course. It could not be him. I guess Lu Long has invited his old friends over. And then both of them went there to check the situation. In the principal's office, he was now standing upright, full of energy. Not only had his hidden illness been cured, but his cultivation level had also improved. "Taiyu Trine, your medicine is amazing." And Si-hai beside him was also very excited. "That is great, sir." At this moment, a Trankimex slowly explained further. "This top-tier medicine not only cured your hidden illness, but also enhanced the power you have built up over the past 10 years. Which is why your level has increased." When Long Tiu heard him say that, tears of joy welled up in his eyes. Has it really been 10 years? Finally, I have returned to my peak. Just then, Luffy and Tossing Sangite walked into the room to congratulate him. I was wondering where the strength of a 4th tier expert came from. Turns out Principal Long has recovered. How wonderful. How wonderful. Seeing them, Long Tiu happily approached and apologized for his rudeness today. Then Theping Sangite asked him what level he was at now. Hearing this, Long Tiu cheerfully replied, "Thanks to some fortunate incidents, the accumulation from previous years has helped me reach level 75. Luffy was shocked and pale, asking in disbelief, "Level 75? How did you completely cure your hidden illness?" He thought to himself, "This old man is something else. I have been training hard for years and I am only at level 74. What kind of fortune has Long Tiu received?" He then continued to introduce, saying it was all thanks to Tiu Tron. who is now a senior herbalist. He also stood up to greet the other two. Luffy laughed and replied, "That is great. I told you so, that brat." Hong Thin, reaching level 40 is already impressive. I did not expect your principal to be even more formidable, and he is also skilled in herbalism. Tramiyim Heave then smiled modestly and said, "Principal Ifi, you flatter me. It is also thanks to everyone nurturing talents like Hong Thin." Although Luffy said no need for politeness, he felt extremely envious. Damn it. Why is not this kind of genius at our Lam Thin Academy? He thought back to a few years ago when Lung Tu was a 4th-tier martial saint. He fell ill while fighting a monster, which lowered the status of the Thondu Academy. Now, not only is he cured, but his strength has also returned. It seems the Thondu Academy will truly be at the forefront. It looks like we need to engage more deeply with the Thondu Academy. At this moment, Lung Tu suddenly remembered something. Tomorrow is the competition day. And perhaps the two of them are still unclear about the competition mechanism. Let me briefly introduce it to you. This time the major points are divided into 2 categories: Challenge the Secret Realm and Elimination Matches. As for challenging the Secret Realm, just as the name suggests, each academy can form a team to participate, and the final results will be ranked based on evaluations through the trials. The elimination matches are battles on the arena. In principle, each university can select 3 candidates. But to assist some weaker schools that are ranked lower, the organizers of the Lower Kingdom have allowed the 4 lowest ranking academies to add 1 more participant. So the elimination scale can reach 64 people. Since the Thondu Academy ranked 20th last year and was the last team in the rankings, so it just happens to allow for the formation of a 4-person team. The overall ranking of the Lower Kingdom Academy competition is calculated by the Academy and accumulated based on points from the Challenge of the Secret Realm and the elimination matches. If you take the top spot in the Challenge of the Secret Realm, you will receive 20 points. Second place gets 19 points. And it continues down to the last position receiving 1 point. The elimination matches will have 5 rounds. Each contestant who successfully advances to the next round will receive 3 points. In the end, the champion may also receive an additional reward of 5 points. My brother, who was the champion before, came from Venomai Academy. Having won the championship, that achievement will correspondingly place them in the top 8 and top 4. Therefore, the total score in the knockout rounds will reach 41 points. In the recent exam, among our 3 schools, only Malin School ranked 8th, while our Shenyu ranked last. How embarrassing. At this moment, Luffy spoke very politely to Lung Tu. "Lu Long, just rest assured. Hong Thien's strength has increased significantly this year, and I believe our Lam Thien Academy will definitely make a breakthrough." He sighed and smiled, replying, "I'm ranked last, so I do not qualify to judge your Lam Thien Academy." Then Lung Tu asked Trindar Kuimsruin what he thought about this competition mechanism. KMMC scratched his head awkwardly and said, "To be honest, the rules of this competition are too complicated. I do not understand. However, to sum it up, regardless of whether it is a challenge, Secret Realm, or solo combat, as long as I win everything, there should not be any problems. Right?" After saying that, everyone agreed. "That is right. What you summarized is very correct. Just winning everything is enough." Tramiyam Mess confidently continued. "So there should not be any problem. Actually, I have a small request this time when I come back, and I hope you all will agree." Lung Tu was certainly very willing to help. Then Tron Kivim and Sei began to clearly state to them, "I hope this year we can select some graduating students from the 3 schools and recruit those good seeds into my guild. I know this is very abrupt, so I wanted to discuss it with everyone first." Luffy also timely spoke up, "If it is voluntary, then of course I have no reason to stop it." In his heart, he thought to himself, how could those outstanding students that the universities have put so much effort into cultivating be easily poached like that? The proposal from this kid is indeed quite abrupt. But what attractive conditions could his newly established guild offer? After finishing, Tron Kim MC bowed 90 degrees respectfully to thank them. He was secretly laughing to himself, thinking, "This is what you all said. So do not blame me for being ruthless when the time comes." The next day, at the HQF competition venue, there was a very large and grand arena. A reporting journalist was smoothly leading the program with a mic, saying that today could be considered an annual event in HQF. Currently, over 800 million people nationwide are watching this competition on TV. As everyone can see, many universities have come. First is the Elite Academy group led by Van B Academy. They have always been the top-ranked school in previous competitions and hope to achieve similarly good results this year. Next is the alliance of the 3 schools led by Thondu Academy. Although their past results were not good, this year they are gaining significant attention thanks to the genius student Tran Kayem Msuri. Then she told the cameraman, "Tran Kim MC is over there. Let us go interview him a bit." Ingo Hefkine was walking while asking his subordinate about the situation with Chu Di Dai. His subordinate replied, "Director Chu has reached a cooperation agreement with the people at Phi Lam Arena and is currently preparing to set off." Hearing this, he smiled wickedly and muttered, I have prepared a big gift for you on the Tian Kai mainland. I hope it does not scare you to death. At that moment, two people entered the arena. Fei Kuti Tran was the commissioner of the General Association. The chief referee saw Tran Kai MC in front and asked the person behind. That little competitor must be the child that old 10 values highly. Right. The little competitor was Zai Chingain Heko, a managing committee member. He answered that he was Trema Kiemesu, representing the Shine Academy this year. The old man was very pleased and said, "Good. I hope he can surprise me today. Who knows? I might even bring him into that plan." Lake Aminaiko was startled and asked back, "Are you talking about the National Destiny Plan? Does that kid have that kind of talent?" Afidi Tren replied, "This academy competition is meant to select talents for the country. If he is as talented as rumored, then of course he qualifies." After saying that, he turned and left. "It is about to start. Go prepare a bit." The scene shifts to the competition arena of H-Kuf. The host spoke up. "I now declare the joint competition of the H-Kuf Academy Alliance officially open. Next, let us welcome the director of the H-Kuf Department of Education, commissioner of the Managing Association, and chief referee of this competition, Commissioner Tsikiti Trunjan, to draw lots for everyone in the first Secret Realm round." Upon hearing Sita Trunjan's name, the audience immediately buzzed. No one expected that this year's referee would be the director of the Department of Education. A figure of such caliber could come to officiate. Some even added they heard he was also a commissioner of the main managing association, just a step away from the heavens. No wonder even the mayor was sitting beside him. At this moment, he stepped onto the stage and spoke. "I think everyone knows me already, so I won't say much more. Let us see how my luck is today." Then, in front of Sikititron, a control panel appeared. The secret realm he drew was Islama. Seeing this secret realm, his face darkened, thinking, "Is my luck really that good or that bad?" After seeing the secret realm Siti Trundran drew, everyone in the stand sighed. No one expected that Commissioner Tsiko would draw the hardest AMA. Some predicted that half of today's teams would not be able to get through. Even the principals of the schools were surprised to see this secret realm. Thiamananguite Sin felt it was too unlucky, but Long Tu seemed calmer and reassured him. "Just trust in Tron Kivimamasi and Hong Thin." You guys, inside the arena, Tron Kiyamasi Sihei were talking to each other. She asked him if Grandpa had arranged teammates for them. Why had not they arrived yet? Just then, Noi Sihei suddenly spotted a familiar figure and shouted, "Ningli Then the Long. You guys are here too." Tron Mems quickly stopped Noim Sihei from speaking again. "Alright. No need to shout like that." She could not help but wonder. What? Aren't they supposed to be the fake versions of Thu Long? He explained that they were not wrong. But could not she see? They were students from another school. It was hard to believe that the Long was actually ranked second in Vian Lam Academy, and that the fake version was from Maline Academy. These two were really hiding their true selves. Ingai then, sweating next to the Lang, said, "This old monster is actually from Shendu. How could Shendu produce a monster like this?" The Lang sighed. "The president truly is extraordinary." At that moment, Hong Thin's teasing voice rang out behind them. "Ingai then, look over here. Your dad is right here." He immediately turned around and yelled at him. "Who the hell are you? I do not know you. So stop yelling like that." Hong Thin shot back, not backing down. "So you are pretending not to know me. Just wait until the next round. I will make you call me Dad." The Lang then asked him, "Wait. Blonde guy. Do not you know him?" Ingai then angrily replied, "I know that jerk. Damn it. He is from Lam Thien. And he is just a little brat." At this point, Trine Kim Mak thought to himself, "That is the team from Van Bay Academy. All members are above level 45. It is true that only the top-ranked school could assemble such a strong team." He then said to Nuok Hai beside him, "Sure enough. Without Minho, he is not valued by Van Ba. This is quite a loss for them." She responded, saying, "Then we won't have to face Min Hao." A Trine Kim Mak laughed and shook his head, sighing, "Forget it. They will regret it soon enough." Just then, two new people approached to greet them, seniors from Han Hai and Dan Tri Lu Hu Vu. Nuok Hai greeted them upon seeing them. "Senior Z and Dan Tri. You two are here too." Then she introduced them to Trine Kim Mak. "They are the direct disciples of my grandfather." Kim Mak politely greeted them and secretly lamented. The strength of the third generation looks like the principal has really scraped the bottom of the barrel. Nuok Hai then continued to introduce Trine Kim Mak to the two seniors. "Let me introduce everyone. This is Trine Kim Mak, our team captain. He is also very capable." Lu Hu Vu smiled upon seeing him. Recognizing him, "So he is Trine Kim Mak. I have heard of him." From behind, and Hai thought to himself, "This guy is so young yet already level 39. His strength is really impressive. Even so, it is somewhat ridiculous that the principal appointed him as captain." Everyone then gathered around. Tian Hafei felt that this time, the secret realm of Islama was indeed unfortunate, and Si Hai asked him, "What is wrong? Is this map really difficult?" Tian Hai nervously told Trun Ki MMMC that it was indeed a bit tough. Your junior Trine is the team leader. Do you have any opinions? He thought for a moment and replied. Our team's level, compared to the other 20 teams, is definitely among the bottom few. Therefore, if we want to secure first place today, we definitely need to race against time. At the same time, we can't follow the usual procedures. We need to come up with some surprise tactics. Tian Hai and Lagu Havai turned pale upon hearing him, securing the top spot. Just then, an announcement echoed throughout the arena. The assessment begins. Requesting candidates to enter the secret realm instance in turn. Tron Kim Memse added one more thing to the others, saying the specific plan would wait until we enter the instance, he said. Tian Hazai then whispered to Lu Haiwu V, daring to say they would take the top spot. Does he think they are as strong as the prestigious Yun B Yuan Lum Academy? Just making it into the top 10 would be impressive enough. She smiled back in response. After all, he is still a junior and so young. Be a bit forgiving. In front of them, there was a gate leading into the secret realm. The four of them entered together, and Trunka Mumsi began to explain to the others. The Alama Temple is dedicated to the Earth Element Goddess. So the map is divided into 3 areas according to the Earth's strength. The area we are passing through is the first zone. The first zone has 3 types of monsters. The first type is the whip wielders. Their attack power is not high, so they are classified as weak monsters. The second type is the polluted area, where there is a large number of mud-crawling creatures. They not only have high attack power but also emit radiation light. In the final area, there are evil larvae. They have low attack power and weak health, but in return, they are very numerous. Therefore, we can attack them based on their weaknesses one by one. And Sihai immediately responded. Lu Haiuvi turned to his whisper to Hunain Hai. How does he understand this map so well? Could it be that he has fought here before? He frowned and replied that it could just be luck, anticipating the question. But fighting here is not going to be easy. Just then, Atron Kim MC turned back to Hunain Hai and said, Senior, in the first area, there are 8 groups of whip wielders, 4 in each group. Are you confident you can lure them all at once? Tian Hai turned pale upon hearing this and immediately said, Are you kidding me? When a whip wielder's health drops to 20%, it splits into 2, saying there are 32. But in reality, that is 64. How can I handle this? As soon as he finished speaking, the Trinkai Musi immediately turned away. Alright then. I will go lure them. Wait until I can handle those little monsters. Then you all can fight. Seeing this, Tian Hai immediately frowned and said, Alright, you go ahead. As long as you can say it and do it. I will block those little monsters for you, even if it means risking my life. Lu Hu beside him anxiously said, Wait a moment so I can give you an extra layer of armor. But Trun Kuliam Sa had already jumped ahead, reminding them to maintain safety and keep their distance. And Sia quickly urged the other 2. Seniors, let us charge ahead. Just trust him. The audience watching this scene was not only surprised, but also mocked their school. And Kilifkan watched and secretly laughed. All of Tramakia Mumsi's actions aimed for a quick victory. But it seemed he would just become a joke. At this moment, he rushed straight into the thicket of thorny trees. Atranka Mumsi used his ice barrier technique to attack. Just as the thorny vines lunged at him, he quickly raised his shield to block, taking advantage of this moment. The other 3 quickly ran through. Tihun Hai was extremely astonished. I can really pull this off. After getting inside, Lu Haiuvuvi told him to get ready to eliminate the monsters. But Hemen Hai anxiously said, How am I supposed to get in? At this moment, Trinum Hiemis quickly turned around and snapped at him. Senior T. What more do you want to ask? Open your defense skill now. After saying that, he continued to use another technique called Extreme Ice Bloom Teleportation. Lu Hu was astonished and asked, Wait, you are a mage. Tianan Hai stood frozen in place, looking at the thorny trees charging toward him, panicking and shouting, How can you do this? Do you want to kill me? He had not prepared anything when the thorn vines shot toward him. But before they could reach to Hein Hai, they were halted by some force. A tree mummies, sword in hand, yelled, Why are you still standing there? Get your defense up. Indeed. Just a moment later, the vines charged back aggressively. This time, Tian Hai quickly brought out his shield to defend. And then the 4 of them charged in to attack together, each fighting a group of vines in perfect sync. A while later, the hidden realm had returned to silence, as if no battle had ever taken place. They finally defeated all the vines. And even to Heaven Hai had to exclaim, That was fast. None of us got seriously hurt. He now had to admit. He understood why the principal chose him as the team leader. At this moment, everyone in the audience was surprised by the recent battle of the Thun Du Academy. They could not believe that Thun Du was the first team to get past the whip-wielding opponent. Theorin Guite Sign and Lo Fie sitting above laughed and said, Congratulations to Long to you. Even Ut Tren, sitting in the referee's chair, found Tron Kia Masi to be quite interesting. The host was now very excited, exclaiming, It is truly surprising. The Thun Du Academy, which used to rank last every year, has now become the first school to break through the whip wielder, closely followed by Ven and B Academy and another surprising team, Lamthan Academy. Lang Tiao sat in his chair. Furious. Who is this host? They say our academy is the bottom of the barrel. La Fai beside him waved his hand to calm him down. Don't be angry. La Lang. Soon. We will show them our strength. Ngoha Kun nearby frowned, his voice low. It is just temporary leadership. Let them enjoy their moment. Kodu Zhen found Cheng Qi Mak interesting and asked Dian Guyan Hao beside him. Did Lao Tan ever mention anything about Cheng Qi Mak? He replied that he only knew Lao Tan really liked him, but he did not know much about the guy. After that, Dian Hao thought to himself, it seems Kodu Zhen wants to steal someone from Tan. Better not get involved in this power struggle. At this moment, Cheng Qi Mak's group had entered the second secret realm, facing a level 45 mud crawler with a 15,000 health elite mud monster. Qi Mak explained to everyone that while the mud crawlers might seem hard to recognize, they had high attack power. Moreover, they had a debuff effect. Rushing in would reduce attributes by 30%. This little monster was quite troublesome. Tu Enhai stepped forward, saying, Captain, let me handle this, but he quickly turned to refuse. This monster is a nemesis for Zhang Ji. Just being tough is not enough. I should go. Hearing this, Tu Enhai was puzzled. Just being tough is not enough. How should we pull the monster then? Right after that, a Cheng Qi Mak jumped up, telling everyone to follow him. As he jumped to attack, he thought, this mud crawler would indeed wear down Zhang Ji's defense. But they were slow. As long as he was fast enough and accurately predicted their attack timing, he could avoid the debuff and attract their aggro. After defeating a few monsters, Qi Mak called out, now we can strike. Tu Enhai watched in disbelief. It can be done like this, and without getting hurt. Nuakai also rushed up, laughing as she said, now you both understand why I said he is so strong. Right. Both Liu Huvu and Tu Enhai charged in, starting to believe they could take first place. The four of them worked together seamlessly in battle. Cheng Qi Mak charged forward, fearlessly battling each mud crawler alone. Those in the stands were astonished by his prowess. The host continued to announce that the Chengdu Academy had surpassed Vanba by a narrow margin of 0.6 seconds. Still in the lead, Ngoha Kun could no longer hold back, slamming the table and shouting, how can it be 0.6 seconds? Is there a mistake? His subordinate tried to intervene. Principal, do not be angry. They won't be able to keep this up for long. Meanwhile, Cheng Qi Mak's group was now facing the third secret realm. Tu Hanhai and Liu Huvu charged forward together, defending as they pushed through the monster horde. Meanwhile, Qi Mak and Nuakai were also busy battling the fierce swarm of bugs. The host voice echoed. The team led by Trine Qi Mak from the Divine Academy once again took the lead in exterminating the larval creatures. Next, they would face the boss Gnosis. In front of them stood the level 46 elite elemental water Gnosis. With a life point of 150,000, it stood aggressively before them. Trine Qi Mak had just shared vital information about this boss with everyone after the parasitic spores awakened. The first skill was called Toxic Mushroom Cloud. This skill resembled the previous Radiation Halo. It could unleash a spore infestation on all targets within a 3-meter radius around Gnosis. At that moment, the monster emitted a toxic gas around it. Just as he finished speaking, the health bars of the three others dropped a notch upon contact with the toxic gas. The second skill was called Acid Arrow Rain. Every 3 seconds, the acid arrows would deal 600 points of continuous damage to the current target. Gnosis had 3 skills. The existence of this skill put significant pressure on the team's healing. They had to manage their health while ensuring their teammates did not die. True to its name, Gnosis would shoot 5 poison arrows simultaneously. Moreover, this skill would fire instantly. So be careful as it would sap 18% of the target's health every second and transfer it back to Gnosis, maintaining health recovery for the boss for 10 seconds. However, these 2 skills could be dodged using methods similar to dealing with the mud-crawling invaders, so they were useless against me. Gnosis was now enraged, shooting toxic sludge from its hands and roaring, eliminate the intruders. Feel my terrifying natural power. But Trine Qi Mak not only avoided the attack but countered with another fiery strike. The final passive skill was Inheritance, which was the most troublesome ability. After saying that, he struck down decisively with his sword. Gnosis began to fade away after that blow. Qi Mak continued to shout to everyone. Once his health is depleted, he will split into 6 smaller bodies. If any of the clones escape, they will regenerate. Their task was to shoot down his clones. Upon hearing this, Nuakai immediately charged forward, unleashing her feather dance spear technique. Tu Hanhai and Liu Huvu wasted no time either, launching their twin swords to defeat Gnosis's clones. Suddenly, the remaining clones gathered into a swirling vortex. Gnosis let out a furious roar when he saw Trine Qi Mak preparing to attack him, while he smiled and said to the others, good. Now he has no way out. Soon after, A powerful blast of fire pierced through the monster. The space fell silent again. The dust gradually cleared. And no one was in sight. At this moment, an announcement appeared before them. Boss number 1 of the secret realm, Gnosis, has been defeated. The host was excited beyond measure. Shouting loudly, at 1:15. Dad's team from the Divine Journey Academy has killed boss number 1 and broken the record, currently leading by a large margin. On the side of Mingli Then and his teammates. Hearing this news left them utterly astonished. One of his teammates exclaimed, "Seriously? The wicked larvae have not even been defeated yet. How could someone take down boss number 1 so quickly?" Ingvi Then, after hearing this, replied quietly, "That guy is a real freak." Hong Then, fighting nearby, could only smile wryly upon hearing the announcement. That old Mamasi is just too fast. At this moment, the audience watching the match was also buzzing with excitement. Someone unexpectedly said, "This is ridiculous. How can Divine Journey be this strong this year?" Others felt delighted. "No wonder my precious genius kid has finally been discovered." But some skeptics voiced doubts, claiming there must be cheating. This Divine Journey is definitely rigged. And Tiran, sitting in the referee's chair, pondered silently. No wonder old Ten valued him so much. He really does have some skills. Other teams also managed to defeat the first boss in order, with the second place going to the Vion-B Academy, followed by Heluck Academy. The Lamthin Academy took 4th place, and the Malin Academy finished 5th with a time of 1:47. Luffy, sitting high above, saw the rankings and laughed. That kid Hong Then is doing well. Making it into the top 4 is impressive. The Thungain Sen, sitting beside him, replied with a smile, But our Malin ranked 5th this time. But making it into the top 5 is still something to celebrate." Nguyen Duvong was now nearing his limits. He began to suspect, could this just be luck? Or had he inadvertently activated some hidden mechanism? The subordinate sitting next to him hurried to reassure him, saying the secret realm was still long, and it could not be that lucky every time. Ingu Hefkaina then remembered something and turned to ask him, "How's Chuti Dai doing over there? Go urge him a bit. Tell him to hurry up. I want to see how long they can keep laughing." The scene shifts to the wall of the Vidogani Any Nun at Phone Guild. Niphip Vinsun and Chuti Dai are standing under a tree in a nearby forest. He told him that the wall ahead must be the Vianayung city of Tron QMMC. Nip Vinsun, upon hearing this, was astonished and said, "Although I received information about them, seeing it with my own eyes, I really can't believe that kid managed to build such a large guild. They have prepared many soldiers and weapons for the attack." Nikip Vinsun then said, "Why do I have a bad feeling about this?" Chuti Dai reassured him, "Don't worry. The reason we have taken so long is just to prepare these siege weapons. With these, breaking through will be as easy as flipping a hand. Today, we have no shortage of manpower and equipment. I want to see how they plan to defend Vienna City." And Suka was standing atop the city walls observing with binoculars, stating, "Half of the more than 80 members of the team are around level 45, preparing 10 siege machines, each costing over 10,000. This Nip Vinsun is really throwing money around." After observing, he chuckled, not expecting that kid to guess right again. What on earth is hiding in his mind, always predicting the enemy's moves? Lei Tit beside him nodded in agreement. Lucky that the president had arranged everything before leaving. Truly a visionary. Si Van turned around and joked with him. A level 4 guild meeting us during exams. And all the main fighting forces of the guild vanished. Such strange occurrences could only happen in our Eternal Summit Guild. He then ordered everyone in the city to return to their defensive positions and enter battle mode at Eternal Summit. The host's voice echoed with excitement once again, announcing yet another first-place summon. Today's opening performance was quite intriguing. I wonder if the 3-school alliance is planning to seize the opening and expand their influence, or if other schools have reserved their spots. He continued. Earlier, with boss number 1 defeated, the secret realm has already cleared. Now, let us welcome Principal Ung Kwaf Kai Kine from Van B Academy to share information about boss number 2. He stood up on stage and began to speak. "Hello everyone. I am Principal Linquith Kine from Van B Academy. I sent Loament is a secret realm with a high difficulty level. The first boss is the simplest. The margin for error is quite high. Some teams might get through by luck, but the next boss, Velit, won't be that easy. You need to prepare ample resources. It won't be enough to rely on a bit of cleverness and luck to get through." Hearing this, Luffy and Long Ta furrowed their brows. Ingu Hefkine was clearly implying that we relied on luck to defeat boss number 1. His sarcastic tone only proved he is not confident. Just wait and see. Ingu Hefkine continued, stating that boss number 2 has a total of 3 types of minions. The first type is the haunting spirit that likes to ambush from the dark. Just keep the light on, and you can quickly kill them. The second type is the stomper. This bulky monster can attack from afar, so use ranged attacks to take them down. The third type is the rotten fire demon. This monster, like boss number 1, has the ability to split. You need to control the attack level well. You will mainly be responsible for defense and healing, while I focus all my energy on attacking to maintain the formation. Tikiyamang said and rushed forward. At that moment, Tiananhai was suddenly attacked from behind by a rotten fire demon, screaming in pain. Kivimam quickly ran to his rescue. Are you okay? Tianhai quickly stood up and said, sorry for holding up the progress of the exam. KMC did not blame him. Just saying it was fine. We are a team. And as long as we do our best, that is what is important. The host was no longer as excited as before. Slowly saying, boss number 2 is indeed harder. This time, although the academy's summon went smoothly, due to the members' weak equipment, the ranking dropped from first place. The TU Van team from Veenbio Academy is currently leading, albeit by a small margin. Following them is the Van Lam Academy. Their captain, Thu Long, has been a hot topic this year. Next are the Lam Then and Malign teams, both brimming with confidence. Captains Hong Then and Ningyi Then have both performed excellently. The people in the stands laughed, speaking in a mocking tone about the Sorcery Academy. They felt that this outcome was not surprising at all. The VNB Academy and Vine Lam Academy are back to the top 2 spots. Then Du remarked that it is just a small school, and if their resources can't hold up, what good is technique? And Cliff Kin chuckled to himself, thinking this is just the beginning of your downfall. The level of monsters behind them was rising, and even if their skills were enough, without economic support, was useless. The host continued to comment that almost all groups had encountered boss number 2. Although there was a slight delay, they were now facing boss number 2. Velita. Let us look forward to their outstanding performance. Here is Velita level 47. The elite leader of the Sa Lefaf tribe with 180,000 health points. Kim Uma's group was now facing Velita. He is the leader of the Sa Lafsi tribe. Not only proficient in assassin skills but also knowledgeable in long-range attacks of hunters. He has 3 skills, the first being multi-arrow shot. This skill allows Velita to shoot 5 rapid arrows with a range of 30 meters ahead of him, dealing significant damage. If you think just leveling up your profession is enough to draw Velita's aggro, you are mistaken, because the second skill is linked to the first. The second skill, called Haunting Strike, allows Velita to teleport next to his target, delivering a critical attack. As for the final skill, Velita increases his evasion rate to 50% for 5 seconds, meaning during his attack, he can't be dodged or interrupted. Tian Hai was currently injured from an attack, and Aluhu V quickly provided first aid, asking KMMC how they were supposed to deal with Velita. KMMC replied that Velita's attacks were impossible to defend against. So whether you take it or dodge it does not matter. And he could not kill them outright. The only way to deal with him was to attack while consuming medicine slowly. And Tian Hai sat up, trembling as he replied. So dealing with this boss means we need not only skill, but also a large supply of high-level potions. Lu, worried, added, a large supply of high-level potions. I only have 3 potions left, and they were given to us before the principal arrived. I did not expect that we would have to pay more. Competing for resources is not fair to us. He quietly continued. The main issue is that I did not think we would need to pull out Roman iron. Otherwise, we should have prepared more. Just then, Kiyamov pulled out a pile of potions from his bag. I have 8 super potions here. Each of you can take 2. Tian and Hai was shocked to see the amount of medicine. Super blood medicine. This is a product that is always in short supply all year round, and the price is ridiculously high. These 2 bottles could give us another life. Lu Vuhu worriedly asked him. Isn't this way too extravagant to just give us for free? Inisi Hai stood to the side, smiling as she replied. Don't worry. He is very wealthy, so rich that you can't even imagine. At this moment, Kivimamsi smiled and said, as long as we can defeat the boss smoothly, then 2 bottles of medicine are nothing. After saying that, they set off, preparing to fight the second boss. Immediately, they charged in, engaging in a fierce battle. Velk was furious, slashing at Tian Hai with his claws. Taste my lethal precision. He was hit right where he had been severely injured earlier, gritting his teeth in pain. Damn it. He really could not avoid it. Kian Mza quickly rushed over to help Tian Hai, urging him to take the medicine. After drinking the vial he provided, An Hai's blood had recovered a little. Lu Ho V was also there to assist him. Kivimamfi reminded her to heal En Hai. Tian Hamzai stood up, watching Kim Memsi fiercely battling Velit. Thanks to this medicine, if he had not been treated just now, he would have been eliminated. Kim Memsi fought while reassuring him. Just maintain this rhythm. Don't think about dodging his attacks. We have blood. So let us trade blood with him and see who dies first. He fought while drinking from a vial. Nani Si Hai on the other side was also attacking while gulping down health potions. Lu Haiwavai was no exception. She quickly defended herself and drank medicine. All 4 of them surrounded Velit, coordinating to defeat him. Everyone in the stands was astonished by the 8 bottles of medicine that Ki had just taken out. He was so generous. Thoing Nungwaitsen, watching from the stands, said in shock to Lu Fei. Based on the amount of blood the commander just recovered, It seems the super blood medicine KMMC provided is at least a superior grade. Right, it might not just be a superior grade. The amount of blood recovery is astonishingly high right now. After hearing this, the old man could not believe it. It was directly close to 4,000 points. This is a super blood medicine of superior quality. Lung Taiyu, seeing how surprised the two were, smiled and said, I told you about this kid long ago. He is not just a high-level herbalist. He can also produce large quantities of superior grade medicine. Do you think I am lying to you? Nguhefkine was now laughing so hard he could not keep his mouth shut. Lang Tiao is still evil. But I wonder how many super blood potions you have prepared for these guys. Even Gu Zhizhen has to sigh in admiration. So rich. And you can drink the blood potions like they are water. I just wonder if that money is yours or from the Divine Academy. A moment later, Qi Mak swung his sword down powerfully, having just defeated the second boss. Velet. The host excitedly spoke into the mic upon seeing this. The Divine Academy has created another miracle by taking the lead. The Vanbei Academy has just defeated the second boss, reaching a new peak. The Vanbei and Van Lam Align Academies closely followed, completing their kills. They all rested in place, preparing for the next challenge. Wait, the Divine Academy is not stopping. They are still advancing. Don't they need to rest? Moreover, the path they are taking seems to be an unusual route for mysterious places. The subordinate sitting next to Nugo Hefkine happily said, Principal, this kid is going crazy trying to win. He did not follow the official secret route and chose this weird path instead. He is asking for failure. Ngo Hefkine frowned, wondering what this kid was really up to. Tuanhai followed after Mak and asked, Captain, do we really have to take the risk? Amduty MT Nar replied that they had already wasted some time encountering the level 2 boss. If we followed the normal route, the outcome would not differ much. To gain a greater advantage, we need to shorten our path. Hearing this, Tuanhai retorted, we are currently leading in points. Just following the fixed route to the level 2 boss will definitely put us in the top 3. But if we choose a path no one has taken, we might get eliminated immediately if we run into trouble. Liu Huvu agreed with him. That is right. Junior. Our school has achieved such a good result for the first time. But Kimak remained resolute, not turning back. Simply saying, if I said I have been through this path, no one would believe me. So I do not need to convince everyone to follow me. And Si Hai also turned to the other two, saying, Senior, just follow him without overthinking it. Kimak, walking ahead, was secretly thinking, in my previous life, I explored all the hidden routes on the map. If there is a perfect route in this game, it is definitely in my head. With that, they continued walking forward. Ahead of them was a poisonous swamp with monsters wielding clubs waiting for them. Tuanhai and Liu Huvu were so scared they stammered. We are done for? This time we really took a wrong turn. Those watching from the stands laughed at the scene. This Kimak really fell into a trap, in my experience. This lake is impossible to cross unless you are a master of the 4th transition. And with 4 of them here, someone even mocked. Originally, Shen Yu had hopes of making the top 10 this year. But now they are halfway back. They might struggle to even stay in the top 10. Even Cheng Yusheng and the old man Fai sitting above were quite shocked and displeased with this decision from Qian Mo. This kid just made a terrible move. He was clearly leading. So why suddenly change paths? What a pity. But Lang Qiao did not care much and continued telling them to just watch the next developments. Inside the secret realm, someone was tossing something into the middle of this lake. Immediately, the surface of the water bubbled and steamed. Tuanhai, seeing this, worriedly said, the poison is too strong. At this power level, even if I jumped in, I would only last 3 seconds. Liu Huvu also agreed, adding, with my healing, I might last about 5 seconds at most, and over there are small monsters keeping watch. Seeing this, both of them tried to convince Qian Mo to retreat. Right now, if they withdrew, it would still be in time. If they could just hold on a little longer, they could definitely keep their spot in the top 10. But no matter how they said it, Qian Mo remained adamant that they did not need to. Both were taken aback. This time, he finally turned back, seriously saying, we do not need to turn back. I have a plan. Then Qian Mo began to explain. If we use that rock's strength, we can get everyone across. Tuanhai found this very confusing. That rock, 5 seconds is basically not enough time to swim over. Moreover, there are small monsters guarding over there. Even if we somehow reach the other shore, we would be exhausted and would get killed by those monsters. But Qian Mo did not care about his words at all, and just told Liu Hiuvu to use the true barrier on himself. I will go ahead of you guys. Just follow my instructions. After saying that, he jumped into the water without hesitation. Qian Mo used passive purification energy to quickly swim towards the rock as he thought, with the passive purification energy and the shield, I can definitely last more than 5 seconds. Liu Huvu stood on the shore, worriedly asking Nukhai beside her. It had been over 10 seconds. and he still had not appeared. Could something have happened? But she still had great faith in him. Smiling and assuring that he would be fine, the spectators watching the battle murmured, seeing that Kian Mo still had not surfaced. It had been so long. He probably did not make it. Even if he showed up now, it would be useless. The distance to that rock was still at least 10 seconds away. Some people were even mocking, saying, "This guy Kian Mo likes to show off with these extreme stunts, and he will just bring disaster upon himself." But at that moment, something shot up from beneath the surface of the lake. Clinging tightly to the rock, something suddenly leaped out from the water. Kian Mo, now covered in brilliant flames, successfully leaped out of the water and landed on that rock. Tu Hanhai and Liu Huvu were incredibly delighted and exclaimed in amazement, "This kid's skills are impressive. Managing to hold on for so long. Even tougher than the rest of us." The crowd is both excited and amazed. No one thought Kivam and Sai would pull this off. It is unbelievable that he actually did it. Some noted that while this maneuver looks simple, it requires 4 key elements: long-range boot, super high agility, purified passive power, and a retractable hook. Missing any one of these makes it impossible. They all deeply admire him. Even a 4th-tier expert could not replicate this maneuver. The referee, Antiran, could not help but exclaim, "Truly a once-in-a-century talent." Li Qingguo also chimed in, saying he is really something. But let us not forget he still has Ki Say as his teammate. Plus, there are monsters guarding the other side. How is he planning to get all 3 of them across? Ki Mek stood on the rock and called out to Nei Si Hai on the shore. "When I call, you jump over right away." Immediately, he threw a line at an approaching monster, and with a flick, he used a long-range grappling hook to pull it up and launch it into the air. At the same time, he shouted for Nei Si Hai to jump over quickly. Just as she started to jump, the 2 monsters Ki Sa had pulled fell straight into the water. Tian Hai was startled. This idea is genius. Nanchi Si Hai quickly understood and jumped onto the monsters that had not yet fallen into the water. Swiftly moving closer to the rock, after stepping on the last monster, she leaped to hug Kiam and say tightly, "I made it. You are amazing." He supported No Si Hai, saying this was just basic maneuvers. Once he helped her up, Kiam turned to the other 2 seniors. "Get ready to jump one by one." The other 2 responded with determination. The audience was filled with a whirlwind of emotions. Some felt Kiam's weapon was incredibly powerful, and others even shared details about this weapon. The excited voice of the host rang out, "Amazing. Student Kiam Sa has once again shown us that the heavens do not close off paths for people by choosing a completely new path. They have now avoided the minions of boss number 3, and are right in front of it. Before them stands Pen the Cursed, the elite center leader at level 245 with a health stat of 140,000. Notably, at this moment, other teams are still dealing with the low-level minions of boss number 3 while KMMC's team has already begun direct combat with it. If all goes well, they will be the first to face the final boss. The Queen Led of Azama. Kivimasi briefed everyone about this boss. Ben is not too strong and does not have any bad status effects for the heart. Now we can relax a bit. I will quickly explain the skills. And then everyone get ready to go. The guy has a total of 3 skills. After explaining everything, everyone rushed forward in unison at KivMNC's command. Vincent roared, ready to defend the queen and eliminate all intruders. Nguif Kun was furious, wanting to curse out loud. Damn it. He crossed that new path as if he had conquered it before. At that moment, one of his subordinates whispered in his ear, "Don't worry, Principal. Chu Ti Dai and the others have already begun their actions." The scene shifted to the V Phone Guild, where Chu Ti Dai and his crew ordered the soldiers to deploy siege weapons quickly. Once they captured Vinai Hung, everyone would be generously rewarded. He stood next to a cannon, laughing. "This thing works great. But it is really expensive. I heard Vina Hung is loaded. Do not let me down." After saying that, he ordered them to fire the cannon immediately. The cannonball shot off, flying straight into Vinang. But Sika Cien and the others calmly watched it soar over their heads. They were fully prepared with enough siege weapons. Chu Te Dai waited below for a long time without hearing anything. Then asked, "What is going on? Didn't we hear anything when it hit the ground? Could it be that all of them misfired?" Hearing this, Net Vincine countered, "How could they all misfire?" Dixon stood atop the city wall looking down, laughing. This old man Nut Vincine is still so stubborn. Once you strike first, do not blame me for being impolite." He immediately ordered the defensive cannons to counterattack. All the projectiles fired by Chu Ti Dai were shot back out. Both he and Nut Vincine were shocked, not understanding what was happening. The next moment, all their equipment and soldiers were blown to pieces. Nut Vincine was fortunate that Chu Ti Dai used a protective artifact in time, so he remained safe. He then said to Net Vincine, unsure of what they were plotting, "Even without siege weapons, the 2 of us are both 3rd tier. Plus with these high-priced mercenaries, defeating them should not be a problem." Sivan looked down and, seeing the 2 still alive, smirked. Feeling that confident. Ah. Then he waved his hand, and the young dragons soared into the sky. Warriors of Vina Hanada Feng. Let these intruders know what respect means. The two were stunned, unable to believe their eyes as they saw the dragons take flight. Just a small fourth-tier guild. Even dragon knights are involved. Following Si-sun's command, the young dragons immediately unleashed fire straight at the two. Instantly, their people and belongings were incinerated. The Vincent, standing within the protective circle, began to regret, saying to Chuti Dai, I should not have listened to you. What do we do now without siege weapons? But Chuti Dai reassured him, saying, these are just young dragons. They can't hurt us third-tier folks. I have an idea. Currently, the only third-tier powerhouse in Vinahelang is Sikusen. If we combine our strength to break the city gate and kill him, this guild will definitely fail. Nut Vin's son agreed immediately after hearing this. Right now, what they need to do is find a way to break through the city gate. But just then, from the thick smoke and flames, a figure emerged, accompanied by an angry voice. A bunch of foolish humans dare to say that my flying in the city will ruin the construction plans, insisting I appear as a human. Truly a bunch of idiots. After saying that, Thande stepped outside. Achietodai looked at her and contemptuously said, this is who they sent to deal with us. Just a kid. But Nut Vincent suddenly realized something and hurriedly said, something does not feel right. This one does not seem to be human. Just as he finished speaking, Thande transformed into a roaring dragon. You all disturbed my meal and sleep, did not you? You two ugly humans. Watch as I roast you. Immediately, she opened her mouth full of fangs and roared. The two stood frozen in disbelief. They could not understand why there was a youth from the dragon clan in a place like this. The first scene showed a monster that had been stabbed straight in the chest by someone's sword. This was the longest team fighting the monsters. One of them joked, we are about to fight the boss. Our performance this year is definitely in the bottom 3. Right, another person replied, in my opinion. Being in the bottom 3 is still just the bottom 3, only Vannaby can compete with us a little. Then he turned to the Long and said, with you here, I feel like even first place could be within reach. Hearing that, he smiled wryly and replied, competing for first place might be impossible. But if we all try hard, who knows? We might still have a chance to place. After he finished speaking, the others asked curiously, are you saying there will be a really strong competitor this year? Which school could threaten the top spot? Could it be Lamthin Academy? However, the Long calmly replied that he was referring to the students of Then D Academy. The two were stunned and could not believe it. Asking again, you mean Then D Academy, the one that always ranks last? He shrugged and said nonchalantly, that is right. It is. If nothing unexpected happens, they might be the top team today. So if we try hard, we could likely surpass Van B Academy. Although the Long said that, his teammates clearly did not believe it much. Seeing this, he did not try to explain further, just vaguely said, maybe in a couple of hours, everyone will understand. The scene shifted to Kiyamatsu's group, who had just defeated the third boss in the Azama secret realm. After fighting, Han Hai, panting, said with a smile, we have passed the third boss. We just have one more step to complete Azama. Kiyamatsu smiled too but reminded him, don't let your guard down. There is still the final boss. He turned to encourage everyone. Let us keep it up. He could say with certainty that as long as there were no issues with this boss, they would be the champions of today's Secret Realm Challenge. Just then, the third boss lying on the ground vanished. Everyone was worried, wondering what was happening. Kiyamatsu reassured them. Don't panic. The final boss, the Elemental Queen Lessus, is about to appear. Immediately, a mass of earth began to float in front of them and gathered together. The mass quickly formed a monster known as Lissus, the Earth Elemental Queen with a health of 250,000 points. Tianhazai looked up at her and said, is this the Queen Lissus? She is uglier than I imagined. And Sihai added, her appearance is indeed quite ugly. But there is no doubt. Her stats are the strongest in all of Azama. Kihimamfi then spoke up, she is indeed very strong. But I have a plan to deal with her. Just remember the 3-word strategy. Run and explode. As soon as he finished, the others looked confused. What does that strategy mean? Seeing this, Kikiyaman stepped forward and said, let me demonstrate it for everyone. Once you see it, you will understand immediately. The first skill of the Earth Queen Lissus is called Rock Throw. The effect of this skill is very simple. It throws a gigantic rock. When the dust field skill finally activates, I will actively attack and provoke, drawing Lissus away from her position, while retreating to give everyone enough space to launch their full attacks. This kind of area attack can be dodged or absorbed, but trouble will come right after with the second skill. The second skill, Hatred Gaze, will periodically cause Lissus to inflict a wide area fear effect on all targets within a 10 m radius, lasting a total of 6 seconds. Just when the fear effect takes hold, the third skill, Dust Field, will activate, creating a terrifying sandstorm centered on Lissus that spreads out 30 m around her. Anyone hit by this skill will lose health and be pushed back. As soon as he finished speaking, the sandstorm rushed towards the three others, forcing them to retreat, and Sia scolded, "She is truly wicked." After saying that, she quickly ran to Kiam Mumsi to ask if he was okay. Kian M. Mis replied that he only lost a bit of health, but that was enough to scare Si Hai. Then he turned to the other two and asked, "Did you see her skills clearly?" He then added, "Later, whenever she uses a skill, I will use my fastest speed to take the first hit for everyone. Just time it right and move to dodge. When the dust field skill finally activates, I will actively attack and provoke, drawing Lissus away from her position, while retreating to give everyone enough space to launch their full attacks." Nidhi Sihei, hearing this, worriedly asked him, "Isn't that too dangerous?" Tian Haizai also agreed that this time we all go into battle together. That is 3 times the power. But Kiamen seriously replied, "Whether I am in danger or not completely depends on whether everyone can deal enough damage in time." Even with things reaching this point, Iwasihi was still worried. Before she could say anything more, Kiamem has dismissed her concerns. "There is nothing to worry about. Just follow my lead, and we will take down the final boss as quickly as possible. By then, not only will we secure first place, but we will also break the record. That is my goal." The captain has made up his mind, and the team has no choice but to follow. He held his spear, looking ahead, and said, "I will lure the monsters. Everyone get ready to run." Now almost frenzied, picked up a large rock, ready to throw it, roaring with anger, "You outsiders! Stay here and be my friends. Taste the might of the earth." With that, Lissus hurled the rock straight at Ki Ms, quickly opened his umbrella, bracing himself to block it. From afar, Tihanansi gasped, stunned by the perfect defense against the monstrous attack. The speed of weapon switching and quick reactions are truly terrifying. No wonder he dares to choose stone throwing as his skill throughout the match. And Si Hai rushed, reminding him, "Stop standing there. Execute the strategy." Then she began to rush in to attack him. Tianan Hai was also very busy, quickly raising his shield to block Lis's relentless strikes. Lu Ho Vi stood behind, supporting both of them. She was now furious, roaring in rage, "These pests perish before the might of the earth." Just as Lis was about to strike down, Kiamem slashed at her with his spear. Those watching the match from the stands could not understand his action. What was he trying to do? Lis is about to unleash a skill, and he not only does not run but dares to provoke her. And Tiran, sitting in the referee's chair, frowned and said, "Clearly, there are many other options. Is it really necessary to take such a risk?" Li Ngaim Heo, sitting beside him, also could not comprehend. This guy is determined to break the record at all costs. Kiamem Se had now jumped high, nearly close to Liz. He thought in his mind, 5 meters. 8 meters. 10 meters. That is close enough. She was now switching to a new skill, roaring with explosive power, the great power of the earth. Kiamums was unafraid and charged straight into the storm, thinking to himself, "For others, the area damage with a force of 6,000 points is truly dangerous, but for me, with my magic buffs, the effect will be halved. Plus, using the spear form, I can also leverage the blood-sucking passive. In other words, for me, it is almost like taking no damage at all." The stands were now buzzing with excitement over Kiem Ainsi's fighting style, always bathing in the ultimate skill. "Now I really suspect this guy is hacking." King An, sitting in his chair, frowned in anger. "This guy definitely has issues. I have been observing closely all along, whether it is damage or attribute stats. Something is definitely off. Fine. Show me just how strong you are. Let us see where the problem lies." Meanwhile, as Kiem Mepsi rushed forward, everyone shouted, "Get into position and unleash all out attacks." Tian Hai took his place and prepared to follow orders with his divine shield skill. Liu Shuyu stood firm, continuing to support everyone. Nuak Hai charged forward aggressively, using her Huanglong/Moon to attack. Soon after, all 4 of them coordinated together, simultaneously unleashing their strongest moves to defeat Liz. At that moment, she screamed in pain, "You all deserve to die." After saying that, she was blasted into pieces. A notification then appeared before them. "Congratulations. You have successfully defeated Izarama with a completion time of 3:28:48 seconds. This achievement has set a new record. Congratulations to the Shen Yu Academy for winning the championship in the regular region's Secret Realm Challenge tournament, receiving 5 million experience points and a randomly assigned skill book. This run was rated SS for individual performance, SS for team performance, with an overall rating of S, totaling 6 million experience points and a shining treasure chest as a reward. Immediately, countless treasure chests and other rewards appeared to celebrate these brave warriors. Everyone stood up, joyfully looking at each other. They did it. They are champions now. As the victory announcement echoed, The stands erupted in cheers. No one could have imagined that Shenyu Academy, previously ranked B for years, would now win the championship in the Secret Realm Challenge. The most notable person today was Mak. The host excitedly announced that before the competition began, no one expected a dark horse to emerge. Shenyu Academy not only won the championship but also surpassed the second place, Vam Academy, by over 30 minutes. Thuong Gayat-sun, watching from above, smiled and praised Lang Tiu. This time, it seemed they would not only win the championship but also break the Secret Realm record. He chuckled, unable to contain his joy but humbly said, "This was just a lucky shortcut." This year, the performance of Lam Thien Maline was not bad either. The other replied with a smile, "That is right. Lam Thien Academy ranked 4th this time, while our Malin only came in 6th. We might need the training committee to help us improve." The host continued. Even more incredible was that the team from Shenyu Academy, with an average level, was ranked among the bottom in the 20 teams. Yet they not only won the championship but also broke Izarama's attack record. Just then, someone shouted, "I object." The one who spoke was a subordinate of Ungo Hak Kun. He loudly explained that since Mak did not follow the competition route, it could be considered cheating, and the results should be annulled. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of martial artists cheered in agreement. That is right. Mak and his team followed a completely different route than the other contestants. How could that not be called cheating? Moreover, they avoided the third boss, which allowed them to progress so quickly. It really was a bit unfair. After seeing this, Thuong Gayat-sun angrily said, "Then Ungo Hak Kun, unable to win, resorts to these petty tricks. He has no dignity at all." Lo Fai beside him added that he did not even dare to show his face, fearing people would say he was petty-minded. Only Long Tiu remained calm, saying, "Let the clowns dance a bit. Fairness will come naturally to everyone's heart." At that moment, Si Ku Tren turned to Vigai Gaina and to ask how he felt about this outcome. Liking Gaim Heiko immediately explained. MC not only finished 30 minutes ahead of the second place, but also discovered a new route in the Azama Secret Realm. Putting the exam aside, this is a significant achievement. How can we call it a cheat? Receiving the answer, Si Ku Tren turned to Eng Hef Kine to see if he had any thoughts on the explanation just given. Eng Hef then stood up and replied, "What does the chief referee ask of me? We of Venabia fully support the chief referee's decision." And CD Trunjan smiled, acknowledging that Principal Ungu truly understood the big picture. He then stood up, spread his arms wide, and declared loudly, "I hereby announce that in this round of the Secret Realm Challenge of the tournament, the team Ki from the Divine Induction Academy has won the championship. Based on his outstanding performance in breaking the record in the Azama Secret Realm at this tournament, on behalf of the Management Association, we'll present an additional special honorary award." Although Enkwa Fikine outwardly accepted the result, he still felt bitter inside. Indeed, the Management Association had sided with KMMS. If he continues to grow like this, the status of our Ven Bai Academy will surely plummet. The scene shifts to inside the Secret Realm, where a treasure chest and a piece of paper have appeared on the ground. KMMC has now gained 3 more levels. He is currently at level 42. Those others also mentioned that they have leveled up, all thanks to KMMC's efforts. TM9 High could not believe they actually won the championship in the Secret Realm. KMMC then approached the chest, excitedly saying, "Next comes the most thrilling part. Let us open it and see what treasures are inside." As soon as it opened, a notification appeared before Kiemasu. "Congratulations. You have drawn this S-level skill. Rapid Withdrawal. This skill allows you to instantly refresh the cooldown of all skills. The cooldown time for this skill is 72 hours. After reading the notification, Kiemhim was extremely excited, thinking that theoretically, this rapid withdrawal skill would benefit me at least dozens of times over. But I won't have enough mana to use that many skills. Overall, the benefits will still be at least 10 times more." Tian Hai was thrilled and said, "I can believe it is an S-level random skill book. This reward truly lives up to the Secret Realm's reputation. I have drawn the Steel Will, which can double my defense for 30 seconds and make me immune to all control skills." After hearing this, he looked at the other chest in the distance and said, "Let us see what treasures are in that last royal chest." As soon as it opened, a notification popped up. "Congratulations. You have received the Eternal Red Ring." Then another notification appeared, reporting all the information about this ring. Everyone wanted it after seeing it. The Zehai even whimpered. "This is definitely equipment designed specifically for damage-dealing mage classes like us." Lu Huho Vi from behind suggested that it should be left for the team leader instead. Tian Hai immediately agreed, saying, "Of course. This time we succeeded in the Secret Realm thanks to the team leader's efforts. Furthermore, even if we were given this ring, we would not be able to unleash its full potential." After everyone said that, Kiemmc decided not to be polite anymore. He then put on the ring and chuckled to himself. "My critical hit rate has now reached 33.6%. plus an additional 4% from this eternal red ring. My current gear can be considered almost perfect. Just then, Lu Haiuvi spoke to him. The secret realm is complete now. Can you agree to one more condition from us? Hearing this, Kiyamamse asked her what the condition was. As soon as he finished speaking, both Hen Hai and Lagu Vai excitedly said, I heard you have established a guild on the Taishan Kai continent. Right. Are you still looking for members? Can I? Kivimamsi was quite puzzled and asked, haven't you all had a guild until now? Liu Shuyu replied that they were members of the school's guild. But she thought there must be a way to make it work. Right. If not, they could ask Principal Lang about it later. And if that did not work, they would withdraw from the school guild. Quenmo naturally did not refuse, but he cautiously said, if everyone could do it, then I certainly would not oppose. Yet inside, he felt a bit anxious. Hoping that Principal Lang would not expose him, the scene shifted to the office of Vanbai Academy, where a subordinate was reporting the situation to Nugo Hef Khan. We have lost contact with Chu Zidai. I have sent someone into the Chan Kai continent, and I will report back as soon as there is news. Hearing this, he immediately asked, there won't be any unexpected issues. Right, the other side confidently replied. Rest assured. Principal, we have invested a large sum to buy siege weapons already. For a rookie guild like them, how could they withstand such a powerful attack? After saying this, Nigo Hefkine waved his hand, telling him, that is good. If there is any news, let me know immediately. You can go now. As soon as that person stepped outside, someone was already waiting at the door. He saw this and called them in. Long Tu Van walked in, bowed, and greeted Nugo Hefkine, saying, Principal, I was careless this time. I did not expect Kine Mo to be so reckless. And yet he did not blame me at all. He added, don't be too hard on yourself. Who would have guessed Kine Mo would be so cunning? If he had followed the usual path, he surely would not have been as fast as you. Ngoevkov then smiled and continued, what is done. Let us not dwell on it. How's the recruitment for the qualifiers going? Lodring Tu Van then took out a stack of documents and handed them to him, saying, I came here for this matter. After careful screening, we found a new student who is an assassin. If he joins us, our performance in the qualifiers will definitely improve significantly. Ingo Heftofkun looked at the documents containing information about Lamin Hetuo. After a moment, he said, 21 years old and already at level 40, not bad talent. But the level is still a bit low. He might not be able to fully utilize his potential until next year. Tu Van immediately began to persuade Ngo Hefkine, saying, Principal, level is not the only standard for evaluation. Please reconsider about La Ho. But he angrily snapped back at him, that is your mistake. 14. Level and resources are the standards for everything. Do you really think that the Academy's Divine Summons team, with an average level of less than 40, could defeat us? They are just relying on tricks and luck. In the next qualifiers, we will crush them with our true strength. The scene shifted to a bulletin board displaying all current stats for Kien Mo. After reading it, he thought that this time Azarama's combat power had directly exploded to 165,684 points, an increase of nearly 35,000 points compared to before, and his current strength could now compete equally with top-tier third transition masters. Then Quanmu encouraged everyone for the next qualifiers to keep striving. The competition resumes, and this time it is the second round, the individual qualifiers. The host begins to announce that there are a total of 64 participants in this qualifier. According to the competition rules, there will be two teams, red and blue. Each competition area will have 32 participants. After the knockout matches between the red and blue areas, each side will have only one person left. Finally, these two will face off in the finals to compete for the championship of this qualifier. Now the system will randomly assign numbers to everyone. The system board starts running quickly, assigning numbers randomly to each person. When MC stood in front of Mace Hai and said to her, the blue area means before the finals. All my opponents will be from the blue area. And C Hai happily responded, that is great. I am in the red area, so we won't have to fight each other in the first round. Tai Yu Ven, sitting next to Enyu Hafi Khan, frowned at the draw results, seeming to realize he would not meet KMMC anytime soon. It is a pity. The elder next to him reassured him, saying to let him wait a few more rounds. Who knows? He might not even make it to the finals. At this moment, Ingmi Then was stunned, his face pale as he shouted, oh my, I am really unlucky. I ended up with an odd number, which means I will probably encounter that pervert. Thiebenguite Sen heard this and immediately asked him if he knew Kim MC. Ingli then turned pale, sweating as he replied, I not only know him, I have even sold myself to him. After the areas were assigned, the host announced, now that everyone has been assigned areas, the system will proceed to match opponents. I declare the second qualifier officially begins. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire audience erupted with excitement. What they were most curious about now was who would be paired with Kim M3. Moments later, the results were clear. Kim Hee would compete against Trido Injik Sen from the Fongyungai Academy. The spectators in the stands were thrilled to see Trivone Injik Sun. She was from Fongyungai, ranked 11th in the Secret Realm Challenge. There was quite a big gap, but she was 4 levels higher than Kim MC. Sun was a street fighter. She stepped onto the stage nervously and said to Kim MC that it was a pleasure to meet him. Let us make a pact. Sportsmanship and friendship come first. Competition is second. He smiled and replied. Don't worry, Miss Trido. I am not that rough. Suddenly, from Injik's side, a strike was launched, exploding loudly and startling Kiyomizu. Then, in front of him was a cloud of dust. At this moment, Trivone Injik transformed into a tall, muscular girl, grimacing as she said to Kiyomizu, let us give it our all in this match. As soon as Trivone transformed, everyone here was shocked. Who would have thought that such a petite girl actually looked like this? Someone even shouted. This is the special fighting mode of a street fighter. Trivone Injik is serious now. Kim says. Seeing the scene, was left dumbfounded, wondering what the hell was going on. Just then, a Trivone Injik charged at him, roaring, what are you dazed for? If you are careless during the fight, you will be at a disadvantage. With that, she unleashed a series of punches towards Kim MC, but he quickly dodged them all. It seemed like Injik Sen was ready to throw one final decisive blow to take him down. She mocked him. Is that all you can do? Just hide as the leader of the secret realm. But before her punch could even touch Kim MC, he effortlessly blocked it with one hand. Want to see the true power of the leader of the secret realm? Then I want to hold back. With that, Kim MC tightly grabbed Injik Sen's arm and pulled hard, sending her flying away. Immediately after, he slammed Injik Sen down to the ground. Not stopping there, Kim MC prepared to strike again. He even warned Injik Sen to be careful because he was about to punch. Just after saying that, countless punches rained down on her without mercy. The Kim Hove arm swung up once more. It seemed this would be his strongest final blow. A punch like thunder struck down, causing the arena to crack. Trivone Injik Sen's face was now swollen like a pig's head. But she still tried to speak. Didn't I say it already? I want to be rough with a girl. Kim twisted his sore wrist in reply. Sorry, but you are not included. The referee quickly announced the results to everyone. Thundi Academy faced off against Fongyungai Academy, with Thundi Academy emerging victorious. The match was so quick that a few people who just went to the restroom missed it. They did not even have time to pack up their things. Looking over to see Malign's match was also quite interesting. On this side, a female warrior was being tightly held by the magical hands of a sorcerer. Unable to move an inch, she gritted her teeth in anger. How annoying. If you have the ability, fight me face to face. Playing dirty like this is not real skill. Hearing that, Inglithen laughed mockingly. It is not that you are not good enough. It is just that I am too strong. Just admit defeat and get down already. The girl was infuriated and shouted at him, calling him shameless. I am going to kill you. With that, she struggled to break free from Inglithen's grip. As soon as she got out, she charged at him with her sword. But he arrogantly said, I told you to admit defeat. Why are you being so stubborn? However, as she rushed into attack, her sword could only strike at his waist. Inglithen's voice rang out right behind her. All right then. Let me see you off. He then unleashed his magic. Immediately after, a large vortex shot out a strike that sent the girl tumbling forward, crying out in pain. Inglithen looked at the girl, now knocked out and lying motionless on the ground, feeling very proud. I told you. You are no match for me. The referee announced the results of this match to everyone. Malin Academy faced off against Hyenvi Academy. Malin Academy's Inglithen won. He was now greeting everyone around the arena and enjoying the cheers from the audience. The people in the stands were quite surprised by his strength. This guy is really strong. A wizard completely overpowering a swordsman. I like his fighting style. It is really cool and seasoned. At this moment, Long Tu finished watching Inglithen's match and turned to speak to Thivri Nguyen. This Inglithen is a student from your Malin Academy. Right. He looks pretty good. Hearing that, he humbly replied. Don't mention it. This guy is not serious at all. To be honest, I just learned that he joined Kiyomizu's guild. Luffy next to him laughed when he heard that. Does not that mean he is familiar with Hong then? That is great then. Thibering Nguyen then chuckled and said to Lung Yu. That is exactly how it is. But this kid is in trouble. He is in the same competition as Kiem Evison, so he might have to face him later. He chuckled and reassured them. No need to be so pessimistic. We still do not know who will win or lose. Thibering Nguyen then told him. Principal Long, please do not comfort me anymore. I just hope he does not lose too badly. At that moment, a referee's voice announced in another arena. Lamthin Academy faced off against Sita Gip Academy, with Lamthivan's Hong Thin winning. On the other side, the Long just defeated a competitor from Vine Lam Academy, and shortly after, Ini Si Hai from Thundi Academy won and advanced to the next round. After a thrilling qualifying round, The most anticipated part of the tournament finally arrived. The host's voice was filled with excitement. Ladies and gentlemen, after several days of intense competition, the top 8 of the tournament has officially been revealed. They are Long Tu Vine and Chim Du from Ven B Academy, Kim MC and Lung Nai Si Hai from Thun Deet Academy, Thu Long and Thit Dying from Vinan Lam Academy, Hong Thin from Lam Thin Academy, and Ingli Then from Align Academy. After a short break, the match for a spot in the top 4 will officially begin. Following that will be the championship match. The stands were buzzing about the recent results. They noted that VBI and Vinerlam have always been in the top 3 in previous seasons. Having 2 people qualify is not surprising. But for Thun Deet to also have 2 in the top 8 is truly unexpected. It seems like Then Deet Academy is really rising this year. With this performance, they will definitely be in the top 3. The scene shifted to the lounge for those who advanced. The group of Trine Kaim Sai had gathered completely in the room. Everyone was joyful because it was expected. They all made it to the top 8. This calls for a celebration. Just then, Ningli Then knelt down and hugged Quim MC's leg, bleeding, saying, "Great leader, let us negotiate a bit. Please let me win later. Even if I lose, I want to do it with some style." Hearing this, he replied in a deep voice. "Good. Just try to hold on until you face me," he said. As soon as he finished speaking, Ingli Then immediately stood up and said, "What you said made me unhappy. I know I can't beat you, but I still have a bit of confidence against the others." When Masi heard this, he explained to him, "Now that we are in the top 8, internal conflict is inevitable. What is the situation now?" Hong Thin finally spoke up to report to him. "Currently, I am in a match with the Long Nidhi Si He and Lulden to Ven Trung, while Lom MC Nai Then is with Thit Din Thing from Vina Lum and Chiem Du from Vina Boi Trung. Among the 3 of us, 2 will have to face each other, while the other will confront Long Tai Van." Hearing this, the Long asked, "Does that mean one of us has to drop out of the top 8? And Si Hai quickly reassured them, "This is just a competition. Everyone just needs to try their best." A moment later, the Long turned to Kia Mumsi and said, "Besides Nengi Then, your president has Thit Dying from Vainan Lam and Chiem Du from VNMBA. Lo Thit has no chance of winning against either the president or Engli Then. The guy Chiem Du from Vivai is the same. Anyway, Ingli Then will clash with the president." Kia Mums listened to him and stood up seriously, replying, "Whether it is internal conflict or facing others, I hope everyone can give it their all. Fight until the end so there will be no regrets." Ingli Then trembled and stuttered. "It sounds like the president is reminding me." The Long ignored him and continued speaking in a rather worried tone. "Among them, everyone must pay special attention to Logung Van and Taiyu. This person is an assassin from Vien Bai, so his target is likely the president. I have observed a few of his matches. He is very ruthless. Those who fight him either die or get severely injured. So many opponents have already conceded without fighting. With such a fighting style, his score in the qualifiers is even higher than the president's." Seeing this, Hong Thin confidently said, "Then please let me meet him in the next match, so I can crush his arrogant spirit. I am really looking forward to competing with Lao MC for the championship." Kiem MC reminded him not to underestimate the opponent. Then Nenchi Hai stood up, and everyone gathered around. She gently said, "That is great. From now on, everyone should do their best to fight with all their might." Moments later, on the large arena, the 8 people stood neatly in line. The host voice rang out again. "Ladies and gentlemen, the highly anticipated top 8 competition has officially begun. Next, the system will randomly pair the fighters. The results are in. Kiem and Si will fight Nai Then. Hong Thin will face Lon and Taiyu. Ting Si He against the Long. And Chiem Du will battle Thit Di Thing." As soon as he saw the results, Ingli Then collapsed. "Oh my, am I not making it into the top 4? Meanwhile, Hong Thin nearby chuckled and said, "Luzung Yuva, let me see what Venabi's strength is." At this moment, Thu Long said to Nasei, "Even though we are from the same guild, I won't go easy on you." She replied with a smile, "Don't worry. I will give it my all too." At that moment, Luzung Venantiyu was eyeing the others, thinking, "It seems I am about to face Kiem MC in the championship match." He is now looking at Ningli Then, pale and scared, and says with a grin, "I can only say you are really unlucky. The first match is between Haim MC and Ningli Then." He stands on the field and speaks to Kim MC. "Before we start fighting, we need to agree on 3 things. Tivim MC does not refuse and lets him speak. Then Ningli Then slowly says, "First, no hitting the face. You can hit my handsome face, or you will have to take care of me for life. Second, if I admit defeat, you must stop immediately. Absolutely no personal revenge." When it comes to the third point, Ningli Then hesitates and 1T continue. Ki says, losing patience, urges him on. "What is the third? Don't drag it out. Just say it." As soon as he finishes speaking, Ingli Then suddenly charges in and says, "The third is that you can go easy on me a bit. Can you let me win the championship for my own satisfaction? It turns out he is using a delaying tactic, which can reduce the target's speed by 40% and lasts for 12 seconds. Kim Vimmphi grits his teeth in anger. This little brat is playing dirty. The host of voice echoes throughout the stands. This Ningli Then is really underhanded, even resorting to sneak attacks. It seems they know each other. But Kim Vimmphi is too careless and falls for the delay technique. He is about to get into big trouble. Ningli Then now uses his magic, laughing sinisterly at Kimus. In the battlefield, there is no room for tricks. President, you said we must give it our all and fight without regrets. So do not blame me for being ruthless. Be careful now. President. Saying that, he shoots his magic straight at him. Instantly, the spot where Kim Vimmphi stands explodes. However, he quickly uses his familiar umbrella to completely block the attack and laughs. Your tricks are quite vicious, and your strategies are not bad. But too bad your strength is lacking and your brain is not enough. Did you forget my passive ability? Purification Force. As soon as he finishes, Ningli Then struggles in frustration. Damn it. How did I forget about this? Hearing him say that, Kim Vimmphi laughs and says, do you have any other moves? Show me something new. Hearing this, Ningli Then regains his spirit and raises his staff. I have plenty more moves. Now, President, let me show you something impressive. Ng Kun watches Ningli Then's technique and thinks to himself, this skill looks a lot like Purification Force. But I did not see him use his hands to cast anything. This kid really has a lot of secrets. I need to pay close attention. In another arena, Long Tu Van stands opposite Hong Then and says, I have watched all the matches. Among the 8 in the quarterfinals, only you and Kim Vimmphi interest me a bit. I am really lucky to be facing you in the first match. Hearing this, Hong Then scoffs. You are lucky. You still have a bit of a chance against me. But if you are matched against old mess, you won't stand a chance. Upon hearing Hong Then's reference, Tu Van asks back. So you know Kim Vimmphi. That makes sense. You all are part of the 3-school alliance. That is great then. If I beat you badly, it will definitely provoke him. Right. Seeing this, Hong Then got a bit angry and snapped. What are you talking about? You think you can definitely win against me? Losing Tu Van did not respond but said, anyway, I just hope you can let me fight to my heart's content. Immediately after, he lunged at Hong Then with a blood-winged strike. Tu Van slashed down and sent him flying a distance away. Hong Then quickly got back up, laughing mockingly. Is that all you have got? Looks like that is not enough. Now, watch my technique. With that, he roared powerfully. Long Tu Van was slightly taken aback and took a few steps back, astonished, saying, is that the Berserk Rage? Clearly, he is a sword saint. But how does he have the skills of a Berserk swordsman? Wait, did you activate the ancient altar? Not only he wondered, but the spectators were also curious. Was not Hong Then a sword saint? How could he use the skills of a Berserk swordsman? But they could not have been mistaken. Hong Then even had skills of a sword saint. Li Gaimanheko was astonished by this and said, it makes sense for Kim Vimmphi to learn various skills as a rogue. But how could Hong Then surpass the job change limit? A Fidi Tren beside him chuckled. That Hong Then must be very close to Kim Vimmphi. Hearing that, he added, they not only belong to the 3-school alliance, but were also very close before. He is the right-hand man, the second strongest of Kim Vimmphi in the Venum Ain Nain Fong Guild. Sikudi Tren chuckled and muttered, this is interesting. Everyone related to Kim Vimmphi is truly noteworthy. At this moment, Hong Then, using his Berserk sword, spoke seriously to Tai Yulong. Sorry, old man, but this brother really can't hold back anymore. When it is time to strike, do not try to hold back. I am so pent up I am about to burst. Then he immediately commanded his sword to launch straight at Lazanu Taviu Vine. He quickly jumped to the side but still got cut by the blade. Not stopping there, Hong Then continued to use the Tan Gait Kim Vik technique to control the sword and stab Long Tu Van once more. He now had no way to retreat and could only take out his cloak, using it as low blood defense to protect himself. Just as he done it, countless blades from Hong Then rushed towards him from all directions. Losing Tu Van inside the cocoon braced himself, thinking he had underestimated Hong Then. But he was not doing much better on the other side. Now, Hong Then was shaking violently. The battle here attracted the attention of many spectators, who cheered and encouraged both of them. Thiam Nguyen, sitting in the audience, was quite pleased and said, looking at the situation, Hong Then might just defeat Log Tai Van. But Lo Fie beside him disagreed. Not necessarily. I see the situation is not very promising. That kid Hong Then has given it his all. But Long Tu Van is really formidable. He knows his role as a blood mage, and is now ready to put his pride aside and turtle up to survive. Once Hong Thiven's energy runs out, and he still can't break through the defenses, he will be in serious trouble. At this moment, Hong Then stood up straight, channeling all his strength to lift his massive sword. Here's my final strike. he shouted, launching it straight at Log Tu Van. Immediately, the spot where he stood exploded. Hong Thin collapsed to the ground. Gasping, did it work? But Luldring Tu Van was still able to rise from the smoke. Grinning. Finally, it is. Your energy must be completely drained. Right, now it is my turn. With that, Losung Yu Van gave a sinister laugh. He charged forward. While Hong Thin could only tremble and retreat, the scene suddenly shifted to the arena where KMMC and Ningli Then were. Ningli Then was now cornered by him. Fearfully shouting, "Don't come any closer. At least let me finish this skill." Hearing this, KMMC stopped and immediately replied with a laugh. "All right, I will give you a chance. Let us see what else you have got." Ningli Then stood firm against KMMC, determined to hold his ground even if he lost. He then raised his staff high, creating a swirling vortex in the air. KMMC, intrigued, asked, "What is this skill? How can it alter the celestial image like this? Will it affect us?" Just then, several gigantic meteors shot out from the vortex, leaving everyone in shock. This guy is actually summoning meteors. He hurled them all at KMMC and declared, "Taste the power of hellfire." The KMMs quickly dodged the falling meteors, remarking that this one was decent, but not enough. After saying that, he charged toward Ningli Then. Seeing this, Ningli Then screamed in fear. "What the heck? Are you even human? You can kill me with that. How does a non-tank class have 7,500 health?" Just before a Mumsy struck him, Ningli Then turned pale with fear and shouted, "I surrender. I surrender." As soon as he finished, the referee announced loudly, "The Demon Spirit Academy faces off against the Divine Deception Academy. KMC from Divine Deception wins, officially making it to the top 4. Inglutrivkin smirked at the outcome, thinking that this kid's attribute values are indeed strange. Not only high attack power but also a lot of health. Where did he get so many free points to invest? Let us see how I will deal with you next round." At this time, Theopananguite Sen laughed and said to Lung Utu, "As expected, Ngi is no match for KMMC. But making it to the top 8 does not embarrass us. How's it going with Hong Thin?" He now wore a grim expression, replying that the situation was not looking good. That last blow could not defeat Log Tu Van, and now there was no chance for a counterattack left. He was currently using magic to choke Hong Thin, lifting him high and mocking, "You were so tough just now. Let us see if you can do anything else." Hong Thin was tightly gripped by Lung Tu Van, only able to grit his teeth and curse. The audience was buzzing. Many thought Hong Thin could defeat Lung Tu Van, and King of Cone smirked over here, thinking, "Well done. Those trash dared to oppose me. This will be their punishment." Just then, Luffy suddenly stood up and shouted, "Lam Thin Academy, we admit defeat. Hurry up and tell Luck and Taiyuvan to stop." Immediately, the referee loudly announced, "Lam Thin Academy faced Vanim Academy, and Lung Tu-Van from Vimba won, advancing to the top 4. Then he ordered him to stop the match. Losung Yu-Van immediately let go, causing Hong Divan to crash to the ground, while he arrogantly walked away. Lotinyu-Vun was now frenzied, extremely excited, thinking, reaching this level must have made Kim MC furious. Right, Hong Thin was now being treated, and someone by his bedside said, Hong Thin was already defeated at that state. Earlier, Losung Tu-Van was seriously injured by him, seeking personal revenge, which is why he attacked him like this. But now there is nothing to worry about, just needs to rest, Kim says, standing by the bed, said solemnly. So that although Tu-Vine deliberately injured Hong Thin like this, the Long also agreed, adding that he even arrogantly claimed he wanted to show off to him. In Gi Thun sighed, the old man really should have just admitted defeat if he could not win. I landed safely, did not. After that, Kim MC turned to ask the other two how their match was going. Hearing his question, the Long sighed and said, I tried my best, but I did not expect Naji Sihei would have a perfect way to counter. And she smiled, saying it was all stuff that Kim MC taught her, which could be considered cheating. Ingli then frowned upon hearing that. So in the next match, is not Nunsi facing Long Tu-Van. That guy's goal is to provoke the president. Do not tell me he is going to play dirty. But she snapped back. I am not afraid of him. At this point, the Long continued. Luthit lost to Quagite from Van B Academy, meaning the opponent in the next match for the president will be from Vian and Bi. Ingli then laughed and told him, now that is interesting. The battle for supremacy among the top 4 unexpectedly has facing Vian Bi. Is not that just settling old scores all at once? Ow. Kikimamfi frowned, staring at Hong Divan lying in bed, saying, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. The next day, at the competition arena of H. Quoth, the host opened with, after the university tournament, we finally welcome the competition for the top 4 strongest. Although it is not the finals yet, given the current situation, only 2 academies remain for Hong Thin in the top. This is a miracle that has not happened in previous rounds. Next, Chiendu from Venambi Academy will face Ki MC from Academy. Yini Si Hai from Academy will compete against Long Tu Van from Vian Academy. The competition between the 4 strongest has officially begun. Chiendu stared at Kim MC for a moment and said, "You seem a bit distracted. I heard the one fighting Long Tu Van is your girlfriend. Are you worried?" Then he started rambling. "That guy is indeed very strong. At school, I have fought him no less than 20 times. And I lost every single time. Before stepping into the ring, he told me to just give up. He would finish the fight quickly, and told me not to delay the final match between the two of you. But I won't let that jerk have his way. I want to defeat you first. Then I will take him down in the finals and become the champion." With that, Chiendu started firing numerous bullets at Ki MX. He quickly dodged and evaded them all to get closer to him. Then, Ki MX pulled out a dagger, held it in front of Chiendu, and said, "Sorry, but I am not interested in hearing your victory thoughts. I just want to win quickly." With that, he slashed the dagger across Chiendu. He frowned and thought, "This guy's speed is insane." Immediately after, countless attacks from Kiyomasi struck Chiendu while fending off the blows. He looked at Kiyomasi and laughed. "You really are just like Lao Tu Van, exuding that annoying, arrogant aura everywhere. This move was meant for him, but I will let you taste it first. You dare to underestimate me? I will make you all pay for your arrogance." Instantly, the audience was in an uproar. If this skill is unleashed, it won't break the arena's defenses. Will it? Some felt like they might get burned alive. At this range, it is nearly impossible to dodge in the arena. Kim MMC is about to be finished off. The host was astonished and said, "Is this the skill of a second-tier berserker? I never expected it to be so flashy. It seems impossible to face it directly. How will Kim MMC respond?" However, he casually said, "Planning to unleash your trump card? Go ahead, come at me." The moment he said that, the audience thought Kim MMC had lost his mind. There are many ways to handle this, yet he chose to face it head-on. Chiendu had already completed this move and launched it towards Kim MC. Time to pay for your arrogance. The attack charged straight into the protective barrier on the arena. Everyone watched as the barrier buckled, and they quickly looked for an escape route. Li Gaim-hyo, sitting on the referee's chair, jumped up from the table and exclaimed, "This new kid plays really well." Just then, the barrier could not hold anymore and shattered, but Glychin Gai Heiko managed to get there in time to block the flying attack from injuring anyone. Now in the arena, only Chiendu's heavy breathing and the thick dust cloud obscuring everything remained, but it seemed he was reaching his limit. Before he could finish his sentence, he coughed and crumpled to his knees. At that moment, Kiememsa stepped out of the smoke calmly and said, "Your final move is nothing but this." Chimdu was utterly astonished. He shouted each word with great difficulty. How is this possible? To just based on that torn umbrella. But before he could finish, Chiemdu saw Kiemux turning to leave. He called him back because their fight was not over yet. Kiemc just frowned and turned back, saying, "If you try to use an attack technique beyond your level, your body probably won't hold up. There is no need to waste more time on you." Kim Du struggled to shout again, "I can still fight." But just as Kiemc said, after saying a few words, Chiemdu coughed up a mouthful of blood. Then he collapsed to the ground, lying motionless. At that moment, the referee announced that Chiemdu had lost the ability to fight, allowing Kiemc to advance to the finals. After seeing the result, everyone was terrified. This match was truly deadly. Kiemc had beaten Chiemdu to the point of no resistance. Everyone was curious about his true power. As Kiemc walked inside, a notification suddenly appeared before him. This was an urgent message from Siku-sen. "Is it again the Vimbi Academy? Does NQF want to fight me to the end?" Kiemc approached the group of principals sitting down. He ignored the congratulations from Thaithui Eingait Sin and asked Long Tu about Nachi Sihi's situation. He frowned as he replied, "In this situation, CA can't match Luma Tu Vine." He was currently hovering in the air, looking down at Necha Sihai, who was kneeling on one knee, mocking her. "You are really tenacious. But with your level to make it to the top 4, it seems your boyfriend has put in a lot of effort for you. However, I advise you to surrender early. Do not ruin the finals between me and him." As he finished speaking, Kivim's face darkened even more. His gaze was now extremely cold, and Sihai had also stood up a bit, raising her staff and saying, "Be careless, and you will regret it." Lodring Tiyuvan seemed a bit surprised that she had not given up yet. "Are you determined for a life-and-death fight? Let me see what you are capable of." With that, Nenchi Sihai immediately charged towards him with her staff. Lozing Tiyuven defended while laughing madly. "Not bad. I did not expect the damage to be this high." But she was not done yet and continued her relentless attack. Long Tiyuven could feel the damage increasing more and more. The spectators were all astonished by this scene, and Sihei was now stacking Hien Vine, and in a moment, if Hien Ven overwhelmed, the damage would be even greater, rivaling the previous energy blast. What was Long Tu Van planning to do? She charged again. Ding Giao shouted loudly. With that kind of bravado, do not back down from this move. Lo Tu Van looked at the move Naik Si Hei was preparing, filled with confusion. What kind of move is this? After the final move was unleashed, everything on the battlefield exploded. And Sia gasped, struggling to stay upright as she looked at the person in front and said, "You are still just avoiding." Losing Tu Van's expression darkened. The mocking voices of everyone echoed in his ears. This guy ultimately backed down and was indeed no match for KMMs. He could bathe in the final move while this useless one could only retreat. Just like a turtle hiding in its shell when fighting Hong Then, too scared to stick its head out. King Yin, sitting high above, gritted his teeth in anger at this sight. Why is this useless piece of trash so afraid of dying? And when did Long Tu's own niece become so terrifying? At that moment, the Si Hei spoke to Levi Tu Van. You are quite impressive. I am no match for you. But I can also assure you that you are no match for KMMC. He would not need to retreat from the same move. I can't beat you. So I want to surrender. But just then, he unleashed an attack at her, catching Nun Si Hei completely off guard. And she was hit by the overlapping move. This is the blood flower. It can plant a seed on the enemy. After 10 seconds, the flower will bloom, dealing 100 points of damage per second and tripling the target's pain sensation. At this moment, Lo Sung Yu Van was like a madman, laughing while tormenting her. Earlier, he told her to surrender, and now she did not want to. Can he just have it his way? I won't let you have your way. Lang Tu could not take it anymore, slamming the table and standing up to shout. This is clearly a skill meant for torturing people. Leva, you stop right now. Suddenly, someone charged in and kicked him away. Ki Mak Ka Nuok Hai, who was now passed out in his arms, while Leo Tu Van quickly stood up, arrogantly saying, "Is that all you can take? I have not even started having fun yet." He ignored him and focused on pouring a dose of medicine into Nuok Hai's mouth. Once done, Ki Mak glared at Liu Tu Van and growled, "Leva, you want to provoke me? Do not. Then congratulations. You have succeeded. In the next 3 moves, I will definitely kill you." As soon as he finished, the audience erupted in shock, everyone stunned and unable to believe it. Did I hear that right? Ki Mak just said he would kill Liu Tu Van in 3 moves. This is not the Tankai continent. Killing someone means facing legal consequences. At that moment, Nugohak Kun also slammed the table and stood up angrily. I object. The finals have not even started yet, and Ki Mak has already rushed in. What does he mean by saying he will kill him? Right here. I demand his disqualification from the competition. Hearing him say that, Lang Tu Zhu coldly replied, "We have already lost this match. But clearly Leo Tu Van from Van Academy wants my niece's life. And Ki Mak is just too worried about saving her." At this point, Ko Tu Chen finally spoke. The semifinal has already concluded. Ki Mak's rushed entry onto the stage was understandable under the circumstances. As for the matter of killing or not, it is not uncommon for a young person to be a bit reckless when their blood is boiling. Principal Go need not take it to heart. He was furious but could not do anything, thinking it was truly detestable. It seems Ko Tu Chan has decided to protect Ki Mak. Then Ko Tu Chan continued, "But since they are already on stage, I declare the finals. The showdown between Ki Mak and Leo Tu Van officially begins now." He was still mocking him on stage. "I have heard for a long time that you are arrogant, but I did not expect you to be this crazy, killing someone right on the battlefield. I have quite a bit of experience in that. Usually, people strike first, and then say they could not control their strength. But when you say it like that, it is clearly intentional murder." In response to him was Ki Mak's dark expression. He said in a low voice, "Is everyone from Vanba so full of useless chatter?" Immediately after, countless skeletal monsters appeared behind Ki Mak. He was using the Heavenly Soul Emperor. Liu Tu Van was stunned, unable to believe it. "Aren't you just a rogue cultivator? How do you know the ultimate move of a death mage?" But before he could do anything, the skeletal creatures rushed in and grabbed him tightly. Those present in the audience found this scene terrifying. After witnessing this move, Nigoha Kun exclaimed in shock. Could it be the spirit guardian ritual? The skill of a death mage? No way. Losing to Ven is no match for him. Then he quickly shouted, "We concede." Buklung MC to stop. But Sikudi Tren was not in a hurry. He frowned and stared ahead, saying, "This must be a skill activated from the ancient altar. The biggest trump card of yours is this." "Wait. Let me take a closer look." Li Ngaim Heo, sitting beside him, agreed. "Exactly. That Hong Then before was definitely the same. The soul offering is a major move of the death mage, using the unbreakable chains to bind the target, preventing them from moving. Then, the Scythe will continuously attack, lasting for 4 seconds. Even now, Losing to Vine still can't believe it. He screamed in despair. This absolutely can't be happening. Ki M. Mepsi's voice carried a chilling tone that clearly reached Audong Tu Van's ears. "I heard you like to torture others, so let me give it a try." Ki M. says, "Today I, Losung Yuvan, will fight you to the death." But he did not care about what he said at all. "The third move I will use is your own signature move to finish you off." Blood Edge, which can consume 80% of your current health to form the Blood Edge Spear. Every time the target is hit, they will not only be parasitized but also suffer massive damage, while restoring the same amount to the Blood Mage. Inku Hefkine was now desperate to the point of madness. Referee, please quickly call off the match. But Sika Chen remained focused, thinking to himself, can't stop. This guy has more surprises. He holds not just one ancient altar. The match can be stopped. Kia Menz jumped high and told Langadre to Yuven, feel the endless pain. At this moment, he was no longer restrained by the bones but by countless chains wrapping around him. Lodring to Yuvan could barely take it anymore and screamed in pain. I was wrong. Please stop. But Kia Mumsy decided to flick his fingers. And immediately, many small iron chains and bright red petals fell upon him. Lodong Tu Ven had completely vanished without a trace. It seemed he had died at the hands of Kia Mc. King Yen, seeing this from afar, immediately shouted, Kia Mem says, do you really dare to kill someone? You are finished. But he was not afraid and even taunted him. Kill if you can. What can you do to me? Inkohefkine was now furious, shouting loudly to the referee. Commissioner Siu, this guy is openly violating the country's ban. I must deal with him severely. King Yen, representing Venambi Academy, proposed to execute him as an example. Just as he finished speaking, Long Tu stood up and spoke loudly. His whole presence exuded an oppressive aura. Anyone who dared to touch a hair on Kiem Mexi's head would definitely be killed by him. And Kimu sneered in response. Well done. Lung Taiyu. Are you covering for a murderer in front of everyone? Inside, he was shocked, wondering why Long Tu exuded such an aura when he was already injured. He scoffed and said, you mean the person who had no resistance at all is the genius of VNB? Well, that is it then. Dead is dead. But if you want to settle scores, your academy's people deliberately violated regulations to torture my granddaughter. How will you handle this? Just then, Sikudi Trunjan stood up from the judging chair demanding to cut the live broadcast. The match ends here. The principals of the schools and KMNC will stay. The others may leave. Ingwef Dakai now looked darkly at Sita Trunjan and asked, Commissioner Siu, are you covering for Kiames? Unexpectedly, he clearly said to him in a challenging tone. Principal Ling, if you disagree with my decision, you can appeal to the lower administrative court, or try to take action against this old man. Inghuo was clearly in a weak position now. Stammering, that is fine. We will discuss Log Taiwan later. I have other information to report. Then he began to recount, from my observations. Kiem Memsi not only killed someone but also caused extremely bad influence right in front of everyone, and he harbors an astonishing secret. I suggest the Management Association conduct a thorough investigation into him to restore fairness for us. Sidipati Tren pretended to be surprised and asked further, is there more to this? Principal Ling, please clarify. Inkoheftaken glanced at Kai MC standing there and slowly said, first of all, Kiem MC's attribute points definitely have issues. From my observation, he has at least 30% more attribute points than his peers. Furthermore, he has discovered at least 2 to 3 completely new ancient altars. The other principals were astonished to hear this. Ancient altars. Those are crucial weapons that can change the fate of a profession. If he finds just one more altar, the entire combat power of the lower kingdom will skyrocket. However, some remained skeptical, questioning if he really discovered 3 altars. How could that be? Ngoefkin continued his argument. Hongchen from the Blue Sky Academy is very close to him. Previously, he even used a skill not belonging to the second transition. Plus, Kiem MC has twice unleashed powerful spells from the Sorcerer of the Dead and the Blood Sorcerer. These things are definitely not what a rogue cultivator could do. Gu Zizhan waited for him to finish and added, Principal Ngo makes a valid point, but in reality, Gu Zizhan was cursing him inwardly. This Ngo Hefken. I tried my best to downplay this matter. Yet he exposed everything. At that moment, the King Amdru spoke up to Ngo Hefkine. Sorry, but you underestimate me. In fact, I hold the locations of 5 ancient altars. Everyone present, especially Gu Zizan and Ngo Hefkine, was in shock and disbelief. Is this for real? Ancient altars are supreme sanctuaries that allow awakeners to break through the limits of their profession and acquire various skills. A high-level ancient altar can produce hundreds of awakeners surpassing professional limits. This is almost like a reserve combat force of a national caliber. It is worth noting that in the lower kingdom, only 19 ancient altars have been discovered so far. This has turned the lower kingdom into a major power for awakeners. Guzin, still in shock, asked again. 5 altars. You have the locations of 5 altars. Kim Amis replied without hesitation. That is right. Exactly that. Ingo Hefta obviously could not believe it, stating that while one can eat recklessly, one cannot speak carelessly. Do you even realize what your words imply? Yet he immediately countered with a smile. The fact that I know the locations of the altars came from Principal Nungo himself. So why not believe me now? Indeed. Ngoa-kun was left speechless. He thought to himself, how could you possibly have 5 ancient altars? If it were 3, I could still accuse him of hiding it. But if it were 5, the situation changes. The Hoaxia government would likely have to recruit him. Ngoa-kun then raised his head and said loudly, even if there are 5 altars, you are only a level 42 awakener. Where would you get so many free attribute points? If you have such means, why not go public and collaborate with our lower kingdom scientists to see if we can find a way to benefit the people? He just finished speaking, and quite a few people immediately agreed. If you really have the ability, you should proactively report it to the Management Association. Lung Tiu could no longer stand by and watch, shouting at Ngoa-kun, you are truly shameless. Our nation is already weak, and yet you still want to destroy a once-in-a-lifetime genius. What exactly are you plotting? Yet this guy remains indifferent in his response. Is the perspective of your Academy of Godly Travel so limited? If the experiment is successful, our nation won't just see one genius like KMMC now, but countless. As a citizen of our nation, sacrifices are necessary. If one of my students had such a secret, King Yan would be the first to take him to the lab. While he was speaking, KMM stepped in to interrupt him. But you might be overthinking this. My main attribute is indeed a bit higher than normal, but this comes from my talent, not anything else. Ngoa-kun, hearing this, immediately pressed, if I remember correctly, your talent was assessed as a rank. Can you explain to me what kind of E-rank talent can boost attributes so significantly? Trine Ki-mak calmly replied, although I do not know why the system rates my talent as E, its specific effect does allow me to convert experience points into additional attribute points every time I level up. If you do not believe me, you can check for yourselves. Meanwhile, he thought to himself, just because they are insisting on the talent, the secret of the dazzling soul would not matter even if they had a father. At this moment, Kodu Tran suddenly remembered something. Speaking of which, our top scientist from the lower nation, Luan, has come with me this time. Why do not we go find him to talk? Hearing that, Ngoa-kun happily replied, is it academician Lunam Tun from the National Academy of Sciences? He is here too. That is great then. However, Lang Tiu seemed a bit worried and told Kotu Tran, in my opinion, this matter has nothing to do with the match. But the old man just smiled and said, Principal Lang, do not be so quick to stop him. Why not ask Mak for his opinion? He had nothing to refuse and immediately replied, I am all ears for the leader's arrangements. After that, they all walked inside. Kodu Tran walked while chatting with Trine Mak. Honestly, I am also curious about your attributes and combat ability. Let us go see then. The scene shifts to the laboratory in the lower nation. The top scientist of the lower nation, named Lunam Tin, was looking at the data produced by the machine while checking Mak and exclaimed, this is incredible. I have never seen data like this before. Nearby, there was a board containing all the information and parameters about him. Kodu Tran looked at it and exclaimed in astonishment, a combat power rated at 160,000. That is far beyond the strength of an ordinary second transition, completely equivalent to level 60. Meanwhile, Ngoa-kun nearby thought in fear, if I had known this guy was so strong, I would not have let Luong Vantiu go to his death. This loss is truly too great. Then he remembered something and asked, wait, was not it said that the highest level is only SSS? What the hell is level X? Hearing him ask that, Lunam Tine turned back to respond, do you know any foreign languages? X is short for Fra, which literally means incomparable. At this moment, Mak had come down to ask him, so what exactly is my rank now? Lunam Tin stroked his beard and slowly said, there has never been a case like this before. Currently, this data is too strong to compare, or there is no data to compare. But considering your characteristics, it is clear that it is unprecedented. At this moment, Ngoa-kun smiled and added, that is great. A specimen as good as this must be kept in the lab for research. Who knows? After 2 years of study, academician Leo might come up with results that will make our entire country as powerful as a dragon. Hearing this, Lunam Tun immediately turned around and asked, you mean to keep him in my lab? Yet this guy kept glancing at Lang Tiu and said, exactly. I am doing this for the future of a country. And I believe the Shendu Academy will agree with this plan. As soon as he finished speaking, Lunam Tin shouted angrily, shut your mouth right now. I am risking everything to research awakened beings to create a perfect specimen. Now that we have a specimen, and you want to keep him in the lab, are you out of your mind? From today on, this Cheng Mak will be under my protection. Lien? I want the entire country to cooperate with him whenever he levels up in the Tine Hoyan continent, and report his progress to me at any time. Ngoa-kun listened and stuttered in disbelief. How could things not be going the way he wanted? Trying to, on the other hand, happily agreed with the academician. Academician Liu, please rest assured. Our management association will fully cooperate with Mak. Just then, he lowered his head and asked, Academician Liu, if that is the case, What should I do if someone secretly organizes activities and plots to harm me? Lu Namtine thought for a moment and replied. According to a country's law, this would obviously be considered intentional murder if it were on the Chinkai continent. Just leave it to the management association to handle. As soon as he finished speaking, Kim Mak turned around and said, that is good. You all can bring him in. Kokan then appeared with a person wearing a mask and said with a smile. Chairman, I have brought the person you asked for. Ko Tutran was a bit surprised to see him. Kokan, why is this kid here? Kim Mak turned around and asked. Chief referee, do you know Kokan? Ko Tutran then replied. This is my youngest grandson. He has always been involved in shady business on the Chian Kai continent. What is it? Kim Mak, do you know him too? Before he could respond, Kokan spoke up first. My granduncle no longer participates in the arena. Now I am the junior vice president. Under President Kim Mak of the Eternal Pinnacle Guild. Handling errands. Hearing this, he found it hard to believe. The sun rises in the west. This kid can actually do legitimate work. So who do you have in your hands? As Ko Tutran asked. He thought, how could this kid Kokan, who just reached level 65, possibly help Cheng Kim Mak, who is only level 42? He then let go of the person, causing him to fall to the ground and said, this is Chu Zidai, former head of the science department at Vanbai Academy, by order of Ngohak Kun, the principal of Vanbai Academy. While our chairman is participating in the Van Lam Arena competition, he secretly planned to attack our guild. Before he could say anything more, Ngohak Kin shouted angrily. Spewing accusations. The Chudi Dai was expelled from our Varan school a long time ago. He has nothing to do with us. At that moment, he rushed to hug the old man's leg tightly, shouting, Principal, you can't just abandon me. I have lost. You have to save me immediately. Nkluivkum shouted in his face. Shut up. Do not slander me. After saying that, he punched T Dai hard in the back of the neck. Soon after, Chu T Dai lay motionless on the ground. Nkluivkum stood up, wiped his hands, and said, Chu T Dai is a morally corrupt person, expelled from Venan B long ago, and now he dares to slander me. Killing him now is just following the law. After that, he knelt right in front of Siki Trun. Our school has such corruption. As the principal, I failed in my duty, so I resign and await the association's decision. And Fidi Tren frowned and replied, Inku Hefkine is not from the Chinkai continent. Yet you dare to use his private matters to imprison and interrogate him thoroughly. Seeing this, MC thought to himself, what a cunning old fox. He knew he could not escape today, so he took action to eliminate the witness first. Even if there is an investigation later, he could avoid most of the blame. But if he could bring the old man down today, it would be a relief. After Nquef Kun left, Sidi turned to Lalu Nam Tine and joked, how do you feel about what I did? He chuckled and replied, why are you asking me? I am just an old scientist. If you want to ask someone, ask this kid instead. Kaimsa, upon realizing the question turned to him, scratched his head and said with a smile, you handled the matter fairly. I have no complaints. Finally, everything wrapped up. Afidi Tren then congratulated him. The competition today is over. Let us celebrate the victory of Thun Deed Academy, and also congratulations to Kiem MC for securing the top spot. At this moment, Kay stood next to Kaim S, whispering in his ear, you really are something else. I have never seen my uncle praise anyone like this. He is the Minister of Education of the Lower Kingdom, so you might want to take this opportunity to win his favor. But Tran Kim Mex seemed uninterested, asking Siu to Tren. Minister, what about the reward for the challenge you mentioned earlier? Have you forgotten? The old man finally remembered and replied, Right. I still have a reward for you. But first, you have to promise me one condition. Kifinamasiv looked confused. A condition? You are giving me a gift with a condition. Sikaditran took his hand and reassured him. Don't he worry, kid. You won't lose out. Sibsian behind them made a grimace, wondering if this kid was really just a student. A while later, sitting in a moving car, Kiem M6 could not help but ask Che Trenjin, what exactly is the condition? He did not say. Just told me not to worry. He would not make me study. But Kiem Messi was very curious and could not hold back anymore. Then just tell me what the reward is to put my mind at ease. Seeing his expression, Akudi Trandran thought to himself. Although he seemed mature, he was just a kid after all. The old man finally said, I have two types of rewards. The first type is a high-level experience book. The second is a high-level gear. You can choose one. Tran Kim MC thought for a moment and replied, then I want the advanced experience book. The high-level gear does not mean much to me. Seeing his reaction, Sakiti Tren noted he was calm now, no longer acting like a child. This kid was really hard to understand. The old man continued to discuss the conditions. Before talking about these conditions, I need to tell you a few things. You must listen carefully. Although the War of the Awakened has been going on for hundreds of years, The conflict between the Exia Kingdom and foreign awakened beings is still ongoing with both open and covert battles. The organization responsible for this struggle is called the Soul Flame Dragon. If you want to join this organization, participants must have absolute talent and be no older than 45. The purpose of the Soul Flame Dragon is to fight directly against foreign awakened beings. Student Trainee Kim S. I wonder if you are interested in joining. After hearing Sika Tatran, Kim M.E.C. hesitated and thought. Then he looked up and asked a question that left Seven to Tran speechless. Is there a salary? The old man helplessly answered him. This kid. How can something so significant for the Exia Kingdom not include some petty things like that? Hearing this, Kim M.C. smiled and replied. All right then. We can explore this a bit. A moment later, the car stopped at a towering headquarters, and CD Tran told Trivaki MS. All right. We have arrived at the Management Association. Let us go inside and talk. There are acquaintances waiting for you. The first scene appears right at the foot of the Management Association building. Kim Miss looked around and said to CD Tran. No wonder this is the decision-making center of the Xia Kingdom. It truly has a presence. The old man walked ahead, telling him that if he joined the Soul Flame Dragon, he would often come here in the future. While walking, Kim Miss observed his surroundings and thought, here. Everyone he saw seemed to have cultivation from the third transition and above. Is this the peak power of the Exia Kingdom? Suddenly, when they reached a room, CD Trunjan stopped, patted Kim Mumsi on the shoulder and said, Go inside. Your old friend is waiting in there. I have other matters to attend to and can't go with you. He was left dumbfounded, thinking, an old friend of mine, could it be? As soon as he entered the room, Tran Kim Mexi saw Lo Tunghound sitting there waiting. He greeted first. Tran, little friend. Long time no see. Upon seeing him, Kim Mexi joyfully greeted back. It really is Lo Tun. Long time no see. But at that moment, several beams of light suddenly shot from Luao Ten towards Kim Emis. He refused to back down and released a powerful aura, asking, Lo Tan, are you testing me? Upon hearing this, he did not respond but praised him instead. Not bad. Already level 42 and your attributes are so high. I truly did not misjudge you. You are indeed a good seed. Kimak is still very humble. Compared to him, I am still far behind. At this moment, Old Tan finally brings up the main topic of today, the matter of Hun VM Long. Si Kuti Tren must have already told you about it. Right. He then asked what the young man thinks about it now. Hearing this, Kimak straightforwardly shared everything with him. In fact, I have not thought it through yet. As you know, I have just established a guild, and I do not really understand what Hun VM Long is about. Seeing this, Old Tan explained. When the Thin Kai Khandan emerged, it was actually distributed based on the territorial area and military strength of the countries. RH was a strong nation back then, so it received the largest area. Now, the neighboring countries are envious, and to redistribute, they have formed a federation to pressure us. They do not want to start a war on Lam Tine, so they decided to begin on the Thin Kai continent. To prevent civil wars from depleting humanity's overall strength, there are regulations among the nations. Candidates participating in the pillaging war cannot reach the 5th transition and must be under 45 years old. After hearing this, Kimak replied, So this is why He Quaf established the Hun VM Long organization. Right. Old Tan nodded in agreement and said, Moreover, since the pillaging wars have been permitted, Kuf has gone through 4 consecutive battles, winning only 1 and losing 3. Resulting in a reduction of Quok's controlled area on the Thian Kai continent by 1/3. Now, there is less than a year until the 5th pillaging war. We have lost to Okuf twice in a row, so we cannot afford to lose again this time. Your talent is unique in my life, so I hope you can join Hana VM Long to contribute to our Eve Quof. After hearing such a long explanation, Kimak fell into silence. He thought that if the Thian Kai continent lost the battle, the territory they controlled would shrink, and some altars would also be redistributed. Moreover, since the opponent is Okwux, there is even less reason to refuse. After thinking it over, Kimak raised his head and replied to him. Old Tan, I can participate, but I have one request. Hearing this, he broke out in a cold sweat. This kid. Are you trying to blackmail me again? But Kimak said very seriously. Old Tan is joking. Fighting against Okwux is a good thing, and I absolutely won't put forward any conditions. My request is to join Han Vom Long only after the 3rd transition. Old Tan agreed immediately, saying that it was certainly possible. After all, there is still a year left, and you need to work harder to improve your strength. If you have any requests, you can contact your old opponent. I heard you still have the locations of 5 altars. You are not trying to trick Kaldatron with this, are you? Kimak responded with a smile. I have already prepared the locations of the altars, but the guild management should also offer me some rewards. Right. Old Tan laughed at this and stroked his beard, saying, You never forget about gaining benefits. Do you? Then he took out an ancient book and said, This is a book of enhancement experience. With your current level, It can help you level up another tier. This type of book can provide 60,000 experience points at once. He murmured while absorbing the book in his hands. And it has a total of 6 million experience points. Isn't this just like a level up dungeon? The higher the level, the harder it is to level up. These 6 million experience points will only help me level up once. Then he bowed his head to bid farewell to him. Old Kain. I need to quickly manage the other tasks here, and then return to the Chankai continent to level up. He did not want to delay any further, so he did not keep him. Then you should go. The scene shifts to a large archway with a banner congratulating Tron Ms. The champion of the academy has returned. Ms and Nic Hai stood in front of the school gate. Stunned by the sight before them, almost all the students in the school came out to congratulate him. Some female students even screamed, saying they wanted to have his children. Ms looked pale as he asked Nic Hai, "Why is the principal putting on this show?" She smiled and replied, "Who told you that you are now the great hero of our Shenyu Academy?" Then Unji Hai began to recount that since he became the champion of the martial arts competition, the academies have approached us for collaboration. Now it is no longer a 3-school alliance, but a 9-school alliance. Now the leaders of the 9 schools are waiting for you to give a presentation. When Ms heard this, he shuddered and stepped back. "Please spare me. I have not even had a break since the competition." But just then, Nic Hai added one more thing. "Aren't you planning to recruit people into the guild? This is something your grandfather arranged specifically for you." As soon as she finished speaking, M's expression brightened considerably. "If that is the case, I can go meet them a bit." The scene shifts to the conference room of Shenyu Academy. Inside, Ms bowed respectfully to the principals of several schools below. "Thank you all for coming. Today is the first meeting of our 9-school alliance. Thank you everyone for trusting me." A principal sitting behind Long Taiyu could not help but exclaim, "The strength of the student council must be something everyone has seen firsthand. Even though Long from my school has praised you endlessly, as long as you can help us train outstanding students, feel free to propose any conditions. We will meet them." The other principals agreed with him. "That is right. Taiyu Tran, feel free to present your teaching plan and requirements." At this point, Mmc began to explain and introduce them to his guild. "Currently, I own a guild in the Line Gayat city of the Thai Kai continent. Surely everyone knows this. I would like to ask everyone to recruit 600 graduates to join my guild for practical training. This is my teaching plan." After hearing this, one principal hesitantly said, "That many people, most of them are excellent students from various academies. Are you really planning to have them work for you for free?" Lang Tiu added, "It is not that we do not want to help, but at the very least, you need to come up with a plan. Everyone is quite confused right now." The other principals also agreed with his opinion. "We can provide students for you, but in return, you need to share your plans with us." Massim seemed to anticipate this, responding calmly, "Then I won't keep it from you any longer. My guild has already reached level 4. This time when I return, I will clean up the line guide area, and the guild will reach level 5 or higher. By then, those graduates will be the core force for me to manage Lin Gayat City." The principal was astonished and asked, "The Lin Gayat you mentioned is the main intermediate city. Right, you mean you want to unify Lin Gayat, even if the guild is a divine academy? It might be difficult." But Machi boldly replied, "That is right. I am talking about the main intermediate city of Lin Gayat. You can inquire about our Vnandra Fong Guild. Currently, there are 3 major alliances and 11 guilds in the Lin Nuguite area. Our Vnavanetchi Grongfeng has merged 4 guilds and leads 3 major alliances. I estimate that the conquest objective can be achieved in no more than 3 months." After hearing him, several schools decided to participate and support this, knowing they were still a bit skeptical. Atron Kim Makshi added, "Don't worry. These students can be seen as an initial investment, but after 6 months, you will see their growth." Moving outside, people seem to be discussing the recruitment of students from these 9 alliance universities. Everyone had heard that Tron Kami's guild was very strong, and just by joining, they could buy items at half the market price. When the recruitment plan was fully revealed, it immediately caused a stir among the major universities. In less than half a month, the number of participants reached its maximum. The news just announced that the 9 universities would only recruit 600 graduates, so everyone was eager not to miss out. After Hongthian fully recovered, Trundran Thin aside and the others could return to Lin Gayat City. Ingli Then was outside talking with Thulong and Hong Thin. "This test is so boring. I made it into the top 8 without any effort. I am amazed." Hong Thin snorted in response. "If you are boasting like that, you should have fought that loser Long Venning to you." Lei Tit also came out to greet them, cheerfully saying, "Finally, you all are back. There have been so many students here lately. I have been so busy just arranging for them." At the same time, Tin of Vnexing stepped out, saying, "Let me tell you all. I am now a master herbalist." Hearing this, Ingli then immediately approached him, joking, "It is all thanks to the president. This time he won the double championship and recruited a lot of talented people to help everyone. Why did not you clear the table so we can celebrate our success? At that moment, MC turned to next Sihai and asked, "Did you notice we are missing someone?" The others thought for a moment and realized someone had not returned. Ine Sihai suddenly remembered Lama Hefo, who come back with me in KMMS. Then we all went our separate ways back to Van Bi Academy. Why has not he returned yet? A Tit added that Lama Ho returned alone a few days after the competition. He said that Van Bi Academy did not choose him, and he was not ready to compete with everyone. So he went back by himself to find a place to practice. Hong Thin clenched his teeth in anger. Venabi Academy really looks down on others. If Lo Minho had been selected, they could have secured a spot in the quarterfinals, and still had a chance to be this year's champion. KMMC explained to him, Minho has always been insecure. Even though he said he did not want to compete with us in the arena, he definitely wanted to stand on the battlefield alongside us. This could be a huge shock for him. KMM says, now deep in thought, asked. He did not mention which secret realm he would go to. A Tit thought for a moment and replied, it is the Black Den, a special secret realm near Lion Gate City, currently controlled by the Galaxy Alliance. The Long was shocked and asked, a secret realm that is monopolized? Who is bold enough to do that? Veitit explained that it was not a complete monopoly. There was also a management association involved. They do not have the guts to do that. It is just that most of the leveling players farming monsters there are from their guild. So people often say it is their territory. Finally, Atron Kivmuxus spoke up, telling everyone, it is, Minho has ground. We do not need to worry about him too much. Besides, my next goal is also the Black Den. So I should be able to meet him soon. Hong Thin agreed with him. That guy is pretty strong too. By the time we find him, he might have already reached the 3rd tier. After that, KMMs stepped forward, entering the guild, smiling as he said, first, let us check how much the city has developed since we have been away. As KMM stepped inside the city, everyone's eyes turned to him, buzzing with excitement. Their guild leader was finally back. Many also noticed Nsasi accompanying him. The goddess of the arena this time is rumored to have made it to the top 4. Some people sighed as they looked at Ingvai Then. He has a fighting style that I really admire. Ingvai Then, hearing this, angrily turned and shouted, I am one of the top 8. So why do they call her a goddess and me an old wizard D'An? Hong then stepped forward, putting a comforting arm around him. Well, have you thought about your own fighting style? D'Hine, what is wrong with others calling you that? At this moment, Tron Mux was praising Kai Tate. Not bad at all. While I was away, you managed the guild very well. Suddenly, as he was walking, he noticed a large hole in the wall ahead and questioned, what is going on with this wall? Hong then was also curious. The duel with Nip Hip Weinstein's group had ended a long time ago. So why had not it been fixed yet? Wei Tit bowed his head in silence. This is a long story. And I was just about to report the situation to you. After a moment, the whole group stood underneath, observing the whole. After hearing everything, Trime de Kiam Masi asked Tati, are you saying that people have been attacking our guild all along? He immediately replied, it was supposed to be fixed long ago. But every time repairs were made, someone caused trouble. Initially, they thought Nip Vincine was responsible, but later discovered the involvement of other forces. Zaytik gritted his teeth and added, if they really fought openly, we would not be afraid of them. It is just a pity those people only dare to act sneakily. Hong Thivan also asked if he knew which specific forces were behind it. KMMs frowned in thought and said, there are only 3 major guilds in LN and Giant City, since the other 2 alliances, Feng Hao and Negan Hell, conflicting interests with us. It must be one of them. Hong Thin could not hold back any longer and was ready to deal with them immediately. But Tron Ki M Mumsi calmly explained that the 3 major alliances kept each other in check, regardless of which side attacked first. The other would benefit. For now, it has not caused any significant damage to us. So let us put this matter aside for the time being. During this time, everyone has had to endure a lot. Now, I want to share some good news with everyone. Hong Thin was very excited and urged him to speak quickly. But Yingli Then was quite surprised. I can't believe you could actually say something good, she remarked. Then Kim MC began. I have prepared a young emerald dragon for each of you. Everyone was astonished to hear this. Everyone. But immediately, the announcement system chimed in, informing everyone that to reward outstanding members, every 2 weeks the guild would have a plan to gift a young emerald dragon. As long as the contribution points are ranked first, any member can receive a flying mount regardless of level. After hearing this new announcement, everyone was determined to contribute their best to earn the reward. 2 soldiers were chatting when suddenly a girl approached and asked, what is going on? One soldier, unable to hide his excitement, replied, our guild leader just announced that all guild members, as long as they achieve their contribution points, will have a chance to receive a young emerald dragon mount. Vimfroquo chuckled and mumbled, great. There really are dragons. Looks like I came to the right place today. Saying that, she dashed towards Tranakiamux's group, ignoring the two bewildered soldiers who could not stop her in time. Ving Fufa Kual ran up to a crowd cheering for Trankiam MC as the guild leader. She then pushed through the crowd, shouting, "If I join the guild, can I get a dragon? Can I have a dragon, President?" Ningli then laughed mockingly as soon as he saw Vi Lung Fiu Kwa. "What do you mean by president? Who are you? It seems you are not even a member of our guild, let alone talk about contribution points. You can just yell at me. I called the president. Not you." Va Kuo then turned to ask him MC. "So if I join your guild now, that is good enough, right, President? Can you give me a dragon? I have never seen one before." He chuckled awkwardly after saying this. "This girl has her own rules in our guild." Nasi Hai quickly added, "We have standards and evaluations for joining. Not just anyone can join." But just after she finished speaking, she pulled something out of her bag to introduce herself as Ving Fiatu Kwao, a level 48 preacher. She was recommended here. Hong Thin and Ning Vai then chuckled at the name, while Kiam remained curious, asking, "Our team is indeed missing someone. Who is the one recommending you?" Then she pulled out a badge and said, "His name is Lo Mina Shou. He said he is from the guild, right? He is in danger right now." Kiam MC and the others were shocked to see this badge. This badge indeed belonged to Mine Ko. Was not he grinding levels in the black lair? How could he be in danger at this moment? Vien Fruquois added, "That is right. He is in the black lair. I was there with the group who just met him. He introduced me here, on the way. I happened to overhear a group talking about him and planning something against him. When I hurried back, he had already entered the secret realm with the team, so I could not catch up. It is a pity I can't enter the secret realm myself. But recalling that Mine Hoa recommended me here, I came to see if I could find any help." After hearing this, Kivimansi pieced everything together. Mentioning the name and planning against him, Hong Thin was extremely angry, saying, "I think this is not just aimed at Minhevo, but could be targeting our entire guild." Suddenly, Takiyamafi shouted loudly, and a jade dragon immediately soared up over the city wall. Then she landed with a thud right in front of everyone. Kivimansi then turned back coldly and said, "Hong Thin, Ing Vai Thin, Nidhi Cc Hey, wait a moment. Each of you take a dragon and follow me to the coordinates of the black lair." The others felt excited as they were about to ride a dragon. He then brushed past VR Fi Kuo and told her, "You come with me and tell me where Almina Ko was last seen." Fukuo eagerly asked, "So where will I sit?" Immediately, Kiam MC jumped onto the jade dragon and said to it, "Let her on. We are taking off." As soon as she finished speaking, she leaped straight into the sky, stirring up a cloud of dust. Moments later, the group rode the dragons and flew through the sky, quickly heading toward the black lair. However, Ving Prefetch Kuo was not sitting on the dragon's back, but was lifted and flown away by Than Zi's claws. The scene shifts to the black lair at dawn. In front of the entrance, two guards of the Galactic Alliance, looking tough, are blocking players from entering. They demand that anyone who has not paid the 1,000 gold fee can't enter. One warrior, seeing this, becomes very upset. "You have to pay to enter the secret realm. Are you kidding me? Why 1,000 gold? You might as well just rob us." But some people did not care and decided to pay up quickly to get in. Suddenly, at that moment, a group of emerald dragons swooped down towards them, causing panic. Who could be so grand? Riding dragons, Huang Qin was the first to step down, and as Wei Shen landed, he immediately started vomiting. Qi Mak stepped down from the King Day, asking Wang Fugai if this was the right place. She quickly said yes and told him to pay the entrance fee for her later. Huang Qin was helping Wei Shen, who looked pale and frowned, asking, "What do you mean entrance fee?" One of the guards, seeing their group, hesitated and asked another, "They do not seem to be ordinary. Should we charge them?" But the other guy arrogantly replied, "No matter where they come from. Now that they are in the territory of the Galactic Alliance, everyone has to pay." He then blocked Wang Fugai's path, sternly asking, "Stop. Where do you think you are going? The entrance fee is 1,000 gold per person. That is the rule here. Understand?" She, terrified, ran behind Chen Qi Mak for cover, while he stepped forward and said, "I'm Chen Qi Mak, president of the Eternal Summit. Do we have to pay too?" Unexpectedly, the guy not only was not scared but also stepped closer to threaten him. Being the president of the management association means nothing. You got that? Just then, a painful scream echoed through the forest, causing birds to scatter. The two money-collecting guards were knocked to the ground, and the group of Qi Mak leisurely walked into the secret realm. Huang Qian then voiced his thoughts. The Galactic Alliance dares to charge a protection fee in the secret realm. It is clear their leader is not a good person and has a grudge against us. I think this has to be related to Ming Hao's situation. Qi Mak looked up at the door leading to the secret realm, murmuring, Manhwa has not replied to my messages. He is either still in the secret realm or unconscious. I just hope he is safe. The scene shifts to the headquarters of the Galactic Alliance, where a person sits on the throne, listening to a subordinate report. Leader, they are being too disrespectful to us. You have to take charge. Lucan, the leader of the Galactic Alliance, replied in a deep voice. Take charge. Then she began to scold the guy. Are you brainless? You dared to provoke that crazy Eternal Summit. Just showing up to register is already showing me respect. And you still dared to charge them. The guy's face was swollen like a pig's head. Teary-eyed he replied. I did not know their identities. Boss, what should we do about this now? With that, Lu Kim scoffed, her eyes glinting, replying, we can let this slide. This is an opportunity. A Triumamis. I was just hoping to meet him this time. Trime Kiem Munks's group was now standing in front of the entrance to the black lair of the secret realm at the Galactic Alliance. Ingi Thun sighed. This secret realm looks really scary. If the Galactic Alliance is guarding it, what is so special about it? Vivian Fruquo then said. This is a random secret realm. Hong Thin, hearing this, looked confused. What do you mean by a random secret realm? She explained to everyone that behind the black lair, there are several secret realms intertwined with each other, and once you enter, it depends on the path you choose. Of course, the profits and risks are proportional, but no matter what, spending 1,000 gold is still a huge deal. Nini Si Heifut a bit worried. We do not have to complete the whole journey. Will we still be able to find Miney Cho? She responded uncertainly. It is hard to say, but we might be able to fight some bosses. After all, defeating one boss is enough to meet the requirement to leave. As for the others that we can't defeat, we can just leave. Trondheim EMC turned back to explain further to everyone. We can fight until the end of the process and find Manhwa before we stop. Vadring Fetch Quo was shocked and thought he was joking. But KMMC did not respond and turned to Ingli Then. You stay and guard the entrance. Do not let Manako leave here. Hearing this, he was startled. Why should I stay here? Then KMXC suddenly patted Ninggi Then on the shoulder and said loudly. There are 5 of us here, and besides me, you are the strongest. If you stay, I will feel very reassured no matter what happens. He was initially a bit unsure, but soon he was convinced. Don't he worry. Leader, just leave this place to me. With Ningli Then here, as long as Manako passes by, no one will be able to take him away. Saying that, the other 4 entered the secret realm, leaving everything outside for Ingli Then to handle. He stood there dazed and alone. After a moment, Ingli Then began to whine, wondering if he was being played by that guy. Entering the black lair of the secret realm, and Sihai marveled at the scenery, finding it neither dark nor dangerous. Hong then agreed with her and asked where we should go next. Vigering Fetchquol quickly stepped forward and said to them, Don't he worry. Let me lead the way. I am very familiar with the path here. After saying that, she pointed in a direction and said, Go this way. This path is relatively easy to navigate. They quickly followed the direction V. Drung Fiedger Qual pointed out. After a while, they encountered their first obstacle. Monsters with bows shooting down from the cliffs. These were the shield-breaking tribe with a level of 45. KMMC and everyone quickly charged in to fight. While Hong Divan asked during the battle, these monsters have 40,000 health. They are the broken shield level monsters. Are you sure this path is the simplest? Viuko, also fighting, replied with a pale face. Why are they so much stronger this time than last time? It seems my prediction was a bit off. KMM says, wielding his sword to strike 2 monsters at once. Told everyone. The shield breaker is a monster that specializes in attacking. It has a shield breaking mechanism, so everyone should focus on attacking its legs instead of defending. It won't target distant foes. Then he turned to Vitfree Faikwao and said, You step back behind the barricade for us. Hong then followed Mefarsi Komemetsi's advice and indeed saw it had an effect. He was charging forward to attack alongside Nana Sihai, telling everyone, Let us make the most of this time to breach the fortress. Soon after, they had completely defeated all the monsters. Viuko, panting, asked Trengon Kiamumsi if he had fought this dungeon before. He replied with a smile. I just studied it a bit. Happened to encounter it, so I remembered. Ini Si Hei then introduced her to Trengon Hniam Mengsi's impressive achievements. While he continued to ask Vafi Kwaho, Where do we go next? Hong Thin, hearing this, was startled and asked back, Haven't you heard her? She is a total fraud. But Kian M. Miss was not too concerned and let Ven Aju Kwar choose the path. She stroked her chin and thought. Then Vieng Vetskol pointed to a nearby direction and said, From my experience, the monsters in that hidden realm are a bit easier to handle. Moments later, they indeed encountered a very aggressive dragon. It breathed fire towards the 4 of them. Kiam Mex quickly stepped in front of Dininchu to shield her. After defeating this dragon, Vinitov the Ko confidently pointed it in another direction, saying, This time I can guarantee, There won't be any dangerous bosses. Sure enough. Shortly after, she was bitten by an underwater monster. Screaming loudly. When they managed to rescue Reshing Fai Kuo, Hong Thian frowned and said, "If we are on the right path, each monster will have a counter item, so it should not be too dangerous." Then he angrily pointed at her and said, "Now I can say for sure this guy is 100% a scammer." Ni Xia now looked quite worried and asked, "We have defeated 2 or 3 bosses already, but we still have not seen Maicho. What if something has happened to him?" Meanwhile, KMMC continued to ask Aqualo where they would go next. Hearing this, Hong Thian frowned. Do we really have to trust her again? Ving Fuquao was now scared, hurriedly shaking her head in denial. "I do not dare to lead the way anymore." But KMMC spoke confidently to her. "It is. Just choose when I ask you to. I trust you." The scene shifted to a high cliff surrounded by white clouds. As Hong Thian walked along the precarious cliff, he muttered, "Why do I feel like I am being played by this jerk again?" But Viendra Fuquo walked ahead confidently, assuring him, "Trust me on this path. There won't be any issues." Even Nanjisi had to wonder, what monster are we going to fight this time? Suddenly, Ving Fuquo stopped and pointed at a huge bird's nest blocking the path, saying it was right here. Inside the nest were several very large eggs, and everyone was puzzled about what such bird eggs were for. She picked up one of the eggs and said, "This is a very important item. Each of us will keep one. When we encounter the boss of this level, it will have a significant effect." And Si Hai and Hong then also hugged an egg. She felt happy, thinking they were so cute. She wondered if she could also hatch a magical creature. However, Hong Thian was quite worried. Holding this egg, how would he fight? Just then, a loud noise suddenly echoed, accompanied by a pair of gigantic wings appearing before the 4 of them. A huge bird was charging at them fiercely, claws outstretched. Qian Kim FC was shielding Vaig Fia Chiuquao and did not notice that Ennechi Si Hei had fallen backward. The giant bird swooped down abruptly, sending all 4 of them tumbling down the high cliff. Vinhua Fuquo clutched Kim Umsi's arm tightly. Screaming in fear, he quickly opened his parachute, using the Heavenly Sun technique to slow their fall. Soon after, both landed on a rocky outcrop below. Vifio Korho released his grip, breathing a sigh of relief, while KMMC frowned and said, "We ended up getting separated." Hong Thian and Nek Si Hai then fell straight down, landing in something very furry. The 2 quickly sat up, but Nani Si he noticed something very strange. Why was the ground so soft? And why was the grass black? As they stood up, both were shaken. How could the ground move like this? After saying that, they fell down again. It turned out the ground was actually a giant bear. The scene shifted to outside the hidden realm, where Engli Then was leaning against a tree. Sleeping, he was still mumbling to himself. "I have been played. Definitely played by that kid. They went in to fight monsters for experience, while I waited here." Just then, a guy from the Silver Galaxy Alliance approached and pointed at Ninggai Then, saying, "It seems the others have entered the hidden realm." He looked surprised to see him, clearly thinking they had not suffered enough yet. Unexpectedly, when he looked up, Ingthen saw Lassie Kim Am and started drooling. He frowned and looked down at him, asking,